Tribulation of Myriad Clans Chapter 1 to Chapter 35. Year 350 of the Amping calendar. Xia Province, Southern Yuan City. The Su family. Su smelled the aroma of food as soon as he entered the house. He dropped his bag and walked to the dining table. He picked up a piece of braised pork and threw it into his mouth. As he chewed, Su looked at the kitchen and said vaguely, "Dad, change the soup tomorrow. It won't be boring to eat meat every day. It's good enough that you have something to eat. You're still so picky." Su Long's complaint came from the kitchen. "You're already 18 this year. When will you learn to take care of yourself? I've been taking care of you for so many years as a father and mother. I'm finally free." Su chewed the braised pork and said with a smile, "Dad, you're good at cooking. You're almost a chef." "I want to cook myself, but I can't eat it if I cook it." "Heh." Su Long chuckled. "You're all talk and no action. Go into the kitchen." Soon, Su Long, wearing an apron, came out with the dishes. He was nearly 1.9 meters tall and had a burly and powerful body. He looked particularly funny wearing an incongruous apron. Su talked about it every time. This time was no exception. He shook his head and said, "Dad, can't you change to a bigger apron? We don't lack money for an apron." "What do you know?" Su Long could not be bothered. He brought the dishes to the table and did not take off the apron. He sat down and said, "Let's eat. We'll save whatever we can. Besides, this apron is new. You've been saying this for 3 years." Su rolled his eyes. "It's fine if you said it was new 3 years ago, but you're still saying it 3 years later. How dare you say it?" Su Long did not care. He sat down and started eating, wolfing down the food at an extremely fast speed. Su was already used to it and did not care. He sat down and sighed while eating. "Dad, is there a war at the front line again? I just came back and saw a recruitment van downstairs. Did they come to our district to recruit soldiers? I wonder which family it is." Su Long's eating movements paused slightly. He quickly put down his bowl and chopsticks and said seriously, "Protecting the country is everyone's responsibility. From your tone, do you think being a soldier is not good?" "No." Su hurriedly cleared his name. His father was a retired soldier, so he couldn't speak carelessly. Otherwise, his father's bare paw wouldn't be a joke. Su Long snorted and picked up his bowl and chopsticks to continue eating. As he ate, Su Long's tone changed. He said in a low voice, The front line is in turmoil. All the war corps are issuing enlistment orders again and again. Recruit new soldiers, call back veterans." Su's chopsticks froze. He raised his head and looked at his father. He was no longer as straightforward as before. He frowned and said, "Dad, this has nothing to do with us, right? It's been 18 years since you retired from the army, and I've just come of age. Moreover, I'm going to take the entrance exam to a higher education institution. Our family won't be able to be recruited." 18 years, Su Long heaved a sigh of relief. Yes, it had been 18 years. After retiring from the army for 18 years, the demon-suppressing army has issued the return order of the veteran soldiers 5 times, including this one. After the age of 50, they won't be included in the recall. For the first 4 times, because you were still young, Dad was worried about you and worried that you wouldn't be able to take care of yourself, so Dad didn't answer the call. Su's expression changed. "Dad, we don't have to go. This is allowed by the policy." "Yes, it's allowed by the policy." Su Long grinned and looked at his son. "That's why I didn't go. 18 years. I didn't go during the 4 conscription times. But today, my son is an adult. 18 years old. Dad." Su's expression changed completely. "What do you want to say?" "You know what Dad is going to say." Su Long looked at his son with some relief and happiness. He smiled. 18 years ago, although your dad was useless, he was still a squad leader in the demon-suppressing army. He was in charge of 30 people. At that time, your mom was about to give birth to you. I asked for leave and came back. Who knew, your mom passed away just like that. You were just born, and there was no elder at home to take care of me. I really couldn't leave. I had no choice. I retired from the army. Su Long's bare one's teeth smiled bitterly. When I left the demon-suppressing army, none of the brothers in the first squad came to send me off. It's not that they wanted me to leave, but they were afraid that I wouldn't be able to control myself and would run back. 18 years, no one contacted me. They were afraid that I would want to go back. I even dreamed that they were yelling at me, telling me to go home and be a baby. 30 people. In the first year I left, 9 of them died in battle, none of them retired. The remaining 21 people, do you know how many are left? They're still on the battlefield. Su Long's eyes were red. I'm selfish, so I don't dare to ask or inquire. I didn't answer the first 4 conscription times, but this time. Dad thought that even if I die, I want to die on the battlefield. Your dad doesn't want to die in the rear. Suyu was silent. He had long known that his father had always been thinking about the front line and those old brothers. If it wasn't for his mother's difficult labor death, his father would not have retired from the demon-suppressing army. But he felt that after 18 years, his father should have forgotten and let go. Today, his father told him that he couldn't let go. Dad, Suyu's complexion was ugly and somewhat pale. The front line is in turmoil, and more soldiers are dying in battle. In the past 18 years, there have been 5 conscriptions of veterans, and 1 every 3 to 4 years. You've been a soldier before, so you know what it means. I'm not married yet, I haven't been admitted to a higher school, I haven't given you any grandchildren. Su Long's bare one's teeth smiled. It's okay, Dad is waiting. Do you think Dad is going to die if I go back? I'm going to win the war. Dad. Kid, stop talking nonsense. Eat. Su Long interrupted his son. While eating, he said vaguely, after this meal, you can cook for yourself in the future. If there's nothing to eat, go out and eat. You know the password. I'm still waiting for me downstairs. I can't take too long. When you're admitted to a higher school, remember to write me a letter. I'll receive it when I have time. Just get into the Great Xia Civilization Academy. You've really made your father proud. It's a cinch. Your teacher has already talked to me. As long as you don't make any mistakes, you'll definitely get in. Our Su family has finally produced a talent. How does your brain work? You're too smart. I even suspect that you're not my biological son. But it's okay. You look exactly like me when I was young. Suyu's face was a little pale. When he heard this, he couldn't help but complain. Dad, are you sure you looked like me when you were young? Nonsense. How could it be fake? Su Long raised his head, revealing a rough face. He grinned and said, ask the neighbor next door. Do I look like you? Suyu was helpless. He knew his father was changing the topic, so he changed the topic again. Dad, are you really going? It's not that I'm looking down on you, but you've been on the battlefield for 18 years and stopped cultivating. You're only at 15 kilograms now. What's the use of going? Who are you looking down on? Su Long said angrily, so what if I'm at 15 kilograms? It's not like martial strength is the only thing that matters on the battlefield. If martial strength is the only thing that matters, then don't fight. Everything is possible on the battlefield. I was at 15 kilograms back then, and I even killed a powerhouse in the Xianxia realm. Suyu was distressed. He didn't know if this was true or not, but his father had said it for many years. The possibility of it being true was not small. The key was that he didn't want his father to go to the front line. The front line was in turmoil. Every year, a large number of soldiers died in battle. The situation was getting more and more critical. His father was almost 50 years old. At this moment, returning to the battlefield. So you didn't dare to think about it. Dad, shut up. Su Long interrupted him. He got up and cleaned up the dishes. He said seriously, I've already registered. If I don't go, I'm a deserter. It's fine if I didn't register. But if I registered and don't go, you know the consequences. Being a deserter is also death. Dad, can't you wait for me to come back and discuss it? Suyu was annoyed. At this moment, he already knew that he couldn't change anything. Just as his father said, it didn't matter if he didn't register. For these veterans, the conscription order wasn't forced. These veterans were able to leave the army alive because of their contributions on the battlefield. However, once they registered, it meant that they had re-enlisted, and they would be soldiers. If they didn't go now, they would be deserters. Discuss what? Su Long said disapprovingly, don't worry, they won't die. Even if they really die in battle, there's a lot of compensation. Remember to collect it yourself. It's enough for you to get married and have children. I've already thought about it for you. After saying that, Su Long picked up the luggage he had already packed, took off his apron, and picked up his backpack as if he was just going on a long trip. He casually said, do well in the exam. It's the same if you support the humans in the rear. When you arrive at the Civilization Academy, make the Su family proud. Civilization Academy. I'll go back and brag about it. My son got into the Civilization Academy. He's much better than those guys. It's a pity that your father won't be able to see the notice. Take a photo later and send it to me with the letter. Otherwise, those guys will think that I'm bragging, Dad. Suyu hurriedly got up and chased after his father. He was a little panicked. His father was really leaving. For the past 18 years, he had been used to relying on his father. Today, his father suddenly wanted to leave, and he was completely unprepared. You're an adult, not a child. Don't piss. Su Long grinned and said, if you weren't an adult, I wouldn't have left. But now, I have to go back. In my team 18 years ago, there were a few kids the same age as you. Do you know? I had a dream. I dreamed of them. In the dream, they cried and shouted that it was so painful. They said that they should kill all those beasts. Your father, I am a little regretful. Back then, I should have sent you to the military family home. Anyway, there were people who would take care of you. Su Long's eyes were red. I've been drafted 5 times. For the first 4 times, I've packed my luggage. But every time I see you, I become selfish. I can't bear to leave. This is the 5th time. Will there be a next time? If there is a next time, when I'm 50 years old, the Demon Suppression Army won't accept me. Let's go. The All Heavens battlefield. I'm going back. This time, your father will kill a few Wunsher realms for you to see. I guarantee there will be evidence that will make you speechless. Su Long waved his hand and stepped forward. In 18 years, this was the first time Suyu saw his father so free and easy, so mighty. But this was not what he wanted to see. Dad, I told you not to talk nonsense. Standing in front of the door, Suyu gritted his teeth and suddenly roared, if you don't come back, I'll become a son-in-law and marry into your family. If you don't mind changing your surname and ending the bloodline of your Su family, then I can do it. Su Long staggered and almost turned back to curse. He suddenly didn't want to leave. He wanted to go home and beat this kid to death. This kid was really capable. His old Su family finally had a talent. If he married into his family, he would die with regret. Su Long left. He left in a carefree manner. Suyu, on the other hand, felt a little empty. His father had left without giving him any time to prepare. On the one hand, he was worried about his father's safety. On the other hand, Suyu was also worried about his future. He was used to his father's care and company. He was not used to living alone all of a sudden. Dad, before you left, you didn't wash the dishes. He sighed. There were some things he didn't want to think about. Just thinking about it made him nervous. The All Heavens battlefield was incomparably dangerous. He was worried that if he thought about it too much, he would chase after his father and drag him home. Civilization Academy, Suyu was too lazy to wash the dishes. He sat on the sofa in a daze. Before his father left, he asked him to apply for the Civilization Academy. Suyu did want to apply for the Civilization Academy, but now, if you don't go to the battlefield, I will apply for the Civilization Academy. But you insist on going to the battlefield. How can I not worry about you? You might not come back for a few years. You want me to worry about you every day? How old are you? Don't you have any sense? Suyu rubbed his temples. He was having a headache. You forced me to do this. Since you are not home, I will not apply for the Civilization Academy. I must apply for the War Academy. Suyu gritted his teeth. The Civilization Academy was good. It could decipher the Wan culture, analyze the Wan martial arts, and study the Wan civilization. Any civilization researcher was a treasure. They could stay safely in the rear and did not have to go to the front line to fight. The War Academy was prepared for the front line. He worked hard to learn the Wan language. Didn't he want to stay safely in the rear and accompany his father, but now, his aged father had run away to the dangerous All Heavens battlefield. After getting into the Civilization Academy, there was almost no chance to go to the front line. In the War Academy, it was said that the practical classes would often go to the battlefield. The War Academy tests one's strength. Suyu was just thinking about it. At the moment, he was still a little worried. It was not easy to get into the War Academy. Strictly speaking, it was more difficult than the Civilization Academy, at least for him. The Civilization Academy did not have high requirements for military strength, but the War Academy did. After all, it was to provide strong fighters to the front lines. Kaiyuan, Qianjun, Wanshi. This was the cultivation system of the human race. The human body was innately unsuitable for cultivation. Only by opening Kaiyuan's 9 acupores could he connect the human body with the vital qi and officially step onto the path of cultivation. Kaiyuan had 9 acupores, namely the mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. The other acupores were Xianxia and Baihui, which were the acupores at the top of the head and the navel. Only by opening the 9 acupores could one absorb primordial qi, temper one's body, strengthen one's bones, be reborn, and officially become a martial artist with great battle strength. I've just opened the mouth and nose acupores, and the ears acupores haven't moved yet. Without Kaiyuan level 4, it won't be easy to get into the War Academy. Suyu mumbled. The War Academy was to cultivate strong fighters, and it cost a lot of money. They would not waste resources on the weak. If he wanted to get in, it was best to open the ears acupores and reach Kaiyuan level 5. Of course, if he opened the eyes acupores and reached level 6 or even level 7, there would be almost no risk. Whoever had amazing talent and opened Xianxia and Baihui would be specially recruited by the War Academy. Those who could open all 9 acupores before the age of 20 could go to the War Academy at any time. All the major academies would directly recruit them. I'm only Kaiyuan level 3, Suyu sighed. Kaiyuan level 3 was not too bad, but of course, it was definitely not very good. The Nanyuan Intermediate Academy he was in had a total of 9 preparatory classes with 750 students. There were over 100 students at the 3rd level of the Element Opening Realm, and more than 10 students at the 3rd level of the Element Opening Realm and above. Based on the previous years, the recruitment ratio of the major war academies in southern Yuan should not exceed 20 people. In other words, the chances of getting level 4 was very high, and level 3 was 1 in 100. Moreover, the War Academy was also divided into the strong and the weak. If he really chose the Kaiyuan level 3, the strength of the academy was not that good, so he might as well go to the Civilization Academy. There are still more than 3 months. War Academy. I'll see when the time comes. Suyu gritted his teeth. His father was not reliable, so he had to be reliable. He was already so old, yet he still wanted to go to the heavenly battlefield. Phew, late at night, Suyu woke up with a start. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. It's this damned dream again. Dad, Suyu subconsciously shouted. In the past, when he woke up from a nightmare, his father would quickly rush over, but today, there was no movement outside the room. Suyu was slightly stunned, and only then did he remember that his father had left in the afternoon. Sigh. Suyu sighed, turned on the light, and glanced at the communicator. It was only 3 o'clock in the morning, and it was still early for dawn. It has been more than 10 years, and there has never been a moment of peace. He had been dreaming for more than 10 years, and no one could stand it. In the early years, Suyu almost died because he did not dare to sleep. What is going on? Suyu leaned against the headboard, thinking about this problem. He had been thinking about this problem for many years. He had also mentioned it to his father. and his father was also at a loss. He went to the hospital and saw a doctor, and the doctor said that he was too frightened, causing a certain psychological shadow. The key was that Suyu did not remember being frightened. It is like this every time. At the end of the dream, I am being chased by people, by monsters, Suyu was distressed. It was the same dream every day, but it was not accurate to say that it was the same. To be precise, he was being chased in the dream every day, but the people who chased him were different, or some were not human at all. All kinds of monsters, although very illusory, were not the same creatures in terms of body shape. Who did he offend, being chased in the dream for more than 10 years, there was no one like this. Back then, his father wondered if it was caused by the Nightmare Clan's spells, but this was the human realm. If it was really the Nightmare Clan spells, and it lasted for more than 10 years, he would have been killed by the human realm powerhouses. If there was really a guy from the Nightmare Clan who broke into the human realm, it was to deal with the powerhouses. Spending more than 10 years on an ordinary person, the other party was either an idiot or a super idiot. There's no end to it. Annoying. Suyu complained. He did not know when it would end, but he was more or less used to it. Otherwise, he would not be able to live a stable life. Dad said that once I open the 9 acupores and enter the 1000 June realm, I will be immune to all diseases and evil spirits, and my body will be tempered with primordial chi. At that time I will probably be fine, right? At this moment, Suyu could only hope that after entering the 1000 June realm, the nightmare would not continue. While thinking about this, time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, there was already light outside the window. It was dawn. Su Long left, but life had to continue. Today was not a holiday, and he had to go to the school later. After washing up and making some simple food, Suyu picked up his school bag and walked out of the house. Downstairs. A boy with a crew cut had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Suyu coming downstairs, he hurriedly shouted, "Ayu, I heard from my dad that Uncle Su yesterday." "Yes." Suyu did not wait for him to finish and responded. The boy with a crew cut was anxious. "What is Uncle Su doing?" "He is an adult. Going to the All Heavens battlefield at this time is not courting." Speaking of this, the boy with a crew cut off his words. He wanted to say that Su Long was courting death, but he could not say this. Although he felt that this was the truth, he could not say it in front of Suyu. "If he wants to go, I can't stop him." Suyu forced a smile and said, "Besides, there are millions of soldiers in the All Heavens battlefield, and there are many invincible human experts in charge. It will not be that easy to get into trouble." "I know, but Uncle Su is only in the 1000 June realm." The boy with a crew cut was even more anxious than Suyu. "The 1000 June realm is very powerful for us, but it is the weakest in the All Heavens battlefield. The Wan soldiers in the All Heavens battlefield start at the 1000 June realm." "I know. Ayu, why are you not anxious at all?" The boy with a crew cut was anxious for Suyu. If it were him, he would have cried and made a scene. Is there any use in being anxious? Suyu was helpless. His father had passed away. No matter how anxious he was, it would not help. The most important thing now was not to be anxious. This guy was still so impatient. Go to school first. Less nonsense. School? The boy with a crew cut was surprised. You still have to go to school, Suyu stared at him. The boy with a crew cut was a little embarrassed. Nonsense. If I don't go to school, am I supposed to stay at home and cry every day, waiting for the bad news from the front line? Suyu rolled his eyes. What was this guy talking about? Let's go to school. In a few days, the school will recommend the names of the major schools. I will go and sign up first. Didn't you sign up? Chen Hao asked curiously. You signed up with me last week. Did you forget? I know. Last time, I signed up for the civilization school. This time, I will sign up for the war school. Chen Hao was stunned. War school? Let's go. So you did not give him a chance to talk nonsense. He had decided yesterday that he would sign up for the war school. Whether he could get in or not would be a problem. Secondary school in Southern Yuan. At the registration office. The teacher in charge of the registration checked the information and asked curiously, Suyu, didn't you sign up for the Civilization School's assessment? You have mastered 18 Yuan languages. You are one of the best in our southern Yuan. Even the Great Xia Civilization University is in the bag. Why do you still want to sign up for the war school? Under normal circumstances, students who applied for the two major systems had no confidence in getting into one of them. They had to prepare for both. Suyu was smart and willing to work hard. In the past few years, he had mastered 18 Yuan languages. Even the most famous Great Xia Civilization University in Xia province would open its doors to him. If not, Su Long would not have been so sure that his son would be able to pass the exam before he left. He even asked Suyu to send him a letter. Suyu did not explain much and said with a smile, Teacher, prepare for both sides just in case. Isn't everyone able to sign up for the two major systems? It's good to take precautions. That's true, but you really don't need to. Just perform well during the assessment. The registration teacher said with a smile, the school has already submitted the list of top students like you. Although you still need to take the assessment, in fact, all of you have records in the institutions of higher learning in Xia province. Even if you fail the unified assessment, the other party may give you a second chance. As soon as this was said, Xianxia was envious. He could not help but ask, Teacher, am I one of them? The registration teacher glanced at him and said with a smile, Yes, the Internal Affairs School has submitted a record for you. Xianxia's face fell. Internal Affairs School, the four major schools were War, Civilization, Scientific Research, and Internal Affairs. The Internal Affairs School studied all kinds of life skills, such as auto repair, cooking, driving, administration, entertainment, and so on. The War School nurtured the strong, the Civilization School deciphered the Yuan civilization, and the Scientific Research School developed weapons and pills. These three major schools were all good, except for the Internal Affairs School. For these young people, they would only apply for it if they had no other choice. The registration teacher ignored him and helped Suyu complete the registration. He said with a smile, Focus on the Civilization School. It's best to master 1 or 2 Yuan languages during this time. It will be helpful in the future. As for the path of cultivation, don't be anxious. In the Civilization School, it's enough to cultivate to the 1,000 June realm. You'll be fine as long as you don't get sick. The Civilization School did not pursue combat strength. This teacher was also worried that Suyu would take the wrong path at this time. Suyu nodded with a smile and did not refuse. The teacher had good intentions. However, during this time, he had to pay more attention to his cultivation. Outside the registration office. After taking a few steps, Suyu suddenly turned around and asked in surprise, Why are you still following me? Xianxia was at a loss. Aren't you going to school? I'm not going. Not going, then what are you going to do? Xianxia felt wronged. You just said you wanted to go to school. Why did you change your mind? The library. Suyu said calmly, I don't need to attend other classes. The teacher promised me that it's fine if I don't go, but if you don't go, are you going to get your parents called? This was too heart-wrenching. Xianxia covered his face and fled. That's right. Suyu didn't have to go to class. The teacher gave him special permission, but he couldn't. As for cultivation, Suyu's Kaiyuan level 3 was enough. The teachers didn't want him to enter the war school, so naturally, no one would urge him to cultivate. Looking at Xianxia leaving, Suyu shook his head and laughed. Xianxia's father was his father's old friend. This guy was also his classmate and could be considered as his best friend. However, this guy was too noisy. Suyu had a headache with him. Library. The librarian was very familiar with Suyu. Suyu often came to read books. Every time he read, he would read for half a day. After a few years, it was impossible not to be familiar with him. Suyu, you have mastered more than a dozen Yuan languages. Why don't you relax now? Why are you still studying? The librarian joked. Suyu was considered a famous person in a secondary school in southern Yuan. The majority of students, apart from the immortal devil language, demon race language, and common language that they had to master, didn't have the energy to learn other languages. Suyu, on the other hand, had learned quite a few minor languages. Suyu smiled and didn't say much. Stepping into the library, Suyu went straight to the third floor. It was class time. The library was empty. Except for a few teachers reading books and looking up information, there were almost no students. Most of the students would rather train hard than look at all sorts of scribbles every day. These youths were too lazy to use their brains to solve problems that could be solved by force. When the teachers who were reading saw Suyu, no one greeted him. Everyone was used to silence and immersed in their own world. Suyu did not greet the others. With great familiarity, he walked to the bookshelf that he usually visited the most. After checking it, he quickly brought out a large book. Flying Fish. This was the Yuan Atlas. The human race had recorded and compiled the information of all the races that had appeared or been discovered into books for the entire human race to learn and understand. Of course, this was only one of them. The Yuan Atlas was not just one book, but a series. So you did not know how many there were, but some of them were kept secret and were specially made for a group of people. There were only 39 books in Southern Yuan secondary schools, which involved 39 races. These books contained many things, including the appearance, habits, customs, language, and even some special techniques, fighting methods, and killing plans. What Suyu wanted to know at the moment was not these. He turned to the title page. The title page of each Yuan Atlas was an illustration of the race. Flying Fish sounded like fish, but it was not. Opening the atlas, Suyu stared at the illustration for a while. This was a species that looked like a cow. Of course, it was not completely like a cow. Its tail was similar to a snake's tail, and it had an extra pair of wings than a cow. As for why it was called Flying Fish, it was said that this creature was an amphibious race. It could survive in the water or in the sea, and it was stronger in water than on land. As for the wings, it did not mean that flying fish could fly. It was more like a chicken wing. It could flutter a few times, but it could not fly. Flying fish meat can expel poison. It is a holy antidote. It lives in the G mountain boundary. There are many hills and waters in the boundary. Flying fish hibernate in the winter and wake up in the summer. It is very dangerous to enter the G mountain boundary in the summer. Be careful. All Heaven's battlefield, neutral. No killing without reason. Suyu flipped through it briefly. In fact, he had seen this information before. Of course, he had not learned the language of the flying fish race. This race language was very difficult because it was too small, and the G mountain boundary was not dominated by the flying fish race. He was not looking at this. He was mainly looking at the illustration. Flying fish. Suyu murmured, thinking of the nightmare last night. Was it the flying fish that chased after him last night? When he was young, he did not think too much about it. However, he had many dreams, and he was getting older, so he tried to analyze the dream and check the information. What were those monsters that chased after him in the dream? Did they exist in reality? All these years, people thought that he was a genius. He was willing to work hard to learn the Yuan language of the all heavens. He had learned 18 languages in one go. His hard work made people blush with shame. In reality, this was not the case. Suyu only paid more attention to the all heavens Yuan language because of the dream. He looked at all kinds of information all year round. In order to understand more, he put in a lot of effort to learn the languages and characters of various races. The dream is too vague. I'm not sure if it was the flying fish. However, the monster in the dream did seem to have wings, and its cry was similar to that of a cow, Suyu muttered to himself. Because the dream was too vague, he could not be sure. However, over the years, he gradually found some information. Sometimes, he could find some characteristics of the monsters in the dream, which actually corresponded to the all heavens Yuan language. Following this logic, Suyu felt that he had guessed correctly. The monster that chased after him in the dream was the all heavens Yuan language. It had been more than 10 years, 4 or 5,000 nights. He had dreamed of at least thousands of different monsters. If not for the monsters of the all heavens Yuan, would there still be so many unknown creatures in the world? You guys are really giving me face. The all heavens Yuan is chasing after me in the dream, Suyu smiled bitterly in his heart. They were really giving me face. I'm just a small fry. Is it worth it for the all heavens one to chase after me in the dream, soon? Suyu gritted his teeth. I don't even know you guys. I've never seen you guys. Is it worth it for you guys to kill me? Is it fun to torture an ordinary person like me? But, why did such a dream appear? Suyu was still puzzled. He could accept it if he said that he had seen those races or had contact with them. However, he had never left southern Yuan City. At most, he had read some information about the races in books. Why would he have a connection with these monsters? After roughly determining what the monsters in the dream were last night, Suyu returned the book to its original place. There were some things that he could not delve into now. Soon, Suyu left the bookshelf. This time, he came to the library not only to confirm the flying fish, but also for other things. A moment later, Suyu walked to another area, the Kaiyuan area. The books in this area were all about the cultivation of the Kaiyuan realm. When humans first came into contact with cultivation, they focused on the Kaiyuan skill. Although they had not opened their 9 chakras and could not feel vital chi was everywhere. They could absorb a trace of vital chi to refine their bodies and gradually open their 9 chakras. From there, they could step into the kilogram realm and begin to cultivate their bodies. The process of opening their 9 chakras was relatively long. Humans began to cultivate the Kaiyuan skill at a very young age. It was a gradual process and also a process of survival of the fittest. Geniuses could rise quickly at this time. With a strong cultivation aptitude, they would naturally be one step faster than others. Suyu was not an idiot when it came to cultivation. He had read many of these books and knew that the Kaiyuan realm was mainly about letting nature take its course. It was not a realm that could be broken through quickly by hard cultivation. However, today, Suyu still wanted to check if there was a way to cultivate faster. After searching for a while, Suyu still could not find the book he wanted. He frowned slightly. Was there no such content here? If that was the case, then his chances of reaching the 4th stage of the Kaiyuan realm before the assessment were not high. Suyu, what are you looking for? At this moment, a short-haired girl who had been reading next to him could not help but ask. She had been here for a long time and had been reading before. She also knew Suyu. Although they were not in the same class, these were the people who often came to the library. After a long time, she more or less knew about him. Suyu showed an apologetic expression. He had disturbed her reading. I want to find some records about accelerating cultivation in the Kaiyuan realm, but I can't find them. Accelerating cultivation? The short-haired girl thought for a moment and said, there are plans to accelerate cultivation, but humans do not recommend using external methods to accelerate in the Kaiyuan realm. The Kaiyuan realm is the foundation. It is the process of opening 9 chakras and laying the foundation. At this time, stability is the most important. After all, the Kaiyuan realm is the Kaiyuan realm, which opens the cultivation origin. Suyu, aren't you going to the Civilization Academy? These won't be tested. Are you looking for these to speed up cultivation? The girl was a little worried. Laying the foundation can't be messed up. Otherwise, it will be easy for something to happen. Even if it goes smoothly in the Kaiyuan realm, it will have a great impact on the future. Suyu smiled. I know. I'm not stupid. I just want to see if there is a safer plan. If there isn't, then forget it. Is that so? The girl thought for a moment and pointed to the bottom row of bookshelves in the corner. There are a few books on this, but some of the methods are very extreme. Suyu, you'd better not try it. Otherwise, it will be really troublesome and you might even die. In the era of the peace calendar, there were human powerhouses who tried it. Because time waited for no man, they had no choice but to do so. But in the end, those seniors did not embark on the path of invincibility. Instead, because of Kaiyuan's misbehavior in the early years, they died early. Thank you, I understand. Suyu smiled and nodded. This girl's name was Luyu, and she was a student in the first pre-exam class. Suyu did not know much about her, but she often came to the library to read books. He heard that she also mastered many Wan languages. As for how many languages she had mastered, Suyu did not know, and he did not like to ask about these things. Unsurprisingly, she would probably apply for the Civilization Academy, so he did not care too much about Kaiyuan's realm advancement. Without saying much to Luyu, Suyu quickly found the books that Luyu had mentioned in the corner. The method of accelerating the Kaiyuan realm, my opinion on Kaiyuan, on the importance of laying the foundation. Suyu quickly flipped open the book Kaiyuan Realm Acceleration Method. As a result, the title page made him speechless. On it, there was a line of blood-red words: the so-called acceleration method, regardless of life or death, can indeed accelerate, but most people who try it die in the process. Suyu smiled bitterly. With a single look, he knew that these words weren't reliable. No wonder all the teachers told him not to rush the Kaiyuan realm and not to go astray. Acceleration Method 1. Bathe in the blood of a powerful god fiend. The god fiend's 9 apertures will be opened and Yuan Qi will be abundant. Their blood will contain a large amount of heavenly Yuan Qi. Consequence: explode. Case study: in the 9th year of Enping, the son of the master of the Ming constables was bathed in the blood of the fiend god. He wanted to open his 9 acupoints as soon as possible. On that day, he instantly opened his 9 acupoints. On the same day, his body exploded and he died. When he died, he was 9 years old and had already entered the Thousand June realm. Suyu's bare one's teeth even had a case study. It seemed that the book was not making things up. The son of the prefecture master, who had been in the 9th year of Anping, was the legitimate son of the great bright prince who had opened up the Ming constabulary. Even he had died. This was too dangerous. Furthermore, how could the blood of gods and demons be obtained so easily? In the All Heavens battlefield, the demon race and god race were 2 of the most powerful races. It was said that even the weakest of the demon race's experts were in the Wanxia realm. For the great bright prince's son to obtain this item, it must have been left behind by the great bright prince after he killed a fiend god. Even if this method worked, it would have nothing to do with Suyu. My father is not the bright prince, Suyu muttered to himself. If my father was the great bright prince, I wouldn't be cultivating anymore. Who was the great bright prince? He was the invincible expert who founded the Great Bright Constabulary and one of the pillars of the human race. As for how strong he was, Suyu couldn't say. In any case, he was so strong that Suyu didn't have to think about it. Discarding Plan 1, Suyu continued reading, and the more he read, the more he frowned. Plan 2, eat the flesh of the demon race. Part of the demon race's flesh and blood can help open the aperture points. Consequence: explode. Case study: in the 1st year of Enping, the human race was on the decline. Masters killed the demons and brought their corpses back. A large number of humans consumed the demons' flesh and blood. Some exploded and died, while a small number quickly opened their 9 apertures. Note: very few people have opened their aperture acupoints. According to statistics, the demon clan's flesh and blood that are beneficial for opening their aperture acupoints are Golden Rock Clan, Raging Bull Clan, Heavenly Tiger Clan. Give up. Suyu quickly gave up. This list of monster races were all incomparably powerful one races. Although they couldn't compare to the god and demon races, they were people he could come into contact with. Plan 3, Heavenly Origin Fruit, a treasure of heaven and earth. The heavenly primordial fruit gathers the chi of heavenly primordial, the primordial chi of the myriad worlds. It's extremely beneficial for opening the 9 acupores. Location: deity realm, devil realm, Yao realm. These few powerful realms all produce it, but the production is extremely low. Case study: in the 25th year of Anping, the son of the great Zhou dynasty's prince consumed the heavenly yuan fruit and opened up his 9 apertures in 3 days. For the time being, there were no further complications. Suyu bare one's teeth again. The son of the great Zhou king. The great Zhou king seems to only have one son. Could it be the current prefecture lord of Dazhou prefecture, Zhou Padian? Fine, give up. He had never heard of this before. Clearly, it was a top-notch treasure of heaven and earth. Zhou Padian was still alive and had become the prefecture lord of Dazhou prefecture. Clearly, he was extremely powerful. Even if the human race had this heavenly origin fruit, it wouldn't be Suyu's turn. It could be a top-notch strategic resource. Plan 4, Suyu continued to read. The more he read, the colder his heart became. As expected, there was no external path to the cultivation of the Kaiyuan realm. No wonder the teachers never mentioned it. These accelerated plans either required the blood of powerful gods and demons or top-notch treasures of heaven and earth. More or less, there would be repercussions. Plan 9, a place with abundant vitality. The vitality of the 10,000 worlds is unevenly distributed. There are barren lands and abundant lands. The Kaiyuan realm will passively temper the 9 apertures. The speed is related to the amount of vitality. Note, Vitality Holy Land, All Heavens Battlefield, Academy Mystic Realm, Human Realm Holy Land. Seeing this plan, Suyu was slightly stunned. A place with abundant vitality, the Kaiyuan realm couldn't actually feel the existence of vitality, but he also knew that Southern Yuan City wasn't a place with abundant vitality. I've heard of this. The bigger the city, the more sacred it is, and the faster one can cultivate. This should be related to the amount of vitality. The teachers in Southern Yuan wouldn't mention this because it would be useless. It wasn't that easy to move these days. In that case, if I can go to a big city or some mystic realm holy land, I can safely speed up, but the speed won't be too fast. It's not as efficient as the previous methods. Abundant vitality would only increase the speed a little. It wouldn't be like the previous methods, which could be done in one go. Even so, Suyu had some desire. Unfortunately, he couldn't go to any of the Vitality Holy Land listed above. There was no need to mention the All Heavens Battlefield. He heard that there were Academy Mystic Realms in the higher education institutions, but he didn't know the specifics, let alone Human Realm Holy Land. Plan 10, Vitality Liquid. Vitality liquid can be naturally formed and artificially created. Vitality liquid may be formed in places with abundant vitality in the universe. It's extremely rare to see it condensed from rich vitality. Artificially created, it's formed by condensing the vitality of a Soar Realm expert. The effect is comparable to a place with abundant vitality. Don't think about natural, artificially created. Soar Realm, Suyu smiled bitterly again. What was the Soar Realm? Qianjun Wanshi was just a strengthening of the physical body. He didn't know much about the Soar Realm, but he knew that it was a realm above the Wanshi realm. At that time, humans could walk and soar and conquer the sky. The Soar Realm was a relatively big transformation. Was there anyone in Southern Yuan City who had reached the Soar Realm? There might be, such as the City Lord of Southern Yuan. But was this a level that Suyu could reach? In Southern Yuan's secondary school, the strongest person was the principal, who had just entered the Wanshi realm. If the Wanshi realm could be condensed, with the principal's character, Suyu might ask for 1 or 2 drops of vitality liquid, but the problem was that the principal couldn't do it. None of them are reliable. Suyu complained. No wonder these books were thrown in the corner. For people like Suyu, none of the above plans would work. The simplest possibility was to go to a place with abundant vitality or get the vitality liquid, but the vitality liquid was at least related to the Soar Realm, which was still far from Suyu. His father was at the 7th level of Qianjun 18 years ago. In recent years, because the vitality of Southern Yuan was not abundant enough, and his father had lost the supply of resources from the army, he was only at the 9th level of Qianjun. Even so, he was actually considered a figure in Southern Yuan City. Of course, his father did not have this concept. Before returning to the army, he had been working as a supervisor in the traffic supervision office and was idle. If it weren't for taking care of Suyu, with Su Long's realm at the 9th level of Qianjun, it would not be a problem for him to get a good position in Southern Yuan City. There's no way. Suyu flipped through the books again and quickly returned them to their original positions. After thinking about it, Suyu walked to Lu Yu and said apologetically, "Lu Yu, can I bother you?" Lu Yu put down the book in her hand, looked at Suyu, and said softly with a smile, "Go ahead. I haven't paid much attention to cultivation in recent years. Do you know about the vitality liquid? You want to buy the vitality liquid?" Lu Yu suddenly understood. She was the one who pointed out the books that Suyu read, so of course she had read them. The vitality liquid. This is a strategic resource. Southern Yuan City does not have a channel to buy it. However, there is one in Xianxia province, and it requires real name registration to buy it. There are many kinds of vitality liquid, and the vitality liquid condensed by experts of different realms is different. Of course, for Kaiyuan, the one condensed by the Soar Realm is the most suitable because it is cheap. If the vitality is not condensed enough, it is beneficial for enlightenment. If it is too dense, it is easy to harm the body. However, the price is not low. Even if a Soar Realm expert condenses the vitality liquid, it takes 3 days to condense a drop, but Soar Realm experts also need to cultivate, and they also need vitality. Unless they are really short of money, very few people are willing to condense it, Lu Yu said and looked at Suyu. Suyu, you really don't have to buy it, it's too wasteful. And the vitality liquid only increases the concentration of vitality, it doesn't necessarily make you enlightened. I know, thank you. How much is a drop of the Soar Realm vitality liquid? Of course, Suyu knew it was not cheap, but he still wanted to ask. When his father left, he still left him a lot of money. In other words, the family's savings were with Suyu. After all, it was too dangerous to go to the heavenly battlefield, and Su Long was also worried that he would not come back. 100,000 Omping dollars. Suyu's heart was twitching. 100,000 per drop. His father was a civil servant of the Traffic Supervision Office, and his monthly salary was 5,000 Omping dollars, which was not too low. Excluding the daily expenses of the father and son, as well as some cultivation materials that his father needed to purchase, it was good enough to have 20 to 30,000 a year. Over the years, Su Long had left a lot of money for his son, about 300,000. So, all the family assets were only enough to buy 3 drops of vitality liquid. No wonder Lu Yu said it was too wasteful. This was not a waste, it was burning money. Seeing Suyu's expression, Lu Yu could not help but laugh. I said it was very expensive, it's really too wasteful. Actually, I have used 1 drop, and it can maintain the concentration of vitality for about 3 days, the effect is really ordinary. After I used it once, I haven't used it again. It's too wasteful. If the effect is really strong, it's not like the school doesn't have people who can afford 100,000. They would have used it a long time ago, but how many people do you see using this? If you can't be enlightened in 3 days, then you have to continue buying. 6 days is 200,000, 900,000. No one can afford it. Suyu smiled bitterly. I know, it's really too expensive. If it can definitely be enlightened, then it's better. If it can't be enlightened, then it's really wasted. No wonder the teachers all say that Kaiyuan has no tricks. That's true. Lu Yu smiled. You don't even need to take this test. Why do you want to buy vitality liquid? I applied for the war school, so I can be more prepared. Suyu gave a simple explanation, then left with a smile and did not continue to chat. This was the library, not a place for chatting. Seeing Suyu leave, Lu Yu raised her eyebrows, a little curious. Applied for the war school. Why did Suyu apply for the war school all of a sudden? She shook her head lightly, not thinking about it anymore. It was useless even if this guy applied. In the future, they would all be classmates at the Great Xia Civilization University. She hoped this guy would not mess around. Suyu was not disappointed that he could not find a suitable method to speed up his cultivation in the library. If it was really that common, the academy would have mentioned it. He was just holding on to a sliver of hope, but it turned out that he was overthinking. Since that was the case, he could only continue to practice the Kaiyuan art. After having lunch at the academy, Suyu returned home in the evening. Looking at the deserted house, Suyu was a little silent. His father was not around, and the house was instantly deserted. In the past, when he returned from the academy, his father would prepare a meal and wait for him to eat. Now that the house was deserted, Suyu was not used to it. Not in the mood to cook, Suyu leaned on the sofa and turned on the TV. His mind wandered, and the TV became the background music. Nowadays, there were only a few TV channels. In Xianxia province, one could at most find Xianxia TV stations and a few local TV stations. Affected by the battlefield of all heavens and several other battlefields, the coverage area of the signal was small, and it was difficult to spread. Therefore, the prefectures could only find the channels of their own prefectures. Recently, Wanzhou's whereabouts have been discovered in Xianxia province. If the people of Xianxia province find any suspects, they should report to the local wind suppression hall in time. Bastards! When Suyu heard the report on the TV, he could not help but curse in a low voice. A bunch of bastards, the war of all heavens had broken out. Although the human race had fended off the hostile races, the human race was not very strong in Wan. At this time, there would always be some bastards who had other ideas and chose to join other races. Wanzu was not a sect, but many scumbags who had joined different races. These people gathered together and created chaos in the human race. Suyu had been influenced by his father since he was a child, and he hated these bastards. He raised his head and glanced at the TV. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a square face and wearing a red battle robe appeared on the TV screen. The middle-aged man's face was cold, and his tone was cold. He shouted, "Kill!" Puff, the next moment, on the TV screen, hundreds of people knelt on the ground, and a group of armored guards stood behind them. They waved their swords, and hundreds of heads fell in an instant. Wanzu, capture one and kill one. The middle-aged man was incomparably grave and stern. His gaze was cast forward as if he wanted to walk out from the television screen. He coldly said, "Those who come to my Dixia province will only die. From today onwards, Long Wuwei will be patrolling the Dixia province. Wanzu's bastards, if you're not afraid of death, don't leave Dixia province. Let's see how many heads you bastards can get chopped off." On the sofa, Suyu suddenly felt a little excited. Xiao Longwu, the prefect of Dixia province, as for the beheading, he didn't care. Everyone was used to it. It was a common sight on TV. The only way for the human race to deal with the Wanzu people was to behead them once they were caught, so that no one would dare to betray them again. The public execution was to intimidate everyone and make some people give up on such thoughts. Suyu did not care about this. He was more concerned about Xiao Longwu. The prefect of Dixia province was extremely domineering and powerful. 20 years ago, this prefecture prefect had been in charge of the demon-subduing army in the All Heavens battlefield, which was the army his father was in. He could be considered his father's immediate superior. Over the years, every time he saw Xiao Longwu appear, Su Long would be extremely excited. He would pull Suyu aside and point at the television, saying, "This is my old chief." Back then, he swept across the All Heavens battlefield, looking down on everyone. He killed so many people that the Wan army fled in fear. After a long time, even Suyu was somewhat affected. He somewhat admired this expert who had killed his way through the All Heavens battlefield. "When can I become as strong as prefecture prefect Xia? That would be great." Suyu was a little eager. This was a true expert. Nowadays, all the prefecture prefects were powerful. However, Xiao Longwu was also at the top among the prefecture prefects. The key was not this. Suyu did not know who was the strongest among the prefecture prefects. He only knew that Xiao Longwu was not very old. He was only in his 60s. As for the other prefecture prefects, such as the powerful Zhou Padian of Dazhou Prefecture, he was a figure in the early years of the peacefulness era. This meant that he was already more than 300 years old. 20 years ago, Xiao Longwu was only in his 40s, yet he was in charge of the demon-subduing army. This was what Suyu envied. So strong, he was only in his 40s, which was very, very young in this era. What kind of strength did one need to be in charge of the demon-subduing army? Suyu did not know, but he knew that it must be very powerful. This was not something that his grandfather, the Daxia of Goguryeo, could do. The other prefecture prefects, some of whom were even the sons of founding kings, were not as powerful. Xiao Longwu, Longwu War Academy. Longwu War Academy. Suyu licked his lips. His mouth was dry. After all, he was a young man who hadn't been hot-blooded before. Had he never thought of entering the War Academy? Of course he had. There were many advanced war academies in Dixia province. Among them, the Dixia War Academy had been passed down for more than 300 years. It was the oldest and strongest war academy in Dixia province. However, there was still one more top-notch war academy in Dixia province. Longwu War Academy, named after Xiao Longwu, the war academy was established 15 years ago. In a short period of 15 years, it became one of the top-notch academies in Dixia province. More than half of the graduates joined the strongest army in Dixia province, Longwu Army. It was said that the city lord of southern Yuan City was actually from Longwu Wei Army. Although his father, Su Long, came from the Demon Suppression Army, he also wanted to join Longwu Wei Army and continue to follow the old chief. Unfortunately, Longwu Wei Army didn't accept him. Su Long was older and weaker. The other party didn't accept him. Su Long was so angry that he scolded many people. Of course, he wasn't scolding Xiao Longwu army, but those guys who recruited him. Why didn't they accept him? It was said that there was a small team of Longwu army guarding southern Yuan City. He didn't know if it was true or not. At least, Su Yu hadn't seen those people. Dexiao War Academy, Longwu War Academy. Dexiao War Academy mainly provides frontline soldiers. It's difficult for them to return. But Longwu Army. Su Yu's eyes flickered. Longwu War Academy was different. It was mainly for Longwu Wei Army's reserves. People from Longwu War Academy would also go to the front line. Their treatment was similar to other war academies. However, Longwu Wei Army had an advantage. Their main task was to guard the territory. In other words, they could spend most of their time in Dexiao province. Of course, once a war broke out, as an elite army, Longwu Wei Army would be the first to enter the battlefield. If the Demon Suppression Army was the regular army of the battlefield, then Longwu Wei Army was the field army. There are fewer restrictions and more freedom. However, once a war breaks out, it will be the most dangerous offensive and counterattack. If I really want to enter the War Academy, I should go to Longwu War Academy. Su Yu said to himself. Unfortunately, Longwu War Academy was more difficult to enter. Because it was Longwu Army's reserves, the requirement for strength was even higher than Dexiao War Academy. Rubbing his face, Su Yu smiled bitterly. He was dreaming. It was difficult even for normal war academies, let alone Longwu Army. Why think so much? Wanzhou actually dared to come to Dexiao province's territory. He's courting death. Longwu Wei Army is out. I don't know if Southern Yuan can see it. Su Yu wasn't too worried. Wanzhou Army couldn't be seen and didn't dare to show up. They only dared to do some small things in private. Now that Longwu Wei Army was patrolling Dexiao province, these guys hid deeper than mice. They didn't dare to show up. If they really showed up, Su Yu wasn't afraid. Now, almost everyone was a soldier. There were no Wansha realm experts in the district, but there were many thousand June realm practitioners. Apart from the returning veterans like his father, there were also a few who hadn't returned. There were also some old veterans. If a few thousand June realm Wanzhou Army disciples came, they would just be sending themselves to death. Those old men could retire from the battlefield. Which one of them wasn't a ruthless character with hands stained with blood? They didn't even blink when they killed. With a shout, 7,000 or 8,000 June realm practitioners could jump out at any time. After watching TV, he casually cooked some noodles for a meal. After washing up and practicing the Kaiyuan art a few times, Su Yu went to sleep early. If he didn't sleep early, he would wake up early from his dreams. He didn't have enough sleep. Today, Su Yu had grasped one thing. He would usually dream in the wee hours. The time before midnight was the best time for him to sleep. He had to cherish his time. Night. It was dark. In his dream. A scene that had been repeated countless times appeared again. An incomparably huge bird was chasing after Su Yu. F***ck. Su Yu hated birds the most. They flew extremely fast. He couldn't run away. In the past, it was fine when he met land monsters. Sometimes, he would have a chance to run and not be chased and eaten. But when he met flying monsters, he had never run away. Every time, he would be chewed into pieces and wake up in pain. He hated these fellows that could fly, this time was no exception. The huge bird was extremely fast. The obstacles in the dream had no effect on this bird. The two got closer and closer. Su Yu ran quickly while turning his head to look. He wanted to see if he recognized this bird. And? He swept his eyes across. There were many bird races. Su Yu only knew about 10. But this time, he felt that it was very familiar. Although it was very illusory, he could vaguely see a tumor on its huge head. This is the Ironwing race. F***ck, after so many years, I've finally met a familiar one. At this moment, Su Yu was a little excited. He knew 18 Wan languages, but it didn't mean that he had met these races before. Even in his dream, he didn't meet them. He just vaguely felt that they were familiar. In addition, there were people in southern Yuan's secondary schools who knew these languages, so he went to learn them. Although he hadn't met the Ironwing race before, he knew the Ironwing language. This was one of the 18 languages he knew. There were people in southern Yuan's secondary schools who knew it as well. In the heavens battlefield, this kind of bird race would be used by the gods and demons as air forces. Suyu hurriedly turned his head and shouted, "Wei Zhou Yun, why are you chasing me?" The huge bird didn't respond, as if it couldn't hear him at all. It continued to fly. "Luigi Yu, we are friends." There was still no reply. Suyu cursed. Seeing the huge bird with its claws swooping down, he knew that he was going to die again. This was most likely the Iron Wing, but it didn't seem to have any intelligence. After all, it was just a phantom in his dream. Gotcha, sure enough, intense pain came from his head. Suyu's head was directly clawed until it burst, and the phantom in his dream gradually dissipated. Suyu knew that he was going to wake up. He was going to wake up from the pain. However, at this moment, the huge Iron Wing suddenly let out a sharp cry the moment it crushed Suyu's head. Moonlight. Suyu was slightly stunned. The next moment, Suyu suddenly woke up, sweating profusely. Moonlight. No, it's not moonlight, it's blood. Suyu's eyes widened. He heard it. The Iron Wing killed him, but it was very angry because it didn't seem to get what it wanted. Blood. It killed me for blood, blood. This was the language of the Iron Wing race, so Suyu could understand it. He had such an experience in the past, but he couldn't understand it because those monsters weren't in the range he was familiar with. This time, he understood. Blood. It wants blood, what does it mean? My blood? But sometimes I get injured and bleed, and there's no reaction. What does it mean? Suyu had a headache. Ignoring the nightmare, his thoughts turned quickly. It needs blood, but it can't kill me in my dream. My blood doesn't seem to work either. Could it be, it needs the blood of the same race? The blood of the Iron Wing? If I have the blood of the Iron Wing, what will happen? A dream is a dream after all. Even if there is, can it be brought into the dream? Suyu rubbed his temples, his hands full of sweat. He couldn't care less. This dream seemed to be clearer. After so many years, this was the first time he felt that dreams could be solved. He didn't learn the Wan language for nothing. Even if he only heard one sentence today, it was enough. No, I have to try. No matter what, I have to try. If I have the blood of the Iron Wing, what will happen? Also, if this dream is over, I'm afraid I won't be the Iron Wing tomorrow. Will it still be useful to use the blood of the Iron Wing? I don't care. Suyu suddenly sat up. He decided that he had to give it a try. After being chased in the dream for so many years, he was sick and tired of it. This dream had to be solved as soon as possible. Otherwise, anyone would feel uncomfortable being chased every day with something hidden in their heart. When the sun rises, I'll go to the Summerfield Trading Company to take a look. They sell everything there. There might be Iron Wing blood there. After all, Iron Wing is very common in the heavenly battlefield. I might be able to buy it. After making up his mind, Suyu was no longer in the mood to sleep. He looked forward to the sun rising. He wanted to buy the blood of the Iron Wing. Even if there was only a glimmer of hope to solve the problem of the dream, it would be good. He had enough of such days. It was too torturous. Summerfield Trading Company. It was the largest trading company in Dexia Province. It was also the trading company opened by Xianxia of Dexia Province. A 5-story shopping mall on the business street was where the Southern Yuan branch of Summerfield Trading Company was located. The first floor was selling regular elixirs, the second floor was selling weapons, the third floor was selling cultivation methods, the fourth floor was selling one miscellaneous items, and the fifth floor was a place for large transactions. Suyu went straight to the fourth floor of Summerfield Trading Company after leaving home. He had come here with Su long before. Su Long was a practitioner at the 9th layer of Thousand Jun. Southern Yuan lacked primordial qi and could not continue to cultivate without external help. The fourth floor was divided into several areas: unknown cultivation method area, demon flesh area, broken magic treasure area, treasure of heaven and earth. Of course, it was only the Southern Yuan branch after all. In fact, most of the treasures were at the 1000 June level. There were almost no treasures at the Xianxia level. The demon flesh area. A well-trained and beautiful lady asked enthusiastically with a professional smile, "What do you need, sir?" "The blood of the Ironwing clan." Ironwing. The female employee thought for a moment and quickly said, "Blood essence or ordinary blood?" It was a huge Ironwing with a lot of blood. Except for a few drops of blood essence, the rest was ordinary blood. Ordinary blood was not very useful, but blood essence had a lot of uses. Suyu was not sure what he needed. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Let me have a look." "Okay." The female employee did not ask much. Ironwing was not a rare race. It was the regular air force of the battlefield. If it was a powerful flying race, Southern Yuan might not have it in stock. Soon, another male employee took out 2 transparent glass bottles from the glass counter. "This is ordinary blood, and this is blood essence. They are both the blood of Ironwing at the 1000 June level." The female employee saw Suyu staring at the glass bottles and explained with a smile, "If Sir needs Ironwing blood at the Xianxia level, Southern Yuan branch does not have it. You can only buy it in Xianxia province. 15,000 June realm is fine." Suyu had no use for the Xianxia mirror. Even if he did, he might not be willing to buy it. "How much?" "Normal ones are cheap, 5,000 coins per bottle. Blood essence, on the other hand, has a higher value. An adult Ironwing can only produce less than 10 drops of blood essence, and each drop costs 50,000. Suyu frowned slightly. "So expensive?" 15,000 June realm experts are cannon fodder in the All Heavens battlefield. "Is a drop of essence blood so expensive?" The female employee's expression didn't change. She continued to smile and said, "Mr. is right. However, transporting it from the heavenly battlefield to the Xianxia province is a high cost. Withdraw, store, sell, there are many procedures, including taxes, so 50,000 yuan is not expensive." He continued, "If this was the All Heavens battlefield, this kind of 1000 June realm Ironwing is naturally worthless. If you're lucky, you can pick it up easily. But this isn't the All Heavens battlefield." Suyu was silent. Indeed, 1000 June realm won was worthless in the All Heavens battlefield. The problem was that once the war started, who would have the time to pick it up? Even if they did, could they transport it back? Only the Great Xia Trading Company, which had a powerful background, could transport it. As a result, the price would naturally be higher in the later stages. "Give me a bottle of normal, and a drop of blood essence." Suyu felt his heart ache. Fortunately, his father wasn't here. Otherwise, if he knew that he spent 50,000 on these things right after he left, he would probably beat him to death. "Okay, Mr. Card or cash?" "Card." Suyu's expression didn't change, but his heart was bleeding. 50,000, he had spent 1/6 of his father's savings in one go. "I'm just guessing. If it doesn't work, then it'll be a big loss." Thinking of this, Suyu hurriedly said, "Oh right, are you collecting Ironwing blood?" The female employee was slightly surprised, but she quickly smiled and said, "Yes, ordinary 1 bottle, 10,000 for a drop of blood essence." Suyu wanted to curse, scam shop, although the Great Xia Trading Company belonged to Xia Longwu and Xia Jia, he still had to scold them for being a scam. 1/5 of the recovery price, what a scam. "Forget it, I won't bicker with you. These employees are just following the rules and can't make the decision. It's useless to talk to them." After swiping the card, a box appeared in his hand. There were 2 glass bottles in the box. One of the bottles only had a drop of golden blood. The golden blood seemed to be tumbling, and one could vaguely see a tiny Ironwing flying in the air. This was blood essence. The blood essence of these demonic races were more or less helpful to cultivation. Consuming the iron-winged bird's blood essence could help a 1000 June realm martial artist increase some fleshly body strength. After Kaiyuan, humans officially stepped onto the path of cultivation. 1000 June Wancher cultivated his physical strength. It was useful for 1000 June realm martial artists, but useless for Kaiyuan realm martial artists. Consuming the blood essence of these demonic races could easily harm the body. If not for this, there wouldn't be incidents of bodies exploding after bathing in god-fiend blood. Kaiyuan's 9 orifices were blocked, and essence qi couldn't circulate. If it accumulated in his body, it would be a fatal poison. Natural treasures like the heavenly yuan fruit gave birth to pure heavenly yuan qi, which was relatively gentle, different from the overbearing essence energy. As Suyu was thinking, the salesperson reminded, "Sir, if you haven't reached 1000 June realm, you can't consume Ironwing blood essence. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous." "I know, thank you." As he spoke, Suyu casually asked, "Do you have heaven essence fruit here?" "What?" The salesperson was a little confused and quickly said, "Sorry, we don't have it here. I also don't know about treasures like heaven essence fruit." Suyu didn't mind. There were too many won and too many treasures. He couldn't expect a salesperson to know everything. It was already good enough that she knew what they sold. "What about Essence G liquid?" "We don't have that either. Essence G liquid is more difficult to store. It's easy to spill, and the cost of storing it is too high." The salesperson quickly explained, "We do have it in Xianxia province. We actually sold it a few years ago, but the cost was too high and there weren't many customers. Therefore, we don't stock it anymore." "Oh, then what's the price?" "It should be 100,000 per drop in Xianxia province. I don't know if there's any deviation." Seeing that Suyu was asking about this, the salesperson quickly recommended, "Sir, do you want to speed up your cultivation in Kaiyuan realm? Actually, we have many treasures and pills that can help. For example, fire pufferfish blood, Kaiyuan pill." Suyu rolled his eyes. "I'm not a fool." These things were said to be helpful, but in reality, they could only increase the speed by a little. If the original cultivation speed was 100, then it could increase the speed by 1. He already knew about these plans, but only a fool would do something so extravagant. Spending tens of thousands to buy these things was equivalent to an extra day of cultivation in a month. "I have so much money that I can't even finish spending it." Of course, there would definitely be people who would buy it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have manufactured it. There were many customers, so it wasn't too expensive to buy a little less. So you didn't ask any more. He carried the wooden box and left. He had gotten the item, but he didn't know if it would be useful. If it was useless, he could sell it if it didn't consume any points. Although it would be a loss if he sold it, he could at least recover some points. Downstairs in the district, Chen Hao, who was waiting for Suyu to come downstairs, saw Suyu coming back from outside. He asked curiously, "You, why did you go out?" "To buy something." "Oh, then go to school." "I'm not going." Chen Hao's face was full of grief and indignation. "You're not going? I asked you previously if you wanted to go. Didn't you say that you must go to school? Why aren't you going now?" "I'll study at home." Suyu laughed. "Go then. Train well and try to reach the 4th level of Kaiyuan as soon as possible." Chen Hao was also at the 3rd level of Kaiyuan. This guy couldn't get into the Civilization or Research Institute. If he couldn't get into the War Institute, then he would really have to go to the Internal Affairs Institute. Suyu interrupted him. After much persuasion, he finally got rid of Chen Hao. In the living room, Suyu looked at the 2 bottles of blood and frowned without saying a word. He got the blood, but how should he use it? Swallow it? "The blood of 1000 June realm won't cause my body to explode, but I will definitely be injured. Wait for another dream and wait for Ironwing to kill me. But, it only happens once every 10 years. Do I have to wait for another 10 years? Suyu had a headache. Before he bought it, he was excited. But after he bought it, he hesitated. Last night, he finally got a hint. He made up his mind. If it really didn't work, he would swallow it. But when it really came to this, Suyu was a little scared. If he was injured, it would be very painful. Or should I smear it on my body? Suyu thought about it and tried it. If he didn't swallow it, it wouldn't be a problem. Of course, he couldn't test the blood essence randomly. Normal blood wouldn't be a problem. Opening the bottle of normal blood, Suyu dipped his finger in it and smeared it on the back of his hand. He waited for the follow-up. A few minutes later, Suyu frowned. It was useless. The blood was slowly evaporating. After all, it was 5,000 yuan per bottle. If he drank a little of this normally, it was not blood essence. It was still helpful for strengthening the body. It would be a pity to waste it like this. It's useless, then, should I drink a little? Suyu licked the back of his hand. He licked a little and waited for a moment. It was still useless. Normal is useless. Or, the method is wrong? Or is it because I misunderstood it? Suyu was having a headache. It was tens of thousands of yuan. Was he being too impulsive? But that dream had tortured him for too long. He couldn't wait to solve it. If he could solve it with tens of thousands of yuan, he wouldn't care. Looking at the drop of blood essence, Suyu couldn't make up his mind. There was only one drop of blood essence. This thing was like jade and couldn't be separated. Therefore, this thing could only be swallowed. It was useless to smear it on. Do I really have to swallow the blood essence? I'm only at the Kaiyuan level. Once I swallow it, even if I don't die, my vitality will be greatly damaged. I'm already at the 4th level of Kaiyuan. If I'm injured, forget about the 4th level of Kaiyuan, I might not even be able to stay at the 3rd level of Kaiyuan. Suyu was hesitant. Over the years, due to the influence of the nightmare, he was calmer and more decisive than other people of the same age. If it wasn't because his father was on the battlefield, he wouldn't even think of applying to the War Academy. But the nightmare had lasted for too many years. At this time, he really wanted to understand the specific situation of the dream. It's just one drop. I won't die, should I give it a try? If I'm really injured, I won't apply to the War Academy. Anyway, the hope of reaching the 3rd level of Kaiyuan is not high. If I apply to the Civilization Academy, there's not much difference between the 3rd level, the 2nd level, or even the 1st level. Suyu looked at the glass bottle in front of him. The golden blood was a bit dazzling. After hesitating for a moment, Suyu took out the blood. It was like jade in his hand, slightly heavy. Suyu held the blood in his hand tightly, but there was still no reaction. Should I wait another day and try to have another dream? Maybe other monsters also need the blood of Ironwing? Or, the blood of Ironwing can only be used today? The dream would change every day, and it would be around 12 o'clock at night. If it was useless after today, how long would he have to wait? The next time he had Ironwing, it might not happen again in this lifetime. It might take decades. His breathing was slightly disordered. Then, I'll give it a try. At most, I'll just get injured. If I get injured, I'll go to the Civilization Academy. I'll go to the Civilization Academy to study one. Sooner or later, I'll get the correct answer. As for the War Academy, there was not much hope. Between solving the dream and not being able to get into the War Academy, Suyu gritted his teeth and finally chose to try solving the dream. If the dream was solved, there might be some unexpected gains. Holding the blood in one hand and taking out the communicator with the other, Suyu quickly sent a message. Come to my house. I have something to tell you. If you don't come, I'll break the door. The message was sent to Chen Hao. If he was injured or even unconscious and had no time to ask for help, Chen Hao could come and take him to the hospital. After arranging all this, Suyu gritted his teeth and quickly stuffed the blood into his mouth. At most, I'll just get injured. Am I someone who is afraid of pain? Ah! A blood-curdling scream rang out. Suyu almost cried out in pain. It was so painful, boom, the next moment, his head roared. Suyu blacked out and fainted on the ground. Moonlight. The huge iron wing that covered the sky appeared again. It was the same as last night, but it was a little different. And this scene was something that Suyu had never seen in the past 10 years. The two dreams that had never repeated happened today. The iron wing appeared again. Moonlight. The huge iron wing screeched. It was clearer than the previous dream, and its appearance could be seen clearly. This time, the dream was a little different. At this moment, there was a huge drop of golden blood floating in the dream. That was Ironwing's blood essence. Ironwing, which was originally chasing Suyu, seemed to be attracted. The next moment, its bird eyes looked at the golden blood, and it was a little confused. Soon, Ironwing gave up on chasing Suyu and flew toward the golden blood in the void. Iron Wing flew faster and faster, and in the blink of an eye, it landed in front of the golden blood. Then, it screeched and swallowed the blood essence. Boom! At this moment, Iron Wing was like a golden sun. Its body erupted with resplendent light, illuminating the entire dream. At this moment, Suyu also looked at Iron Wing with anticipation. What would happen next? The blood essence was indeed useful. Just as he was thinking, Iron Wing suddenly grew bigger and bigger, as if it was about to explode. Suyu's expression changed. As expected, with a loud bang, the dream began to collapse. Iron Wing exploded into countless golden light spots, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared from the dream. As for Suyu, he was also blown into pieces by this explosion. At the last moment of the dream, a book that covered the sky suddenly appeared. The pages of the book quickly turned, and the other pages were all white. Soon, the page turned to the next page, and the golden light spots of Iron Wing merged into it, instantly lighting up this page. On the page, a picture of Iron Wing appeared. The dream ended here, and Suyu instantly woke up. Hiss! Pain, as if his head was about to explode. His entire body was in pain, as if he was really blown into pieces. Suyu woke up. At this moment, Suyu's eyes flickered. The dream was broken. At this moment, a faintly discernible book appeared in his mind. The book that appeared in the dream. Dream turning into reality, Suyu's expression was a bit solemn. After so many years, breaking the dream should have been something to be happy about, but how could this dream become reality? The booklet that had absorbed the light spots of Iron Wing actually appeared in his mind at this moment. Was it an illusion, or was there really a book in his head? Suyu visualized the book in his mind. The next moment, the pages of the book began to flip. Soon, the page arrived at the page where Iron Wing had lit up. Iron Wing, Qianjun 7 Race Skills, Level 1 Rend, Blood Essence activated, Iron Wing Chop, Blood Essence activated, Basic Essence Art, Accept Energy, Blood Essence activation. There were only 3 short lines of words, and they were not written in the human language, but in the language of the Iron Wing race. If Suyu hadn't learned it before, he probably wouldn't have understood it at all. 15,000 caddies. Race Skill, Basic Origin Art, Suyu frowned. What was this book? The so-called Blood Essence Awakening was literally what it meant. One needed to continue absorbing blood essence. Awakening. Awakening what? Awakening the skill, 15,000 caddies. It should be the Iron Wing that had absorbed the 15,000 caddies' blood essence. This was easy to understand. What did the latter part represent? Suyu's thoughts turned quickly. Could it be that as long as I have enough blood essence, I can awaken the skill of Iron Wing? Can I use the skill after it's awakened? Even if I can use it, what kind of strength will it display? Is it Kaiyuan 3 or 15,000 caddies? How long can it last? Will there be any side effects? Where did this book come from? Suyu's eyes flickered. This dream had started more than 10 years ago. Could it be that this book had been in his mind for more than 10 years? Who put it in his mind? Was there some conspiracy? There were many strong races in the one. Could it be a conspiracy of some race to use him to create chaos among the human race? Suyu couldn't help but think so. Some races in the one were very insidious. It wasn't that such things had never happened in the human race. Many human experts were plotted against and influenced by the one. They were bewitched and tempted, and finally became a member of the Wanzhou. But there are billions of people in the human race, and I'm just the most ordinary one. Even if they were bewitched, they didn't have to plot on me for more than 10 years, right? So you still didn't understand. Then, he couldn't help but feel tempted. Should he give it a try? Also, this book felt very thick. Only one page had been opened. Did that mean that other pages could be opened? Just as he was thinking about this, Suyu suddenly felt a faint fluctuation. The next moment, Suyu realized that the fluctuation came from the pages of the book. It wasn't a language, but a fluctuation similar to a spiritual explanation. It can be opened. As long as it's the race I've dreamt of and the corresponding blood essence, it can be opened. However, I'm only at the Kaiyuan realm now, so I have to consider my body's endurance when I devour the blood essence. Suyu understood. For example, he felt like his body was exploding and in great pain. He had only devoured the blood essence of the Iron Wing at the 7th layer of 15 June. If it was the blood essence of the Xianxia realm, Suyu would probably be crippled even if he didn't die. Understood. Suyu murmured. He understood a little now. All these years in the dream, each dream represented a race. This time, the opening of the book wasn't because the blood essence of the Iron Wing was so useful. Instead, as long as there was the blood essence of the race he dreamed of, it could be opened. However, Suyu didn't know those races in the past. Moreover, he was only at the third layer of Kaiyuan realm. Why would he devour blood essence? If he didn't understand the meaning this time, he wouldn't take the risk. One careless mistake could cost his life. Fundamental Yuan arts, energy absorption, Suyu didn't think too deeply. He suddenly thought of the third fundamental Yuan art. The energy absorption art was the fundamental skill of the Iron Wing race. Its only use was to absorb a portion of the Yuan Qi. Energy absorption art. Blood essence activation? Suyu's eyes flickered. What does that mean? Could it be that I can use the blood essence to activate the energy absorption art and absorb Yuan Qi? But the Kaiyuan realm can't actively absorb Yuan Qi and can only passively wait for it to be tempered. He didn't care too much about the race skills. Rend and Iron Wing Chop were the basic skills of the Iron Wing race. The human race also had them. Activating the blood essence might allow Suyu to learn this or reach the 7th layer of 15 June. He actually didn't pay much attention to it. But this energy absorption art could also be activated with blood essence. So what, before reaching the 15 June realm, the human race couldn't actively absorb Yuan Qi. The effect of the Kaiyuan art was only to allow the human race to gather some Yuan Qi and make the surrounding Yuan Qi denser. The passive tempering lasted longer and the effects were better. Energy absorption art, Suyu suddenly couldn't hold back his excitement. If he could activate the energy absorption art, then wouldn't that mean that he, a Kaiyuan realm, could actively absorb Yuan Qi? The time it took for the Kaiyuan realm to reach the 9th layer was very long. The key was that the human body couldn't actively guide the Yuan Qi into the body because the human body couldn't form an acupoint system. Then what if he could actively absorb it? But, the consequences are still to be discussed. What are the consequences of absorbing Yuan Qi? Also, how much blood essence is needed to activate it? If it's a drop of blood essence, how long can it last? How efficient is it? This thing is very expensive, 50,000 a drop. If one drop can only last a few minutes, then there's no need to waste this money. Countless thoughts flashed through Suyu's mind. Also, the other race pages all required blood essence. Where could he find so much blood essence? With so many thoughts, Suyu felt that his brain wasn't enough to process all of them. Maybe I should test it out. Also, where did this thing come from? Should I ask teacher? After thinking for a while, Suyu quickly rejected this idea. Even if this thing was placed by someone, the teachers wouldn't know. Their strength was too low, and this was not something they could come into contact with. This thing could last for more than 10 years without being noticed by anyone. Not to mention Qianjun Wanshi, even a Soar Realm expert might not know about it. I can't figure it out just by thinking about it. It's better to try. While Suyu was thinking, suddenly a loud noise came from the door. The next moment, Chen Hao waved his bag and shouted, "I've already informed the Catchwind Hall. If you're not afraid of death, stay here. There are strong people upstairs and downstairs. Get out of here." Suyu was stunned. Chen Hao waved his school bag around loudly. After he roared, there was some movement upstairs and downstairs. Soon, someone shouted upstairs, "What's wrong? The bastards of Wanzhou are here? How dare you? Surround them." Suyu was no longer stunned. He hurriedly shouted, "It's okay, it's okay. Grandpa Zhou, Chen Hao was joking with me. Sorry, sorry." Soon, an old man came through the air, holding a kitchen knife. He pushed away Chen Hao, who was blocking the door. Seeing that Suyu was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I thought the bastards of Wanzhou were here. Your dad just left. Be careful. If anything happens, call us at any time." After saying that, he slapped Chen Hao's head, making him dumbfounded. F***ck, who told you to shout? Don't shout for no reason. If the bastards of Wanzhou were really here, and we didn't take it seriously next time, wouldn't we be harming people? the old man was very angry. Of course, it was not for Suyu, but for Chen Hao. Chen boy, if you dare to give false information next time, I'll ask your dad to drag you downstairs, strip you, hang you up, and beat you. Chen Hao pulled a long face and wanted to explain. It wasn't me, it was Suyu. That guy suddenly sent him a message and asked him to break in. How could he not think too much? He was wronged. Suyu got up, feeling a little pain in his body. But fortunately, most of the power of his blood essence had been absorbed by the Atlas, so he was just a little sore, but he was not injured. Without caring about that, Suyu apologized hurriedly. Grandpa Zhou looked relieved. Then, he could not help but pat Chen Hao's head. Look, why is there such a big gap between you and the Su boy, silly boy? Chen Hao wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Suyu also smiled bitterly to himself. Soon, he asked, did you really inform the Wind Surveillance Hall? No, it was just to scare people. Chen Hao was unhappy. He did not know if something had really happened, so why would he inform the Wind Surveillance Hall? That's good. Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. Chen Hao said unhappily, what's good about it? Why did you send me that kind of message? I thought something had happened to you. At that moment, the uncles and aunties upstairs and downstairs saw that everything was fine, so they left one after another. Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. He pulled Chen Hao in and closed the door. I felt a little dizzy just now. I was afraid I would faint, so I sent you a message. Didn't I tell you to knock on the door first? Oh, are you okay? Chen Hao didn't pursue the matter any further. He worriedly asked, you're not hungry, are you? Uncle Su is gone. Did you not have anything to eat? Why don't you eat at my place in the future? My dad asked me to invite you, but I was afraid you would feel embarrassed, so I didn't say anything, so you did not know whether to laugh or cry. Do I have to starve myself to death? However, he was a little touched. Although this guy was long-winded and crazy, he was quite concerned about his friend. I'm fine. I just cultivated the Kaiyuan art for too long last night. I felt a little uncomfortable in the morning, but I'm fine now. That's good. Chen Hao heaved a sigh of relief and quickly said, then are you still going to school today? How about, you call the instructor and say that you're sick. I accompanied you to the medical center, so help me apply for leave. Suyu was just touched, but now he was gone. This guy was hopeless. He did not dare to skip class, but he actually thought of asking him to apply for leave for him. Get lost. After scolding with a smile, Suyu thought about it and said, I won't apply for leave. I'll go to school today. I happen to have something to do at the academy. You're going too? Chen Hao was a little confused. Why are you so fickle? I asked you before, but you didn't go. Now you want to go. Are smart people so fickle? Suyu could not be bothered with him. He was going to the academy to find a way to get some Ironwing blood essence or other kinds of blood essence. It had to be cheap. Summerfield Trading Company was too black-hearted, one drop cost 50,000. The money that Suyu had left was not enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Southern Yuan Secondary School. Chen Hao went to the preparatory class. He had to attend class, while Suyu went straight to the resource department. Suyu, you want to exchange for Ironwing blood essence? The resource department's manager was a little surprised. Thousand June realm blood essence is only useful for Thousand June realm people. For Kaiyuan realm people, not only is it not helpful, it's even poisonous. Why do you want to exchange for this? Teacher Zhang, can I exchange for it? Suyu smiled and said, you know that I've been studying the Myriad races, and the iron-winged bird is one of the species that I've studied more, so I wanted to purchase some blood essence for my research. However, the price is too expensive, so I came to the academy to ask. Yes, you can. In the past few years, you've obtained a total of 18 Yuan language qualification certificates. Other than the 3 compulsory ones, the other 15 have rewards, a total of 15 merit points. Kaiyuan Realm 3 has 3 points, which is 18 merit points. The resource department's manager checked the information and quickly said, but you've already spent 6 points on the library, so you still have 12 points left. Yes, I know. Suyu smiled. Then how much Ironwing blood essence can I exchange for with the remaining 12 points? You want to exchange for this? It's not very useful, it's too wasteful. The manager had to remind him. Thousand June Realm Iron Wing is very strong for you, but it's cannon fodder in the heavens battlefield. Merit points can be used by all the major schools, and can even be accumulated in higher education to exchange for some valuable resources. You can easily accumulate 18 points in a secondary school, and you can get 1 point for learning a Wan language, but it's not so simple in a higher education. It's not worth it to exchange for this. In a higher education, some secret information, advanced martial arts, and some courses may need merit points to exchange, and even the military can use it. I know that, but there's no other way. Suyu smiled bitterly. He knew. He knew that he had no money, right? He did have the money, more than 200,000 yuan. It was not a problem to buy 5 drops, but the key was that he still had to live. The Kaiyuan realm didn't have much income, and he still had to save some money for higher education. Merit points were the most important trading system apart from Omping coins. Money could buy a lot of things, but it could also not buy a lot of things. High-level strategic resources, high-level cultivation methods, and even some inheritances required merit points. This was a manifestation of the human race's contribution to the human race. If you don't contribute to the human race, even if you have a lot of money, you might not be able to buy anything. There were statistics of merit points obtained and spent, including the original accumulation of merit points. For example, if Suyu obtained 18 merit points, even if he spent them all, his 18 points would continue to accumulate. When it reached 100 points, Suyu's authority would be even greater. This also prevented a lot of people who only had money, but didn't contribute much, from privately purchasing large amounts of merit points to buy some rare strategic materials. For some rich people, even if they had tens of thousands of merit points, their initial level was not high enough. Even if they had merit points, they would not be able to buy anything. The manager of the resource department sighed. Then I won't persuade you. In fact, it's still too early for you to do research. The secondary schools in southern Yuan also lack such conditions. When you enter higher education, you can apply for subsidies for some research, and the higher-ups will even give you resources to conduct research. Iron Wing is very common in the All Heavens battlefield, and its research value is not high. If I were to say, even if you want to research, you should change to another, Suyu smiled. You're right. Does the school have Luoyu's blood essence? The manager was a little embarrassed. No, that thing is very rare in the All Heavens battlefield in the Pyrolite Mountain boundary. Moreover, the weakest people who come to the All Heavens battlefield are Xianxia realm or even Soar realm. The Great Xia Civilization University definitely has it, but we naturally don't have it here. That's it. So you could recognize a small number of races in his dreams, including the Luoyu. However, he was starting from the Xianxia realm. If he took the Xianxia realm blood essence now, even if the Atlas absorbed the energy of the blood essence, his body would not be able to withstand it. It might even explode. As for the blood essence of other uncertain races, he did not dare to take it casually. If it was not in his dreams and the Atlas did not absorb it, he would not be able to withstand it. After thinking about it, Iron Wing was still the safest. Teacher, then give me some. How many drops do you want? 1 merit point for 1 drop, it's really not worth it. The manager reminded him again. The value of merit points doesn't seem too high, and even on the surface, it's only 10,000. But in fact, some things can't be represented by money. You know what I mean. Thank you for reminding me, teacher. Suyu nodded quickly and said. Just 3 drops first. If it's not enough, I'll come again. You. Seeing that he did not listen to the manager's advice, the manager felt a little helpless and quickly arranged for someone to get it. While waiting, he thought for a moment and reminded him, your father went to the battlefield of heavens 2 days ago, and the academy knows about it. Your father is not at home, so be careful. You should know that Wanzhou is active in Xia province. Yes, but it has nothing to do with me, right? How can it have nothing to do with you? The teacher scolded him. It's not a big deal to be careful. The main target of the Myriad race's sex bastards is not the strong, nor is it geniuses. At the very least, it's not cultivator geniuses, but the wise. Although you are not a wise man, you are one of the few reserve members of the Civilization Academy in southern Yuan. The damage caused by experts is limited, but the damage caused by wise men is infinite. In the battlefield of heavens, the human race has been able to guard for hundreds of years, not only because of those invincible experts, but also because of the wise men behind them. Which top researchers in the Civilization Academy have not been assassinated? These people have deciphered Yuan's cultivation methods and studied their civilization in depth, increasing the number of experts of the human race, and giving them more confidence to deal with Yuan. The manager said with some admiration, "They have paid a lot in silence, no less than any invincible expert. But most of them lack the necessary combat power, so even in the rear, they often become the target of Yuan, and assassinations are not uncommon." Wanzu's destruction within the human race is not to assassinate individual experts. Their main target is them. Although you haven't entered the Civilization Academy and don't know many languages, you're still young. You're even more dangerous than the cultivation seedlings in the academy. Even the 4th or 5th tier of the initial element opening tier might not be worth their time. How long does it take for a Kaiyuan to cultivate to the Soul Realm? But wise men, perhaps in 10 or 20 years, can decipher a cultivation method, find their flaws, and find a way to kill them. This is much more dangerous than a Soul Realm. Suyu smiled bitterly. Was it really necessary? Although he had mastered 18 languages, it was too few for Yuan, and most of them were common words. Don't take it lightly. Be careful and pay attention. If you encounter danger, call for help at any time. The Southern Yuan government has also strengthened their patrols, and the surveillance hall has begun to strengthen their deployment, including a team of Long Wuwei stationed in the Southern Yuan government. If you encounter trouble, call for help loudly. Someone will arrive in a few dozen seconds at most. Seeing that the teacher was serious, Suyu quickly nodded and said, "Teacher, don't worry, I know. The Southern Yuan government is so small, and those guys may not come to us. Even if they come, to put it bluntly, I don't think I'll be in the queue." That's true. The teacher laughed. But you can't be careless, especially when you go to Instructor Liu. You must be careful. Huh? Suyu was slightly taken aback. Instructor Liu, don't misunderstand. What I mean is that Instructor Liu is the best instructor in the Yuan language in Southern Yuan's secondary school. Most of the students who are admitted to the civilization school are taught by him. Instructor Liu is definitely Wanzu's biggest target. If he comes to Southern Yuan, the first person he wants to assassinate will be him, not the academy head or the city lord. Instructor Liu is the spark that ignites civilization, at least for Southern Yuan. That's why I'm reminding you to be careful. Suyu's expression changed. Teacher, is Instructor Liu in danger? It's okay, don't worry too much. Now the academy head has personally gone to protect Instructor Liu, and there are also people secretly protecting Long Wuwei. There is even a small team from the surveillance hall. I'm just reminding you to be careful on the way to find Instructor Liu. Suyu breathed a sigh of relief. Instructor Liu was also Suyu's teacher. Suyu had mastered 18 Yuan languages, and almost all of them were taught by this old instructor. Just as the teacher said, Instructor Liu might not be a big deal in Xianxia province, but in Southern Yuan, especially the secondary schools in Southern Yuan, he was indeed a disseminator of civilization. He had taught for so many years and taught hundreds of students from the civilization school. More than half of these students had graduated. Now, not only in Xianxia province, but even in the entire human race, they played a certain role. It might not be too big, but the inheritance of human civilization was supported by this group of people at the grassroots level. If Wanzu came to Southern Yuan City to assassinate someone, Instructor Liu's importance was indeed more important than the city lord. While the two of them were talking, the staff brought the Iron Wing blood essence. 3 drops. After exchanging for 3 drops of blood essence, Suyu still had 9 merit points left. He felt a little heartache. He had only spent 6 merit points after going to the library to read countless materials over the years. It was too extravagant to spend 3 in one go. Taking the bottle containing the blood essence, Suyu asked again, "Teacher, has Instructor Liu come to the school these days?" "He's working normally. I asked him to go to the city lord's mansion to hide for a while, but he didn't want to, so I can only let him continue working. Then I'll go see Instructor Liu. So you originally planned to go home and try it out, but now he changed his mind. He would go see Instructor Liu and ask some questions. Disciplinary office. Lu Wenyan, who was over 60 years old, was taking notes while saying without looking up, "Principal, you don't have to follow me all the time. It's not that dangerous in the school." Next to him, the principal, who was also over 60 years old, smiled and said, "I'm not bothering you. Why are you chasing me away? Your breathing is bothering me." The principal didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Soon, he heard Lu Wenyan say, "What's more, you have just broken through to the Xianxia realm. You are so weak, so it's useless even if you come." The principal was helpless. Was he very weak? A little. It was indeed not a big deal for someone over 60 years old to break through to the Xianxia realm. However, this was southern Yuan City, the smallest city among the 28 cities under the jurisdiction of Xianxia province. He was not the city lord, but the principal of a secondary school. Why did he need to be so strong? The real powerhouses either went to Xianxia province or went to the heavenly battlefield. In southern Yuan City, he was considered okay. "Hey, do you think I want to accompany you?" The principal said grumpily, "It's because you are too important." In the past 20 years, 320 students have been admitted to the Civilization Academy in southern Yuan City. On average, only 16 students are admitted each year. Half of them were taught by you. How can you not be a thorn in other people's eyes? Not really. Lu Wenyan also laughed. After all, it's just a small southern Yuan city. Only so many people are admitted each year. It's not worth mentioning for the entire Xianxia province. Do you think Wanzhou will target me? It's hard to say. Anyway, he is more important than me. He probably won't even bother to look at a weak Xianxia like me. I'm not worth killing. The principal made a joke, and it was true. The Xianxia realm was not weak, but it could not play a big role in the heavenly battlefield. Killing a 60-year-old Xianxia in the rear might cost a few lives. Wanzhou's people would not do such a loss-making deal. As the two chatted, the principal's ears twitched. He quickly smiled and said, "Suyu is here. This kid is more promising than his father. Don't belittle Su Long. He just refused to let you come to the academy to be the head of the guards. Do you have to be so vengeful?" Lu Wenyan also smiled and looked up. Su Long is still hot-blooded. I saw it years ago. He is not willing to return just like that. He has been planning to enter the Long Wu Wei, but he gave up when there was no hope. The principal snorted disdainfully and said, "It's obvious that he can't get in. He might have a chance before he turns 30. How old is he now? How can he expect to enter the Long Wu Wei? Xianxia is more or less the same. He is still better than you. If he doesn't die in the heavenly battlefield, I'm afraid he will be at the Xianxia realm in 2 years." Lu Wenyan smiled and said, "Suyu is also not bad. When he goes to the Great Xia Civilization University, although he is not a genius, he will be a mainstay in the fight against the Yuan. This father and son are better than you and me." The principal nodded slightly and sighed. "If I hadn't hurt my foundation in the heavenly battlefield, I would not have returned. Being a principal is meaningless. It's good enough that you came back alive. There are not many soldiers in the heavenly battlefield who have not hurt their foundation. In that situation, if you don't break through to the 7th layer in time, you are worthless." Lu Wenyan also sighed. More than half of the soldiers in the heavenly battlefield would never reach the Soar realm. There was nothing they could do about it. That godforsaken place was full of killing. If they did not break through quickly, the new recruits would die in a few days. Who would care so much? The War Academy picked the geniuses, and the ordinary people could only struggle to survive. As they spoke, Suyu entered the door. Lu Wenyan smiled. He was very satisfied with this student of Suyu's. He could endure hardship and was patient. Although he wasn't a top-notch genius, the human race didn't just need geniuses. They also needed good seedlings who could walk forward step by step. Instructor, principal. Entering the dean's office and seeing both Lu Wenyan and principal, Suyu hurried to greet them. "Suyu is here." Lu Wenyan had a smile on his face. He was much more enthusiastic than he had been with Principal Zhang. Your father went to the All Heavens battlefield. Is there any inconvenience in your life? No, everything is fine. Suyu thanked him but soon said worriedly, Instructor, I heard that Wanzhou's people might come to southern Yuan soon. It's okay. Lu Wenyan did not take it seriously and said with a faint smile, not to mention that they might not come. Even if they do, so what? If they dare to make a move against me, they must be prepared to lose a large number of people. It's hard to say who wins and who loses by exchanging a large number of people's lives for mine. Lu Wenyan got up and looked out of the window. With a smile, he said, every time something big happens, you must stay calm. Suyu, what I admire most about you these years is that you can calm down and stay calm. This is the foundation that makes you stronger than others. Don't be distracted by small troubles. Lu Wenyan said a few words and quickly looked at Principal. You can leave now. I have something to say to Suyu. Principal Zhang smiled. This time, he did not insist and quickly left the office. After Principal Zhang left, Lu Wenyan's smile disappeared. He gestured for Suyu to sit down. Suyu found it strange but did not ask. He sat opposite Lu Wenyan. Suyu, I heard that you applied for the War Academy? Yes. You want to go to the War Academy, right? Suyu was slightly startled and explained, No, I just want to be prepared, don't lie to me. I'm not that stupid. You want to go because your father went to the All Heavens battlefield, right? Suyu was silent. Lu Wenyan said with a faint smile, Stupid. Even if you go to the War Academy and cultivate to the point where you can protect your father, how long will it take? Suyu was silent. He had thought of this question before, but he did not want to think about it. Moreover, now that there was an additional book in his head, it was hard to say. Do you know which human race's top experts are? Daxia of Goguryeo, Great Zhou King, Great Wisdom King. Lu Wenyan nodded slightly and quickly said, Then do you know which experts emerged after the Peace and Peace era? Without waiting for Suyu to say anything, Lu Wenyan smiled and said, The most famous and well-known ones are probably the manor heads and the generals of the major armies. Then do you know that 30% of these people are from the Civilization Academy? Suyu was stunned. 30% from the Civilization Academy? The Civilization Academy did not nurture. As if she knew what he was thinking, Lu Wenyan chuckled and said, Do you think that the people of the Civilization Academy should be like our teacher, who only knows the Wan language, is weak, and will collapse in the wind? Wrong. Lu Wenyan said seriously, I didn't tell you before because you haven't reached that level. In fact, there are many experts in the Civilization Academy, and some top experts are even stronger than the War Academy. How can we, who study the civilizations of the heavens, be so weak? If that's the case, how can we understand the secret realms of cultivation techniques at a deeper level? Lu Wenyan's eyes were burning. I'm just an insignificant failed student of the Civilization Academy, but do you think our teacher is so weak? Huh? Suyu opened his mouth, wanting to say something but hesitating. Teacher, can you stop being so shameless? You're only at the 7th layer of 15,000 June. That's too weak. Are you trying to say that I'm only at the 7th layer of 15 June? That's too weak? Suyu blinked, feeling that his teacher had seen through him. Yes, I can tell what you're thinking. When Suyu heard this, he was shocked. Surprised, right? Lu Wenyan said with a smile, You're too weak, so you're almost defenseless in front of me. Pay attention in the future and restrain your thoughts. I'm telling you all this because I hope you won't make use of your shortcomings and avoid your strong points, giving up the Civilization Academy and choosing the War Academy. Lu Wenyan said seriously, Originally, I wanted to wait for you to go to the Civilization Academy and naturally find out about these things. But now, I want to tell you in advance, lest you go astray. There are thousands of paths in the world, and different races have different paths. Looking at the root, it's nothing more than breathing vitality, tempering one's body, and strengthening oneself. To strengthen oneself, there are two aspects. One is the body, and the other is the will or spirit. The will is ethereal, and it's very difficult to become strong. That's why ordinary people start to strengthen their bodies, and only after they become strong will they come into contact with the will. We're different, Lu Wenyan smiled. People like us have come into contact with many Wan civilizations. our horizons are broad, and our will is strong. That's why we do the opposite, first strengthening our will, and then strengthening our bodies. When your will is strong, strengthening your body is much easier. Of course, it's very difficult. Lu Wenyan said in a deep voice, when the will is strong enough, it can solidify the body and breathe vitality without harming the body. This requires time and more foundation. Some of the civilizationists in the Civilization Academy, when their will is as strong as the sun, can go from Qianjun to soar in a day, or even stronger. Different paths lead to the same goal. The final path of the Civilization Academy and the War Academy is to strengthen themselves and the entire human race. The body is easy to cultivate, but the will is difficult. It's more difficult for the Civilization Academy to achieve that step, so few people mention this. This is to prevent some people from overestimating themselves and taking the wrong path. Lu Wenyan looked at the stunned Suyu and said with a smile, surprised? Actually, there's nothing to be surprised about. You've studied the Wand of the Heavens. Although not much, you should know a little. For example, the nightmare race that you've mastered is illusory, and their true form is almost invisible. They can invade your dreams at will, but it's not a dream. It's just that their will creates a world, and your will sinks into it. This is the root of their strength. Strictly speaking, the cultivation of the civilizationists is similar to theirs. Suyu's mouth was dry, and he said softly, Teacher, you mean that the path of civilization can also be very strong. It's not that it can, but it's faster. Lu Wenyan said with a smile, first the will, then the body. Some of the geniuses in the Civilization Academy can materialize their will in 3 to 5 years, solidify their body, and advance to soar in a day. The subsequent path of cultivation is faster than the path of the body. And how long does it take to reach soar in the War Academy? Even geniuses need many years to grind. Of course, it's harder for us to enter, and we have fewer people. Even so, 30% of the human race's top powerhouses come from the Civilization Academy. This is obvious. So you digested this information and quickly said, can the will be cultivated? Yes. Ordinary people can't? Yes, there is a threshold, a higher threshold than the path of the body. The will and spirit are equal, invisible in the early stages, and unfathomable. The amount of Wan language mastered is actually a test, Lu Wenyan said with a smile. Most of the time, it's not that some people don't work hard, but they don't have enough energy, and they don't have a strong will to absorb and digest the knowledge. If you can master the 18 Wan languages, why can't others? Don't they work hard enough? Wrong. Some people are actually very hardworking, and they might not be worse than you, but they just can't learn. If they think too much, they might even feel the pain of their brain exploding because their will foundation is not strong enough. Because of this, they can only strengthen their body first, and then their will. So you let out a long breath. So, my talent is not in the path of the body, but the path of the will? You can understand it that way. Lu Wenyan said with a smile, so this is why Wan is afraid of the civilization masters, and why Wanzu assassinated some of them. When your will is not strong enough to strengthen your body, you are still weak, and it is the easiest time to kill you. So you couldn't accept it. This was the first time he knew that the civilization master was also a path of cultivation. Today, even if you didn't come to me, I would have gone to you. You wanted to go to the battlefield of heavens to find your father, and I didn't stop you. On the contrary, I was happy for you. This is human nature, and this is the foundation of the human race's invincibility. But you can't be blind. You have to calm down. The civilization school selects fewer students than the war school. It seems like there are no requirements, but the requirements are higher, and it is vaguely more difficult than the war school. Is it really just a gathering place for a bunch of nerds? Lu Wenyan couldn't hide his smile. Wrong. That's because we can not only study in the rear, but we can also go to the front to kill the enemy. Moreover, the weakest who can go to the front is Soar Realm. The so-called Qianjun Wanshur is just a simple body tempering. It can be achieved in one day. Suyu's face was stiff. After a while, he said, then, teacher, are you sore? No. Lu Wenyan's face was indifferent. Then, are you stronger? No. Lu Wenyan was as indifferent as ever. Suyu was stunned. What did he mean? As I said, only when the will materialize can the body be strengthened. I didn't materialize my will. Lu Wenyan said it as if what he said was just bragging. He did not materialize his will, so he was really in Qianjun realm. Suyu raised his head and looked at his teacher with a dazed expression. How can you be so calm? You're already 70 years old, and you haven't even materialized your will. You just told me that 3 to 5 years is enough. That's not how you brag. Don't look at me like that. Lu Wenyan said calmly, I was just the most failed student of the Civilization Academy. I'm not a genius. After graduation, I was muddle-headed for many years. It's normal that I didn't materialize my will. If it were that easy, the top powerhouses of the human race wouldn't be 30% of the Civilization Academy, but 90%. Any path of cultivation is not easy, but compared to the path of the body, I think it's faster and more promising. If you want to become stronger in a short time, you can only take this path, the path of the will. Suyu fell into deep thought. After a while, he said, Teacher, is there a cultivation method for the path of the will? There is. As Lu Wenyan said this, he smiled and was about to continue, but he quickly coughed and said, there isn't one in southern Yuan. You'll know when you go to the Great Xia Civilization University. Of course, the premise was that the will had materialized. He didn't say it. If he did, Suyu would probably scold him. In fact, the process of learning the Wan language, including the process of analyzing some cultivation methods and secret realms, is to train the will, especially the original. This time, Lu Wenyan was much more serious. You know, some of the things we come into contact with are actually not the original. Those originals all contain some of the power of Wan, and even the spiritual will in them. After deciphering them, we'll gain a lot. Of course, there are also dangers, such as insanity. Every year, some people in the Civilization Academy go insane because of deciphering these originals. You have to be careful when you come into contact with them in the future. The more powerful the cultivation method, the more important the document, and the stronger the will, the easier it is to cause insanity. Therefore, it's easy to distinguish the importance of the Wan documents. It's definitely important to have a strong will. You can go to the Summerfield Trading Company to take a look at those unknown cultivation methods. Everything that looks simple is trash. In fact, these things have long been selected. The rest are safe, harmless, trash. Suyu smiled bitterly. I knew it. Otherwise, it would have been snatched away. Seeing this, Lu Wenyan smiled again and said, So, do you still want to go to the War Academy? In the Civilization Academy, you can also cultivate the path of physique, but in the War Academy, you may not have the opportunity to cultivate the path of willpower. At least, those powerful Wan documents are almost all in the Civilization Academy. As long as you're strong enough and reach the source state, you can go to the battlefield of all heavens at any time, can't you? But you have to go to the battlefield of all heavens as cannon fodder. What's the point? Unless, you're not confident enough. If that's the case, then it's the same no matter where you go, because you can't be strong at all. Lu Wenyan's words made Suyu's previously shaky thoughts waver. Do I still want to go to the War Academy? It seems like, there's no need, right? It turns out that the Civilization Academy can also make me strong. Civilization Academy, the original Wan documents. Spiritual will. Walking out of the dean's office, Suyu held the bottle in his hand and went back to try it. Wouldn't it be better to strengthen his body as well as his willpower? Activating the absorbing technique might also speed up the strengthening of his body. Civilization Academy. At this moment, Suyu made a decision. Maybe he should go to the Civilization Academy. This was his goal. After Suyu left, the principal came in and shook his head. Old man, you're screwing people over again. What do you mean? Lu Wenyan was dissatisfied. Will materialization. You've been cultivating for 50 years. Have you materialized it? Soon. Lu Wenyan said calmly, I'll materialize it at the soar level. When the time comes, you, who've just entered Wanshur, won't be enough. You. The principal did not know whether to laugh or cry. Fine, let him be. As for Suyu, it was indeed better for him to go to the Civilization Academy. The War Academy was still too dangerous. However, this old man always said the same thing. How many students had been fooled over the years? Every time a student's willpower wavered, they would be fooled by this and eventually go to the Civilization Academy. The Great Xia Civilization University should give you an award. Otherwise, they'll lose a few students every year. Lu Wenyan did not care. Although there's no award, the Great Xia Civilization University gives me a bonus of 200,000 yuan every year. It's enough. The principal was speechless and could not help but curse. You're a spy from the Great Xia Civilization University. What are you talking about? I'm a staff member of the Great Xia Civilization University. How can you call me a spy? Lu Wenyan laughed. The principal was completely speechless. That was right. These one-language instructors were almost all sent by the Great Xia Civilization University. Even if they were not, they would be soon. The main reason was to prevent the loss of students. All of them had rushed to the War Academy like a swarm of bees. After all, how could research be as exciting as cultivation? Young people were hot-blooded, and it was necessary to keep an eye on them. Back home, Suyu held a glass bottle in his hand. There were 3 drops of blood essence. Although 1000 June realm blood essence was nothing to the strong, it was a huge fortune for Suyu. 1 drop cost 50,000. If not for the lack of money, he wouldn't even be willing to spend merit points. Even without his teacher's reminder, Suyu knew how important merit points were. Even if he had the money, he might not be able to buy it. Of course, he could still consider it if it was more than 50,000 merit points. After all, the blood essence only cost 50,000 per drop. Speaking of which, I'm even richer than Dad. After so many years, I've only saved 300,000 or so. Suyu suddenly laughed. 300,000 might not be worth as much as his 18 merit points. But Dad actually had merit points too. He spent some on cultivation. As for the remaining merit points, Dad didn't say. Suyu probably knew where they went. They were given away when he retired. This wasn't something Su Long said. It was something many people did. Many of the retired soldiers in the district gave their merit points to their comrades before they left because they still needed these merit points to continue fighting. Mutual support and trust. This was the nature of human warriors. If there wasn't a 50-year-old age limit, there would probably be more veterans leaving this time. Many of them were close to 50 years old. After retiring, they might not have the chance to go back. Without thinking about these things, the book appeared in Suyu's mind again. The page quickly turned to the Iron Wing page. Blood Essence Activation. What should I activate? Skill or cultivation method? Suyu thought for a moment and quickly made a decision. Cultivation method. Energy absorption technique. 9 out of 10 skills were used to increase one's strength instantly. It was a bit of a waste since there was no opponent. Of course, if he had enough blood essence, he could give it a try. After all, he didn't know how effective it was. How many drops do I need at once? I wonder if 1 drop is enough. Thinking about it, Suyu activated the cultivation method. A drop of blood essence was swallowed into his stomach and disappeared instantly. This time, it wasn't as painful as before. It was absorbed the moment it entered his mouth. Wang. The golden page in his head trembled slightly. In the next instant, the activation of the cultivation technique changed. Basic essence technique, accept energy, unlocked, duration, 1 hour, an hour? Suyu cursed inwardly. At this moment, he felt all the pores in his body open up and rapidly devour the surrounding primordial qi. His 9 orifices seemed to be temporarily opened up. This was the function of the Atlas. Originally, the Kaiyuan realm would not be able to do this. Without opening the 9 apertures, one would not be able to sense the primordial qi or actively absorb it. But at this moment, Suyu felt that he could devour the surrounding Yuan qi with just a thought. The primordial qi of southern Yuan was insufficient, but that was only for Wanshi and Qianjun Gaozhong. For Suyu, a Kaiyuan cultivator, the primordial qi was more than enough. Creak, for the first time, his corporeal body began to absorb vital energy. It was as if he was extremely hungry, desperately absorbing and refining the vital energy. His 9 orifices glowed faintly, and a large amount of vital qi gathered around his head, refining his 9 orifices. Pain, Suyu felt the pain. His mouth and nose were fine since they had been refined, but the other orifices were not. At this moment, the primordial qi was rushing through these unopened orifices, causing him to feel pain. His ears were ringing, and his eyes were filled with tears. The primordial qi was refining the orifices, helping him open them. 1 hour is too long. Suyu, who previously thought that 1 hour was too short, instantly betrayed himself. It was too long. If he continued for 1 hour, would he explode? It was probably the first time that the Kaiyuan realm was absorbing primordial qi to actively cultivate. Moreover, the accept energy technique was a skill of the Ironwing race. It had not been modified, so it was not very suitable for humans. Suyu felt that more pores on his back had opened up, and his back was also crazily absorbing primordial qi. Damn, this is used to refine the wings. I won't grow wings, will I? Suyu was a little helpless. The Ironwing race was a bird race, and their wings were great killing weapons. Naturally, they would refine their own wings, but he was not. Now that he had activated the accept energy technique, the meridians in his body were operating. Although he had the blueprint to adapt to the human body, it was still not suitable for Suyu. He felt that his back was absorbing more primordial qi than the 9 orifices. Rumble. At this moment, Suyu's left ear was ringing. Suyu was slightly stunned. Instead of being shocked, he was overjoyed. This was the 4th orifices about to be opened. The first 3 orifices were easy to open, but the 4th and 5th orifices were the ears, which was a little more difficult. The 6th and 7th orifices were the eyes, which was even more difficult. The Xianxia orifices and Baihui orifices were the 2 that stumped most people. Those who had not become cultivators almost all failed at these 2 levels. The left ear orifices are about to be opened. Suyu was overjoyed. The roar in his ear was so pleasant, he had calculated that it would take him at least half a year to reach the 4th tier of Kaiyuan. Who would have thought that he would be able to complete it after activating the accept energy technique once? Of course, this was related to his weak strength. The difficulty in opening the orifices was that the Kaiyuan realm could not actively absorb primordial qi, and could only refine it passively. Once the passive could be active, it would not be difficult for a cultivator to reach the Kaiyuan realm. The cultivators in the Kaiyuan realm would not become stronger. Their physique would be better, their sense of smell, hearing, and eyesight would all be enhanced. This was the Kaiyuan realm. Of course, just these were enough. Only when one reached the 8th tier of Kaiyuan and opened the Xianxia orifices would they be able to cultivate some simple martial arts techniques to defend themselves in preparation to become an official cultivator. Rumble. The roar in his ear continued. Suyu's ears contracted and expanded. His eardrums vibrated as primordial qi revolved around him. Almost complete, the surrounding primordial qi kept rushing into his left ear. Suyu, who could not see primordial qi before, could now see a smoke-like primordial qi. This was the first time he could clearly feel the existence of primordial qi. No. I can't. Suyu's head buzzed. It was not that the opening of the orifices was too much for him, but his body was too weak and could not take it anymore. Boom. At this moment, a thunderous sound came from his left ear. Suyu relaxed. It was done. He instantly gave up on cultivating the Kaiyuan art. He could not hold on any longer. Half an hour later, Suyu recovered. It was a pity that he had only cultivated for less than half an hour. The rest of the time had been wasted. He had opened the orifices for an hour, but the remaining time did not accumulate. Instead, it became 0. What a pity. But this is already very good. I have actually reached the 4th tier of Kaiyuan. Suyu was secretly happy. He did not have high hopes, but he did not expect to reach the 4th tier of Kaiyuan before the assessment. In the entire Southern Yuan Secondary School, there were only a dozen or so people who had reached the 4th tier of Kaiyuan. The 3rd tier of Kaiyuan was over 100. His 3rd tier was nothing, but the 4th tier was already very good. According to what everyone said, he could be considered a genius in both the pen and the sword. They were all geniuses. Is this the effect of the atlas? It's amazing, but... Suyu frowned slightly. This was the Kaiyuan art. The effect seemed to be good, but he could take the initiative to cultivate when he reached 15 kilograms. The absorbing yuan art was not a human cultivation method, so the effect might not be as good as the human's own cultivation method. Forget it, I can't be too greedy. Besides, if I have the God-Fiend cultivation method, Su Yu's eyes flickered. What if he could open the God-Fiend page one day? The cultivation methods of the human race were very strong, but the cultivation methods of the God-Fiends were even stronger. The human race had seized many cultivation methods, but the God-Fiends and God-Fiends did not have many. Moreover, most of them were at the bottom, and there were almost none at the top. There was hope of killing the other party, but the probability of killing the other party and seizing the other party's cultivation method was too low. Are there God-Fiends in my dreams? His previous dreams were too vague, and with his young age, Su Yu could not remember. He was not sure if there were. If there were, could he cultivate the God-Fiend cultivation method? It's too early to think about this. The absorbing yuan art is very good now, and it can help me cross the Kaiyuan hurdle as soon as possible. Su Yu suppressed his thoughts and was overjoyed. The fourth tier of Kaiyuan, his body did not change much, but it was tempered by the essence qi and was more or less stronger. The key was not this, but his hearing. His left ear trembled slightly. Soon, he heard some rustling sounds from upstairs. Although it was not very clear, it was much better than before. Before, because the soundproofing was good, he almost could not hear anything. If the sound was small, he would not be able to hear anything. But now, his hearing had become stronger. For Xianxia, being able to see and hear in all directions was a basic ability. If Kaiyuan did not complete it, he would not be able to do this. Very good. Although he had spent 1 drop of essence blood, 1 merit point could raise 1 tier. Su Yu was willing to do it again 10 times, 100 times. There are still 2 drops, how about? I try activating the skill. Su Yu's eyes flashed. He wanted to see how powerful it was, how long it lasted, and what the consequences would be on his body. If he did not understand it clearly and used it rashly, it would be irresponsible to himself. Iron Wing had 2 racial skills activated, Rend and Iron Wing Chop. Rend was activated at level 1. This meant that different levels of Iron Wing could have different racial skills of different levels. This was very normal. Iron Wing Chop, this wingless Su Yu did not need to consider it, but Rend could be tested. I'll just try it. However, his house was small, and there were many people nearby. There were old people in the Thousand June realm both upstairs and downstairs. It was not convenient to test it at home. After thinking for a while, Su Yu took the essence blood and quickly left. 10 minutes later, Cultivation Dojo. After paying 100 and ping dollars, Su Yu rented a cultivation room for an hour. There were many such cultivation dojos in the city. After all, there were many Thousand June realm cultivators in the city. Activate. After swallowing the essence blood, countless scenes flashed in his mind. The scene of Iron Wing using its sharp claws to tear apart its prey instantly. Su Yu felt his hands instantly swollen, following that, his elemental chi was compressed. While his hands were swollen, they were also filled with powerful strength. This is the Rend skill? Su Yu was shocked. This was the first time he felt that he was strong. Very strong. As for how strong exactly, he was unable to judge. After all, he had just reached the 4th tier of Kaiyuan. His arms were swollen and painful. Su Yu did not dare to delay and quickly attacked the model in front of him. Bang, with one hand grabbing the opponent's throat, his hand was as sharp as an eagle's claw. Su Yu's fingers clenched tightly, and a rumbling sound could be heard. This model was specially made for actual combat training. The material was very sturdy. At this moment, when the throat was clenched tightly, a rumbling sound could be heard. Su Yu crossed his left and right hands and continuously attacked the model. Every attack seemed to have a tearing effect. Gradually, a small crack appeared on the model's throat. After 5 to 6 minutes, Su Yu's eyes flickered. The strength in his arms seemed to be fading and was slowly weakening. Bang! See! Su Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. His strength instantly dissipated. He grabbed the model with one hand, and his fingernails were about to crack. The pain was unbearable. I% and yen, so you cursed in a low voice. It disappeared just like that. As a Kaiyuan realm cultivator, he was going all out to attack the model. It would be strange if it didn't hurt. After picking up the communicator and taking a quick look, Suyu made a judgment. Lasts for 5 minutes and consumes 1 drop of blood essence. It's not a simple attack but has a tearing effect. This should be the effect of a racial skill and not a simple power attack. Suyu glanced at the model and saw that the tiny crack was slowly closing at this moment. This kind of model could slowly heal after being damaged. This was also the reason why the Cultivation Dojo used this material to create the model. It caused a tearing effect on the model. Daddy can do it with the 1000 kilograms 9th layer, and it is even more serious than this. With a punch, he punched a small hole with all his strength. My continuous attacks only caused a crack. The attack power is about 1000 kilograms 6th or 7th layer. After all, 1000 kilograms 6th layer can hardly cause any damage. In that case, it is related to the level of the Iron Wing. The atlas shows that the Iron Wing is at 1000 kilograms 7th layer, 1000 kilograms 7th layer attack power, 1 drop of blood essence, lasts for 5 minutes. Suyu's eyes flickered. In that case, he now had such attack power. Of course, attack power did not represent strength. A true 1000 kilograms 7th layer had a strong physical body, fast speed, agile movements, and experienced. In any case, he could not compare with them. In terms of pure attack, he could compare with a 1000 kilograms 7th layer. However, if he really encountered a 1000 kilograms 7th layer, the other party would be prepared and kill Suyu instantly. After all, he did not have such a strong physical body. It was just that his hands were full of power. Not to mention 1000 kilograms 7th layer, even if it is a 1000 kilograms 3rd layer or 4th layer, as long as it is prepared and doesn't get close to me and doesn't give me a chance, I will definitely die. I am not a match for the other party at all and can't even catch up. Suyu shook his head slightly. The feeling of infinite power just now was an illusion. In fact, this kind of ability was somewhat useless. It could only be used as a trump card. If it was exposed, it would not be much of a threat to the 1000 kilograms 3rd layer or even the weaker 1000 kilograms realm. The other party could run away first and wait for your power to dissipate before coming to kill you. However, it's not that there are no benefits. The benefits are great. Suyu suddenly laughed. People should not be too greedy. This was already very powerful. He was a Kaiyuan realm. To put it bluntly, he was just an ordinary person. Now, he could suddenly unleash the attack power of a 1000 kilograms 7th layer for 5 minutes. Was that not enough? It's just that the sequelae are a bit big. At this time, Suyu felt the sequelae. His hands were swollen, he was numb to the pain, so he did not feel anything just now. Rip. This martial art is too crude. The racial skill of Iron Wing is not very suitable for humans. The martial arts that humans have researched themselves are stronger than this. However, if I can learn the martial arts of some powerful races, it will still be very beneficial. Suyu's eyes burst with light. Iron Wing had been researched thoroughly. There was nothing to research about, but what about other races? If he researched the racial skills of other races, the Civilization Academy will reward this research, right? If I happen to come up with something from the gods and demons one day, cultivation methods, martial arts, or even copy their talent martial arts, wouldn't that be a super great credit? Suyu swallowed and suddenly laughed. I think, the Civilization Academy is simply tailor-made for me. I can totally go to the Civilization Academy to sell martial arts. Although he thought about it, Suyu did not take it seriously. He was a newbie. If he went to the Civilization Academy and suddenly researched the gods and demons' talent martial arts, he would not be a genius but a monster. Have you seen gods and demons? Have you fought with them? Have you learned their cultivation methods? Who would believe you if you said that you researched it? Suyu entertained himself for a while and laughed again. He did not waste the cultivation room. Although he could no longer activate the skills, it was the same for him to cultivate hard. He did not want to waste it. Only cultivators at the 8th layer of Kaiyuan would cultivate martial arts because it was useless to cultivate before the 8th layer. However, Suyu knew a few martial arts, and he began to cultivate at this moment. In the past, he felt that the 8th layer was still far away, but now, was it really far? He had to prepare in advance so that he would not be clueless when he reached the 8th layer. At that time, if he only had the realm but the corresponding strength, he would also be a waste. For the next few days, everything was peaceful. Suyu did not tell anyone that he had broken through to the 4th tier of Kaiyuan. He continued to practice the Kaiyuan arts and consolidate the 4th tier of Kaiyuan. There were some side effects of consuming the blood essence. Of course, it was mainly absorbed by the Atlas. After 2 or 3 days, Suyu's body returned to normal and he no longer felt swollen or painful. There was only 1 drop of Ironwing blood essence left. Suyu did not continue to use it. Otherwise, he would break through too quickly. Who knew if he would break through to the 5th tier of Kaiyuan the next time he practiced the absorption technique? That would be too monstrous. At least, half a month, Suyu was not in a hurry. There were still 2 more months before the higher education examinations. If he could break through 1 tier in half a month, he might be at the 9th tier of Kaiyuan by the time the examinations begin. Ayu, aren't you going to the school today? Yes. It's so good that you're not going. Can't you help me apply for leave too? Xianxia said subconsciously. Then, he was stunned and asked curiously, you're going to school? This guy had not gone to school for a few days. When he went, he left quickly. Xianxia was very envious. Why was he going to school today, so you could not be bothered with him? He said as he walked, there are still 2 more months before the examinations. I'll look for the instructor and see if I can learn a few more Wan languages. You still want to learn? Xianxia was speechless. How monstrous. However, he soon thought of something, and Xianxia chuckled and said, Ah you, I used to think that you were amazing for learning 18 languages of the myriad races, but now I realize that there are people in our academy who are even better than you. Do you know Luyu from class 1? I heard that she's even more monstrous than you. Yesterday, she took the 20th Wan language qualification exam. She's too awesome. Suyu raised his eyebrows. Luyu? 20? Of course, he knew Luyu. She was not a rare sight in the library. Last time, it was Luyu who guided him to look at the Kaiyuan acceleration technique, although it was useless. He knew that Luyu had mastered quite a bit of the Wan language. She was even more serious than Suyu. Most of the time, Suyu would bump into her when he went to the library. But 20, although Suyu said that he didn't care too much about people being stronger than him, he still felt a little upset. Although there were quite a few people in the academy who had a good grasp of the Wan language, they were at most on par with him, right? He had never heard that Luyu had mastered so many skills, not to mention that Luyu was not even Lu Wenyan's student. It should be noted that most of the students who learned the Wan language and mastered the Wan language were taught by Lu Wenyan. Who did Luyu learn it from? Suyu didn't ask any questions, and the 2 of them continued to walk to the academy. Although there were cars on the road, and buses were not expensive, most students chose to walk unless it was too far away. This was also a form of cultivation. Along the way, they saw some uniformed traffic supervisors from time to time. Seeing those familiar uniforms, Suyu missed them a little. His father had been gone for 5 days. He wondered how he was doing in the All Heavens battlefield. Other than the traffic supervisors in green uniforms, they also met 2 black uniformed patrol teams from the Catchwind Hall on the road. The Catchwind Hall was mainly responsible for the safety of the territory. Howsy, has the Catchwind Hall been patrolling everywhere these days? Yes. Hearing Suyu's question, Xianxia, who was looking around, immediately said, Didn't I hear that Wanzhou is very active in Dexia province? That's why the Catchwind Hall has increased their patrolling efforts these days. Hehe, Ayu, have you been watching TV these days? The prefecture head has sent Long Wuwei to patrol everywhere, and he has captured many Wanzhou bastards. He has been beheading them every day. He has already beheaded a few hundred people. Suyu naturally saw it, and he frowned slightly. That's strange. What's strange? Xianxia said with a smile, It's not like they haven't been beheaded before. I'm not talking about that. Suyu frowned and said, Wanzhou, these bastards, won't get up early if they don't benefit from it. Every time they are active, it's to create chaos. But this time, when they came to Dexia province, did you hear about any turmoil? just beheading them? Did these guys come to Dixia province just to die? He felt a little strange. In the past few days, the TV had been reporting beheadings, but Wanzhou didn't seem to cause any turmoil. Could it be that Long Wuwei was so powerful that he could detect the movements in advance every time? It was also possible. Suyu shook his head slightly. These things were not up to him. But this was also good. In this way, Wanzhou probably wouldn't have the mood to assassinate Instructor Liu. The two chatted as they walked. Soon, they arrived at the secondary school in southern Yuan. At the same time, outside the secondary school in southern Yuan. On the top floor of a tall building, a middle-aged man withdrew his gaze and no longer stared at the secondary school in southern Yuan. He turned around and looked back at a woman who was cooking. His lips opened and closed slightly. The secondary school in southern Yuan has a total of 3,200 students and 210 teachers. The students are all Kaiyuan, and the teachers are all in the Thousand Jun realm. The principal, Wang Shu, is at the second stage of Wanshi. There are 50 guards, including one at the 9th stage of Thousand Jun and 6 at the 7th stage of Thousand Jun. Among the teachers, 28 are at the 7th stage of Thousand Jun and 35 are at the Thousand Jun realm. In addition, there is now a small team of 30 people from the anti-suppression hall secretly guarding the school. The captain is at the Wanshi realm, and the rest are at the Thousand Jun realm. There are a total of 64 people at the Thousand Jun realm and 2 Wanshi. The city lord's mansion is 7,000 meters away from the secondary school in southern Yuan. With the city lord Wu Wenhai's second stage of SOAR, it will take him more than 2 minutes to get here. The middle-aged man briefly explained the situation. In the kitchen, the woman who was cooking. She opened and closed her mouth with the sound of cooking. The secondary school in southern Yuan is the best secondary school in southern Yuan City. It is also the reserve of the major universities. This time, we are not acting alone, but 6 cities are acting at the same time. The target is the local secondary school. Xiao Longwu, hee. The woman's face was cold. Xiao Longwu is arrogant. He destroyed a few ordinary strongholds and thought that we are vulnerable. This time, let Xiao Longwu suffer a setback. Dixia province is not that great. The middle-aged man didn't continue the topic. He said again, there is also a team of Long Wuwei stationed in southern Yuan. There are a total of 10 people. 9 of them are at the 4th stage of Wanshi realm to the 9th stage of Wanshi realm. The squad leader Xiaobing is at the 2nd stage of Soar realm. The specific location of the camp has not been found yet. We have to guard against their sudden appearance. Long Wuwei. The woman didn't sneer this time. She was a little serious. Find out where they are stationed. But they are small in number. It is impossible to find out, then create chaos and lure them out. The woman said coldly, let them go outside the city and slaughter a few small villages outside the city. With such a big murder, Long Wuwei will definitely take action. The middle-aged man was a little hesitant. A lot of people have died recently. The people below are already wavering. If we let them die, they don't know that they need to face Long Wuwei. Let the people of Blood Fire sect go. Those guys are not clear-headed. They love killing the most. Let them explore the way. After saying that, the woman said again, when Long Wuwei's people are lured away, we will take action. We'll wipe out the Southern Elemental Middle Academy in one fell swoop and retreat immediately. This time, kill them all. The woman's face was cold. Kill the teachers and students of the 6 secondary schools. This year, there are not many people who can enter the higher schools in the 6 cities. Xiao Longwu can wait to vomit blood. He thinks that we are just messing around, but he doesn't know, our target is more than a few small instructors. The woman's face was cold. Protect Lu Wenyan, our target is not Lu Wenyan. What's the big deal about killing Lu Wenyan? Even if Dixia province is strong, if the secondary schools in southern Yuan are massacred, the Dixia province will also suffer a lot. It can't be seen now, but after a few years, the effect will be seen. The middle-aged man sighed lightly and said worriedly, you and I are both sore. It is enough to deal with Wu Wenhai. But once Xiaobing arrives, we are no match for him. Long Wuwei is the most elite troop in Dixia province. Even if Sergeant is very strong, Even if they are at the same level as him, they will not be a match for him. It doesn't matter. The woman sneered. If they really appear, there will be someone to deal with them. Someone from above? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. The woman interrupted him and continued to cook. She has been hiding here for a full 6 years. After this success, it is time for her to leave. She doesn't know if she will have the opportunity to go further when she returns to the headquarters. As the two were talking, a little girl walked out of the room in a daze. Mom, I smell something delicious. What are we eating for breakfast? My dear daughter, don't worry. You will be able to eat soon. The woman's voice was bright and clear. She smiled, but her eyes were as cold as ice. There was no emotion at all. This so-called daughter is just a tool for her to hide. The man also smiled and said, but his eyes were the same as the woman's. The little girl did not notice anything strange and went into the bathroom with a smile. As soon as the girl left, the living room and kitchen instantly fell into silence. A moment later, the man said, what about her? Kill her. The woman did not hesitate. But we can't kill her now. We have to kill her before we leave and burn her blood to prevent the blood of the strong from tracking us. After all, it is our bloodline. Yes, biological. However, they gave birth to this child in order to hide their identity. Now that they are leaving, they naturally do not need this burden and hidden danger. In the past 6 years, the two of them hid very well, and no one suspected them. They settled here for 6 years and even gave birth to a daughter. No one would have thought that this down-to-earth and diligent couple were both strong Soar and Wanzu's followers. Tonight, you will contact the others and prepare to take action. Remember, kill everyone and retreat in 3 minutes. Okay. The middle-aged man responded inaudibly. He turned his head to look out of the window, at the Southern Yuan Secondary School not far away, and revealed a smile. In a few days, he would not see the Southern Yuan Secondary School anymore. What a pity, a group of young and energetic fellows. Perhaps a few great figures would appear in a few years, but now there was no chance. Xiaolongwu. Dexiao province has been peaceful for so many years. You probably did not expect this, did you? Thinking of the big move in the sect this time, the man could not help but feel a little excited. After so many years, Dexiao province was finally a goal. Xiaolongwu had thought that the sect was just playing around, but he did not know that the main force of the sect had been transferred here. Pre-exam Class 3. This was the class that Suyu was in. These few days, Suyu didn't come to class much. Of course, everyone didn't care too much about it. The higher education examinations were approaching, and everyone was very tight on time. No one had the mood to care about whether others were in class or not. Moreover, Suyu wasn't the only one who was special. There was a Kaiyuan Stage 4 student in the class who hadn't come to class for a long time. At this point, adjusting his mentality was more important. Suyu sat down in his seat and wasn't in a hurry to find Lu Wenyan. It was too early, and Instructor Lu was probably still reading. The old man had the habit of waking up early to read. Chen Hao sat next to Suyu. The two of them were desk mates. The teachers didn't have any seating arrangements, so they could sit wherever they wanted. Not long after they sat down, a well-endowed woman in her 30s walked in with a book. She glanced below and didn't care if there were any people missing. She opened the book and said, "It's not long before the higher education examinations, so I won't be revising the basic courses. Today, I'll briefly talk about your future choices after graduation. There's no need to talk about the 4 major schools. Everyone knows this. Then, let's talk about how to choose if you can't even get into the internal affairs school or if you're not willing to go." The female teacher smiled and looked at everyone. This is a magical era. Ordinary and extraordinary coexist. Some students aren't willing to live an ordinary life and hope to walk the path of extraordinary. Then, is there no hope if you can't get into the war school? No, there is. After the female teacher said this, even if the students knew a little, they were still a little excited. Rumors were just rumors. The news from the teacher's mouth was more trustworthy. The first one is the most dangerous one. Join the military. The female teacher looked at everyone, and her smile disappeared. She said in a slightly serious tone, I think everyone should know this. Joining the military is the easiest path for ordinary people to come into contact with the extraordinary. If you kill enemies in the military, it will be a contribution. Many people in this class have relatives in the military. Everyone knows this. I think everyone knows the danger. The number of soldiers who die in battle every year reaches 6 digits. But today, I'm not here to talk about the crisis. Even if you join the army, there are different choices. As she spoke, the female teacher looked at the excited Chen Hao and smiled. Chen Hao, tell me, what are the main armed forces in Dixia province? Chen Hao had an excited look on his face as he hurriedly stood up and said, the first place belongs to Chengwuwei, the strongest army in Dixia province. The second is the Dixia province army, which is responsible for guarding Dixia province and maintaining peace in Dixia province. The third is the surveillance hall, which is responsible for pursuing Wan Zhu and his followers and maintaining public order. The fourth is the city guards of each city, responsible for the defense of each city. When the front line is in turmoil, apart from the surveillance hall, the other 3 armed forces will enter the all-heavens battlefield to assist the front line. They can be considered as the frontline reserves. The female teacher smiled and said, that's not wrong, but it's not comprehensive. Chengwuwei is not a reserve. Chengwuwei doesn't go to the all-heavens battlefield not because of his strength, but because the front line doesn't need Chengwuwei's help for the time being. Actually, other than the 4 armed forces you mentioned, there are 2 more. Chen Hao was a little curious. The female teacher smiled and said, the 5th is the frontline army. Actually, there are some stationed in Dixia province. Of course, it's very difficult to encounter them, and they are also responsible for receiving new recruits. The 6th is the retired army. Everyone knows this. In fact, many of them are veterans who retired from the frontline or other large organizations. This is also a powerful armed force. At this point, the female teacher hesitated slightly, but she still said, actually, there is a 7th force. Everyone was puzzled. Was there more? Yes, there is. The 7th is the guards of the major academies. Don't underestimate the guards of the major academies. For example, the secondary academies in southern Yuan are just secondary academies. Everyone should know about the school's guards. Director Huang is also a powerhouse at the 9th tier of 15 June, and this is just southern Yuan. In Dixia province, the armed forces of the guards are very powerful. In fact, Wanshi and even Soar are not rare. Together with some instructors and students of the War Academy, the strength of the academy is actually very powerful, even surpassing the power of the prefectural army. It's just that they are not as powerful as Chengwuwei. The female teacher said a few words, and everyone understood that they had overlooked this point. So what I want to tell everyone today is that even if you can't get into the academy, you don't have to worry about your future. There are many ways to come into contact with extraordinary power, but danger and opportunity coexist. If you can't learn as well as cultivate as others, then if you want to stand out, you have to pay a greater price, such as your life. The teacher said seriously, students who want to walk the path of extraordinary power and those who can't get into the War Academy can consider joining the army. The front line is the most dangerous, but the opportunity is the greatest. Second is the prefectural army. You definitely can't get into Longwuwei. The prefectural army recruits every year, so it's relatively safer than the front line. Apart from the prefectural army, the Tempest Hall has also set up an academy, the Tempest Academy, but it's not famous. Moreover, the Tempest Academy is relatively crude. It's very likely that you'll be arranged to graduate as soon as you break through to 15 June and be sent to various cities for internship. It's considered as having practical experience in advance. The teacher said a lot, but she mainly talked about joining the army. In the end, the teacher changed the topic. In fact, if you can't get into the War Academy and are worried about the pressure of the prefectural army, you can totally try the city guards. The assessment for the city guards is relatively simple, and the training system is more complete. Although southern Yuan City isn't big, the city guards aren't weak either. Now everyone wants to go to Dixia province, but Dixia province is thousands of miles away from southern Yuan. It's very far from home. Why not try the city guards right under your nose? The current leader of the city guards, Captain Zhang, is also a powerhouse in Xianxia Tier 9. He attaches great importance to the reserve of the city guards and often instructs the new recruits personally. If there's a good seedling, he'll specially train them. The mayor also values the city guards very much. Hearing this, except for a few people, most people understood that the teacher was another lobbyist. They didn't mind. They just needed to get used to it. As graduation approached, all places needed to expand their reserve forces. Although southern Yuan City was small, the mayor also wanted to train the city guards into elites. The pavilion closest to the water enjoys moonlight first. Every year, many people in southern Yuan City would seek refuge with the city guards. Even if the students of southern Yuan secondary schools couldn't get into the war school, some of the students in Kaiyuan Tier 3 were quite talented. With some training, it wasn't impossible for them to reach Xianxia Tier. Everyone, think about it carefully. Don't make a decision in a hurry. The female teacher didn't care about the commotion. After talking for a while, she allowed everyone to discuss freely. Soon, she walked to Suyu's side. She didn't come for Suyu, but for Chen Hao. Chen Hao, you're in Kaiyuan Tier 3. Although there's hope for you to get into the war school, the chance is very small. If you can't pass the assessment, consider the city guards. Your father also works in southern Yuan. The city guards can go home for 3 days a month. This is also a good opportunity. Chen Hao had a sad face. Why did she say that? I can get in. I don't want to go to the city guards. Why didn't she persuade Suyu to go? She was looking down on him. The female teacher saw his expression and couldn't help but laugh. Why? You don't like the city guards? No. I still want to try. If I can't get in, then we'll talk about it. Chen Hao was extremely depressed. If he really couldn't get in, then he would talk about it. The female teacher didn't care. She quickly looked at Suyu and said with a smile, Suyu, you're a seedling of the civilization school. Instructor Liu has already talked to you, so I shouldn't persuade you. However, I'm saying that if you don't want to go, you can actually consider it. The city lord is paying more and more attention to the city guards. You're a good seedling. If you go to the city guards, they won't let you do chores. There's a secret office in the city lord's mansion. You can go there for an internship. This is also a very rare opportunity. Suyu thought about it and said, there aren't many opportunities for the city guards to go to the battlefield, right? Very few. The teacher thought he was worried and quickly replied. Suyu nodded and said with a smile, I understand. Thank you, teacher. I will think about it. Think about it means no. What a joke. I'm not going. In the past, it was actually hard to say. If his father was at home, if southern Yuan City really offered some good conditions, it was not impossible for him to stay in southern Yuan. He knew about the secret office. It was a very important institution in southern Yuan. It was very safe and had good treatment. But now that his father had run away, what was the point of staying in southern Yuan? Moreover, if he stayed in southern Yuan, could he get the blood essence he needed? Thinking of blood essence, Suyu thought of a question and suddenly said, Teacher, do you think the war school or the civilization school has more blood essence? The female teacher was stunned for a moment and quickly said, Of course, the war school, I mean the variety. As a research institution, will the civilization school have more types of blood essence than the war school? This should be the case? The teacher was not too sure. She really didn't know, but she still said, in terms of the variety, the civilization school should have more. At least, the samples will be more than the war school. Some of the blood essence seized from the heavens battlefield that is not used will be provided to the civilization school to prepare samples. The war school has more, for example, some blood essence that is helpful for cultivation. The number must be unimaginable. Suyu nodded slightly. He had thought about this before, but he was not sure. Now that the teacher said this, he was more confident. The number was important, but the variety was more important. If there were not many varieties, how could he continue to open the page? He did not know the language, and even if he opened it, he would not be able to understand it. Could he ask others what it meant? It seems that I still have to apply for the civilization school. While Suyu was thinking, someone outside the door shouted, "Suyu, go to the teaching administrator's office. Instructor Lu is looking for you." "Got it." Suyu responded, greeted the teacher, and quickly ran to the teaching administrator's office. When he arrived at the teaching administrator's office, Suyu was not alone. Suyu saw a few familiar faces. He was not too familiar with them, but he knew most of their names. There were geniuses at the 4th tier of Kaiyuan, as well as geniuses who had mastered multiple languages of Wan. Lu Yu was among them. And at the teaching administrator's office, it was not just Lu Wenyan. The principal was there, and there were also a few other instructors at the 9th tier of Thousand June. Their strength was considered top-notch among the secondary schools in southern Yuan. When Suyu arrived, a few more students arrived one after another. After 7 or 8 minutes, when everyone had arrived, the principal smiled and said, "The 25 of you are the hope of our secondary schools in southern Yuan this year. If it's not the civilization school, then it's the war school. The scientific research school recruits very few people from our side every year." The principal was a martial artist, and Lu Wenyan was a scholar. But at this moment, this scholar suddenly interrupted, "Don't talk so much nonsense. Get straight to the point. There's no time to waste." The principal was embarrassed. This old thing, didn't he see that all the students were here? He was such a bully. He really wanted to break this old man's leg. The other instructors snickered. The principal glared at them, and everyone instantly fell silent. At this time, the principal said directly, "Recently, Dixia province hasn't been very peaceful. Wanzhou has been jumping around everywhere. Although he's not a big deal, southern Yuan is only a small city after all. There isn't enough power to guard this place. Therefore, what the academy wants is for you guys to go to Dixia province in advance. It's safer there. There have already been incidents of geniuses being attacked in other small cities. Wanzhou is creating chaos, so you didn't say anything." Someone in the crowd hurriedly said, "Go to Dixia province. Then the assessment, it's the same if you go to Dixia province for the assessment, and the chances are higher than southern Yuan. There are more places in Dixia province. You guys are considered to have been specially approved. The academy recommended you to go. When you arrive in Dixia province, you just have to wait for the assessment." "How long will that take?" A girl said reluctantly, "There are still more than 2 months before the assessment." "Are we going to stay in Dixia province all the time?" "Not really. If Wanzhou's beasts are uprooted and all of them are killed, we can come back at any time." The principal said angrily, "The key is that these scoundrels are creating chaos everywhere. Our southern Yuan city is small, and we don't have enough power to protect you. It's better to be safe than sorry. If they have their eyes on you, there will be too many opportunities to attack. On the road, your families, and even the academy may not be able to protect you. Instead of splitting up, it's better to concentrate and send you guys away. In fact, if you guys leave, your families and classmates will be safer. Because, in Wanzhou's eyes, the others are not worth the risk." Everyone understands what I mean. Everyone nodded. They were not stupid. Naturally, they knew what the principal meant. Wanzhou wouldn't do anything without benefits. Killing a few ordinary people was meaningless. Instead, it would be life-threatening. But killing a few geniuses was different. Within the academy, human geniuses had a price tag. If they succeeded, the benefits would not be small. Of course, the people in southern Yuan weren't really monsters. However, southern Yuan's defense was lax, and there were insufficient armaments. It was not uncommon for geniuses to be attacked in small cities. Seeing that everyone understood, the principal said, "So everyone, make preparations. Those who are willing to leave, come to the academy in 3 days. The city guards will send people to escort you to Dixia province. When you get there, all the expenses will be covered by the academy. You don't have to worry too much." Lu Wenyan didn't interrupt before. Now, she said lightly, "If you can leave, it's best if you go to Dixia province. Recently, it's been a little restless. In the past few days, Wanzhou has been active again. He has attacked geniuses, intercepted caravans, and even caused some bloodshed outside the city. Although he hasn't reached southern Yuan yet. But, something's not right." Lu Wenyan said softly, we're not children anymore. We should have some judgment in this situation. The drunkard has an ulterior motive, or perhaps it's a diversion. Those who have been killed and revealed now are all small potatoes of Wanzhou. Many of them are lunatics of the Blood Fire sect. These lunatics are brainwashed idiots who don't know what life and death are. They're just cannon fodder for Wanzhou. The real big fish hasn't shown up yet. They're creating chaos to attract Long Wuwei's attention and contain the power of Long Wuwei and the city guards, so you couldn't help asking, teacher, don't you know about Dexia province? Of course. Lu Wenyan smiled. Dexia province is full of talents. How can they not know? But even if they know, can Long Wuwei not move? The prefecture guards need to be stationed and can't be moved easily. Long Wuwei is the strongest in terms of mobility. He has to move. The investigative hall is also in a mess now. There are too many places that need to be defended because we don't know where Wanzhou's target is. Those in the dark can be unscrupulous and attack at will. So, even if Dexia province can destroy them in an instant, they won't be able to deal a thunderous blow if they can't find these small fries. Lu Wenyan continued, so, the most important thing now is to reduce the possible points of attack. Send all of you away so that we have stronger forces to eliminate those guys. Everyone understood. So that was the case. A student said angrily, when I come out of the war academy, I'll kill every single one of them. The instructor smiled but didn't say anything. Everyone had thought about this before. The key was that those guys were too difficult to find. Many of them had hidden very well. Then go back and think about it. Those who want to leave in 3 days, come to the War Academy. The city guards will escort you. Got it. Everyone agreed. In the current situation, it seemed that they had to leave. Leaving would actually reduce some of the burden on Southern Yuan. Everyone understood this. After the others left, Suyu had not left. He came here to find Lu Wenyan and learn a few more Wan languages, including the Luoyu. He had dreamed of this before. These days, Suyu didn't continue dreaming. The language of the Luoyu was very niche. Suyu hadn't learned it before. He didn't know if Lu Wenyan knew it. As for going to Dexia province, Suyu didn't have much of a reaction. He was the only one at home anyway. It was the same wherever he went. The other instructors, including the principal, left one after another. In the end, only Suyu and Lu Wenyan were left. Hearing Suyu asking about the language of the Luoyu, Lu Wenyan smiled and said, the Luoyu is very rare in the All Heavens battlefield. Most of them stay in the E-mountain boundary. Their language is not widely used, and their written language is even rarer. At least, the human race didn't get many. I really don't understand it, but someone in Dexia province must have mastered it, so you didn't regret it. Seeing that his teacher didn't understand, he wanted to leave. Lu Wenyan thought for a moment and said, your father went to the All Heavens battlefield. Are you alone at home? Yes. Then be careful at home, so you turned around. Had the situation gotten so bad? There are arrangements on the streets and in the academy. Other people have more or less Qianjun realm experts at home, so there's no need to worry too much about their safety. It's more dangerous for you to be alone. Lu Wenyan hesitated for a moment and quickly said, actually. I don't quite agree, Instructor Lu. A clanging sound came from outside the door. Lu Wenyan's expression didn't change. He continued, his father is a veteran of the demon-subduing army. Is he not trustworthy? Anything is possible. Su Long has been retired for 18 years. Then arrange for someone to protect him. Otherwise, I won't be at ease. Right now, we can't divert forces to protect individuals. Lu Wenyan frowned and said unhappily, I have no right to question your Long Wuwei's execution of military orders, but I think Suyu is fine. Of course, if you are worried, Suyu will stay with me for the next few days. Otherwise, it would be irresponsible for him to go home. The person outside the door hesitated for a moment as if making a decision. And Suyu was a little confused. What did he mean? Of course, he didn't interrupt at this moment. It was Long Wuwei's people outside the door. Before coming here, he didn't see anyone else outside. Okay. A moment later, a voice came from outside, and soon there was silence. Lu Wenyan looked at the silent Suyu and said with a chuckle, Wanzhu's people are lurking deep. We suspect that they have other purposes for creating chaos recently, so, we can't wait passively. We have to take the initiative to attack. But we are not sure whether the school and the city guards have been infiltrated. Someone is lurking in the dark, so, we need an opportunity. Opportunity? Suyu did not fully understand. He seemed to understand a little, but he was not too sure. Yes, an opportunity. Southern Yuan is just a small city. There is nothing important here, and its value is not high. In terms of value, it is probably the secondary school in Southern Yuan. Or the city lord's mansion, but the city lord's mansion has city guards, so it is much safer than here. We are not sure whether the other party has come to Southern Yuan, but just in case, we have to take the initiative, so we decided to lure the snake out of its hole. You are bait, but not bait at the same time. Lu Wenyan sighed. If Wanzhu's people are in Southern Yuan, and there is a conspiracy, they will only make a few choices when the news of you being sent away spreads. First, they will attack in advance and kill you. Second, they will attack on the road, but the city guards are there. To kill the city guards, they will need to send a lot of people, and there will be troops from Xianxia province on the way. Third, they will wait for you to leave, and take away some of the city guards to weaken the power of Southern Yuan. Fourth, they will give up Southern Yuan. Because if you are gone, we can concentrate more forces on defense, and they will have little chance. Suyu thought for a moment and said, so what you mean is, if their target is really us, they may choose to attack in advance at this time? Yes, they will jump out. Then if it is not us, then you will leave Southern Yuan. Xianxia province is indeed safer. In a month or two, Long Wuwei can get rid of them. Lu Wenyan said seriously, so you are the bait to lure the snake out of the hole, but not many people know, because, we are not sure if they have eyes around. Then will we be in danger? Most people won't, but it is hard to say for you, because there is no one at home. Lu Wenyan said, that is why I am telling you, in case you are unprepared and are attacked. You can stay with me for the next 2 days, and if nothing happens in 3 days, I will send you away. Suyu thought for a moment and did not say anything. Southern Yuan meant to send them away in advance just in case. It would be best if nothing happened. If something happened, they could take the initiative. As for danger, it was safer to have arrangements than not. If Wanzhu really targeted them, they would be safer now that there were arrangements in Southern Yuan. Suyu could understand and said with a smile, don't worry, teacher, I know. But is Wanzhu's infiltration so powerful? Yes. Lu Wenyan sighed and said, otherwise, why are they called the rats in the gutter? They are too good at hiding. It is best if nothing happens in Southern Yuan, but if something happens, we can only be fully prepared. Stay at my place for the next 2 days, and the reason is to learn the Nuwan language. Okay. Suyu did not care where to live, but he was a little curious and asked, teacher, haven't you mastered the power of will? Can't you tell if there are Wanzhu's followers lurking around? Lu Wenyan smiled without saying anything, looking mysterious. Do you think I can or cannot? I can deal with a rookie like you, but adults have complicated thoughts and will not expose their thoughts so clearly, especially those Wanzhu's followers. They are all lurking around, and those who are not afraid of death have died long ago. On this day, Suyu followed Lu Wenyan. He was not in a hurry. This was not the first time he followed Lu Wenyan. In the past, when he was learning the Wan language, he often followed behind Lu Wenyan. Suyu continued to do his own things. He cultivated, read, and studied. However, he did not use his blood essence to activate the energy absorption technique. In the dark, he was protected by Long Wuwei's men. Suyu did not see them. They had never appeared before. However, Suyu was still somewhat curious about Long Wuwei. He had heard that Long Wuwei's men were very strong. They were so strong that even his father could not join them. How strong were they? While Suyu was curious, Lu Wenyan was drinking tea, reading, and preaching as usual. Do you desire to join Long Wuwei? Seeing Suyu look outside several times, as if he was looking for the Long Wuwei powerhouse, Lu Wenyan could not help but ask with a smile. Suyu was a little embarrassed. He said in a low voice, I'm just curious. What is the strongest army in Dixia province like? Long Wuwei, Lu Wenyan was a little emotional. Long Wuwei has existed for many years. The prefecture head's name is based on Long Wuwei. First there was Long Wuwei, then there was prefecture head, and then there was Long Wu War Academy. However, this generation of Long Wuwei can be said to be the strongest in history. Long Wuwei doesn't have many people. After all, they are all elites. There are only about 5,000 people in total. So few? Information on Long Wuwei was not open to the public. This was the first time Suyu knew that the strongest army in Dixia province had so few people. Was 5,000 people a lot, too little, frighteningly little? One had to know that there were more than 1,000 city guards in southern Yuan City, and there were more than 50,000 city guards in Dixia province. The Dixia province army also had over 100,000 soldiers, however, the number of Long Wuwei surpassing them was less than 10,000. Long Wuwei is an elite. He doesn't need so many people. Soldiers are more important than numbers. Lu Wenyan laughed and said, Long Wuwei's nickname is Wan Ren, but in fact he doesn't. However, they are indeed very strong. 10 people in a team, 100 people in an army, and 1,000 people are invincible. Invincible? Suyu murmured. Lu Wenyan chuckled and said, it's just a slogan. Don't take it seriously. However, it is indeed very strong. Most of the soldiers are in the Wanshi realm. The sergeants are either in the 9th layer of Wanshi realm or in the Soar realm. The centurions are mostly in the High Soar realm. Suyu was speechless, very strong indeed, 5,000 people. That meant there were at least 50 centurions, and all of them were above the 7th layer of Soar. One had to know that even the city lord of southern Yuan wasn't so strong. What about the Kiliarchs above the centurions? Wouldn't they be even stronger, even surpassing the Soar realm? Also, how strong was the deputy general of Long Wuwei? The general of Long Wuwei was Xiao Long Wu. Suyu was clear about this. The soldiers were basically all in the Wanshi realm. This was also very scary. One had to know that the demon suppression army wasn't a weak army in the heavens battlefield. His father was a captain at the 7th layer of Thousand June. His status was similar to that of the sergeants in Long Wuwei. One was at the 7th layer of Thousand June, and the weakest was at the 9th layer of Wanshi. No wonder Long Wuwei didn't accept his father. Lu Wenyan smiled and continued, there is a team of 10 stationed in southern Yuan. The guy who spoke before is one of the sergeants. Is he powerful? Quite powerful, the 9th layer of Wanshi realm. Suyu was speechless again, a sergeant is at the 9th layer of Wanshi realm? Although he is a sergeant, the one stationed in this team is relatively strong. It wouldn't be a problem for him to be a sergeant in a weaker team. Lu Wenyan smiled again, don't be envious. The Wanshi realm is actually just the foundation. Soar is the real starting point. Even in the heavens battlefield, the Soar realm is not cannon fodder, but the elite army. When your will materializes and you step into Soar, you will understand. Suyu was looking forward to it. I don't know how many years it will take. Lu Wenyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How many years? You little guy, you took it seriously. I said 3 to 5 years before, that would be the top genius. Although you are not bad, you haven't reached that point. If you are lucky, you can achieve it in 10 years. If you are unlucky, you will be stuck at this level for the rest of your life, just like me. But even if it was 10 years, it would still be much faster than regular physical training. The two of them chatted for a while, and Suyu asked some questions about the Wan language. After thinking about it, Suyu asked, Teacher, is there really no way to advance quickly in the Kaiyuan realm? Other than those risky methods, are there no other ways to advance quickly? Then why can many students at the 4th layer of Kaiyuan enter the higher education institutions so quickly to step into the Thousand June realm? From the 4th layer of Kaiyuan to the 1st layer of Thousand June, there is a difference of 6 levels. From the 4th layer of Kaiyuan to the 5th layer, it should take at least half a year, right? Even if the next level is half a year, it will still take at least 3 years. After 3 years, one can only step into the Thousand June realm. But I heard that many students in the war school entered the Thousand June realm in 1 year. This was also what Suyu had always wanted to ask, but the instructors in the past all laughed and told him that he would know when he entered the higher education institutions. This time, Suyu wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to understand more. After all, he might improve very quickly in the future. Lu Wenyan probably felt that Suyu would soon enter the civilization school, so he did not hide it this time. He smiled and said, "You should have seen a term in some books, school secret realm." Yes. That's the reason. With a test in mind, Lu Wenyan asked, "In the myriad worlds, why do the experts of the One have to open up the battlefield of all heavens in the outer world?" Suppression. Suyu did not hesitate. The environment of each world is different. The gravity, the air, the concentration of vitality, are all different. If the Shin race goes to the demon race, they might be suppressed and not be able to use 30% of their strength. It is the same the other way around. Therefore, these strong races do not dare to attack the other race. Yes, that is why there is the battlefield of all heavens. As Lu Wenyan spoke, his eyes were a little cold. Then do you know why the human race was involved and became the target of many races? The human race is weak? They want to invade the human race? Suyu was a little hesitant. This was what was said in the book, but his father said it was not so. The human race was not weak and was quite strong. Weak? Not weak. Lu Wenyan gave the same answer and said lightly, "How can the human race be weak? If they were weak, they would have been defeated in the battlefield of all heavens long ago. In the One, even if the human race does not rank in the top 3, they can still enter the top 10. They are very strong." Then, Suyu was a little confused. Then why do the human race have so many enemies? Because of the human realm. Lu Wenyan said with a smile, "Someone will tell you this when you go to the higher education institutions. Of course, it is actually not a big secret. Because the human realm is special, you know that other realms have restrictions, so it is difficult for a large race to invade another large race, but the human realm has no restrictions." Huh? No restrictions. Lu Wenyan sighed. This is the key, so the human realm has become a big fat meat in everyone's eyes, even a strategic place. The human realm does not have many restrictions on foreign races. Think about it, the One have been invading other realms with all their might, but their combat power will be greatly reduced if they enter the human realm. At this time, the human realm is not guarded against them, so how can they not become the target of the One? The flesh and blood of tens of billions of humans, the heaven and earth Yuan Qi, the vast world, the treasures of heaven and earth, swallowing the world, there are too many benefits. Since it is not easy to attack other realms, we naturally have to attack the human race. It is not that we are weak, it is the human realm that is not very reliable. Lu Wenyan said this word helplessly. Not reliable. Other realms have suppression power, but we do not. We are not guarded against other realms. What else can we do? Why? This was the first time Suyu had heard about this, and he was stunned. Why, no wonder the war on the battlefield of all heavens was getting more and more serious, no wonder the human race seemed to have so many hostile races, so many that it was abnormal. He had thought that the human race was weak, so these fellows targeted the human race. But now his father and teacher said that it was not the case. The human race was very strong, at least in the top 10. The top 10 powerful races had become a thorn in the side of others. He did not understand before, but now he understood. Because the human realm opened its heart to them, how could those races not be excited? This was equivalent to a peerless beauty taking off her clothes and calling for you. How could you not go? Why? Lu Wenyan smiled bitterly. There are 2 theories. First, the core of the human realm is damaged, so the suppression power of the realm has disappeared. Secondly, legend has it that in ancient times, there was a peerless expert in the human race who suppressed all the realms and worshipped him. As the center of the realms, the human race naturally didn't need to set up defenses. Only the weak races needed to protect themselves. Suyu was shocked. Really? It is just a legend. It is not necessarily a boast. Anyway, someone said so. Lu Wenyan smiled. This is not important, because it cannot be changed. This is the truth. You will understand this yourself in the future. Didn't you ask why one can cultivate so quickly in the higher education institutions? It is because of the Academy secret realm. The so-called Academy secret realm is actually some small worlds. They cut off a fragment of space from some places or worlds that are rich in vitality. Suyu was a little confused. Cut off a fragment of space? To put it simply, for example, the Great Xia Prefecture's War Academy secret realm was actually snatched back when the Great Xia Emperor slaughtered his way into the Golden Rock realm and cleaved out a small space outside the Golden Rock realm. Suyu was stunned. Snatched back? No, a blade cut open a world and a small piece of space to bring it back. Was this human? The Golden Rock realm is rich in vitality and filled with some heaven's vitality, so as long as some preliminary work is done, the speed of cultivation will be very fast. This is why the higher education institutions can quickly step into the Thousand June realm. Suyu was a little shocked and could not help but say, then the human race does not have a place rich in vitality, or heaven's vitality. There is. Lu Wenyan smiled. Of course there is, but there are many people in the human realm, and the space of one's own world cannot be cut off at will. Otherwise, it will easily cause the world to collapse. Since others want to take advantage of the human race, of course, we have to fight back and pay them back. As Lu Wenyan spoke, his face became cold. Over the years, it is not like the human race did not counterattack. They destroyed many small races and small worlds, seized their world hearts, and directly took the entire world back to the human race, creating the human race Holy Land. It is not our style to take a beating without fighting back. The big races are difficult to destroy, and the small races dare to invade the human race. They are courting death. This scholar showed a rare murderous intent. How do you think some of the information from the Civilization Academy came from? Do you really think it was seized from the heavenly battlefield? You think too much. They all directly kill their way in and snatch it. Suyu's expression changed, and after a while, he said, domineering. I thought the human race was always being beaten, but it seems that we are not just being beaten without fighting back. Of course. Lu Wenyan chuckled and said, if we didn't act ruthlessly, we would have become the meat of the 10,000 races long ago. Acting ruthlessly to intimidate a group of people and draw a group of people to our side is the foundation of the human race. Just like in Xia province, Xia of Goguryeo has not appeared for many years. You don't think he is in seclusion, do you? Is he not? Suyu was dumbfounded. Is he not? Isn't that what they say to the outside world? How is that possible? Lu Wenyan stroked his beard and smiled brightly. How can an invincible expert always be in seclusion? Xia of Goguryeo left a long time ago. I don't know his exact whereabouts. It is said that Xia of Goguryeo seems to have killed his way into the god race, but I don't know the specifics. So fierce? So you felt like he was listening to a story today. It was too exciting. Then why don't you publicize it? Publicize what? Lu Wenyan said disapprovingly. After staying in the heavenly battlefield for a few years, people will naturally know. Those who don't go to the heavenly battlefield will not know. It is good to have a sense of crisis. Don't just report the good news and not the bad news. If there is no sense of crisis, do you think the human race in the rear can still cultivate so hard? These years, the continuous emergence of human race experts has something to do with this sense of crisis. Look, how hard you are working now. There seemed to be nothing wrong with what he said. So you thought about it and agreed. If the front line was full of good news, would the human race in the rear still work so hard? However, there were good and bad news in this matter. The specific evaluation was not something that Suyu could decide. After chatting with Lu Wenyan for a long time, it was quiet. Suyu continued to cultivate the Kaiyuan secret art. He did not know whether Wanzhou had come to southern Yuan City or not, but Suyu was not worried. Since Xia province had made arrangements, Wanzhou was not a concern. These years of propaganda had let everyone know that Wanzhou was just a clown who was greedy for life and afraid of death. He was just a group of dregs. Xia province did not care too much about Wanzhou because they had the invincible Long Wu Wei, the powerful Xia kingdom of Goguryeo, and the powerful Xia Long Wu mansion lord. Therefore, no one thought that Wanzhou was anything special. Didn't you see those guys getting beheaded on TV every day? So you did not care too much because he did not understand Wanzhou and had never met him. He only knew that those guys were traitors of the human race, people that everyone had to kill. Pucci. After stabbing 1,000 June realm old man with a sword, a young man with red eyes cursed in a low voice, is Xia province crazy? Don't they know fear? Don't they know fear? Even 1,000 June realm expert was killed by us. Not far away, an old man with white hair said coldly, I haven't been to Xia province for many years. Xia province has long been brainwashed by Xia Longwu. They think that Wanzhou is nothing more than this. They have already forgotten about Wanzhou's prestige. As he said this, the old man could not help but curse in his heart. The resistance from Xia province was too frightening. A group of people knew that they were Wanzhou's people. Not only were they not afraid, but they also charged at them while howling. Old men, middle-aged men, young men, no one ran away or scattered just because a few people died. Under the leadership of a few retired soldiers, a small village could often cause great damage to them. Wanzhou was not doing well in Xia province, and this made the old man slightly worried. Could massacring a few medium schools really scare Xia province? Could it really scare Xia province? What I'm afraid of is, not only did Xia province not scare us, they even went crazy and chased after us. That would be troublesome. The old man was worried, but he did not dare to say it out loud. Previously, things might have been too smooth for them in other prefectures. Killing a few geniuses had caused panic among the people. There was not even a shadow of a person on the streets for a few days. But that was in other prefectures. This was Xia province. If a village had such a powerful counterattack, what about the entire Xia province? I hope everything goes smoothly. That night, Suyu spent the night at Lu Wenyan's teacher's dormitory. This was the first time Suyu spent the night at Lu Wenyan's house. Everything was fine, except that the old man got up more often in the middle of the night, which woke Suyu up several times. Sure enough, time waited for no man. Lu Wenyan, who had not materialized his will, was just an ordinary old man, even if he had reached Qianjun realm. Because he had cultivated with the absorbing skill once and absorbed primordial qi, Suyu felt that his cultivation speed was quite fast these 2 days. It was probably because of the primordial qi tempering that day that his 9 apertures were temporarily opened. After the aperture acupoint in his left ear was opened, Suyu felt that the aperture acupoint in his right ear was about to be opened. I'll find a time to show that I'm at level 4 of Kaiyuan. Anyway, I've been at level 3 of Kaiyuan for half a year. It's not surprising that I'm lucky enough to reach level 4. As for having a strong cultivation talent, why not? In the past, he mainly learned the Wan language. Couldn't he not cultivate hard? Now that he worked hard, it wouldn't be surprising if he quickly reached level 4 or even level 5 of Kaiyuan, right? Suyu thought to himself. The next day, he went to the academy with Lu Wenyan. Because he followed Lu Wenyan, Suyu learned a lot more things. In the office, the principal came again. He was not surprised to see Suyu. He had known about it yesterday. The nearby Tianjue city has been attacked in the past 2 days. Many of the city guards have been killed. As for the southern Yuan, last night, Mansion Master paused for a while and then said, a small village near the mountains was attacked. Many people died. Only a few children escaped the disaster by hiding in a cellar. It was the work of the Myriad tribe sect. The city guards have already gone after them. Lu Wenyan's face was cold. Those bastards. Soon, Lu Wenyan suppressed his anger and said, they've come to southern Yuan. It's still the same old thing, creating chaos and scattering our forces. It seems like they're plotting something big. After saying that, Lu Wenyan said, Long Wuwei still can't find their main force? I can't find it. The principal also felt helpless. They're lurking very deep. Southern Yuan doesn't have enough manpower, so we can't spread out our net to look for them. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome to break them one by one. What did the people in Xia province say? Lu Wenyan was a little anxious. Wanzhou's people had really come. Southern Yuan was just a small city, and its defense was too weak. There were many elites in Xia province. With a little support, Wanzhou wouldn't dare to act presumptuously. The city lord has already sent out a request for help, but the other cities are also asking for help. In Dixia province, we still have to defend the prefectural cities to prevent Wanzhou from creating chaos, so, no reinforcements? Lu Wenyan was a little annoyed. Then we'll ask for help from the major academies. The principal said helplessly, I told them, but recently the front line has been recruiting soldiers. Many teachers and students from the major academies have gone to the front line and haven't returned yet. The academies also need to be guarded internally, which is more important than Southern Yuan, so. Can't even find a few sore? Lu Wenyan was even more annoyed. They don't lack sore. If they send a few sore, Wanzhou's forces in Southern Yuan won't be too strong. The principal said gloomily, don't get angry at me. It's useless. All the cities are asking for help. Southern Yuan isn't the key among the 28 cities. Some cities are more important. Of course, Dixia province should give priority to them. Lu Wenyan was also helpless. The huge Dixia province has been tormented by Wanzhou to ask for help everywhere. Long Wuwei is really useless. Ahem. The principal coughed softly, and a voice came from outside the door. Instructor Lu, Wanzhou just found the right time. 10 days ago, 3,000 Long Wuwei went to the battlefield of heavens, so, there really isn't enough manpower. That's also because your Long Wuwei didn't keep it a secret. I didn't even know that 3,000 Long Wuwei left. Now that Wanzhou knows, isn't it your own fault? Lu Wenyan wasn't afraid of Long Wuwei. He said bluntly, even if there's no problem with Long Wuwei, there must be problems in Dixia province. There must be Wanzhou's eyes and ears. Otherwise, how could Wanzhou know that your main force left and now come to Dixia province to make trouble? Long Wuwei's people didn't say anything. This was also the truth. Not long after Long Wuwei's main force left, Wanzhou's people came. Obviously, the news had been leaked. Otherwise, with Long Wuwei guarding Dixia province, the other party wouldn't dare to come here rashly. Now is not the time to argue. The principal interrupted them and said, Old Lu, why don't you borrow a few source from Dixia Civilization University? You don't have to say that. I asked this morning, but even if they rush here, it will take at least a day. They agreed to come? They agreed, but. Lu Wenyan said helplessly, they won't stay for long. They said that after picking up these students, they will leave together and won't help us defend. That's fine too. The principal was overjoyed. It was good that they came. However, Lu Wenyan wasn't so excited. He still said with dissatisfaction, even if Long Wuwei left, Dixia province is in a mess. This is also shameful. I don't know if Dixia province has been too peaceful these years, so the military has been lax. This was something that Lu Wenyan said, so the principal didn't say anything. Outside, Long Wuwei didn't say anything either, because it was indeed shameful. Dixia province was known to have countless strong soldiers and generals, but Wanzhou had made things difficult for them. This indeed didn't match the strength of Dixia province. Suyu played the role of a bystander, listening quietly and not interrupting. These matters were the affairs of the upper echelons of Southern Yuan City, and he wasn't qualified to participate. As for Lu Wenyan, Suyu was also a little puzzled. Although this person's status wasn't low, he was weak in martial arts. It wouldn't be very useful to discuss these matters with Lu Wenyan. As if reading Suyu's mind, Lu Wenyan paid some attention to him. Seeing him peek at him, he couldn't help but chuckle. What's wrong? Are you looking down on me? No. Yes. I really didn't. I can see that. At this time, Lu Wenyan was like a child, insisting on winning or losing. He laughed and said, just you wait. When the time comes, you'll know why I, your teacher, can participate. So you didn't quite understand what he meant, and Lu Wenyan didn't explain. The principal wanted to say a few words, but after thinking about it, he shut his mouth. He hoped that there wouldn't be a chance for Lu Wenyan to prove himself. It would be a pity. In the tall building opposite the academy, the middle-aged man's lips trembled slightly. The city guards have left the city. Except for a part of them guarding the city gate and the mayor's residence, the rest have gone out to kill those from the Blood Fire sect. What about Long Wuwei? The woman asked. The middle-aged man shook his head. No traces of Long Wuwei were found. Long Wuwei is still in the city. In addition, Southern Yuan is transferring those geniuses to Dixia province. They will leave the day after tomorrow. The man reported. The woman frowned slightly. Bait? Maybe. The man was also a little suspicious. Evacuating for no reason, and the order was issued yesterday. It might be to lure us out. What do you think we should do? Have there been any experts secretly entering Southern Yuan City recently? Probably not, probably? There's no way to be sure. We can't monitor them all day, but there's no news from our spies. Not from the mayor's residence, not from the Southern Yuan Secondary Academy. The woman fell into deep thought. After thinking for a while, she said, we can't let them leave. If they leave, although they will still be meritorious for slaughtering the secondary academy in Southern Yuan, the credit will be halved. The top will not be satisfied if the geniuses of this year's preliminary exam leave. I know. The man was a little hesitant. But Long Wuwei's people haven't been transferred away. They are likely to be in the academy. If we act rashly, we will be in trouble if we fail. As he was speaking, the communicator next to the man rang. He picked it up and looked at it. It was a communication message, like an advertisement. However, the man's expression changed slightly, and he quickly said, either we cancel the operation, or we have to act as soon as possible. According to the news from Dixia province, Lu Wenyan asked for help from Great Xia Civilization University today. They agreed and will soon send people to pick up these geniuses and leave Southern Yuan City. Damn it. The woman cursed. Lu Wenyan, it's this old thing again. This old thing is only one step away from a manifestation, but the hope of crossing it is not high. The Civilization University actually agreed to help him. This is more prestigious than I thought. The man did not say anything. After the woman had vented her anger, he continued, what do we do now? City Lord Wu Wenhai, Long Wuwei, and Xia Bing are all at the second level of SOAR. If the Civilization University sends more people, we can only give up. As he spoke, the man was a little hesitant, but he still said, Dixia province is very powerful. This time, we can only create chaos because Long Wuwei's main force has left. Once the main force returns, we have to evacuate. Previously, the higher-ups adopted a wait-and-see attitude toward Dixia province. This time, why? For this operation, the higher-ups did not even hesitate to expose some chess pieces that had been hidden for a long time. Even if the plan succeeded, the losses would be great. The man did not quite understand. Even if they killed some geniuses, such losses would be difficult to make up for. One had to know that some people had spent many years in hiding. The woman's position in the sect was higher than his, and she knew more than him. He was only responsible for contacting the various parties. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. The woman replied coldly. After thinking for a while, she said, actually, it's nothing much. What we need is chaos in Dixia province and the return of Long Wuwei's main force. This time, Long Wuwei is going to the heavenly battlefield, and his target is the Tianyi divine race. As soon as this was said, the man's expression changed. The Tianyi divine race was also the divine race that they had sought refuge with. Could it be, the divine race, is afraid of Long Wuwei? The man did not dare to think about it, but the woman knew what he was thinking. She sneered and said, although Long Wuwei is strong, the divine race will not be afraid of them. However, the divine race has been attacking the heavenly race recently. If Long Wuwei gets involved, it will ruin the plan. The heavenly race. The man hurriedly said, the divine race is going to start a war? No, it's to let the heavenly race return to order. The woman said, no longer talking about this. She changed the topic and said, you, me, and another 4th grade SOAR Hall master will arrive tonight. He will deal with Xia Bing, I will hold Wu Wenhai back, and you bring people to destroy the Southern Yuan Academy. Destroy the Southern Yuan Academy, and the mission will be completed. We will retreat immediately. Tomorrow evening, move. As soon as the woman's voice fell, the man wanted to say something but stopped. He quickly said, yes, sir. They chose the evening because the students had all left at night, and there was no way to gather. It was not worth it to split up and kill them. In the evening, they would retreat after the operation. It would be dark soon, and it would be easier to leave. The man did not object to this point, but he was a little worried. After responding to the order, he still reminded, besides Wu Wenhai and Xiaobing, I am worried that Lu Wenyan will be stimulated and materialize his will. That will be troublesome. Yes, we have to be careful. The woman did not think that he was worrying too much. This was indeed a variable. However, we have 3 people in SOAR, and there are only 2 of them. Moreover, they are only second-grade SOAR. Even if Lu Wenyan really materializes his will and has no time to temper his body, his will has reached SOAR, and his body is still Qianjun. You should be able to deal with him. The man was about to say something, but the woman's eyes turned cold. He is already over 70 years old, and his body has deteriorated. Even if his will materializes, it will be nothing. Don't tell me you don't even dare to deal with Lu Wenyan? No. The man hurriedly said, I am worried that if I can deal with Lu Wenyan, there is no one to deal with Long Wuwei. The others are all Wanshi. We also have Wanshi, but once Long Wuwei's battle formation is formed, those who are not SOAR will not be able to resist it. You are just saying what if. Lu Wenyan has not been able to materialize his will for so many years. Will he definitely materialize his will this time? Although the woman said so, she quickly said, then let the 4th-grade SOAR Hall Master entangle the entire Long Wuwei. Xiaobing is only 2nd-grade SOAR. He can deal with him. You kill Lu Wenyan quickly, and then help him deal with Long Wuwei. Okay. The man breathed a sigh of relief. That was good. The 4th-grade SOAR should be able to deal with it. Besides, he was also 2nd-grade SOAR, so there was no need to worry so much. The woman was stronger than him. She was also a 1st-grade Hall Master in Wanzhou, a Hall Master in Southern Yuan. Of course, she was only at the peak of 3rd-grade SOAR. After all, Southern Yuan City was small. It was already unexpected that Wanzhou had arranged 2 SOAR here. In Dixia Province, there were only 2 SOAR Masters, the City Lord and Long Wuwei. The main force of Dixia Province was at the front line. The strength left behind was not too strong. Wanzhou did not need to go to the front line, nor did he need to defend a certain place. It was more convenient to transfer personnel here than in Dixia Province. True God Eternal. The woman's lips trembled, and the man quickly followed suit. Protoss, there was an uncontrollable desire in his eyes. Protoss, eternal life, if he could make contributions and enter the God realm, enter the legendary deification pool, change his human foundation, and become a Protoss, that would be eternal. Life, infinite life, the man's eyes were burning. This time, the higher-ups had given him a lot of God points. After a dozen more such missions, he could exchange for a chance to enter the God realm. 50 years. I have to enter the God realm in 50 years. Otherwise, I will die of old age, the man murmured in his heart. He did not want to betray the human race, but he wanted eternal life. He could not forget his teacher, a powerhouse at the 9th grade of SOAR. That year, his teacher died of old age on his bed because of the decline of his physical body. He was afraid. The SOAR realm only had a lifespan of 150 years. He was already more than 60 years old. Although his physical body had not reached the point of decline, it had been more than 10 years, and he had only cultivated from the 1st grade of SOAR to the 2nd grade. Was there any hope for him to reach the 9th grade in this lifetime? There was no hope, only by relying on the Protoss could he exchange for eternal life. I was right. The human race will not be a match for one. The limitless power of the human race will not be able to resist one. We will fall sooner or later. Sooner or later. My choice was right. The man's expression gradually became firm and more devout. It was not difficult for the Protoss to live for 1,000 years even though they were at the SOAR realm. After 1,000 years, they could advance one step further no matter what. That was eternal life, eternal life. Anping calendar year 350, April 18th. This was the second last day for Suyu's group to leave Southern Yuan. Tomorrow morning, they would all gather and leave Southern Yuan under the escort of the city guards and the powerhouses of Great Xia Civilization University. In the morning, Suyu got up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was startled to see a figure beside his bed. You're awake? Lu Wenyan asked suddenly. Suyu suppressed his thoughts and felt a little helpless. The old man was so scary in the morning. Teacher, you're awake too. I'm old, so I woke up a long time ago. Lu Wenyan smiled. Get up and eat. After eating, go to the school with me, but don't stay with me today, huh? Suyu's eyes moved slightly. Teacher, you mean, if Wanzhou has a plan, when do you think he will choose to make a move? Before tonight, the people of Great Xia Civilization University will come. At night, they won't have a chance. Suyu's heart trembled slightly. That was right. If he was a member of the Myriad tribe sect, he would either make a move today or wait until they left and there were fewer city guards before making a move. Therefore, Wanzhou's men were likely to show up today. It's too dangerous to follow me. Lu Wenyan was still smiling. Those guys are worried that I will materialize my will. If they make a move, they will definitely target me first and kill me in advance to prevent me from materializing my will and stepping into SOAR. So, don't stay with me today, and don't stay with other powerhouses. Just stay with the teacher at Thousand June Realm. Someone will protect you. Teacher. Suyu hurriedly got up from the bed. Do they really dare to make a move on Southern Yuan Academy? Of course they dare. Some of Wanzhou's men are afraid of death, some are greedy for life, some are crazy, and some are possessed. But even those who are greedy for life and afraid of death will not hesitate to draw their swords to achieve their goals. Lu Wenyan sighed softly. These people are very strange. You say they are afraid of death, but sometimes they are even more afraid of death than we are. If we throw them into the All-Heavens battlefield, they'll be scared witless against races like the fiend gods, but if we let them attack their own kind, they'll be fearless. Perhaps they feel that there's nothing to be afraid of since they're all humans. One is the truly terrifying one. They won't hesitate to slaughter the humans. Upon hearing this, Suyu frowned. Indeed, these people from Wanzhou's side looked very strange to him. If they were sent to the All-Heavens battlefield, these people would be scared to death. Speaking of courage, he had almost none. However, if they were allowed to wreak havoc within the human race, each of them would be bolder than the last, and each of them would be crazier than the last. Even if they were beheaded every day, they would not be scared off. Is this what you call bullying your own people? Suyu thought about it and gave a word. Lu Wenyan smiled and said, not really. We don't treat them as humans, so we don't consider them to be tyrannical. But you're right, they do have this kind of personality. They're weak to outsiders and cold-blooded to their own people. In fact, there are many such people throughout history. And this kind of people doesn't only exist in the human race. In fact, all races have them. When they betray their own race, in order to prove that their choice was right, in order to prove themselves, the butcher's knife will fall on their former compatriots faster and more ruthlessly. Lu Wenyan was not surprised. The human race actually has a group of Sichuan people. Lu Wenyan looked at Suyu with a smile. In fact, the human race has taken in Sichuan people. They have lost confidence in their own race, lost hope, and turned to the human race. At this time, they will be very vicious to their former compatriots. Suyu couldn't understand, but he had read a lot of books and knew that there were indeed many such people. Without asking any more questions, Suyu got up and began to wash up. Soon, at the dining table, Suyu ate for a while and said, Teacher, will they make a move today? There are so many students in the institute. Why don't we have a holiday today? There's no other way. We can't have a holiday. Without 1,000 days of vigilance, a holiday will alert the enemy. Those fellows won't appear. But, Suyu was a little worried. If they really came, wouldn't so many students be implicated? We've already made preparations. There will be people to protect you. Lu Wenyan sighed. Don't think that we're cold-blooded, using you as bait. Indecisiveness will only lead to chaos. Suyu, remember, if one day you go to the battlefield and become a commander, at that time, you will have to make a choice. On one side are 1,000 soldiers, on the other side are 10,000 people. You can choose to save the 1,000 people, or you can choose to let the 1,000 people restrain the enemy, and use the 10,000 people to destroy a 10,000-man army of a large race. At this moment, what will you choose? Suyu was a little hesitant. After a long while, he said, I don't know. You actually know, but you can't say it. You are intelligent, so you should know how to choose. On the battlefield of the heavens, how important it is to destroy a 10,000-man army of one. It can even affect the outcome of the war. Lu Wenyan said softly, this is a choice. This is the choice that the experts and wise people of the human race should make. Sacrificing 1,000 people to eliminate 10,000 people is so that fewer people will die in the future. Because this 10,000-man army may create a greater massacre. Isn't it cruel? Suyu nodded silently. He had never thought about this problem. When Lu Wenyan asked him, he felt that it was too realistic, too cruel, and too heartless. Suyu, this is war. Lu Wenyan looked up at him. Remember, this is war. It involves the survival of billions of people, so we must make a choice. Perhaps you will say that those 1,000 people are innocent? Yes, they are too innocent. They are our comrades, but, this is war. Just like today, we know that Wanzhou is likely to attack the Southern Yuan Academy today, but we also have to make a choice. In the past 2 days, there has been some chaos outside the city. Several villages have been attacked, and many people have died. Hundreds. We are tired of dealing with them, and the strength of the city guards is scattered. This can't go on. Only by concentrating on eliminating them can we completely stabilize the Southern Yuan. So, it's time for us to make a choice. Should we let the students take more risks, or continue to wait for them to slaughter more people? In my eyes, the students are naturally more important, but the people outside the city are also human lives. Suyu, you students are all reserve soldiers, so, we have decided to let you take more risks. This is also the path you will take in the future. Suyu nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, Teacher, I understand. I was just a little worried just now. As you said, we are all soldiers. Although we are very weak, the day we entered the academy, we are actually soldiers. You and Headmaster have made the right choice. It's good that you can understand. If you can't, then you don't need to understand. Lu Wenyan said softly, if one day you go to a higher level, if you feel that you can kill 10 times or 100 times more enemies by sacrificing Southern Yuan City, I hope you will choose to do it. Even if you have to bear some infamy, don't hesitate. Suyu said nothing and continued to eat. When he finished, Suyu looked up at Lu Wenyan and said, Teacher, in the end, it's because we are not strong enough. If we are strong enough to crush the enemy, then all the choices will not exist, right? Lu Wenyan suddenly smiled, and it was a smile of relief. Well said, that's right, but we are still not strong enough. Yes, I think we will, because the human race is getting better and better, and there are more and more experts. Lu Wenyan also nodded slightly. That was indeed the case. The two didn't say anything else. After finishing their meal, they walked to the academy together. Ayu. Xianxia hadn't seen Suyu for 2 days. He knew that Suyu was learning from Lu Wenyan, but he was still very happy at this moment. He said, I thought you were kidnapped by Instructor Lu. Finally, you are back. These 2 days, I feel that I am almost at the 4th level of Kaiyuan, N. Suyu nodded slightly. At this moment, outside the classroom, several instructors seemed to be passing by unintentionally. In fact, Suyu knew that they were patrolling. When the battle started, these instructors immediately took the students away. Hao Zi, follow me today. Don't run anywhere. Why? Xianxia was at a loss, but he quickly nodded and said, okay, then what if I go to the toilet? Suyu was too lazy to pay attention to him. He thought for a while and said, later, go to the practical training building and get 2 sabers. Today, we will practice combat. Ayu, aren't you afraid of being beaten up? Xianxia said strangely, you can't beat me. You will be beaten up every time. I think I can beat you up now. Suyu rolled his eyes at him. Stop talking nonsense. Do what I tell you to do. Okay, I will listen to you. Xianxia's bare one's teeth smiled. He was too lazy to use his brain. He followed Suyu, and it was all Suyu's ideas. Suyu still had a drop of blood essence in his hand. After thinking for a while, Suyu quickly stood up and walked to the resource department with Xianxia. Teacher, I want to exchange for 2 drops of Iron Wing blood essence. Suyu, you want to exchange for this again? The teacher in the resource department felt sorry for Suyu. The previous research failed? Then, teacher, I think I'm getting some ideas. I want to exchange for 2 more drops. Then. Alright then. The management teacher was helpless. This kid didn't know what was important. What a waste. When he went to a higher education institution in the future, he would regret it. He exchanged for 2 more drops of blood essence for Suyu. At this moment, Suyu had 3 drops of blood essence in his hand, but he only had 7 merit points left. After wandering around the school for a while, Suyu soon had a saber in his hand. Chen Hao also had a saber in his hand. Chen Hao felt that Suyu was strange today. After getting the saber, he didn't cultivate or practice martial arts. He didn't know what was wrong with this guy. At this moment, it was already noon. Holding 3 drops of blood essence in his hand, Suyu was thinking about the problem. 3 drops of blood essence could last for about 15 minutes, but his arm was swollen in 5 minutes last time. If it really lasted for 15 minutes, his arm might be crippled. 15 minutes shouldn't be so long. Even if Wanzhou's people come to attack, they won't dare to fight here for so long. If the fight drags on, they won't be able to leave. However, I can't let anyone know that I'm using blood essence, or it will be troublesome. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I shouldn't use blood essence. Besides, even if I have 1,000 June combat power, it won't change anything. The school didn't lack teachers at the 1,000 June realm. The key was still Xianxia and Soar. Suyu looked around, and his eyes flickered slightly. There were many strangers in the school. Although they weren't wearing armor, Suyu still guessed that they were people from the city guards and some from the anti-breeze hall. It seemed that Southern Yuan was also prepared. The other party would either attack the Southern Yuan school or the city lord's mansion. As Suyu was thinking, Chen Hao's communicator rang. Chen Hao hurriedly picked it up, answered a few words, and then hung up. He looked at Suyu and said, "My dad called. He told me to be careful today and not to leave the school. Wanzhou's people are coming. Many people have died outside the city in the past 2 days," Chen Hao said and then cursed, "These beasts, don't let me see them, or I'll kill one of them with 1 slash. You?" Suyu glanced at him and didn't speak. Chen Hao's face turned red, and he said angrily, "I can't do it now, but can't I do it in the future? When I arrive at the war school, I can complete Kaiyuan in 1 year, 1,000 June in 3 years, Xianxia in 5 years, and Soar in 10 years. That's something only a genius can do." "Are you sure? Get lost." Chen Hao's face was dejected, and it seemed a little difficult. 10 years of Soar, this was the treatment of geniuses. However, 20 years should be fine, right? Before the age of 40, it was considered the golden time for cultivation. If one still couldn't achieve Soar at the age of 40, there was almost no hope in the future. It was not completely hopeless, but as the physical body began to deteriorate, the hope was very small. There were not too many people who were stuck at Xianxia for their entire lives. Su Long was almost 50. There was hope for 1,000 June to Xianxia, but there was probably no hope for Xianxia to Soar. Suyu smiled and looked outside the school. Had it begun, the other party had made a lot of noise outside the city, naturally to make the city guards and even Long Wuwei leave. The higher-ups of Southern Yuan knew this, but they had to send people over. Otherwise, who knew how many people would die outside the city? Sure enough, a group of animals without a bottom line. Suyu cursed in a low voice. He couldn't help but wonder what was going on in Xia province. Could it be that even a few Soar people couldn't be sent to support them? Wanzhou seemed to be a little unscrupulous. He had made such a big noise, but the remaining 2,000 main forces of Long Wuwei didn't seem to come to investigate. Were they entangled? Wasn't the Myriad tribe sect a little too powerful? At the same time, Xia province. Xiao Longwu, fully armored, sat on the throne with an amazing aura. Soon, a Long Wuwei quickly entered the door and said in a loud voice, "Report. Master, there are unusual movements in the 12 cities of Southern Yuan, Tianzhui, Mountain Splitter, Dragon Gate. Wanzhou has appeared. All the prefectures have sent requests for help. Should we send reinforcements?" Xiao Longwu's expression didn't change. He said calmly, "Send reinforcements, 50 people per team, to the 12 cities. Send people to the other 16 cities as well, just in case." "Yes, master." Long Wu quickly retreated. At this moment, an old man dressed like a scholar said softly, "Master, they're luring the tiger away from the mountain. I'm afraid their target is still Dexia province." "I know. Long Wu has already sent thousands of people, and a large number of prefectural soldiers have left. Dexia province is now." Before the old man could finish, Xiao Longwu said calmly, "It doesn't matter. If we don't kill them, they'll be in trouble. As long as Long Wu doesn't leave, these guys won't dare to show up." After that, Xiao Longwu stood up. "I'm afraid their target is me. Long Wu has been transferred away from me. Even the experts from the major academies have been transferred away due to various reasons. Now, 90% of the experts in Dexia province have left. Master, why don't we ask Ming constables for help? Ridiculous. What a shame." Xiao Longwu snorted. "Dexia province is ranked higher than Ming constables. Why would we ask them for help? Moreover, we don't need it. They're just a bunch of sneaky people. I'd like to see which god race bastards have infiltrated. Without the god race's support, they wouldn't have the guts to do so." The old man frowned. "The god race has infiltrated?" "Of course. Otherwise, Wanzhou wouldn't dare to behave atrociously in Dexia province." "That's good. Dexia province's stock of god blood has been used up. These days, I've been thinking if I should go to the heavenly battlefield. Now, it seems I don't have to." Xiao Longwu was still calm. "Later, you guard the prefecture. I'll go outside and kill some bastards." "Master, don't talk too much." Xiao Longwu's eyes were sharp. "What can a few god race bastards do to me? I was worried that Longwu's saber hasn't seen blood for a long time. Now, I finally have a chance." Then, Xiao Longwu stepped out of the hall. His voice was sonorous. "When the god race is dead, Longwu will lead the prefecture army to exterminate all Wanzhou's followers in Dexia province. Capture them alive and drag them to Dexia province to be beheaded in public. Tomorrow, I want to see thousands of heads fall." "Yes, master." A low shout came. In order to cooperate with Wanzhou's operation and lure out the god race, Xiao Longwu had allowed the situation to be unstable these days. He was afraid of scaring away the god race. Now, it was time to close the net. All the experts in Dexia province that should have been transferred had been transferred away. Now, they should appear, right? Long Wu had less than 1,000 men left in the prefecture. He couldn't form a 1,000-man battle formation. He should be satisfied, right? "If you want to kill me, I'll satisfy you. I'd like to see if you can kill me." With a sneer, Xiao Longwu rose sore, turned into a golden light, and disappeared from the governor's residence. In the blink of an eye, he was out of the city. Xiao Longwu. When the golden light flickered and disappeared, a cold snort came from outside the prefecture. How dare he? They thought that this guy didn't dare to come out, or that he would continue to wait for the other experts in Dexia province to return. They thought that they would have to increase their efforts to force Xiao Longwu to show himself. Who knew that he would come out just like that? "Let's go. Surround and kill Xiao Longwu." A low shout came. The next moment, someone said coldly, "Surround and kill?" All the principals of the higher education institutions have left. Xiao Longwu is just SOSO. Why do we need to surround and kill him? Today, I'll cut off his head. Fool. Remember, surround and kill him. Go all out and don't be careless. Someone in charge shouted coldly. Xiao Longwu may be half a step into that realm. I won't stop anyone who wants to die. Impossible. He is only cultivated for so many years. How could he? So, he must die. The All Heavens battlefield doesn't need another human invincible expert. All right. They quickly reached an agreement to surround and kill Xiao Longwu. That guy might be half a step into that realm. They couldn't let him continue to grow stronger. Several rays of different colors disappeared in an instant, chasing after the golden light and disappearing near Dexia province. Southern Yuan City. No one knew what was happening in Dexia province. Outside the academy, on a tall building. The woman didn't appear. A middle-aged man and an old man with gray hair stood together, looking at the Southern Yuan Middle School. Hall Master Chen, I didn't expect you to come this time, the middle-aged man put on a flattering smile. Yes. The old man didn't say much. He looked down and frowned slightly. After a while, he said, Wu Hen, do you think it's a trap? A trap? The man paused for a moment and said slowly, I'm not sure, but there are indeed 2 SOAR experts in Southern Yuan. As for the city guards, the Chili Arch hasn't broken through to SOAR. I'm sure of it. Is that so? The old man didn't say anything, but his brows were still knitted. This mission made him a little uneasy. First, it would cause too much noise. Second, Southern Yuan had made preparations. In the past, the mission would have been cancelled. But this time, it didn't. The higher-ups wanted to continue. As for Xianxia province, there were no reinforcements. This was the answer given by the higher-ups. They were very sure that there would be no reinforcements in Xianxia province. And third, they were not familiar with Xianxia province. Wanzhou's main activity was not in Xianxia province. Although there were some forces here, they didn't have a deep understanding of Xianxia province. It was a bit risky to launch the plan rashly. Given the character of the higher-ups, they must have made a lot of preparations in advance if they sent SOAR experts, or even multiple SOAR experts. Wu Hen, you have been in Southern Yuan for many years. Are there any Wanshur experts in Southern Yuan who can fight above their level? No, I don't think so. The middle-aged man said, anyway, I haven't heard of it. If there are, they should have gone to the battlefield of all heavens or Xianxia province. No one will stay in Southern Yuan. There are Qianjun experts. Su Long of the Demon Subduing Army can fight above his level against Wanshur, but that is only Wanshur. Su Long? An old soldier of the Devil Suppressing Army has gone to the All Heavens battlefield. Oh, the Devil Suppressing Army. Xiao Long Wu's troops have made a name for themselves in the All Heavens battlefield in recent years. From a second-line legion to a first-line legion, they have many experts. The old man had a better understanding of the front line. After some thought, he asked, are there many frontline army members who have retired from the army in the city? Not too many, and they are all old. There are not many in their prime, no more than 300, and they are scattered all over Southern Yuan. We have to guard against these people. The old man said in a solemn voice, veterans who have been to the All Heavens battlefield and are able to retire alive are people who have lived on the edge of a blade. Tell the people below to be careful. Understood. The old man looked at the sky and didn't say anything else. After a while, a flash of fire came from outside the city. Within the city, a group of 100 city guards quickly rushed out of the city. The middle-aged man said happily, another 100-man squad has gone. There are less than 500 city guards left. The old man was still frowning. Be careful. Knowing that they were luring the tiger away from the mountain, Southern Yuan still sent a large number of city guards to wipe out Wanzhou's men outside the city. Was it because they were confident, or were they really forced to do so? There are less than half of the city guards left. More than 300 people are guarding the city lord's mansion, and the rest are almost gathered near the Southern Yuan Academy. The streets are full of people from the Catch Breeze Hall. The old man looked around and judged. On the side of the Southern Yuan Academy, there were about 200 city guards, less than 100 people from the Catch Breeze Hall, 260 people from the instructors and the academy guards, and Long Wu Wei's men. Altogether, there were less than 600 people in the Thousand June realm, including those above Thousand June. As for the students, they were all ignored. There couldn't be people in the Thousand June realm. Among them, there were less than 15 people, including SOAR, Wanshur, and Long Wu Wei, and the rest were in the Thousand June realm. In fact, SOAR was alone. City Lord Wu Wenhai was still in the City Lord's mansion, and it would take him some time to get here. The old man still counted him in. After all, it wasn't too far away. Is everyone here? Everyone is here. The man hurriedly said, the hall master has gone to receive them. They are all elites. There are 30 people in the Wanshur realm, and the rest are in the Thousand June realm. There are 300 of them. Those below the Thousand June realm are creating chaos outside the city. 300 elites above the 7th tier of Thousand June realm, and 30 people in the Xianxia realm, the old man judged. Today, 6 cities had mobilized, and there were more people in other places. That was to say, there were more than 2,000 practitioners at the 7th tier of Thousand June realm, and more than 200 at the Xianxia realm. There were probably more than 20 people in Soar. Such a force was enough to form an army of 10,000 people. They've mobilized in full force. The Tiani god cult has brought out all the resources they have accumulated over the years. The old man felt a little uneasy, and he trembled a little. There were many sects in the Wanzhou, and the Tiani god cult was one of the more powerful ones. After all, they were a branch of the Shin race. But even so, to throw in so much power at once, in addition to the power to stop the reinforcements from Dixia province, this was almost all the power of the Tiani god cult. Throwing everything at once, weren't they afraid that the Tiani god cult would be completely finished? The ones who caused the massacre on the outside were all cannon fodder sections. If they died, then so be it. But this time, the true elites were mobilized, and the two were different. There are many merit points for this mission. It doesn't seem worth it to go to war just to slaughter these students. What are the higher-ups thinking? The old man frowned, feeling that the gains did not make up for the losses. Unfortunately, he couldn't reach that level. Forget it, I can only hope that everything goes smoothly, and then quickly retreat and hide my tracks. The gathering of more than 300 people still needed some time. In a small city like southern Yuan, gathering more than 300 people needed to be done bit by bit. This wasn't Dixia province, where hundreds of people could be brought in and no one would care. We'll make our move in half an hour. Inform everyone to finish the battle in 3 minutes. After 5 minutes, everyone must retreat. After leaving the city, scatter and escape. Do you understand? Yes. The man hurriedly answered and quickly disappeared to inform the various parties. After the man left, the old man looked at the Southern Yuan Secondary School again and murmured, Dixia province, can't even mobilize a few Soar, you. At this moment, Chen Hao and Suyu were squatting at the entrance of the cafeteria. They looked around and whispered, what are we waiting here for? Just now, an instructor shouted for all classes to gather. There will be a school meeting after school. Aren't we going? No. Suyu held a saber in his hand and whispered, it's safer with fewer people, but with more people, it's a little dangerous. Ah? Chen Hao didn't understand. Suyu whispered, don't talk nonsense. Something might happen today. Wanzhou's people might come. We'll just stay here. There are fewer people here. No, you said. Wanzhou's people are coming? Then we have to meet with the instructors as soon as possible. We are just Kaiyuan, not Qianjun. Chen Hao suddenly became anxious. He was afraid, but not too afraid. The school had also practiced when they encountered Wanzhou's people and went to the battlefield of heavens. All these situations had been explained. At this time, it was time to meet with the instructors. The instructors would protect them. There are too few instructors. Most of them have to fight, and a small number of them are protecting the students. At most, 3 to 5 instructors stay behind to protect the students in a class. There are too many people in the class. If they really encounter danger, they won't be able to protect all of them, Suyu whispered, protecting 2 people means less pressure. But, if we encounter we'd better go back. Chen Hao was really anxious. Suyu said with a smile, don't worry. The 2 students who wander around are both Kaiyuan. The strong won't even bother to look at us. But if we encounter Qianjun, we will also die, so we should try our best to hide. If we really encounter the enemy, Suyu looked up at Chen Hao. Do you trust me? Yes. If we really encounter each other, you scold them and let them kill you first. We won't stand together, one on the left and the other on the right. If he goes to kill you, he definitely won't guard against a small student like me. Chen Hao was at a loss. You're so vicious. You want to die before me? That's too vicious. I'll go kill him. Chen Hao's face fell. Are you kidding me? You're just a 3rd-tier Kaiyuan. You can't even break my defense, let alone kill him. Are you crazy? If you trust me, then do it. At this time, we can't go to principal and the others. If we go, we'll just cause trouble. We can't go to class either. If we go, we'll also cause trouble. We're too weak. At this time, we're just targets. Then the other students are targets too. Should we call them to hide together? Idiot, how can we hide with so many people? They will really die if they wander around. We still have a chance. Suyu wasn't too afraid. His father had often talked about killing Juan. The ultimate goal of the school was to teach them to kill Juan's people. There was nothing to be afraid of. However, he was a little nervous. This was the first time he had encountered an enemy. He was afraid that his legs would turn to jelly. If Xianxia really scolded him and the other party went to kill him, what would he do if his legs turned to jelly? Also, what if he encountered 2 people? What about 3 people? It's fine. The strong will definitely deal with the strong. Searching for the scattered students in the school is definitely done by the weak. The students are too weak. Without Xianjun, there's no need to search in groups. If one person can do it, there's no reason for 3 to 5 people to do it. The school is not small. If they really want to search in groups, the other party will have to send thousands of people. I don't believe they can sneak in with thousands of people. That Southern Yuan is too stupid. Moreover, if there are so many people, even if they stay with the teachers, they will still die. There shouldn't be such a situation. Suyu judged in his heart. He dragged Xianxia into the cafeteria, found a corner, and said in a low voice, "You hide here, the kind that shivers and squat down. If there is only one person, make some noise. If there are 2 people, then run. Run to your death." There was a small door in this place that they could run out of. Xianxia nodded hurriedly. "What about you?" Suyu pointed to a small corner next to him. "I'll hide there. Don't look over here, or you will get me killed, understand?" "Got it." Xianxia nodded immediately. Then, with a sad face, he said, "Ayu, why don't we go look for my dad?" "Nonsense. Going out alone at this time is courting death." Suyu cursed in a low voice. "I don't know about the specific arrangements, but your dad and the others probably have a mission. Don't think about those useless things. Pray that my legs won't turn to jelly later. Otherwise, you will be finished." "Ayu, you want to kill someone?" Xianxia said with a bitter face, "You can't do it. Why don't I hide and ambush them?" "You?" Too lazy to care about him, Suyu took a deep breath. "It's hard for you to break their defense. Watch me. Also, according to the rules, if you can really kill a guy named Wanzhou, Haozi, your war school will have hope." As soon as this was said, Xianxia's eyes instantly lit up. He was a little scared just now and forgot about it. Yes, the school had a rule. If you really killed a guy named Wanzhou and could prove your identity, you would get extra points. Of course, this rule had not been used for many years because the students were all Kaiyuan. How could one kill a guy named Wanzhou? It was hard to kill him even with poison. Of course, there were geniuses who did it before. Would geniuses care about extra points? "Ayu, could it be, you did it for me?" Xianxia was touched. Ayu was actually risking his life for him to get into the war school. He was so touched that he almost cried. Suyu rolled his eyes. "What are you thinking about? I just feel that it's safer for the 2 of us to hide here. Now that we are in the crowd, we will be a bigger target. Of course, if we really kill them, we will talk about it then." So you might not dare to say that he killed them. How could a Kaiyuan kill them? However, if the opportunity is right, we can really kill one and create a scene to get Haozi into the war school. It was almost impossible for Kaiyuan to kill Qianjun. Almost meant that it was possible. It wasn't like Qianjun couldn't be killed. If he was careless and got his neck chopped off, he would still die. As for why Wanzhou's Qianjun was so stupid, ask the dead. So you wouldn't know. Then it's best not to use the slash skill and kill him with a knife. Suyu held the knife in his hand. When his hands were full of power, he could kill the opponent with one knife. As long as the opponent didn't run, there was a high chance. Would Qianjun run when he encountered Kaiyuan's sneak attack? 9 out of 10 wouldn't, As he was thinking, a shout came from outside. Students, gather. Those who haven't gathered, hide. The enemy is attacking. Wanzu's bastard is here. Don't panic. Listen to the instructors and form a circular formation to protect yourselves. Close the door. All instructors, face the enemy. Guards, gather. City guards, wind detection hall, charge. Kill. With a series of angry shouts, the entire Southern Yuan Academy moved in an instant. At this moment, Suyu wasn't afraid. He was a little nervous, and his blood was boiling. However, he wasn't afraid. He believed that his teachers could win. He couldn't suppress the urge to go out and see how his teachers killed the enemy. When his father was at home, he would often tell him about the glorious times. Armies of 10,000 or even 100,000 people would charge and kill the enemy. Corpses would be strewn everywhere, blood would flow like rivers, and the heavens would tremble. On the all-heavens battlefield, wherever the blade of the human race pointed, they were invincible. I really want to go and see. Suyu was a little impulsive, but Chen Hao was even more impulsive than him. He clenched his knife and wanted to rush out. However, he soon suppressed this thought. He was afraid that he would kill Suyu. Kill. Weapons collided. The sound of weapons colliding instantly resounded throughout the academy. Except for the word kill, there was almost no other sound. During war, nothing else was needed. One only needed to listen to orders. Outside the teaching building of Southern Yuan Academy, hundreds of people from both sides started killing the moment they came into contact. There was no exchange of words. Long Wuwei's team of 10 people, led by Xia Bing, instantly surrounded the old man in the 4th level of Soar. Xia Bing, who was in the 2nd level of Soar, wore a golden helmet and held a long knife. Without any fear, he shouted, "Get into formation, kill." 10 people quickly surrounded the old man. 10 long knives cut through the air. The battle began. City Lord Wu Wenhai, who was originally guarding the City Lord's mansion, rose from the roof of the Soar in the next moment. He also held a long knife, and in the blink of an eye, he killed the woman. "Wu Wenhai, you are courting death." The woman shouted. Wu Wenhai was really here. Fortunately, they had expected it before. The middle-aged man known as Wu Hen saw that the two Soar and Long Wuwei's people were entangled. He was instantly overjoyed. Ignoring the others, he directly rushed to Lu Wenyan in the distance. "Your opponent is me." "And me." In an instant, 2 men rushed out. One was holding a knife, the other a sword. "Zhang Yun, Xinghua." The middle-aged man shouted their names and snorted. He knew them. They were the leader of the city guards and the leader of the surveillance hall. Both were in the 9th level of Wansha realm. However, they were no match for a Soar realm cultivator. Kill. The two did not waste any time talking. There was no point in talking to a beast like Wanzu. Kill him first. Bang, the crisp sound of weapons clashing was heard. The next moment, Wu Hen rose from the Soar, passed the 2 men, and went straight to Lu Wenyan in the back. There were many instructors in the Thousand Jun state there. Today's goal was not to kill the city lord, not to kill Soar, and not to kill the 2 top officials of Southern Yuan. It was the geniuses of the academy, the fire of civilization like Lu Wenyan. They were the ones who were valuable. In front of Lu Wenyan, a few thousand Jun state instructors raised their knives and were about to attack. The 2 Wansha realm 9th level cultivators reacted quickly and caught up in the blink of an eye. Zhang Yan jumped up and slashed at Wu Hen, who was in Soar. "Step over our dead bodies first." With a roar, the 2 surrounded Wu Hen again. "You're looking for death." The 2 Wansha realm 9th level cultivators fought with their lives on the line. Wu Hen was only in the 2nd level of Soar. Soar's height was not high enough, so he could only fall and fight with the 2. Otherwise, he would easily become a target in the air. "Instructor Lu, please leave first." The few thousand Jun state protectors hurriedly pulled the old man away, but Lu Wenyan did not move. Looking around, he couldn't help but scold. They really think highly of Southern Yuan. Those bastards in Xia province must know that there are many Soar realm cultivators. They must have supported other cities and not us. Everyone was puzzled, but they didn't have time to ask. Lu Wenyan continued to scold, so confident that I will succeed? If not, then that's it. Treating human lives as a joke. Don't let me find out who gave the order or I will kill him. Some people in Xia province believed that he would be able to manifest his will today. The crux was, what if he failed? Lu Wenyan was long-winded, muttering and scolding, no longer carrying the elegance of a scholar. I am the most useless. How can I succeed? You trust me too much. I am a useless person. It's not like you don't know that, otherwise why would I be expelled? Lu Wenyan mumbled, feeling a little sad. If I am not such a useless person, how can I still not manifest my will at such an old age? I also want to, but it's really difficult. You are too ruthless, using the lives of the school to force me. I knew it. You are heartless. If I really manifest my will, you will be the first to seek revenge, Lu Wenyan continued to mutter. At this moment, golden light appeared above his head. His body trembled, and his feet gradually left the ground. Everyone's expression changed slightly. In the distance, the headmaster who was fighting revealed a smile. Old man, if I don't force you, I won't succeed. From today onwards, there will be one more Sore realm. Xianxia realm, stop chasing. Come quickly. Wu Hen shouted. He saw it and was shocked. He said angrily, come quickly, kill these two bastards. As soon as he finished speaking, several Xianxia realm experts broke through the air. Wu Hen instantly broke away from the two and rushed toward Lu Wenyan. He couldn't let this old man manifest his will and step into Sore. Otherwise, even if he killed some students today, the completion rate of the mission would be greatly reduced. Outside, the battle was ongoing. In the canteen, Suyu and Chen Hao could only hear the clashing of swords, painful screams, and the students' screams. They didn't dare to poke their heads out to take a look. Did they have the upper hand or were they at a disadvantage? Even Suyu, who firmly believed that the teachers could win, didn't know what the situation was like. In the corner, Chen Hao held his knife tightly. His face was a little pale and flushed. He wanted to ask Suyu if he should go out. Suyu ignored him. His left ear was trembling slightly. He was listening to the sound. Kaiyuan's level 4 battle prowess didn't improve much, but his hearing was much sharper. Shoo. Suyu covered his mouth with his index finger, signaling Chen Hao not to speak. A moment later, heavy footsteps came from outside without any cover. Come out quickly. The academy has arranged for you to evacuate. Gather at the south gate. An anxious voice rang out. A moment later, a man in his 30s entered the canteen with a knife and shouted, Are there any students here? Hurry, we can't hold them off anymore. Wanzhou's people are too strong. Evacuate the academy quickly. The anxious voice was accompanied by the sound of footsteps. Chen Hao moved slightly and looked at Suyu anxiously. Teacher is looking for us. Should we leave? Suyu also squinted his eyes and looked at the door. He saw a figure. He didn't know the person, but he couldn't possibly know all of the more than 200 teachers in the academy. Were the teachers looking for them? Is there anyone here? We can't hold them off anymore. We have to evacuate immediately. Hurry. The person was very anxious. The canteen was very big. It was at least a few thousand square meters. It would take at least a minute to search the entire place. It was too much of a waste of time. In the corner. When Chen Hao heard the teacher's anxious tone and heard that they couldn't hold them off anymore, he couldn't hold it in anymore. This time, he didn't wait for Suyu and hurriedly asked, Teacher, how's the situation outside? The man glanced over and couldn't hide the joy in his eyes. Students were still students. They were too immature. Even if the academy continued to teach them some survival rules, it was still not enough. Just before this, he had used these words to lure out 2 students who were hiding in the combat room. Very quickly, he had lured out 2 people in about 10 seconds. It would take him at least 2 minutes to find it himself. Without experiencing setbacks and without being on the battlefield, these children would take a few words of deception seriously. It's not good outside. Quick, come with me. If you don't leave now, it'll be too late. As the man spoke, he quickly rushed towards Chen Hao. 3 of them, the man couldn't hide the joy on his face. Of the 300 elites, 200 of them were to defend against the instructors, city guards, and the wind surveillance hall. Even though they were outnumbered, they still had the upper hand. That was because many of them were in the early and middle stages of Thousand Jin. The rest of the people either attacked the classrooms or searched for the scattered students in the academy. While they were attacking the classroom, the instructors were protecting it with their lives. Although there weren't many scattered students, and they were hard to find, these students weren't protected, so it was easier to kill them. Even if he killed all of the thousands of students, he wouldn't be able to kill more than 10 of them. And he had already harvested 3, in the next few minutes, his harvest might be even greater. Quick, come over and leave the academy, the man's speed was very fast. As he spoke, he didn't stop and quickly rushed towards Xianxia. In their eyes, killing students was just a matter of a knife. The key was that the scattered students were hard to find. If they found them, it would be a credit. Xianxia stood up and wanted to go out. He subconsciously glanced at Suyu. At this moment, Suyu was also looking at this instructor. When the man spoke at the beginning, he also thought that the instructor was here to find someone. However, soon, Suyu felt that something was wrong. It wasn't that he was really experienced, but that he had been hunted too many times in his dreams. The man's anxious tone was very similar to the roars of those beasts that wanted to kill him. It was as if he was shouting, "Quickly come and kill me, I can't wait anymore." Although it wasn't the literal meaning, that kind of urgency, that kind of feeling that couldn't wait to kill you, was the same. It was the same tone. At this moment, Suyu couldn't help but take a few more glances. At the next instant, sweat seeped out from Suyu's forehead. Fake, although the instructors might not wear the same uniform, regardless of what they wore, they would always wear their work pass. This guy didn't have one, dropped it, the battle was too intense, so he dropped it. No, Suyu saw it. He saw the long knife raised slightly. That was the starting gesture of drawing the knife. He was going to draw his knife. Damn it, Housie is an idiot. Cursing silently, Suyu didn't have the time to think too much. He also didn't have the time to regret his carelessness. He was too inexperienced. He and Xianxia were only students from a middle-tier academy and had never experienced such a battle before. They thought that the enemy would kill their way in openly and that the enemy would be fierce and vicious. Who would have thought that the enemy would lure weaklings like them? Teacher. With a soft cry, Suyu hurriedly jumped down. His heart was thumping wildly. The man's hand paused, but his heart was filled with joy. There was one more, for more. Suyu's hand that was holding the knife was already sweating like water. He was nervous, afraid, and uneasy, however, he still held on. He had been killed too many times in his dream. Even if he was afraid, it was only because it was his first time experiencing it in real life. He adapted faster than others. Teacher, are we really going to lose outside? We still have more than 10 students here. Can I call them along? Suyu hurriedly said. He even turned his head and glanced at the depths of the cafeteria. Otherwise, they won't be able to leave. There were still more than 10, the man was so happy that he was about to explode. There were still more than 10, he was going to be rich, he could kill more than 10 students today, perhaps even Wansher's contribution this time wasn't as great as his. He had profited greatly. The man wanted to laugh wildly. More than 10 Kaiyuan would still be sending themselves to their deaths. He could slash one at a time, and the other party wouldn't be able to escape. He originally wanted to end the battle quickly, but at this moment, the man quickly changed his mind. He hurriedly said, "Quick, call them out together. We need to leave immediately." Suyu's heart was still beating fast. He didn't say much and turned to face the man. At this moment, the man only needed one slash, and Suyu would be finished. Suyu turned around, swallowed the essence blood, and walked toward the depths of the cafeteria with his back to the man. He said uneasily, "Teacher, can you take more people with you? I know there are many students hiding in other places. I don't know if you can find them." "There are more?" The man was wild with joy. There were more. At this moment, the man hurriedly followed Suyu. As for Xianxia, he was too lazy to deal with him alone. He could deal with him at any time. He didn't notice that at this time, Xianxia's face suddenly turned pale, and sweat suddenly seeped out, covering his face with sweat. He had known Suyu for so many years. How could he not know his best friend? Where did more than 10 students come from? Where did the others come from? This was fake, Wanzhou's people. He almost caused Suyu's death. I'm too stupid, I'm sorry, Ayu, I'm sorry. Chenhao's legs were weak, and his whole body was weak. But at this moment, he still remembered Suyu's words. In a hurry, he shouted, Teacher, I'm scared. I can't walk anymore. Can you pull me? He was really scared. He really couldn't walk anymore, and his legs were trembling. The man turned his head, a little impatient. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to find the rest of the people, he would have killed this guy with one slash. He was worried that if he killed this guy now, those who were still hiding would be scared and run away. At that time, even if he caught up with them, he wouldn't be able to catch up with them all. I'll take you with me. Although the man was impatient, he still turned around and reached out to grab Chenhao, ready to take him with him. Haozi, you're really useless. You only know how to trouble me. Behind him, Suyu said, holding the saber tightly. His hand was full of sweat, and the handle was a little slippery. While speaking, Suyu moved a little closer to the man. When the man reached out to grab Chenhao, Suyu's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Now. Haozi, go by yourself. Don't trouble me, The sound of the long saber piercing through the air came out. The man turned his head subconsciously, and a thought flashed in his mind. He found out. It's not a big deal if he found out. It's just Kaiyuan. No, it's not. The man wanted to dodge, but he suddenly felt that his hands and feet were not listening to him. He didn't feel anything at first, but a moment later, he felt a sharp pain. This saber is not good. This is not the way to chop off a head, this thought flashed in the man's mind. It was too painful. To chop off a head, one must be fast, accurate, and ruthless. This guy was not accurate enough, and his head didn't fall instantly. It hurt, bang, the head fell to the ground. The man's body was still standing, still maintaining the posture of turning his head, but his head was gone. The long saber in his hand was still there, and the other hand was still in the posture of stretching forward. His students were all gone. Silence. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, bang, the corpse fell to the ground. Huff, the sound of bellows could be heard. Suyu's mouth was dry, and his mind was blank. Chenhao's face was splashed with a lot of blood, and his mind was blank. Killed, Ayu chopped that guy to death with a single saber. Ayu, Chenhao's hands and feet didn't listen to him, and he instantly fell to the ground. Using both his hands and feet, he quickly crawled towards Suyu. He couldn't care less about his embarrassment. Just now, he was really about to pee his pants. Ayu. You. He's dead, dead. Suyu looked at the corpse in front of him and the blood on the ground. His throat was hoarse and dry. Calm down. This is the enemy, Wanzhou's bastard. It's not like you haven't seen an execution before. Go, change places, hide, or else they might send more people. At this time, Suyu couldn't be bothered to deal with the corpse and ran. That saber just now had made his whole body sore. It wasn't a physical pain, but a psychological one. Yes, go, quickly go. As Chenhao spoke, he was about to continue crawling away. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and turned around to touch the man's corpse. With his eyes closed, he didn't dare to think or look. However, he remembered that he could go to the War Academy. He fumbled around and felt a lot of sticky things in his hands. He didn't dare to think about it. The next moment, he felt a small cloth bag. Without thinking or looking, he quickly stuffed it into his pocket. He turned around and half-pulled Suyu's calf, using both his hands and feet to run. After being pulled like this, Suyu was less nervous and afraid. He couldn't help but curse, "You're still thinking about this at this time? You don't want to live. You can go to the War Academy." Ayu. You killed him, you're too amazing, Suyu didn't have time to say anything else. He dragged Chenhao and quickly left the cafeteria. He didn't dare to go far, worried that he would encounter the enemy again. He hid in a dark corner of the wall outside the cafeteria. Bang, 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 his heart was still beating violently, but Suyu gradually calmed down. Soon, he exhaled. That's all. I'm used to being killed myself. What's there to be not used to? He laughed at himself. I've been killed so many times in my dreams that I'm used to it, right? If I can die myself, why should I be afraid of killing the enemy? Rumble. Outside, the killing was still going on. Although it seemed like a long time, from the moment the man entered the door to the moment he was killed, to the moment they left, it was probably less than a minute. How's he? Yeah. Did you wet your pants? No, don't talk nonsense, I didn't. Chen-hao's face turned red. No. However, Chen-hao still hurriedly looked at his crotch and heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, he felt that he had lost consciousness, and he didn't know whether he had wet his pants or not. Ayu. You're so amazing. Stop talking nonsense. Suyu raised his head and looked around. He heard the teacher's shouts and also saw that there seemed to be people searching in the distance. I'm at a disadvantage. Otherwise, the teachers wouldn't have allowed these people from Wanzhou to search the students in the school. There were definitely scattered students, and it was possible that some of them had already died. Suyu looked at the knife in his hand and quickly used the grass and wood beside him to wipe off the blood on it. He regained his composure and gritted his teeth. How Z, are you afraid of death? Yes, no. Go, and see if there is anyone. If you see a person, tell them that there are a few students hiding here waiting for help. Go and ask for help. Ah? Suyu gritted his teeth. The teachers can't do anything about it. If they find others, they will definitely die. Go and lure one or two over. I will kill them, and there will be fewer students dying. Ayu! Chen-hao exclaimed. Soon, he recalled that Suyu had killed that guy with a knife. It didn't seem too scary. Alright, I'll go. You, can you really kill them? Yes. Okay, kill one more. The previous one is yours. The next one, can you lend me the next one? I also want to go to the war school. Okay. Chen-hao seemed to have forgotten his fear and grinned. He was going to the war school. His legs were no longer weak. The next moment, Chen-hao bent his body and walked forward. He poked his head out from the corner of the wall and looked around. Soon, he found many people from Wanzhou who were searching for students in the school. The nearest one was less than 100 meters away from him. Chen-hao was still a little afraid. He suppressed his fear and said with a trembling voice, Teacher, is it teacher? Not far away, the person's ears trembled slightly. He instantly turned his head and looked at Chen-hao. Is it teacher? We are afraid. Teacher, can you take us away? Teacher? The eyes of the people from Wanzhou who were not far away moved slightly. Did these students treat them as teachers? That was true. They were all humans. In fact, there was no special difference between them. How could a group of students recognize the difference? Those with rich experience could naturally see the difference at a glance. However, this group of students who had never experienced any setbacks knew nothing. Teacher, I still have a few people here. Can you take us away? Just now, someone wanted to kill us. How many more? The person not far away was slightly moved. He saw Chen-hao's pale face. This was not an act. He could see that Chen-hao was really afraid. The next moment, the man rushed over quickly. As for the ambush, he didn't think about it. If the instructors of the school had the time and energy to ambush people, they would have already gone to the front to fight. Now there were battles everywhere in the school. It was difficult to even protect the students who had gathered. They didn't have the time and manpower to ambush them. Chen-hao hurriedly crawled behind the wall. The man's ears trembled. Even if he wasn't afraid of an ambush, he still subconsciously became a little more careful. Kaiyuan had sharp ears and eyes. Unless someone was much stronger than him, he could more or less hear some movements. There is another student inside. He heard a weak gasp. It was a somewhat nervous gasp. The breathing was very heavy, which shouldn't be in the Thousand June realm. He said a few. Are there still people hiding in other places? The man thought to himself. He glanced at the other guys who were searching in the distance and became a little more careful. This was his credit, and he couldn't let those guys find him. The next moment, the man went behind the wall. Sure enough, there was another student here. His face was also pale. Teacher is here? Zhou Tao and the others are still waiting for us. Teacher, what happened? Did Wanzhu's beasts come to kill us? Suyu said a few words quickly. With joy and fear, he threw away the knife in his hand and ran toward the man. Teacher, I'll take you to them. He threw away the knife. The man instantly lost his vigilance. A Kaiyuan with a knife could still pose some threat to them, but with his bare hands, no matter how they attacked, it would be difficult to kill Qianjun. They really thought of themselves as their teacher. Stupid little guys. Where are they? There was a little joy in the man's voice. Like the previous person, he felt that the credit was delivered to him, and he couldn't hide his joy. Teacher, just follow me. Suyu reached out to grab the man, as if he wanted to grab his arm and take him with him. The man frowned slightly. He wanted to avoid it, but he resisted the desire to kill him and gave up. Let him pull him for a while. Puff. While he was thinking, the hand was extremely fast, as if it had turned into a sharp claw in an instant. One claw tore through his body, penetrated his heart, and the other hand grabbed his hand holding the knife. With a crack, his arm was broken. The man wanted to roar, but the next moment, his throat was torn. Hiss, a large mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. The man fell to the ground, looking up at Suyu, still confused. Qianjun, it was still Qianjun. How could it be possible? This was Southern Yuan. How could there be a student at Qianjun? It was impossible. Suyu quickly searched the man's body, pulled Chen Hao, who no longer knew fear, and quickly fled. This idiot, did he really think he could kill anyone? Why didn't he run? Why was he so excited? The moment he escaped, Suyu suddenly saw a golden light and looked up. At this moment, Suyu was a little stunned. In the air, the familiar figure of Soar was covered in golden light. Instructor Liu, Chen Hao also saw it, and he was also stunned. In the air, Lu Wenyan was shining with golden light, and the surrounding essence qi swarmed toward him. Lu Wenyan's voice wasn't loud, but it spread far. Soar is not my wish. I hope one will be safe. So awesome, so fake. At this moment, these two thoughts flashed in Suyu's mind. Awesome is awesome, but it's also fake. Instructor Lu clearly wanted to manifest his will and enter the Soar realm, but he said that Soar is not his wish, a lie. Lu Wenyan rose up into the air. Those who were not Soar could not levitate. Obviously, Lu Wenyan had successfully materialized his will. He had officially stepped into the Soar realm. His physical body had not yet transformed, but the primordial qi around him was used to strengthen his body. Just a few dozen meters away, Traceless was also levitating. His expression was a bit ugly. He had not been able to stop him in time. Fortunately, he is just materialized and has not yet reached Soar level. Traceless was secretly glad that this was not the worst news. After all, Lu Wenyan was old and his physical body was declining. Even if his will was Soar, his physical body was still Thousand June. Traceless himself was at the second stage of Soar, so he was not afraid of Lu Wenyan. Wanzhu still had the advantage. Wansha realm was much higher than his opponent. Long Wuwei's Wansha realm was being held back by Hall leader Chen. At this moment, his opponent was only relying on a few more Thousand June realm cultivators to form a formation to protect himself. Kill! Traceless exploded. A dagger appeared in his hand out of thin air. The dagger gave off a dim light and instantly shot toward Lu Wenyan. You want to compete with a civilizator in remote control? Lu Wenyan looked at him and laughed. Animals are not worthy to be seen in public. The strength of a civilizator is not something a scumbag like you can understand. Freeze! The dagger was instantly frozen. Return! Swoosh, the dagger retracted and shot through the air, heading straight for Traceless. Traceless wanted to dodge, but the golden light on top of Lu Wenyan's head burst into a dazzling light. Freeze! This time, it was not the dagger that was frozen, but Traceless. Traceless instantly felt the space around him gather and lock him in place. In your dreams. Traceless roared. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices. His eyes burst with golden light, and his blood chi exploded. With a boom, the air exploded, and Traceless shifted a step. Pfft, the dagger that had been aimed at his head instantly pierced his shoulder. Blood spurted out, but at least he had escaped. Impossible, Traceless had a look of horror on her face. Impossible. You've just manifested your will. Even if you're slightly stronger than me, there's no way you can stop me. The path of the civilization master was the manifestation of will, so even if they had just manifested, they were still stronger than the average Soar. As a physical body cultivator at the Soar realm, his willpower might not be able to match up to the other parties. However, his physical body was strong and his blood and chi were abundant. How could the other party restrict him so easily? That's because you are too weak. Lu Wenyan smiled. His face was slightly pale. Clearly, he had expended a lot of energy just now. But at this moment, Lu Wenyan was laughing very loudly. Wanzhou, a frog at the bottom of a well, is still competing with the sun and the moon. Kill. With a soft shout, the dagger stuck in Traceless' shoulder began to shake. Traceless' expression changed, and she quickly withdrew the dagger and fled. In the end, Lu Wenyan wasn't trying to deal with him at all. The dagger pierced through the air at an extremely fast speed. Before the few Xianxia realm cultivators who were fighting with the city guard commander and the surveillance hall master could react, the dagger pierced through the head of one of the Xianxia realm cultivators. The others were instantly terrified. Just as they were about to flee, Lu Wenyan's willpower erupted again. The few of them stopped moving. The 2 Xianxia realm cultivators were not to be outdone. They drew their swords and sabers and killed 2 Wanzhou and Xianxia realm cultivators in an instant. The dagger pierced through another person. 4, in the blink of an eye, 4 Xianxia realm cultivators had fallen. Traceless. On the other side, the woman shouted angrily. The woman who was fighting the city lord, Wu Wenhai, screamed, "He is just manifested, so his willpower is limited. Hold him. Be ****, hold him. Do you want to go back and be hacked into pieces?" If Traceless hadn't been afraid of Lu Wenyan and fled, Lu Wenyan wouldn't have had the chance to kill the few Xianxia realm cultivators in an instant. The loss of 4 top-notch Xianxia realm cultivators was too great. On the other side, Traceless' expression changed. Then, he gritted his teeth and charged toward the pale Lu Wenyan again. Yes, Lu Wenyan was just faking it. He was an arrow at the end of its flight. Previously, he and the other Xianxia realm cultivators had been frozen in place. His willpower had probably been exhausted. Lu Wenyan, with his powerful physique, was nothing to be afraid of. Lu Wenyan's face was indeed pale. When he saw Traceless charging toward him, his expression changed slightly. The next moment, he hurriedly retreated. Traceless was overjoyed. With a wave of his hand, he recalled the dagger and sped up. In the blink of an eye, he broke through the air and charged toward Lu Wenyan. Lu Wenyan continued to retreat. With a buzz, Traceless had already reached Lu Wenyan and stabbed the dagger into his forehead. Go to hell. Traceless felt that the dagger was very smooth and there was no resistance at all. He was overjoyed. At this moment, someone behind him shouted, "Idiot, retreat." A loud roar jolted Traceless out of her reverie. It was like a dream. Now that he looked at Lu Wenyan, who had just been stabbed to death, there was no longer a shadow. It was an illusion, willpower was interfering with reality. Impossible, he just materialized, how could he? Just as this thought flashed in Wu Hen's mind, a needle as thick as a chalk instantly pierced through his purple palace. With a poochie sound, Wu Hen's origin energy instantly overflowed, and at this moment, he couldn't even maintain his flight. Damn it. On the other side, the woman and the old man were extremely anxious. That idiot, Traceless willpower was too weak. He was actually disturbed by Lu Wenyan. The watchtower was broken, and primordial chi leaked out. Traceless was finished. Boom. The old man sent Xiaobing flying with a palm strike. Just as he was about to retreat from the battle, the other 9 Xianxia realm Long Wuwei charged forward and entangled him. Retreat. The old man did not shout. Instead, he looked at the woman and signaled with his eyes. He asked the others to stay behind and retreat. Traceless was finished, one Sor was dead, and the other party had another civilizator who materialized. They might not necessarily lose, but why did they have to fight to the death? At most, they would fail the mission. Were they really going to fight to the end? The two had just reached an agreement when a short blade appeared on Traceless' head. It was his own short blade. Traceless' eyes widened, and he died with a grievance. He was dead. Lu Wenyan had just materialized, but he was actually no match for his opponent. He was killed by a civilizator with a strong physique. Bang! The corpse fell. Lu Wenyan landed on the ground, panting heavily. He looked at the few Sor who were still fighting, smiled, and ignored them. He shouted, "Surround and kill them." As soon as he finished speaking, his willpower appeared again. Not far away, the few Wanxia realm cultivators who were about to escape paused for a moment. This momentary pause meant death. Zhang Yun and Xinghua, who had killed several Wanxia realm cultivators, were, after all, level 9 Wanxia realm cultivators. They were high-level officials in southern Yuan, and their strength was not weak. The two of them cooperated very well. The moment Lu Wenyan froze them, the swords and knives pierced their bodies. The bodies of the few Wanxia realm cultivators were shattered, and they fell one after another, dead on the spot. At this moment, the Wanzhou realm cultivators no longer dared to fight. If they fought to the death, they might not lose. There were still nearly 20 people in the Wanxia realm, and the two hall masters were suppressing Long Wuwei and the city lord. Their strength was weakened, but they could still fight. Lu Wenyan's willpower was limited. But if they were really unafraid of death, they would not be Wanzhou realm cultivators. If they fought a winning battle, the more they killed, the braver they became. But once there was a mistake and there was a sign of defeat, these people would collapse. Retreat. Run. Run. Hundreds of Wanzhou realm cultivators were terrified and fled one after another. Their backs were exposed to the instructors and city guards. In an instant, dozens of Wanzhou realm cultivators were killed on the spot. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 of the 300 people were killed, and the remaining 200 people were scattered throughout the academy. Run. At this moment, the two hall masters were no longer in the mood to fight. They had failed the mission. Since they had failed, they had to escape. There was no need to lose their lives here. As for honor and fighting to the death, there was no such thing as honor. What was more important than their lives? Even though they all knew that Lu Wenyan might not be able to fight anymore, this was southern Yuan City. Once they were entangled, they would die sooner or later. The two hall masters, one at level 3 and the other at level 4, were stronger than Wu Wenhai and the others. They retreated as they fought and began to retreat out of the academy. Outside the academy, the scattered Wanzhou realm cultivators also used their magic to escape at an extremely fast speed. Just then, a group of people suddenly appeared outside the academy. There were old people, middle-aged people, and some disabled people. Archers, shoot! A white-haired old man shouted in a low voice. The next moment, more than a dozen old men drew their bows and shot. Puff! In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen Wanzhou realm cultivators' heads exploded. Spear soldiers, get into formation! More than a dozen middle-aged and old men intercepted with spears. The spears shot out. Soldiers, advance! Kill! The sound of puffing could be heard incessantly. The fleeing Wanzhou realm cultivators completely broke down. Some were crying, some were begging for mercy. The leading old man curled his lips in disdain. How dare they come to Xianxia province to cause trouble like this? The Southern Yuan Militia Legion is here to help. Kill! Leave no one alive. Kill! The roars of the group of old men shook the sky. Puff, puff, one by one, heads fell. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people died on the spot. Behind them, the pursuing city guards also arrived. Under the attack from two sides, Wanzhou realm cultivators completely collapsed. Idiots, how can you retreat on the battlefield? Surrounded by enemies, if you don't die, who will? The old man looked indifferent. It was just a small battle. Could a battle of a few hundred people be counted as a battle? Among the Wanzhou realm cultivators, someone saw the old man. He was somewhat unwilling and couldn't believe it. He knew that old man. It was difficult for him to go up the stairs. And he had to rest a few times to buy groceries. Such an old man actually led a group of old men who were chatting in the park to kill them? What are you looking at? Haven't you seen killing before? The old man scolded and roared, "Where are the axemen? Throw them." More than a dozen axes used to chop firewood shot out. Puff, 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 with great accuracy, more than a dozen heads were instantly smashed. "Old Zhang, you're blind. The axe almost hit me." The old man cursed. An axe had almost struck him just now. Behind him, a stooped old man said helplessly, "My hands are shaking. I'm old. Didn't I manage to kill you? Cut the crap." The old man roared again, "Brats at the back, didn't you eat? Don't you know we're out of strength? Hurry up and kill. If they rush out, we can't run. We can't catch up. Kill." The instructors, city guards, and people from the interrogation hall were also enraged. Shameful, too shameful. In the blink of an eye, the hundreds of people who were running away were killed by this group of old men who couldn't even run. If they didn't kill a few more, they would be too ashamed to face others. The battle was going smoothly. These people had no discipline to speak of. At this moment, they were even more distracted. Hundreds of people besieged them. After a while, there were almost no living people in the Wanzhou realm. The few Xianxia realm cultivators were still trying to break out of the encirclement, but it was only a matter of time before they died. At this moment, the most intense battle in the academy was between the two Soar realms. The two had already fought to the outside of the academy. At this moment, they no longer had any intention of fighting to the death. They only wanted to escape. Seeing that there was little hope of killing the two Soar realms, Xiaobing suddenly roared, "Let him go. Surround and kill that woman." As soon as he finished speaking, the 10 Long Wuwei realm cultivators didn't hesitate. They instantly gave up on the old man and besieged the woman. "Hall Leader Chen." The woman shrieked, but Hall Leader Chen didn't even look at her. His speed was extremely fast. The Soar realm rose and broke through the air to escape. As long as he didn't die, he couldn't care about the others. Almost instantly, the old man broke through the air hundreds of meters away from the battle circle. His eyes revealed the joy of surviving a disaster. The army was defeated like a landslide. They, who had the upper hand just now, were all dead and injured the moment they chose to escape. This made the old man no longer have any intention to stay. The people of Dexia province were indeed tough. He didn't expect that this group of retired soldiers could actually explode with such powerful strength. That group of old soldiers, some of them were still in the middle stage of Thousand June realm, and their physical bodies were deteriorating. But under the formation, they killed a large number of Thousand June realm cultivators in the blink of an eye. This was the strength of the human race. Orders were strictly enforced, and the military formation was strict. The old man was extremely glad that the woman took the bullet for him. The woman was dead for sure, he didn't have time to think too much. He lowered his head and ran. He didn't care about the consumption of his yuan qi. Running on the ground was too easy to be blocked. But in the air, he was a big target. Just as the old man was rejoicing, a young man suddenly appeared in front of him. "My luck isn't bad. I caught one." The young man laughed. The old man's complexion changed. "You, Great Xia Civilization University, assistant researcher by phone. Merit points obtained." With a light laugh, the old man's yuan qi suddenly dissipated. His face paled. "You dispersed my yuan qi, that's right, how simple." Bai Feng laughed. "The Tianyi sect master cultivates the divine art, but it is nothing more than a trash cultivation method. There are too many loopholes. The Tianyi divine race created this cultivation method to fool you. It's too easy to cause your yuan qi to backfire. I can't chat anymore. I still have matters to attend to. Go die. Thank you for your merit points." Bai Feng laughed once more. Before he approached, his willpower erupted, instantly shattering the old man's 9 orifices. His yuan qi completely dissipated, and his yuan qi backfired. In the blink of an eye, the old man lost all signs of life. "I've earned it." Bai Feng laughed. With a wave of his hand, the items on the old man's body floated towards him. He kept them in his bag. "Freely earned merit points. I like it. SOAR level 4 is not a small amount. As he spoke, Bai Feng saw Long Wuwei and City Lord Wu Wenhai coming over to fight. He hurriedly asked, "Do you need help?" Long Wuwei shouted angrily, "Scram! Bai Feng, you've been hiding all this time. Are you here to harvest now?" "I'm innocent," Bai Feng said, feeling wronged. "I really just arrived. Long Wuwei people have bad tempers. I'm a dignified researcher. Why would I do such a thing?" As he spoke, he looked at Lu Wenyan, who was chasing after him. He smiled. "Congratulations, Senior Uncle Lu." Lu Wenyan glanced at him, not giving him a good look. "I'm not your senior uncle. Don't call me your relative. Senior uncle, before teacher came, he instructed me, scram." Lu Wenyan was not polite to him. His face darkened. He did not like this guy. Bai Feng sighed. "Who did I offend? I really just arrived and helped you kill a SOAR level 4. Is this how you treat me?" Bai Feng did not say anything. He floated to the side and ignored the battle. Long Wuwei and the city lord could not kill a SOAR level 3. They deserved to die. "Senior uncle," as Bai Feng was about to speak, Lu Wenyan said angrily, "Who's your senior uncle?" "Ahem, Instructor Lu, Instructor Lu." Bai Feng coughed lightly and smiled. "Instructor Lu, the school received your request for help and sent me here immediately. Teacher is worried about you." Lu Wenyan was annoyed. "I don't need him to worry. I'm doing well. You came very late. You want me to remember his kindness? This is an official matter, not a private matter. How can it be considered a favor?" Yes. "You're right." Bai Feng did not mind. He smiled. Instructor Lu, the school didn't lose much, right?" Lu Wenyan frowned slightly. Behind him, the old principal rushed over, panting. He was slightly sad. He quickly said, 5 instructors died. More than a dozen from the city guards and narcotics hall died. Students, the ones in the classroom are fine. I'm afraid more than a dozen people died outside. In total, nearly 30 people died in this battle. Lu Wenyan's expression did not look good. Bai Feng stopped smiling and said awkwardly, "I really came very quickly. I didn't stop to rest. Principal Wang, senior uncle, I'm sorry. I thought I could make it in time, humph." Lu Wenyan ignored him. The principal did not blame him. He said, "It's already very good. Leaving that SOAR behind is the best result. As for the dead, there was nothing he could do about it. Wanzhou was not weak. So many people came this time, but 30 people died. Wanzhou's group was completely wiped out. This was also a great victory on the battlefield. So strong." At this moment, Su Yu and Chen Hao also approached the school gate and saw the previous battle. Su Yu was a little shocked. That young man was so strong. Long Wuwei had besieged Hall leader Chen for a long time. Not only did he fail to take him down, but he almost died in battle. In the end, Hall leader Chen was easily killed by this guy named Bai Feng. How strong was this guy? Is he from the Civilization school? So you could not help but look at Lu Wenyan in front of him. The teacher did not lie to him. A random person from the Civilization school was actually so strong, he killed a 4th-tier sword just like that. Moreover, as soon as the teacher's will appeared, he instantly killed several Wanshers and a 2nd-tier sword powerhouse. It was too unbelievable. Is this the power of the Civilization school, the power of will? He was shocked. Chen Hao, who was next to him, was also stunned. "Ayu, isn't SOAR very strong? Why does it feel like he's made of paper?" Lu Wenyan killed Traceless like this, and so did Bai Feng when he killed Hall leader Chen. It was incredibly fast, almost in the blink of an eye, 2 SOARs died. "I don't know," Su Yu was also shocked. His father was at the 9th tier of 15 kilograms. He had always felt that his father was quite powerful, but now, his father was really weak. Dozens of Wanshers had died today. With his father's strength, he still wanted to go to the all-heaven battlefield to fight. He was really not afraid of death. While he was thinking, accompanied by a sharp and ear-piercing scream, the woman's head was split open by Xia Bing's saber. and she died, Wanzhou's invasion was broken. The entire army was wiped out, hundreds of elite forces were all killed in southern Yuan, not a single one of them was spared. On this day, Suyu killed two 15 kilograms and witnessed the power of the civilization school. At this moment, in his heart, the civilization school was terrifyingly powerful. Any random person from the school was a sore, and killing source was as easy as killing ants. As for Instructor Liu, he was probably the worst. He did not know what Baifeng's so-called assistant researcher meant. Southern Yuan City won, and the cleanup began in the city after the battle. At the same time that Wanzhou and his people were wiped out in southern Yuan City, outside Dexia province. Broken Head Mountain. On a mountain peak that looked like it had its head cut off, Xiao Longwu chopped off the head of the last god. With a rumble, the 5-meter-tall corpse fell to the ground. Spare me. At this moment, there were 5 god corpses around the mountain peak. There were still people alive, it wasn't a god, but a human. The sect master of the Tianyi god cult, a guy that the human race had been trying to kill but failed to kill. He was very powerful, but at this moment, this powerful sect master knelt on the ground, trembling, and shouted, "Spare me." Xiao Longwu raised his long saber, expressionless. He looked at him for a while, then said, "Master is dead. You should be buried with him." "No. Lord, I'm still useful." The sect master knelt on the ground and said, trembling, "I'm still useful. I can attract more gods for you. I can gather the followers of the Tianyi god cult. I can also help you infiltrate into Wanzhou and find the strongholds of other sects. Lord, let me live. It's beneficial for the human race." Begging for mercy was useless. He had to show his value. Xiao Longwu was too powerful, he had definitely reached that level, wrong from the start. The Tianyi god cult had suffered too great a loss this time. 5 top experts had died in the human realm in Dexia province. The Tianyi god cult was finished. The followers who had attacked the cities in Dexia province today were definitely all dead or injured. The sect master of the Tianyi god cult knew that it was over, but he didn't want to die. It hadn't been easy for him to cultivate to this stage. He had hopes of reaching that realm. He even gave up the chance to become a god because he felt that he still had a chance. Xiao Longwu looked down at him from above, looking down at him. After a while, he smiled and said, "Anything else?" Yes. Yes. The Tianyi god cult still has many treasures. Many treasures are hidden in a secret realm. I've been to the Tianyi race's territory and know their situation. I can lead the way for the human race's experts and kill the Tianyi race's experts. Lord, I can still go to the All Heavens battlefield and contribute to the human race, as long as you don't kill me. The cult leader trembled as he quickly explained his role. He didn't want to die. Defeated, 6 experts besieged Xiao Longwu, but in the end, the 5 experts of the god race perished very quickly. Their deaths terrified him, he was too afraid. "Where is the arcane realm?" Xiao Longwu asked coldly. "Sir, as long as you spare me, where's the secret realm?" Xiao Longwu asked again, his voice filled with killing intent. He only wanted an answer. "My lord, Pucci," with a slash of the saber, the head fell off. Xiao Longwu snorted coldly. "So much nonsense, forget it if you don't want to say it. I'll let people scour the ground. If they can't find it, then so be it. If they find it, it's a profit. A beast dares to bargain with me, want to live, wishful thinking." The 6 great experts were completely annihilated just like that. Xiao Longwu started to pick up the corpses. The corpses of the god race were good stuff. There were 5 of them here. As he was cleaning up the battlefield, a figure suddenly appeared on a mountain peak not far away. Xiao Longwu didn't even look and continued to clean up the battlefield. Clap, clap, clap. Applause sounded. On the mountain peak, a middle-aged man applauded and said with a smile, "Xiao Longwu, looks like you don't need my help anymore." Xiao Longwu ignored him. "Are all geniuses so arrogant?" The middle-aged man laughed heartily. "But it's true. It's too unexpected for you to reach this step at this age. I originally thought that I would be able to keep these people here if I attacked today. I didn't expect you to kill them all." "Right, why didn't you keep Yunhao here just now? Yunhao, the cult master of the Tiani god cult, a top-notch expert. Scum, there's no need to live. Xiao Longwu finished packing up his things. He turned his head and looked over there, saying coldly, Zhu Tiandao, I didn't invite you to Dexia province, right? What are you doing here? I'm still your uncle's generation. You call me by my name, Sai, Zhu Tiandao sighed. Soon, he smiled and said, you didn't invite me, doesn't mean no one invited me. Those old fellows invited me here before they left. Can't I? Xiao Longwu didn't say anything else. Clearly, there were people in the manor who didn't trust him to fight the enemy alone. Zhu Tiandao didn't continue talking about this. He smiled and said, you haven't reached that step yet, right? I think you should be a little bit weaker, about the same as me. Do you feel that you're stuck at this step and can't go any further? This feeling is very uncomfortable, right? If you stepped in, you could kill those fellows in the blink of an eye. You wouldn't have to fight until now. I have a chance that can help us go one step further, or should I say, see the road ahead, Xiao Longwu said lightly, no need. I know my own path, and I've seen it clearly. In a few days, I'll go to the All Heavens battlefield and kill a king. I'll definitely step into this realm. I'm not you. Zhu Tiandao's voice faltered, and he cursed inwardly, who are you trying to provoke? You think you can succeed? You can't kill them. Right now, the capital of Wan is full of ghosts. Once you appear in the All Heavens battlefield, they'll definitely join hands to kill you. You'll have to give up on this idea. Also, there's a big difference between stepping into that realm and not stepping into that realm. I don't need you to remind me. Xiao Longwu didn't bother to pay attention. It wasn't like he hadn't seen invincible experts before. His grandfather, Daxia of Goguryeo, was an invincible expert of this realm. Zhu Tiandao said helplessly, are you really not interested in listening to me? Not interested. Xiao Longwu turned and walked down the mountain. If you can really succeed, you won't be so weak. If your brother is still alive, there's still hope for him to step into this realm. Compared to your brother, you're much weaker. Zhu Tiandao said angrily, brat, you can only say this to me. Be careful, or you'll be beaten to death when you come to the Ming Constabulary. Moreover, my brother died at the age of 9. How do you know he's stronger than me? Because he's the first human genius to reach 1000 June at the age of 9. Zhu Tiandao was speechless. Yes, his brother was a genius. Reaching 1000 June at the age of 9 had almost become a negative example for the entire human race. Bathing in the blood of gods and demons, reaching 1000 June at the age of 9. Great bright King's son, now, there were 10 or even 100 times more people in the human race who knew his brother. However, Xiao Longwu felt like he was mocking him. Xiao Longwu really didn't. As he walked, he said, at least he has the guts to try. If you went to the All Heaven battlefield 100 years ago and fought with the kings of Wan, I'm afraid you'd have become invincible. You wouldn't be stuck here. I don't want to learn from you. You're not worthy of my learning. Zhu Tiandao was speechless. After a while, he said, it's easy for you to say. Xiao Longwu, I'd like to see if you can be invincible before Wan. That's suicide. You have a chance to reach the invincible realm. Why are you in such a hurry to die? If you were to die, who else would support the great Xiao prefecture? Your grandfather? I don't even know where your grandfather is now. Xiao Longwu paused for a moment, but he quickly said, it's okay. My second uncle is still alive. Let him come back. Him? He's weaker than me. At that time, your Dexia province won't be one of the 3 great constabularies of the human realm. It's okay. Anyway, it's not your main constabulary's turn to replace us. Finding that he couldn't communicate with Xiao Longwu, Zhu Tiandao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing that Xiao Longwu was about to leave, Zhu Tiandao hurriedly said, 3 years later, when the Xingyu mansion opens, Ming Constabulary will have 10 places, and you will have 20. How about we join hands then? You're too weak. I don't want to join you. Xiao Longwu. Zhu Tiandao was annoyed. I've come from afar to help. Is this how you treat guests from afar? How is my Ming Constabulary weak? 3 years later, Ming Constabulary will send the strongest generation to the Xingyu mansion. If you don't want to join hands, then according to the rules, I'll come to help, and you'll give me a god's corpse. Xiao Longwu's face changed. Or we'll join hands. Xiao Longwu turned around and stared at him for a while. He couldn't help but curse, shameless. How is it shameless? Zhu Tiandao said helplessly, we'll join hands, not to make you bleed. Your Dixia province is strong, but we're not weak either, humph. Xiao Longwu snorted softly. After a while, he said indifferently, fine. However, if the people from your Ming Constabulary are too weak, I'd rather give you a god's corpse. Weaklings aren't qualified to join hands with my Dixia province. With that, Xiao Longwu left sore. Zhu Tiandao watched him leave. After cursing for a while, he quickly smiled. This kid. Sigh, he's really strong. With a sigh, Xiao Longwu was really about to take that step. He seemed to be about the same level as him, but in reality, he was far inferior. Because 100 years ago, he was almost at this level. 100 years ago, he didn't make any progress. 100 years ago, this kid wasn't even born yet. This guy was improving every time he saw him. No wonder he dared to take the risk and fight the god race in Dixia province, killing 5 great god race experts in one battle. No matter how strong the Tiani god race was, they were going to vomit blood this time. Not to mention the death of 5 great experts, even the Tiani god race was uprooted. No one knew about the war in Dixia province. Not many people knew about the fall of the 5 great god races and the Tiani god race's sect master. That was too high-end, and it wasn't something they could understand. The city lord, Lu Wenyan, and the other experts were discussing how to wipe out the remaining people outside Wanzhou's city. These things had nothing to do with Suyu. At this moment, Suyu was hiding in a corner with Chen Hao, looking at the harvest. Ayu, are we rich? Chen Hao looked at the harvest in front of him and was a little excited. Ayu, why do you think these people bring so many things when they go out? Wanzhou doesn't trust anyone. They often migrate and don't have a fixed residence. Of course, they have to bring good things with them. It's not surprising. Regarding this, Suyu didn't find it strange. These people in Wanzhou killed the upper echelons, but sometimes they didn't get much because the upper echelons usually had a fixed residence and hid very deep. But the lower echelons didn't have a fixed residence. They were here today and there tomorrow. Killing them often meant that they could take all the wealth of the other party. 2 cultivation methods, 2 martial arts techniques, 5 drops of essence blood. I don't know what kind of essence blood it is, but I'll know after asking, Chen Hao continued to count and grinned. There's also a bottle of body refining pills. Unfortunately, there are only 5 left. This is very helpful for the cultivation of the Thousand June realm. 16 Omping gold coins. One is worth 10,000 Omping coins. This is the first time I got gold coins. My dad has some, but he doesn't give it to me. Gold coins were very valuable. Sometimes the people in Wanzhou didn't dare to store Omping coins, and it was inconvenient to carry them around. Usually, they would exchange them for gold coins and carry them with them. As for savings cards, these guys didn't dare to use them, fearing that their identities would be exposed and frozen. So this time, they killed 2 members of the sect and gained a lot of gold coins. 16 coins, 160,000. For the 2000 June realm experts, 160,000 wasn't too much, but it wasn't too little either. After all, they also needed to cultivate. Ayu, do you want to turn them in? Chen Hao was a little reluctant, but he still said, after killing these people, you have to turn in the spoils. This was the rule. After all, more than one person participated in the battle. Turn in, Suyu thought for a moment and said, let me think again. Turning in the spoils means that we killed 2 members of Wanzhou. But we are so weak. How did we kill them? Hao Zi, don't tell others that I killed them. You know what I mean. Chen Hao nodded and then whispered, Ayu, how did you suddenly become so powerful? The Thousand June realm. I heard from the instructor that the attackers this time were all experts above the 7th layer of Thousand June. How did you break through their defense and kill them? Don't ask. Even if you ask, I won't tell you. Suyu said and looked at the 2 small black badges. This was the symbol of Wanzhou. In order to not expose their identity, the followers of Wanzhou usually wouldn't carry these things. However, this was a large-scale operation. After the operation, they had to disperse and evacuate. In order to gather and identify themselves after the operation, almost all the followers who attacked this time brought these things to prove their identity. So this time, they also seized 2 badges. This could also represent their achievements, so you thought for a moment and threw one of the badges to Chen Hao. Then, he took out a secret book, a martial skill book, 2 drops of blood essence, and 6 gold coins. He threw all of them to Chen Hao. If you want to go to the War Academy, then turn in these things to prove that you killed a member of Wanzhou. Chen Hao was a little excited, but he soon said dejectedly, forget it. Otherwise, it will be hard to say. You killed a guy at the 7th layer of Thousand June. Then, they will investigate clearly. He wanted to go to the War Academy, but if he took these things and turned them in, it would expose Suyu's situation. Suyu smiled and said, it's okay. It's not like I can't kill someone at the Thousand June realm. Of course, the second one can't be reported. That guy's heart was crushed by me and I killed him with my bare hands. The first one isn't a big problem. It's a knife slash. With a bit more strength, it's not a big deal to kill him. Just go and report it. Say that the opponent was careless and you suddenly killed him with a knife. Will this work? Chen Hao was a little nervous. Then why don't you go and report it? Didn't you say you also want to go to the War Academy? Me? I don't need it. So you said calmly, I can kill Thousand June. Do you think it's hard for me to go to the War Academy? I forgot to mention that I broke through to the 4th layer of Kaiyuan a few days ago. I think the 5th layer is not far away. Chen Hao's heart was stabbed again. Is this for real or fake? So fast, but you killed Thousand June. He had no choice but to believe it. Chen Hao looked at him with a bit of resentment. We're all geniuses this crazy? I've never seen you this crazy before, so you ignored him. He packed up the other things and stuffed them into his chest. He whispered, the battle results can belong to you, but the reward points have to be used by me. Also, you have more than 10,000 of your private savings. Give it all to me. Consider it as buying it from me. Do you hear me? Chen Hao had a pitiful expression. Ayu was really stingy. He had gained so much this time, but he was still thinking about his private savings. Was it easy for him? He had saved up so many years, and now he wanted to take it all away? What are you looking at? You will be rewarded too if you hand in these things, but the War Academy rewards me with merit points. Chen Hao had a wronged expression. Do you think I'm stupid? You just said that all the merit points will be given to you. That means I'm broke. At least, you have hope of going to the War Academy, right? It's just 10,000. Which one will you choose? Chen Hao was a bit confused. He nodded. That seemed to be the case. 10,000 and he could go to the War Academy. It seemed like a good deal. Then it's decided. When we report it, we can say that I cooperated with you. However, you were the one who slashed him. If they check the wound, that slash wasn't made by someone with great strength. What should I say? Chen Hao hurriedly asked. It wasn't that he didn't understand. Experts would be able to see through him. It's fine. I took a look earlier. The corpses have been collected and are preparing to be burned. You can go after the burning is done. There's no proof. What are you afraid of? But, then why don't I not go? It's not like I want to go to the War Academy. I need this result. Once Suyu said this, Chen Hao was at a loss. Okay, I will go and tell them. Don't worry, I definitely won't betray you. If they really want to check, then check me. What's wrong with me being stronger? Chen Hao gritted his teeth. He still wanted to go to the War Academy. This was the best chance, so you didn't bother with him anymore. The possibility of the War Academy checking was low. Of course, there would definitely be some doubts. However, the corpses had been burned. No one would falsely claim the result. If Chen Hao stood out and claimed it, the War Academy would at most pay more attention to him. It was just a Thousand June realm warrior. He wasn't Wanshi. It wasn't impossible for Kaiyuan to kill him by coincidence. 10 gold coins, 3 drops of blood essence, 5 body-strengthening pills, 1 manual, 1 martial technique. Suyu thought about his gains today. He was in a good mood. He paid 1 drop of Ironwing's blood essence and got 10 times the gains. Very good. At least he didn't have to worry about spending all his father's savings and not having any food to eat. He would go back and check what kind of blood essence these drops were. Perhaps he might be able to open the second page. While Suyu and Chen Hao were dividing the spoils. In the dean's office. Bai Feng looked a little bored. He sat on a small chair in the dean's office and watched them argue endlessly. When they were almost done, he said, "Uncle, are we still picking up the Southern Yuan Academy's preparatory students?" "What do you mean pick them up? Don't they need funds to live in Dexia province?" Lu Wenyan retorted. Bai Feng had a helpless look on his face. "You guys were the ones who said you would give it to me. I was just asking." "Then, Uncle, is there a way to temper your body? Are there any powerful blood essences or vitality pills for you to use in Southern Yuan?" The old principal paused and laughed dryly. "Well, Researcher Bai, what do you think about the Civilization Academy? No need to beg them." Lu Wenyan said indifferently. "Just temper it slowly. Anyway, the will has materialized. There's no hurry." Bai Feng hurriedly said, "Uncle, you can't say that. Without powerful blood essences to help temper your body may not be able to reach the level of an ordinary Soar Realm physical cultivator. It will still have a great impact on your future. The stronger the blood essences, the more help it will be to you. If there is Soar Realm Godfiend blood essence to temper and forge your foundation, with your strong will, there is hope for you to instantly forge a 3-level Soar foundation." The cultivation of the path of will did not focus on the physical body in the early stages. But when it came to Soar, it must be paid attention to. This was the beginning of the physical body foundation. The stronger the Godfiend blood used at this moment, the stronger the foundation forged. Lu Wenyan pretended not to hear. Godfiend blood, Soar Realm Godfiend blood, where could he find it? It was very difficult to kill a Godfiend in the All Heavens battlefield. Moreover, most of the Godfiends in the All Heavens battlefield were at the Soaring Sky Realm. It wasn't suitable to kill those that were too strong or too weak. It would be best if they were at the Soaring Sky Realm. Lu Wenyan had never thought of using Godfiend blood to build his foundation. Even in the Civilization Academy, there were not many people who could build their foundation with Godfiend blood in a year. It was too rare. Seeing that Lu Wenyan was ignoring him, Bai Feng thought for a moment and said, "Teacher seems to have a few drops of Soar Realm Flying Tiger's blood essence. Flying tigers are also very strong, and their bodies are very tough. Why don't you tell teacher?" Scram. As soon as Lu Wenyan finished cursing, the old principal exclaimed excitedly, "Flying tiger? The blood essence of the flying tiger, ranked 32nd in Yuan?" "Yes. Old Lu." The principal said agitatedly, "Don't be so stubborn. If you rely on yourself and our Southern Yuan, where are you going to get the blood essence of the top 100 races on the Yuan list? Even if a flying tiger isn't comparable to a Godfiend, the difference isn't that great. You can directly reach the second or even the third Soar Realm with your physical foundation establishment. You're already so old. Don't tell me you're going to waste many years on the early stages of Soar? Without a powerful blood essence to build the foundation and build the first layer of the Soar body, Lu Wenyan would need at least 5 years, maybe 10, to cultivate to the third layer. He was already in his 70s. How much time did he have to waste? On the side, Xia Bing, the Long Wuwei squad leader, opened his mouth slightly. He wanted to say something but hesitated. After thinking for a moment, he said in a muffled voice, "Instructor Lu, the Flying Tiger's blood essence is indeed very powerful. I think it's better to go to the Civilization Academy and ask for a few drops of foundation establishment. Now that Wanzhou has entered Dexia province, Southern Yuan's strength is limited. We still need Instructor Lu's help. The Flying Tiger's blood essence would build the foundation. If he was unlucky, it would be the second layer of Soar. If he was lucky, it would be the third layer. Moreover, his foundation would be solid. It would only take a few years for him to break through to the middle stage. In a few years, Southern Yuan would have an expert in the middle stage of SOAR. It wouldn't be as difficult to defend as it was now. Lu Wenyan ignored them and looked at Bai Feng. He frowned and said, "You don't have to worry about these things." Bai Feng, how many people does the Civilization Academy plan to recruit in Southern Yuan this time? About 10. Bai Feng smiled and said, "Uncle Master, are you planning to add a few more?" Lu Wenyan did not answer and said, "How many people are we recruiting in total?" About 2,000 people, but 500 of the places are for other prefectures. The rest are for Dexia province. Dexia province will recruit about 1,500 people in total. According to the ratio, the prefectures will recruit about 1,000 people every year, and the rest will be from the 28 cities. Among the 28 cities, Southern Yuan was the smallest and weakest. Therefore, it recruited the least. About 10 people. This was the number of people the Great Xia Civilization University recruited in Southern Yuan every year. How many should we add this year? Lu Wenyan said, "At least 2. Uncle Master, I can't make the decision on this, there are at least 2 places for assistant researchers. Since you killed a SOAR 4th layer in passing, you can exchange it with a place." "Uncle Master, aren't you being unreasonable? I killed him. If I didn't come, you wouldn't have been able to kill him." "That's right, I'm being unreasonable." Lu Wenyan was ready to be unreasonable. Southern Yuan lost more than 10 students this time. Now the students are depressed. This is the responsibility of Southern Yuan and Dexia province. Dexia province didn't come to help in time. This shouldn't have happened. Adding a few places to let the students recover from their depression as soon as possible. Isn't that right? Bai Feng opened his mouth and felt helpless. Although he didn't really need these 2 slots, it was still a big favor if he really did them a favor. "Forget it." Bai Feng said helplessly, "All right, Uncle Master, then Southern Yuan will add 2 places. However, the premise is that they meet the basic requirements. Otherwise, even if they get in, they will be kicked out." Lu Wenyan finally showed a smile. "Of course. These 2 basic places, one is for Suyu, and the other is for Luyu." Everyone looked at him. What a cunning old fox, these 2 were almost guaranteed to get in. If he gave them the places, wouldn't it be in the bag? After the 2 of them were admitted, they wouldn't occupy the places of Southern Yuan. This way, Southern Yuan could have 2 more people entering Great Xia Civilization University this year. Bai Feng obviously knew about this. The school also had the list of those people. When he heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "It's up to you. This way, if these 2 enter the school and have good results, it will be my credit." This was also good. He didn't have to embarrass himself. If their results were really bad, they would be kicked out of the school in the future. That would be a loss of face. Lu Wenyan smiled and said, "That's good. Also, since these 2 people entered using your places, in order to prevent them from not being able to get in, you should give them some pointers. If something goes wrong and they can't pass the assessment, I won't let you off." "Uncle Master, this," Bai Feng looked depressed. "I'm a researcher, and they are students of a secondary school, the gap was huge, do I need to give them pointers?" "Assistant researcher," Lu Wenyan reminded him. The assistant was the main, and the researcher was the support. "Understood? Okay, since Uncle Master said it, no problem. Ask them to look for me later. I'll stay here for 2 or 3 days before leaving. I'm a little tired from the journey." Lu Wenyan was happy. He waved his hand impatiently and sent Bai Feng away. "Burn the bridge after crossing the river," Bai Feng mumbled. He felt a little helpless and could only leave. After he left, the old principal could not help but laugh. Old Lu is still the one with the big face. Now the school can have 2 more talents. Beside him, Xiaobing seemed a little honest. He said in a muffled voice, "It's because of senior researcher Hong." "What did you say?" Lu Wenyan's eyes were unkind. Xiaobing instantly shut up. That was the truth. No one was allowed to say it. If that wasn't the case, Bai Feng wouldn't have given you face. Even if you had reached this stage, Bai Feng wouldn't care. Thinking about it, Xiaobing did not continue. He changed the topic. Someone just reported that 2 Wanzhou members were killed near the cafeteria. One died by the school's saber, and the other's heart was crushed by a claw technique. There were no instructors, city guards, or people from the surveillance hall nearby. Lu Wenyan looked at him and frowned. If there's no one, then there's no one. Do you need an identity to kill Wanzhou members? Instructor Lu, don't misunderstand. I'm worried that someone is hiding in the school. Then, he added, but they shouldn't be too strong. There's an element of sneak attack. The probability is higher. Is there anyone reporting? Not yet. We're still calculating. The old principal thought about it and said, that's not easy to find. Even if there is 1,000 June cultivator hiding, it's not a big deal. The school is not helpless against 1,000 June cultivator. Old Lu has broken through, so it's not a big deal for Wanshi. There's no need to investigate for now. Don't worry too much. Maybe someone's parent came in and killed them. It's hard to say. The principal did not care too much. Maybe someone's parent was worried about their child, so they came and killed them. Now that the matter was over, it was not something to be proud of. It was not strange for someone to run away secretly. That's true. Xiaobing responded with a smile. Let's wait and see if anyone claims credit. I'm worried that students will claim credit. It's very troublesome to falsely claim credit. After all, it's the examination period of the higher education institutions. Once it's discovered, the students will be greatly affected. Which student is stupid enough to falsely claim credit? The old principal did not care. If someone's parent came to kill someone and allowed their child to falsely claim credit, it would affect the quota for the war school. They would have to take responsibility if it was discovered. Lu Wenyan said impatiently, don't say it like that. It's not impossible to kill one if you're lucky. Of course, if someone really reports it, just check. There's no need to make a fuss. The few of them did not talk about it. The old principal felt that no student would claim credit. In fact, a certain student was loitering there, waiting for the corpse to be burned so he could claim credit. By the time everything was settled, it was already night time. Suyu did not go home with Lu Wenyan this time. Lu Wenyan was very busy now, so Suyu did not want to disturb her. When the alert was lifted, Suyu went home. It had been a few days since he came home, and the house was a little dusty. Only when he got home did Suyu let out a long sigh. Today, he had killed 2 people. In front of Chen Hao, he did not show any abnormalities, but in fact, he was very emotional. He was not a warrior, just an ordinary student in a secondary school. How could he not be emotional when it was his first time killing someone? I was lucky. If I was unlucky, I would have been killed today. Especially the first guy. At that time, even Suyu almost believed that the teacher had come to find someone. If he really believed it, he and Chen Hao would be dead now. Although I can use the power of rank 7, the gap between me and a rank 8 is still too big. As long as the other party can react, I will be dead. My strength is still not enough. Only the strong can decide the outcome of the battle. If Instructor Lu does not break through, then the Southern Yuan Academy will be finished this time. No, Bai Feng also arrived, but all of this shows that only the strong can decide the outcome of the battle. Today, he had a lot of thoughts. At that time, it was actually those soar-level powerhouses who decided the outcome of the battle. Once City Lord Wu Wenhai and Commander Wu Wei Xiaobing were killed, then Southern Yuan would have no chance to fight. Just like those Soar of Wanzhou, after one of them was killed, they were instantly defeated. One person decided the outcome of the entire battle, leading to the annihilation of Wanzhou. So, Dad is indeed cannon fodder on the battlefield. Suyu was a little worried. Today was just a small battle in Southern Yuan. On his father's side, it was a super battlefield that involved all the Yuan. That wasn't a small skirmish like it was here. Even Soar is nothing over there. Just Southern Yuan alone had 7 Soar-level powerhouses, not to mention the All Heavens battlefield. I am afraid there might be dozens or even hundreds of Soar-level powerhouses participating in the battle. I thought too simply before. Even if I have the opportunity to practice at the War Academy, I am afraid I can't do anything. What can Qianjun or Wanshi do? At least Soar-level powerhouses. Only soar-level powerhouses have mobility, and they can be regarded as the backbone of the All-Heavens battlefield. Suyu thought a lot. In conclusion, he still needed strength, and the faster and stronger, the better. I have to continue using blood essence to cultivate. At this moment, he had a total of 5 drops of blood essence in his hands. 3 drops were seized, and 2 drops were exchanged before the battle. 260,000 Onping dollars, 10 gold coins, 5 drops of blood essence, 5 body refining pills, 7 merit points, a secret manual, a martial art manual. This was all Suyu had at the moment. Among them, he had no use for the body refining pills, which were used by Qianjun level powerhouses. They were not cheap, and Summerfield Trading Company sold them for about 30,000 each. 2 drops of Ironwing blood essence. I will use them for cultivation. Later, I will exchange for a few more drops. No, I will buy a few drops. I can't use all the merit points. I will use them for self-defense. He left a few drops for self-defense, just in case. After all, Wanzhou still did not know if there were people hiding. Continue to cultivate. Suyu felt that his strength was too weak, and he could not even be regarded as cannon fodder. At this moment, he no longer hesitated. In the past few days, when he was at Lu Wenyan's place, he did not dare to use blood essence to cultivate. Now that he was back, he had no worries. He swallowed a drop of blood essence. Just like before, primordial qi quickly gathered around him. His 9 apertures emitted a faint glow, and the aperture acupoint in his right ear vibrated, showing signs of opening. Last time, Suyu spent less than half of the 1-hour cultivation time. This time, it lasted a little longer. Yuan absorption technique was used by the Ironwing clan to build their foundation. The speed of absorbing primordial qi was not fast, and it was precisely because of this that it was suitable for Suyu at this stage. About 40 minutes later, Suyu stopped cultivating. This time, the aperture acupoint in his right ear was not opened. However, Suyu had a feeling that if he did it again, he would have a hope of opening the aperture acupoint in his right ear and reaching the 5th tier of Kaiyuan. However, his body was a little overloaded, and he was afraid that today was not suitable for cultivation. Tomorrow, I will come back and continue to swallow blood essence. Tomorrow, I will have a hope of reaching the 5th tier of Kaiyuan. Suyu was delighted. The 5th tier of Kaiyuan was not obvious, and it was difficult for ordinary people to detect it. Southern Yuan Academy had students who were at the 4th tier of Kaiyuan, but it was not clear if there were any who were at the 5th tier of Kaiyuan. Some guys liked to hide, and when it came to the assessment, they would amaze the world with a brilliant feat in any case. At this stage, Southern Yuan Academy had not heard of anyone who was at the 5th tier of Kaiyuan. After completing his cultivation, Suyu finally had time to study the 3 drops of blood essence and the secret manual of the cultivation technique. Just as Suyu was studying these, Southern Yuan Academy. The sky was already dark. Dean's office. Xianxia was brought in. This guy had not left and had been waiting. When the body was burned, he immediately ran to report the credit, and so, he was seized and sent to the dean's office. Old Principal and Lu Wenyan personally went to interrogate him. Old Principal was so angry that his nose was crooked. He said solemnly, "You killed him?" "Yes." "Stealing credit will be severely punished, do you understand?" "Yes." Xianxia nodded. He was aware of this, but you killed him, so he was the one who killed him. It was not considered stealing credit, so he did not feel any psychological pressure. Moreover, Ayu had taken away his private stash of money. He had exchanged it. If Ayu did not want this credit, it would be a pity to waste it. He had spent more than 10 years of his private stash in exchange for it. Was it not considered his credit? Therefore, at this moment, Xianxia was very magnanimous. "I didn't steal credit. I even helped you attract the enemy's attention. I also have credit. Attracting the attention of 2 people, and I combined my efforts to kill 1 person. There's nothing wrong with that." Old Principal looked at Lu Wenyan. Lu Wenyan was tugging at his beard, so much so that it was about to fall off. It felt like he was not lying. Old Principal understood, but he was also a little confused. He could not tell, was Xianxia a schemer? It did not seem like it. How could a child in his teens be so scheming? "Tell me, how did you kill him?" I was hiding in the cafeteria with a you. Someone suddenly came in pretending to be a teacher. Then, a you saw through it and lied to him that there was someone hiding. That guy foolishly followed a you and I killed him with a knife from behind. Xianxia made it sound simple because Suyu had asked him to. If it was too complicated, this guy might not remember it and make mistakes. Suyu? Lu Wenyan asked. Yes. You two were together? Yes. Why did you bring a knife? The combat instructor said that you had already borrowed the combat knife. You said that he had broken through to the 4th level of Kaiyuan. I didn't believe him, so I went with him to the combat room. He said that he wanted to keep a low profile, so we came out to find a place to practice. The 4th level of Kaiyuan? Old principal was surprised. He's already at the 4th level of Kaiyuan? Yes, he's been cultivating very hard now. It probably has something to do with Uncle Su's trip to the heavenly battlefield. Old principal nodded. He somewhat understood and was not surprised. It was normal to break through from the 3rd level to the 4th level if one was lucky. Suyu was smart. He probably did not cultivate hard before, so it was not slow for him to reach the 3rd level. Lu Wenyan thought for a moment and asked, how did you do it? Just like that. Xianxia gestured. He had seen how Suyu did it. As a witness, he naturally knew what had happened. Xiaobing, who had been silent all this time, nodded slightly. As a sore principal Wu Wei, he could tell that the knife technique used to kill that person was similar. Lu Wenyan said again, another person was killed outside the cafeteria. Did you do it? Huh? Xianxia pretended not to understand. He could not admit it. Ayu had said that killing one was a coincidence, but killing two would mean he would be captured for research. Lu Wenyan smiled. You only killed one? Yes. You killed that guy with one slash. Do you know how strong he was? I don't know. I didn't have time to ask when I was killing him. Old principal was so angry that he almost laughed. Then why are you here to claim credit now? Why didn't you come before? I was scared. Xianxia answered honestly, his face simple and honest. It was my first time killing someone, so I was a little scared. I almost wet my pants and haven't recovered, but I didn't, really. Old principal ignored him. He glanced at him and saw some faint bloodstains on him. He frowned slightly. Did this kid really kill him? Where's Suyu? He went home. Ayu said that the merit points were to be given to him. The killing was mine, but he also showed intelligence, so we need to split the merit points. This kid? Lu Wenyan laughed. So you get the credit, he gets the merit points, you get extra points for going to war school, and he gets something? Yes. Lu Wenyan looked at old principal and then at Xiaobing. Old principal did not know what to say. Xiaobing thought about it and said, have you practiced claw techniques? Nope. How did you feel when you slashed him? Nothing. I was too scared and choked. His neck was really hard. Where's the blade? I just returned it to the combat department. Has your father come to the academy? No, I just called him. My dad said he's working overtime. The deputy director of the traffic department is my dad. Xiaobing said in a low voice, someone, check his father's whereabouts. Yes, sir. Long Wuwei answered outside the door. About 3 to 4 minutes later, someone reported, Xianxia has been at the traffic department. He did not leave. When the battle happened, he was there to command and maintain traffic order in southern Yuan. Got it. Xiaobing glanced at Chen Hao, who smiled foolishly. Xiaobing pondered for a moment, then looked at the two and said, the Academy and the Dragon Guard should sign a joint document to prove that he was the one who killed the Myriad tribe sect's 7th tier of 15 kilograms. Students will be awarded 30 points and 3 merit points. After that, he looked at Chen Hao and said, also, another person died near the cafeteria. If you guys killed him, then you'll get 60 points and 6 merit points. 60 points. If you're not an idiot, then you'll definitely be able to enter the war school. Ah, there's another one? Chen Hao said with pity, can that be counted as mine? Is no one taking credit? How about? I don't want the merit points and get 60 points. Xiaobing was speechless. Old Principal and Lu Wenyan were also speechless. What was he thinking about? If the one in the cafeteria was killed by Chen Hao, what about the one outside the cafeteria? Lu Wenyan shook his head slightly. Forget it. It was not a big deal anyway. However, the fact that Chen Hao had killed a 7th-layer 10,000 June realm disciple of the Myriad races sect was somewhat unexpected. I'll ask you tomorrow. Lu Wenyan thought and nodded. Sign the document. The time, location, and description are all correct. The spoils have been handed in. The saber is also here. Unless someone takes credit later, there is no need to investigate further. Xiaobing nodded. Killing £1,000 was nothing. The three of them took it seriously because it was a student. Otherwise, it did not matter who took credit. This matter could be considered to have passed. After Chen Hao left happily, Old Principal suddenly said, "Old Lu, do you believe it?" Lu Wenyan said indifferently, "It doesn't matter if I believe it or not. You'll know if he's a genius or a mediocre when you get to the war school. Mediocre people can't blame others if they die. Besides, Suyu was there. He's smart. Maybe he killed that guy. There's no need to look into it." That's true. There's no need to publicize this. Be careful of Wanzu's revenge. Also, don't let other students learn. It's dangerous. The old principal said with a smile, "Speaking of which, old Lu, that student of yours is quite like you. He's very calculative. He doesn't want bonus points. He wants merit points. Anyway, he doesn't need bonus points for the Civilization Academy." Lu Wenyan smiled and scolded with a smile, "That's because he's capable. Can you kill £1,000 at Kaiyuan?" Old Principal was speechless. Both of them smiled. There was no need to look into it. Anyway, the school might have one more student this year. Xiaobing's approval was enough. The Longwai's words carried a lot of weight. If one wanted to bribe the Longwai, they might as well spend the money directly to the War Academy. After all, it was not as if there was no sponsorship of a huge sum of money into the academy every year. On the side, Xiaobing did not care about the two. He signed the document and left. Walking to the door, he thought about it and said, "I believe he's a participant, but I can't be sure if he killed the person. It's either him or Suyu. Since Suyu doesn't want to take credit, then it's his. But he doesn't have the talent and strength. It might not be a good thing to go to the war school. I hope the two of you can explain it to him." "We will." Xiaobing did not say much. There were still many doubts in this matter, such as who killed the person outside. But just as Principal and Lu Wenyan said, it was not too important. The path was chosen by oneself. Just don't regret it in the end. Divine Tactics, 15kg chapter, Blood Coagulation Knife. An exercise method and a martial skill. These were the secret books Suyu got this time. Blood Coagulation Knife. Suyu threw it away after a glance. This martial skill was of a very low level, and all the academies had it. There was no need to read it. Exercise methods and martial skills were divided into 4 levels: Sky, Earth, Black, and Yellow. Each level was divided into 4 levels: Top, High, Middle, and Low. 4 levels and 16 levels, these were the divisions of Wan's exercise methods and martial skills. Blood Coagulation Knife. Suyu glanced at it. Yellow level, middle. Although it was not the worst, it was not a good thing either. There were many in the middle academies, so he did not bother to read it. However, although Divine Tactics only had 15kg chapter, Suyu still read it for a long time. The reason why Bai Feng said that the Divine art was trash was because of his perspective and position. A exercise method that could move the hearts of the strong warriors of Wanzu, a exercise method that could create a big sect in Wanzu, how could it be trash? Top level of black level, this was the level of this exercise method. Of course, Suyu only got 15kg chapter. The exercise method was said to be divided into Sky, Earth, Black, and Yellow, but in fact, it included all the exercise methods of Wan. Suyu did not know the details, but many invincible warriors of the human clan seemed to only practice Earth level or Black level exercises. 300 years ago, when the peace calendar began, the human clan did not have so many powerful exercises to choose from. Divine tactics, so you read it over and over again. The method to absorb primordial qi to refine the body. The human body mainly relies on the aperture acupoints to connect with primordial qi and refine the body. The more aperture acupoints are opened, the more primordial qi is absorbed, and the more primordial qi is stored. Kaiyuan has 9 aperture acupoints as the foundation. Based on this, 15 kg opens other aperture acupoints and absorbs primordial qi to refine the body. The 15 kadi chapter of the Divine Art has 72 apertures opened. When 72 apertures are opened and the primordial energy is filled, it will be the 9 layers of 15 kadi. This was not the first time that Suyu had come into contact with the 1,000-ton stage cultivation method. Long before this, he had come into contact with the military's basic 1,000-ton cultivation method, 1,000-ton art. It was simple and crude. Most of the people in the military cultivated this. It was not that there were no better cultivation techniques, but that cultivating these cultivation techniques required the support of yuan qi and a strong physical body to support the opening of more acupoints. Normal shoja, even if they obtained a heaven-level cultivation method, they would not be able to successfully cultivate it. They did not have enough primordial qi. At the very least, the primordial qi in the human realm was not enough to sustain their cultivation. If one's physical body was not strong enough, their foundation would not be firm enough. If they opened too many acupoints, they would not be able to bear the burden and their physical body would collapse from the overload of essence qi. The art of 15 kilograms could open 36 apertures, and was considered a top-notch yellow-class technique. This was already quite good. This could also rapidly increase the combat power of the soldiers, allowing them to advance faster and require less resources. It was not that some people did not have stronger cultivation methods, but in the end, they switched to cultivating art of 15 kilograms, because it was easier to advance, and easier to prolong their lives. Divine Art could open 72 acupoints in the 1,000-ton stage to cultivate and store yuan qi. It was already considered a relatively powerful cultivation method. The opening of the acupoints was not random. Divine Art detailed the opening process of the 72 acupoints, the sequence before and after, as well as the final yuan qi cycle. At this time, opening the acupoints randomly could easily lead to the collapse of this cycle. At that time, the best-case scenario would be the collapse of the yuan qi, and the worst-case scenario would be the explosion of the body. Suyu looked for a long time, and finally confirmed that it was indeed much more profound and wonderful than art of 15 kilograms. Cultivating to the 9th layer of 15 kilograms, one would be much stronger than those who cultivated art of 15 kilograms. Their strength would be greater, and their physical body would be stronger. As for whether or not they could kill soldiers of the same level on the battlefield, that would depend on their battle experience and willpower. Having great strength and a strong physical body would not necessarily guarantee victory. Opening 72 acupoints, this can be considered a good thing. Suyu had never thought of cultivating this, but by drawing parallels, seeing more, and coming into contact with more, he could also strengthen his own foundation. He studied the Wan language, and this was actually also within the scope of his research. For example, the location of the 72 acupoints of Divine Art, he did not know before, but now he knew. If he encountered a disciple of the Tiani god cult again, he could target and destroy their yuan qi cycle. Therefore, the cultivation method could not be easily revealed. The 72 acupoints were the foundation of their strength, but also their weakness. Not all acupoints were weaknesses. Once a portion of the acupoints were destroyed, it would cause the previous sore 4th layer hall leader's miserable condition. His yuan qi would collapse, and then he would suffer a backlash and die directly. This was the reason why Bai Feng was able to kill him so easily. Bai Feng killed hall leader Chen in less than 10 seconds. He used half of the time to speak, and the rest of the time was used to destroy his opponent's key acupoints. Therefore, he killed very quickly. If he really fought with force, even if Bai Feng could kill him, it would definitely not be that easy. Of course, the Divine Art of the Soar realm was more complicated, and more acupoints were opened. Many of the weaknesses of the 1,000 June realm were no longer weaknesses, so this meant that Bai Feng's research on Divine Art, Soar chapter was also very deep. Suyu watched for about 2 hours before putting down the cultivation method. He could not cultivate the Thousand June realm cultivation method now, so he just studied it a little. If he was strong enough, he might be able to deduce the cultivation method of the Tiani god clan. Of course, this was not something that Suyu could do, and not even something that Baifeng could do. Cultivation methods and martial techniques are not of much help to me at this stage, but blood essence, 3 drops of blood essence. Suyu also looked at them. In the blood essence, there was a trace of the will of the living creature when it was alive, which was an image. He could roughly determine the species. 1 drop of ironwing blood essence, 1 drop of fire porcupine blood essence, and the remaining should be the blood essence of bloodthirsty rabbit. The 3 drops of blood essence were all from common races. There was no blood of gods or demons, no blood of powerful races. This was to be expected. Where could a Thousand June realm Wanzu get such powerful blood essence? These common blood essences were the main source of support for their cultivation. Wan's blood essence could provide rich yuan qi, which could strengthen the physical body. For Thousand June realm, it was very helpful. Humans in the Thousand June realm mainly used blood essence and medicinal pellets to cultivate. Although there were no treasures, even these 3 drops of blood essence could be sold for at least 150,000 in the Summerfield Trading Company. Not bad. The blood essence is worth 150,000, the body refining pellet is worth 150,000, and 10 gold coins, that's 400,000 Omping dollars. Suyu was still very satisfied. Wealth came from danger. Although there was some danger this time, his harvest was more than 400,000. If he turned in the secret manuals, there would actually be some rewards. Even if humans had these secret manuals, they would also give some rewards, because it represented the harvest of killing a Wanzu. After calculating for a while, his net worth instantly exceeded 700,000. Suyu grinned. If his father knew, he wondered if he would feel inferior. Suyu's daily earnings were more than his 18 years of savings. That night, Suyu began to dream again. The dream continued. On the day that the Ironwing blood essence opened the atlas, Suyu actually did not dream again, but from the next day, he began to dream again. However, the current Suyu did not dream every day. These few days, sometimes he would dream once every other day, sometimes even once every 2 days. The dream did not continue to open, and Suyu suspected that the previous dream had almost made all the races come out. Now that it was opened, it might be some of the remaining races, so it would give him an atlas every few days. There were many common races that Suyu did not see, or he did not remember. Suyu had a little suspicion that these weak races had to wait until the later ones were opened. They were too weak, so they were left behind in the dream, because he might have forgotten about the atlas. The monster that he dreamed of tonight, Suyu had a vague impression of it. It was somewhat like the spiral tortoise recorded in the Wan Atlas. Whether it was the spiral tortoise or not, he could buy a drop of spiral tortoise blood essence to try. However, you thought about it, and opening the spiral tortoise atlas now might not be of much use. Looking at it later, after continuously devouring blood essence, his body was still a little overloaded. Luoyu, Ironwing, Spiral Tortoise, these were the 3 races that Suyu identified. This meant that the races he saw were becoming more common, and it also meant that Suyu's knowledge was growing. If he had not read a lot of books, it would have been very difficult for him to distinguish these races through some details and blurry figures. Southern Yuan Secondary School. On the way, Suyu had already learned from Chen how about yesterday's results. He was a little worried, but the matter had already been decided. Chen Hao wanted to enter the war school, and Suyu could not just watch the opportunity slip away. Therefore, he let Chen Hao go and get the credit, because this way, Chen Hao would have the chance to enter the war school. With some apprehension, Suyu entered the class and was called away by an instructor. Dean's office. The instructor had already left. At this moment, there was only Lu Wenyan and a young man in the office. The young man was Baifeng. Lu Wenyan was reading, and so was Baifeng. Baifeng was holding a large book, squatting at the side and reading. He was squatting, not sitting, as if he had seen something interesting. The smile on his face was bright, and it was hard to tell that he was an elite who could easily kill a 4th-level Sor. When Suyu entered the door, the 2 did not greet him. Suyu greeted them, stood at the side, and waited with some apprehension. He did not know why his teacher was looking for him. Lu Wenyan, who had stepped into the soar level, had a stronger will. At this moment, he secretly glanced at Suyu and nodded silently. Indeed, Kaiyuan had reached the 4th level. Before this, his will had not manifested, so he did not feel it. Not only Kaiyuan had reached the 4th level, but when he sensed it slightly, there was a weak energy fluctuation in the acupuncture point of his right ear. He even felt that he was almost at the 5th level of Kaiyuan. After a moment of silence, Lu Wenyan raised his head and said lightly, "These days, have you been cultivating?" "Yes." "Have you read?" "A little bit slack." Suyu was a little embarrassed. "These days, after my father left, I have been a little worried, so I mainly focused on cultivation. It is good to be prepared for danger in times of peace, and it is also good to cultivate hard, but," Lu Wenyan said unhappily, "reading is also cultivation. Read through thousands of books, and enter soar in one day. If you want to cultivate, I will not stop you. This is what I should do, but you cannot let go of reading. When you signed up for the War Academy, I knew your intention, but I also said before that if you walk the path of the body alone, how long will it take for you to reach soar? But if you are knowledgeable and read thousands of books, then it is completely different. As you can see, this is Bai Feng, an assistant researcher of the Civilization Academy. He is 28 years old and has been in the Civilization Academy for 9 years. Purely in terms of physical strength and willpower, he is at the 6th level of soar. In fact, his combat strength is slightly stronger because of his strong willpower. Ordinary 7th level soar may not be able to defeat him. Lu Wenyan said in a low voice, "He is just one of the many mediocre people in the Civilization Academy. Even he can cultivate to this level in 9 years. You will only be stronger than him." Bai Feng, who was reading, looked up and glanced at Lu Wenyan. After thinking for a while, he continued to lower his head and read. "Say what you want." The old man used himself to warn the students. What could he say? Am I mediocre? Am I mediocre to become a researcher? Although I am not the most monstrous group in the Civilization Academy, I am still the top group, stepping into the 6th level of soar before the age of 30. And even having the hope of stepping into a higher level in the next 2 years, is this mediocre? Does Uncle Master have some misunderstanding about mediocrity? Suyu hurriedly said, "Don't worry, teacher. I will focus on both sides. I have been studying for many years. I won't give up at this time." "It's good that you understand." Lu Wenyan said earnestly, "You cultivate very quickly. You didn't pay attention to it before, but now you do. Soon, you will reach the 4th level of Kaiyuan, and even the 5th level. Maybe you have some misconception that you are more suitable for the War Academy, the path of the physical, but I have to say, even if you go to the War Academy and reach the 9th level of Kaiyuan in 1 year, do you want the 9th level of Qianjun in 3 years? Do you want the 9th level of Wanshi in 5 years? This is considered a good genius. In 9 years, there is hope of stepping into the soar realm. But you have to understand how big the difference is between the 1st level of soar and the 6th level of soar. Maybe you will stay in the soar realm for the next few decades. It's just the 4th level of Kaiyuan. Don't have any misconception. You are really powerful and a genius. We are just a small city in southern Yuan, and southern Yuan can already have the 4th and 5th level. What do you think about other cities? What do you think about Xianxia province?" On the side, Bai Feng laughed and said, "I have paid attention to other cities. There are a few geniuses who have reached the 7th level of Kaiyuan. Of course, the 7th level of Kaiyuan is already out of reach for southern Yuan, but there are many in the 7th level of Kaiyuan in Xianxia province. There are even those who have reached the 8th level. The 8th level of Kaiyuan would open the Zik acupoint and officially practice martial arts. Vitality could barely be used continuously. At this time, the cultivator would have a certain level of combat power. There are also those in the 9th level of Kaiyuan. They only need to clear the 9 acupoints and step into 1000 June. Of course, these guys haven't reached 1000 June. They are waiting to enter the school to advance." This time, Lu Wenyan did not interrupt him. She looked at Suyu and sighed. "It's not that I want you to apply for the civilization school. I just want you to understand that your talent is not in the path of the flesh. Even if you have talent, you are still far from it. The path of the flesh consumes a lot of treasures of heaven and earth. It requires blood essence, pills, fighting, and weapons. The poor study and the rich practice. Suyu, as an ordinary person, if you don't have talent in the path of literature, I am very happy that you can enter the war school and fight for a chance. But you have talent in this area. I hope you can go further and go higher. The civilization school doesn't care about these things in the early stage. The consumption won't be too high. Even if you have no money or combat power, you still have hope of reaching soar. But if you enter the war school, it will be very difficult. Lu Wenyan looked at him and said softly, "Do you know why I didn't persuade others? I didn't even persuade Lu Yu? Even if Lu Yu applies for the war school, I won't persuade her. Because her family is rich and can support her cultivation. Suyu, this is why I hope you can walk the path of civilization. I hope you won't be lost because of the lack of material things. Even if you have talent, resources won't be given to you for free. There is no such thing as a free lunch in the sky. There are many geniuses in the war school. You are not outstanding, so it will be more difficult for you. I hope you can walk a smoother path." Suyu nodded vigorously. He was a little touched. He knew that this was from the bottom of his teacher's heart. For a commoner like him, it was indeed difficult to bear some things. If his future was in 1000 Jun Wanshur, it would not be a problem. But if he was in rapid soar, his family was obviously not enough to support everything. "Teacher, I know. I didn't think so much before and didn't think so deeply. I will work hard from now on. It's good that you understand." Lu Wenyan smiled. "In the next few days, let Baifeng guide you. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask him. Although he is not outstanding in the civilization school, it is enough for him to guide you." Baifeng was speechless. After being told by Lu Wenyan so many times, Baifeng was almost doubting himself. Am I really not outstanding? I, Baifeng, am a little famous in the civilization school and even in Xianxia province, right? I have a chance to go above soar, and I have a chance before the age of 30, and I am one of the few assistant researchers before the age of 30. Why do I feel that I am not worth mentioning here? Why? Baifeng was very depressed. "Uncle, when you say that I am mediocre, think about yourself. You have manifested your will over 70 years old. Why do you have to belittle yourself?" He glanced at Suyu and saw that he seemed to agree with Lu Wenyan's words. Baifeng smiled. Young people are really short-sighted. When you enter the civilization school, you will know what kind of person Brother Feng is. You will understand how difficult it is for you to reach my level. Don't talk to an ant about the size of an elephant. An ant's imagination is limited, and he can't think of it. Only when standing at a certain height can an ant understand that the size of an elephant is beyond imagination. In the next 2 days, I will stay in the Southern Yuan Academy. I will leave in 2 days. You can find me at any time. After saying this, Baifeng took the book and left with a smile. When he was far away, Lu Wenyan suddenly whispered, "Study hard. Cherish these 2 days. Use your greatest wisdom to exploit him and empty him. Although you can't do it, this is the most time I can buy for you. Even if you go to the civilization school, you may not have this opportunity, understand?" "Understood." Suyu was slightly shocked. Did the teacher mean that even if he went to the civilization school, he might not have the guidance of a researcher? Assistant researcher course, 5 merit points per lesson. 1 hour per lesson. Lu Wenyan whispered, 2 days, 48 hours. Don't sleep, go learn. After you finish learning, 240 merit points. You may not be able to earn it for several years. Go, I believe in you. Thank you, teacher. At this moment, Suyu's eyes lit up, master and disciple looked at each other and smiled brightly. In the distance, Baifeng suddenly felt full of malice. He shuddered and turned to look. He could not help but curse. Uncle is going to trick me. How did you trick me? In the teacher's dormitory. It was a rather large house with 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. Lu Wenyan could ignore Baifeng, but the principal couldn't, and neither could the Southern Yuan. No one could ignore a researcher, even if he was an assistant. Therefore, Baifeng's temporary residence wasn't worse than any teacher's. In fact, it was better. Baifeng sat on the sofa. Suyu and Luyu were like primary school students, standing obediently at the side, waiting for him to finish watching TV. Pfft. Rows of people were dragged out and beheaded. Yesterday, the governor Wu Wei of Dixia province led the prefectural army and killed thousands of Wanzhou's people, capturing more than 3,000 people, a total of nearly 10,000 people. Dixia province's policy was very strict. If they were caught, there was no need for a trial. After confirming their identities, there was only one word: kill. Today, the beheading was broadcast live on TV. More than 3,000 people didn't sound like a lot. In fact, it had been more than 10 minutes since the beheading started, and it was still not over. Liu didn't dare to watch too much and avoided the TV. Suyu also felt a little uncomfortable. It wasn't sympathy, but he felt a little nauseous after watching so many bloody heads, even though he had just killed 2 yesterday. Bai Feng, on the other hand, was watching with great interest. As he sipped on his tea, he commented with a smile, "There are many sects in the Myriad race's sect, but the Tianyi divine cult is considered one of the stronger sects among them. Their cult leader is a top-notch expert, but this time, they've completely failed in their trip to the Great Xia Prefecture. Their cult leader has fallen, and almost all of their elites have been killed. It seems that Dixia province has made a lot of money this time." Suyu and Liu didn't quite understand what he meant. Made a lot of money? You don't understand? Bai Feng said with a smile, "That's easy. The elites are all dead, and the sect leader is dead. Who killed him? How many people in Dixia province can kill him? If he dared to come to Dixia province and make such a big commotion, he must be fearless, thinking that he won't die and that no one will court death. If that's the case, he must be confident. What is his confidence? Could it be another sect leader in Wanzhou? No, he must have a backer behind him. That's why he has the guts to stir up trouble in Dixia province." Suyu's eyes flickered, and he said softly, "Miss Bai means that someone from the Tianyi race has come?" "That's right, he's definitely here. Since the sect leader is dead, is that fellow from the Tianyi divine race dead? If he dies, don't you think it's a good deal?" Bai Feng smiled and said, "I'm afraid Manor Head is in trouble this time." "Trouble?" "Yes, it's troublesome. Just wait and see. All the major war academies, including the Civilization Academy, will probably surround him and request for the flesh and other treasures of the Tianyi god race." Bai Feng chuckled. "I wonder if the headmaster of our academy has returned. We have to get some good stuff back as soon as possible. We're rich. The god race's blood essence, the god race's flesh and blood, the god race's weapons, the god race's cultivation methods. TSK, if this doesn't make me rich, who will? Manor Head is probably going crazy from all the noise. I'm guessing that Dixia province is definitely in a mess now." Suyu and Liu naturally understood what he was saying. Both of them had looks of desire on their faces. They weren't really longing for these things, but just hearing about them made their blood boil. The god race's blood essence, the god race's flesh, these were all precious treasures. "Miss Bai, are the people from the Tianyi race very strong?" "Of course they are." Bai Feng looked at Suyu and Luyu, smiled, and said, "I'm a straightforward person, so don't mind me. To you people in southern Yuan, soar is the sky, but to Dixia province, soar is just the backbone of strength, the starting point of an expert. People from small places will never be able to imagine how strong an expert is in their lifetime. Actually, there's no need to know, because in their eyes, soar or above soar, it's all the same. They can destroy them easily. In terms of the path of cultivators, Kaiyuan, Qianjun, and Wanshi are a foundation. It's a foundation that strengthens the body and prevents you from exploding from the overload of essence qi. Only when you reach soar, you have the right to speak in the various academies, the various armies, the sects, the all-heavens battlefield, the sea region, and the worldly saint realm. Only then can you be considered to have truly set foot on the path of an expert." Suyu's eyes lit up. This was due to his lack of knowledge. Southern Yuan was too small, and the sky was too small. "Miss Bai, I know that there's a realm above soar. My father once said that when he was in the demon subduing army, the captain was Ling Yunjing." "Is Ling in a realm above soar?" "Yes." Bai Feng drank his tea and said calmly, "How far can soar fly? How high can it fly?" soar, after all, is only the beginning of an expert. You can walk on the clouds and stand above the clouds. At that time, you can say that you are an expert. No matter how many Wanshers or Qianxuans there are, what can they do to you? I walk on the clouds and don't touch the ground. I'm thousands of feet above the ground. No matter how strong your arm strength is, or how strong your military formation is, can you shoot me from the sky? In the All Heavens battlefield, almost all the captains who can command 10,000 people are Ling Yunjing. Ling Yunjing, if you go to Long Wuwei, you are more than qualified to be a chili arch. Among the Long Wuwei, the strongest is Soar, and the weakest is Wansher's 9th layer. Almost all the centurions are Soar, and most of them are above the middle stage, 4th layer, or above. There are 5 Kiliarchs in Long Wuwei, 3 of them are Ling Yuns, and 2 are at the 9th layer of Soar. Suyu's Adam's apple bobbed. So strong, then what about Long Wuwei's deputy generals? The general was the governor of Dixia province. Needless to say, how strong were the deputy generals? Bai Feng's Yuguang's gaze swept over him, and he chuckled. Above Ling Yun is the mountain sea realm. They can split mountains and split seas, and their every move can shake the world. One strike can destroy mountains and dry up seas. They are unbelievably strong. Then above the mountain sea realm. Suyu said hurriedly. I've heard of the ultimate experts, the invincible experts. Are they in the mountain sea realm? No. Bai Feng chuckled. The mountain sea realm oversees a region. Even in the All Heavens battlefield, they can lead an army. With a single order, 100,000 people will rush to intimidate the enemy. They can also become the deputy generals of powerful armies. For example, Long Wuwei's deputy general is a mountain sea realm expert. Above the mountain sea realm, that is the ultimate, that is invincible. That's too far away from you. It's enough that you know. There's no need to ask. You will know all of this when you arrive in Dixia province. As for the ultimate and invincible, that is not our domain. What's the point of knowing? Your heart is higher than the sky, but your life is thinner than paper. You haven't even reached 15 June. Do you think you can become invincible in one day if you know? All you need to know is that they are strong, unbelievably strong. Most of the prefecture masters are pinnacle realm powerhouses, and the founders of the prefecture are almost all invincible realm powerhouses. That's enough. Suyu's throat was dry. For the first time, he felt that the sky in southern Yuan was really low. Wansher was an expert, and Soar was invincible. As for Ling Yun and Mountain Sea, he had never heard of such experts in southern Yuan. Ling Yunjing could be a 10,000-man commander in the All Heavens battlefield. Mountain Sea Realm could oversee a region on the All Heavens battlefield, command an army, and be an overlord. Above this, there were actually ultimate and invincible experts. Bai Feng looked at their expressions and smiled. She smiled very happily. He liked to see these people's shocked expressions. It was a bit of a prank. In fact, there was no need to explain these things in depth. When he arrived in Dixia province, he would naturally know. However, he still said it because he was not happy with Lu Wenyan's blow. Suyu. Did this little genius of southern Yuan really know how high the sky was? In the next moment, Suyu let out a long breath, suppressed his thoughts, and reluctantly regained his calm. Bai Feng glanced at him and said in his heart, good temperament. He was just a child who had not seen the world. It was not easy for him to calm down so quickly. As for Lu Yu, although she was excited, she had already calmed down. Bai Feng did not look at her for long. He could feel that the girl had long known about this. Her excitement was just a desire at this moment. The real ignorant person was actually Suyu. Because he was born in southern Yuan, was born here, grew up here, and had never gone out for 18 years. Su Long protected him very well, but Su Long was only Qianjun himself, so his knowledge was naturally not very high. Lu Wenyan would not tell Suyu about this, and it was difficult for Suyu to read about this from books, so he was really ignorant. These are still far from you. Time is precious. Are you sure you want to waste it on this? Bai Feng did not ask them to sit down, but let them stand. He smiled and said, I will stay here for 2 days. From now on, if you have any questions or want to understand, you can ask. I will tell you what I can tell you. This is a rare opportunity. So you hurriedly said, Miss Bai, what is the power of will? How to cultivate it? How to judge it? What is strong and what is weak? The power of will. Bai Feng glanced at him and said with a smile, you are actually not weak. Of course, you have not specifically sensed it, cultivated it, or cared about it, so you can't perceive all this. Uncle asked you to go to the Civilization Academy because he sensed it, so he doesn't want you to go the wrong way. In my opinion, the power of will is actually similar to the power of the body. It is also a kind of power, but one is reflected on the outside, and the other is reflected on the inside. As he spoke, Bai Feng picked up a black cup, covered the mouth of the cup with his hand, and explained, the power of the body is actually the cup itself. If I hit you with the cup, can you feel the pain? Suyu nodded. This is the power of the body. If I hit you, you will feel pain. You can feel it directly and see it. How painful it is when I hit you is related to the nature of the cup. The harder, the bigger, and the heavier it is, the more pain you will feel. And the power of will is actually the power inside the cup. You can't feel it at the moment. We cultivate the power of will by pouring water into the cup. He took some water from the air and poured it into the cup. When the water in the cup is not full, the power of will does not appear. Even if it reaches the mouth of the cup, it will still be useless. This is the state of your teacher, Uncle Lu, before. His cup was already full, but it did not overflow. When the power of will appears and overflows the mouth of the cup, this is called materialization. At this moment, the water in the cup was full and overflowing. More and more, under Bai Feng's control, more and more water gushed out. At this moment, a little water overflows. You think it's nothing. It's better to have a strong body. But what if it's not a little? There was more and more water, rumble, so you had an illusion. He saw the water had become a river, gushing out, drowning the room and the academy. Rivers, floods, waves, and monstrous waves. Boom. The world was destroyed, the city was destroyed, and the mountains and rivers collapsed. Bai Feng's voice rang in his ears, this is the power of will. It can turn water into ice, and it can also gather water to form a river or an ocean. In essence, it's the same as the power of the body. It's just a way to use power. But it has its own uniqueness. There is no end to it. The cultivation of the body, at least for now, seems to have an end. Of course, we can't see it now. When you reach the soul realm, you can actually cultivate both. However, we first overflow the water and wrap the cup with water to strengthen the body. As for the path of the body, it's the cup that changes from porcelain to stone, and then we desperately pour water into it. You want to ask me which path is better? In fact, it's the same. It depends on your own choice and talent. Whoever is easier to walk, you will walk that path. Suyu's vision blurred. Everything just now disappeared. Bai Feng was still holding the cup in his hand. Suyu took a deep breath, then if I can't fill it up, or if I'm like my teacher and the water doesn't overflow when it reaches the mouth of the cup, does it mean that it's useless? You can't say that. At least my mind will be clearer and my energy will be more exuberant. Bai Feng smiled, if you don't even have the ability to materialize, it's the same no matter which path you cultivate. You're destined to be a powerhouse. Is there much of a difference between Qianjun and Wanshi? When it's not full, can you judge the strength? Yes. Bai Feng explained, when it reaches a certain stage, you can actually feel it yourself. Of course, the powerhouse who materializes can also observe it. For example, your cup is about 1/10 full now. I can feel it very clearly. As for you, you can't feel it now. Then when can I feel it? When it's half full, you can feel it very clearly. That power is in your body, but you can't use it. This stage is called nurturing. Bai Feng smiled, nurturing is not considered a realm. Of course, you can understand it as Kaiyuan, Qianjun, or Wanshi. This stage is very difficult to endure. Nurturing your mind. You can feel the power, but you can't use it. Are you anxious? You clearly feel that you can fight with Wanshi alone, but you were slapped away by Qianjun. Are you anxious? You were beaten by Qianjun until your head was bleeding. Your water has already reached the mouth of the bottle. The next moment, it will be sore. Are you angry? But no matter how anxious you are, no matter how angry you are, it won't overflow. Are you angry? It's useless to be angry. At this time, many people can't take it anymore. They lose their composure and are sad. There are many who turn to the path of the flesh because it's too infuriating. Baifeng laughed, I'm looking forward to this day. I'm looking forward to seeing your angry and helpless faces. You have to know that every time this happens, the school will do one thing. During your nurturing stage, students from the war school will come for an exchange. Actually, it's to beat you up. Torture you. Humiliate you. Piss you off. Suyu was dumbfounded. Liu couldn't help but ask softly, Miss Bai, why does the school do this? It's simple, to provoke you. If you can calm down and understand your own nature, you will have hope of manifesting. This is a double-edged sword. It may drive the students crazy, piss them off, and give up on this path. But if they can endure it, the result will be good. Baifeng smiled happily. This is the drama of the civilization school. After you go in, you can see how your seniors are tortured. It's too tragic. The students of the war school love to say that they used to torture someone back then. Now, that person is already a Mountain Sea Realm powerhouse, and I'm only one sure. Back then, I beat up a Mountain Sea Realm powerhouse until they wet their pants and cried. Many people think I'm bragging, but it's not. It's true. So you couldn't help but say, Miss Bai, is everyone going to be like this? Then you, me? Baifeng said calmly, I didn't, because I'm very strong. Even in the nurturing stage, I'm still very strong. As soon as Suyu asked, he felt that it was not a good idea. At this moment, he smiled awkwardly and didn't ask anymore. Didn't he? He didn't think it was possible. Maybe he was beaten to tears. However, it was an eye-opener for Suyu to see such a scene in the civilization school. As for the cultivation of willpower, Baifeng changed the topic and continued, reading. Learning. Of course, it's not reading ordinary books or learning ordinary words. You've all learned the Wan language, so you know it. Why do you want to learn the Wan language? The Wan language itself is nothing, but some Wan language carriers that record cultivation techniques and martial arts techniques are filled with willpower. Right now, you're reading a book, which is a kind of willpower confrontation. The stronger the cultivation technique, the stronger the recorder, and the harder it will be for you to resist. In fact, this can also be regarded as a kind of test. In the civilization school, when you can read the original copy of 1,000 June Realm cultivation technique, it means that your willpower can fight against 1,000 June Realm physical body cultivator. When you can read the original copy of a Soar Realm cultivation technique, it means that you can materialize it. Looking at the original copy of a Wansher, even if it's the nurturing stage, it's the beginning of this stage. So you finally understood. At this moment, a white bone fragment suddenly appeared in Baifeng's hand. This is a Wan book that records the 1,000 June Realm cultivation technique. Of course, it's just a fragment. The battlefield of heavens doesn't lack this thing, and neither does the civilization school. You've just entered the school, so your main task is to learn these fragments. You can look at it now. The power of the fragment is very weak. If you can see the words, it means that you're close to 20% of the cup. Baifeng had just said that Suyu only had 10% of the accumulation, but now he was showing him that he needed 20% of the accumulation. Suyu didn't think too much about it. He took the white bone fragment and studied it in his hand. Baifeng advised, look at it with your heart. Just focus a little. Suyu nodded and looked at it seriously, concentrating. Gradually, the bone fragment changed in his eyes. It emitted a faint light, and there seemed to be some words on it. Suyu was a little curious. He paid more attention to it, wanting to understand it. Boom, at this moment, his head seemed to be hit by a hammer. The bone fragment shone, and Suyu screamed and threw the bone fragment away. Baifeng had expected this. He chuckled and said, there's a price to pay for reading books. This is the way to cultivate. This is the Civilization Academy. Don't think that going to the Civilization Academy is the same as Southern Yuan, where you can just read the translation. That's nothing. Every confrontation tempers your willpower. Of course, you can't do it too many times a day. Once or twice is enough, or you'll go crazy. There's no shortage of lunatics in the Civilization Academy. Many people overestimate themselves and look at the original version that's beyond their scope, so many people go crazy. Suyu had a splitting headache, tears were about to fall. It was so painful, however, after about 10 seconds, Suyu opened his eyes and panted. He regained his calm. It was as painful as being killed in a dream, however, after being killed for so many years, he was used to it. The pain just now was a little unbearable. Bai Feng was about to continue saying that it was fine for him to cry for a while. After all, new students were not the only ones who cried, however, at this moment, he suddenly swallowed his words. He glanced at Suyu and raised his eyebrows slightly. He was sure that Suyu's willpower was only full by 1/10, but this guy actually endured it just like that. How was this possible? The willpower on this bone was twice as strong as Suyu's. Suyu should be in pain for at least half an hour. Bai Feng blinked. Not bad, no wonder Uncle Master valued this kid so much. In that case, this guy might not be too talented, but his toughness was frighteningly strong. Sometimes, when cultivating willpower, talent wasn't the key. Toughness was the key to determining the future. Suyu recovered. He grinned a little bare one's teeth and said, Miss Bai, is the willpower of ordinary people strong? 1%. Bai Feng suppressed the thoughts in his heart and said with a smile, this is the level of ordinary people, which means they don't have this talent. You're considered talented. As for Luyu, she's a little stronger than you, about 15%. Suyu was a little embarrassed. So I'm not as strong as Luyu. Bai Feng smiled and did not continue. In fact, he could see that Luyu had seen some original cultivation technique fragments. Therefore, she was stronger than Suyu. But in fact, Suyu could catch up very quickly. At the side, Luyu did not say anything, but she saw that Suyu's expression was a little strange. She had seen the original, so she knew how painful it was when one was not used to it and did not experience it for the first time. The first time she saw it, she cried for half an hour and slept for most of the day before she recovered. As for Suyu, was this guy a beast? No. Was this guy slow to react? Did he not feel pain? After seeing it the first time, she did not want to see it the second time. She was afraid, fearful. But Suyu actually took the bone again at this time, with a face full of longing, as if he wanted to see it again. Bai Feng could not help but laugh. Previously, he did not pay much attention to the two, but at this moment, he paid attention to Suyu. He said with a smile, it's a gift to you. You can see it at most twice a day. Don't look at it too much, or you won't be able to bear it. When you can really see the words on it, you will have reached 20%, and you will be one step closer to cultivating your character. This is only one of the bone pieces. The entire book has 3 pages. Once you finish reading it, and read it all at once, you will have reached 40%. When you can read Xianxia's cultivation technique, you will have reached the stage of cultivating your character. Bai Feng gave the bone piece to Suyu. It was expensive, but it was nothing to him. Suyu did not know its value, but Luyu did. At this moment, she was a little envious. Even though her family was considered wealthy in southern Yuan, the original bone piece could only be bought at Summerfield Trading Company for at least 100,000 yuan. The two came together. She was clearly stronger, but Bai Feng still gave it to Suyu. From this, it could be seen that Bai Feng was more interested in Suyu. Bai Feng's words opened up a new world for Suyu. Suyu had too many questions to ask and too many things to say. However, Bai Feng did not wait for him to continue asking and took the initiative to say with a smile, do you want to continue asking these questions? Uncle Master didn't ask you to come to me to ask these simple common-sense questions. You will know these questions when you get to the academy. Suyu was slightly stunned. That was true. Assistant researchers cost 5 merit points per hour. Wasn't it a waste to ask these questions? Luyu was a little excited and whispered, Miss Bai, then, can you teach us how to inscribe our wills in Shenwen? Suyu was a little confused. What did she mean? Lu Wenyan had not told him about this, so he did not understand what Luyu was talking about. Bai Feng smiled. It seems that you know. Suyu, didn't Uncle Master tell you? No. Suyu whispered, Miss Bai, inscribing our wills in Shenwen, what does this mean? Bai Feng smiled faintly. Shenwen is a general term. It is not the Protoss language, but some powerful one language. People like us are also known as civilization masters in the outside world. You have seen our battle before, but this is not our strongest fighting style and state. Of course, your teacher's will has just materialized, so he has not yet familiarized himself with the use of this aspect. So yesterday, Lu Wenyan chose the most brutal fighting method, will control. Inscribing our wills in Shenwen is the most important and crucial course for you when you go to the Civilization Academy. Use your will to outline the language you want, control it, and nurture it. One day, when your will materializes, Shenwen will be complete, and with one word, you will be able to suppress everything. There are many Shenwen characters, or any character can become Shenwen. You have to understand its meaning, use your own heart to understand, to accept, to nurture, to tolerate, even if you might not be able to use it in your lifetime. A civilization master who has not drawn out his own Shenwen is not a qualified civilization master. He is a weakling even among the civilization masters. Bai Feng looked at Suyu and chuckled, "Are you at a loss now?" "A little." Suyu felt awkward. He really didn't understand this. You went to the Civilization Academy. The general courses, including the learning of the Wan language, were taught by some students. This is also a way for them to earn merit points. However, Shenwen's inscription outline must be taught by a civilization master who can manifest his will. Your teacher might have told you that our lessons are very expensive. That's the key. With that, Bai Feng chuckled and said, "I'll show you, and you'll understand." As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu felt the air around him freeze. In the next moment, an invisible force erupted from beside Bai Feng. In the air, a somewhat familiar word gradually took shape. It was the Protoss language. Suyu had learned the Protoss language before, so he could recognize it. It was as if someone was writing invisibly, and the word slowly took shape. Assemble. Suyu recognized it. It was the word assemble. Of course, it was not the human language. The word took shape in the air, emitting a faint light. This was not the Shenwen that Bai Feng had been nurturing, but he had drawn it on the spot. In the next moment, a strong wind blew, the air trembled, and the surrounding furniture was shaking as if they were experiencing an earthquake. "Fear!" Bai Feng shouted. This was the pronunciation of the Protoss assemble. At this moment, Suyu felt something different. Lu Yu might not know, but he knew. He felt that essence qi was gathering, because he had absorbed essence qi before. Kai Yuan could not sense the existence of essence qi. However, Suyu had experienced it before, so he felt something different this time. The space was still shaking. In the next moment, Lu Yu exclaimed, the surrounding essence qi was sucked dry, and in the blink of an eye, a drop of milky white liquid appeared in front of Bai Feng. Essence qi liquid. Lu Yu was shocked to the extreme. Suyu had never seen essence qi liquid before, but when he heard this, he was also dumbfounded. Essence qi liquid, a drop of 100,000 drops of essence qi liquid was said to take 3 days to condense 1 drop of essence qi liquid in soar. At this moment, it took shape in front of him. The essence qi of Southern Yuan is too weak, so it's not considered as essence qi liquid. No, it's not considered as a standard drop of essence qi liquid. It's about half the effect. Bai Feng exhaled slightly, looking a little tired. This isn't the Shenwen that I nurtured. A person's energy is limited, and it's impossible to nurture too much Shenwen. This is what I just sketched for demonstration. This is one of the magical effects of Shenwen. When you discover that the text has a mysterious effect, you can try to sketch it. Of course, even if everyone sketches the same text, the function may not be the same. I use this word to gather essence qi, but others may use this word to kill. This is a civilization master. Bai Feng smiled, took the formed essence qi liquid into his hand, put it in a jade bottle, and casually threw it to Suyu. Suyu was a little at a loss, a little excited, and a little uneasy. Miss Bai, this is too precious. Even if it was not as good as the original essence qi liquid, it at least had more than half of the effect of the essence qi liquid. A drop of the original cost 100,000, and this 50 to 60,000 was still worth it. Take it, I just casually made it. Bai Feng didn't take it seriously and said with a faint smile, this is gathered in your Southern Yuan Academy, and it consumes the essence chi of your southern yuan. If I take it away, Uncle Master will come to settle the score with me. This is a small matter, and it will only be of great help to your Kai Yuan. At our realm, a drop of essence chi liquid can't change anything. As he said that, Bai Feng didn't continue to mention this. He said again, Lu Yu asked me to teach you how to inscribe Shenwen. This is actually a little beyond your scope of acceptance, because you aren't too familiar with the Wan language. Although you have mastered more than 10 or even 20 Wan languages, you haven't seen the original. You haven't really seen the characters written in Wan, and you haven't seen the characters sketched by their own powerhouses, so you can't feel it clearly, and it's difficult for you to discover which characters have power. The same words, written by different people and experts, will give you a different feeling. Therefore, the thinking it brings to you will also be different. When you look at the original Thousand June realm, you might think that this character is nothing special, but when you look at the characters of the Mountain and Sea realm, you might find that it contains a lot of meaning and knowledge. Bai Feng looked at the two of them and said seriously, when the willpower sketched Shenwen is nurtured to the extreme, it might really materialize in this world and become a divine weapon. In the Great Xia Civilization University, 180 years ago, the third-generation principal died and left behind the war character of the demon race, forming a special treasure of the Great Xia Civilization University, the War Demon Field. War Demon Field. Lu Yu exclaimed. This time, Su Yu really felt that he was too useless. He was a little annoyed that he didn't know anything. Bai Feng said seriously, yes, this is the treasure of the Civilization University, and the War University has always been eager to enter it to train itself. One character forms a small world, mainly suitable for cultivation below the Soar realm. Actual combat training. In the War Devil arena, there will be a large number of devil soldiers, battle formations, and experts. You will be able to feel the true fighting environment and view them as true devils. You can use your intelligence and strength to fight and prepare to enter the battlefield of the all heavens in the future. 115 years ago, the fourth-generation principal passed away. He left behind the Yuan character of the Protoss, which formed another treasure realm, the Yuan Qi secret realm. It's similar to the assemble character I just created, but it's an eternal existence, not a temporary one like mine. In the origin energy secret realm, you can feel the rich vitality, which will speed up your cultivation. There are many such treasure realms in the Civilization University. Some were given to the War University in the Great Xia province, and some were kept for themselves. At this moment, Bai Feng was looking forward to it. He said softly, a person's energy is limited. Usually, they will focus on a Shenwen that is most suitable for them. Their ultimate goal is to materialize, to pass on the eternal legacy. Of course, you can outline many Shenwen, the main battle, the support. You will understand all of this when you arrive at the Civilization University. Bai Feng paused, then continued, since you have brought it up, I will not hide it. After all, I said before that you can ask anything. Today, I will teach you how to outline Shenwen. It does not mean that you can write the character, but you will be able to sketch it. Before one's willpower materializes, it is not so simple to outline Shenwen. It is to meditate and sketch, not to truly write it, Su Yu's eyes shone brightly. Outline Shenwen, no wonder the teacher said that Bai Feng's lessons were very valuable and precious. So that was why, even if Bai Feng did not say it, he understood the difficulties involved. It consumed a lot of willpower. Bai Feng had just demonstrated, and his face was still pale. Clearly, it was not as simple as it seemed. Your willpower is weak, and you cannot completely outline Shenwen at this moment. You can only sketch part of it, then meditate and perfect it. You have learned a lot of the Wan language. Of course, the most important is the human language. The Wan language naturally includes the human language. You are not too familiar with other languages, but you are most familiar with the human language. First, we will start with the human language. You have not seen the language written by human powerhouses. Today, I will write it for you. After saying that, Bai Feng waved his hand in the air, and a piece of white paper appeared. Without picking up a pen, Bai Feng looked at the white paper and exhaled, words that are truly powerful are imbued with the power of will. Therefore, not everyone can write it. There are some humans who can't even write it. What you are most familiar with is the Kaiyuan technique. Today, I will write the Kaiyuan technique. After saying that, Bai Feng stretched out his hand. He did not touch the white paper but moved in the air. Golden light flashed on his fingers. Suyu once again felt the gathering of primordial energy and the existence of willpower. With a solemn expression, Bai Feng waved his fingers in the air like a sword. Kaiyuan has 9 chakras. As soon as the first sentence was written, the white paper showed signs of shattering, as if it could not bear the power of the words. Golden light flashed in Bai Feng's hand and covered the white paper, stabilizing it. The carrier is not strong enough to record powerful words of willpower. However, this is just a demonstration. I will reduce the power. In the future, if you want to record powerful skills and words, you will need a special carrier. You will know in the future. He continued to write, and his forehead began to sweat. White smoke rose from the top of his head as if it was burning. Don't look at me. Look at the words I write. Beside him, Lu Yu hurriedly nodded and quickly said to Suyu, the words of the civilizator's willpower are worth 1,000 taels of gold. Suyu also hurriedly nodded. Needless to say, he also understood how precious it was. Words appeared one by one, and words were written one by one. Suyu looked at it and felt the world spin. It was different, it was completely different from the Kaiyuan tactics that he usually saw. It was as if what he saw was not words, but a person. A person who was practicing the Kaiyuan tactics. It was Bai Feng. He was opening 9 chakras, outside the door. Lu Wenyan smiled and murmured softly, this kid really put in the effort. Writing the words of willpower, and a long one at that, he could not do it. If he could do it, he would teach him. Even if his willpower materialized now, he could not do it. He was not as good as Bai Feng. Bai Feng could write the Kaiyuan tactics, but he probably finished writing the first chapter. He could not continue and could not write a complete Kaiyuan tactics. Even if there were not many words in the Kaiyuan tactics, this was not something he could do. Even if his willpower was strong over the years and was not weaker than the average 3rd stage of Soar, he still could not do it. Bai Feng, who was at the 6th stage of Soar, was even vaguely advancing to the 7th stage of Soar. There were not many people like this in the Great Xia Civilization University. It referred to the younger generation, people under the age of 40. Lu Wenyan was actually just trying. He did not expect Bai Feng to really spend a lot of willpower to teach the two little geniuses of a small city. He did not take the initiative to mention this. He could have asked Bai Feng to give up his spot and teach his students like a scoundrel, but he didn't say anything about copying the text of will and teaching the divine characters, because he would have to pay a certain price. Suyu, Lu Yu, cherish this opportunity. Lu Wenyan muttered to himself and quickly left. In the room, Suyu was extremely excited. For the first time, he clearly saw a person practicing the Kaiyuan tactics. It was the analytical version, from the inside to the outside. He could see it clearly. This was real teaching. At this moment, he felt that the previous guidance in the academy was too crude. Was this the power of a civilization master? At this time, Suyu felt that if he used blood essence to activate the receiving yuan technique, the efficiency might be 30% higher than before. No wonder the Civilization Academy could analyze Wan's cultivation techniques. If everyone was written in this way, it would be too direct and too clear for the strong to learn. Don't just look at the cultivation. Look at the words, look at the power of words. If you can feel the words that are suitable for you, you can imagine, outline, and find the first Shenwen that is suitable for you. When I write on the spot, my willpower is the most active. At this moment, you can feel it the most clearly. Bai Feng did not say that even in the Civilization Academy, not everyone had such an opportunity to see a strong person copy the words of willpower on the spot. Most of the time, they would observe the original copies of someone's cultivation techniques and search for them. Under normal circumstances, the outline of Shenwen was done during the cultivation stage. If Suyu and the others entered the academy, the first key was not cultivation, but to master Morwan language. Therefore, it would take a few years for them to come into contact with the outline of Shenwen. Suyu stopped letting his imagination run wild and went to read the text. One by one, the words danced in front of his eyes. They seemed to be full of power, but he could not grasp them. Suyu was dazzled and felt a splitting headache, but he forced himself to continue reading. Beside him, Luyu was already sweating and her face was pale. A moment later, Luyu looked dejected and withdrew from the observation of the text of will. At this moment, although she felt that the words were full of power, she no longer felt as immersed as before. I failed. Luyu sighed in her heart, but she was not disappointed. Her willpower was too weak, so it was normal for her to fail the first time. She turned around and saw that Suyu was also sweating, but he was still reading. Luyu was slightly stunned. He was actually still reading, Baifeng was still writing. His face was also pale, but he smiled. What tenacity! To be honest, he was writing the Kaiyuan art on the spot, not because of Luyu, but because of Suyu. This kid, he suddenly felt that he had discovered a real genius. Talent was not the key was that drive, that tenacity. Quickly find the words that you feel the most familiar with. Quickly, capture it. Use your willpower to capture it. When Luyu heard this, her body trembled. This? Miss Bai was laying the foundation for Suyu, laying the foundation for Shunwen. Did he think that Suyu could do it? This was Suyu's first contact with it. Could he lay the foundation on his first try? Impossible. The first time was just to get familiar. How could it be? While Luyu was thinking, Suyu also sensed Baifeng's eagerness. It seemed that he could not hold on any longer. Suyu did not have time to think too much. At this moment, countless words were flying in front of him. Suyu stared at one of the words, gritted his teeth, and quickly captured it according to Baifeng's instructions. Simply put, it was to capture it by imagining it, capture that dancing word. Capture it. Hurry up. Although I don't know if there will be such an opportunity, this is free. The next time I go to the Civilization Academy, I might have to pay. Capture it, hurry up. Suyu was sweating all over. He did not know, nor did he feel it. He only had one thought, and that was to capture that word. Otherwise, it would be a pity. Just as Baifeng was about to finish writing the last word and was about to put the brush to the ground, there was a buzz, and the white paper trembled. Baifeng looked at it, and his expression changed. Strengthen its qi and blood, refine its muscles and bones. In this sentence, the word blood dimmed, and it no longer had the brilliance of the other words. He succeeded? Baifeng was a little sluggish. He turned his head to look at Suyu. He had succeeded on his first try. He had to admit that he had some thoughts of testing and cherishing talents. Therefore, he had spent a lot of money to write the Kaiyuan technique. He had hoped that Suyu would succeed. However, he did not expect that the other party would really succeed. God, are you kidding me? He was a genius himself. When he entered the academy for the first time, his willpower was at 20%, and he could directly observe the original fragment of Qianjun. However, it took him half a year to outline the foundation of Shunwen for the first time. His teacher had personally written the text of will for him 6 times, and he had succeeded. Just this alone was enough to make him a genius. However, this kid in front of him had filled his willpower to 10% for the first time. Was he even human? How could such a guy appear in a small corner of southern Yuan? F***ck. Baifeng cursed in his heart, and then there was a strange look in his eyes. A genius that I discovered, no, a genius that I personally nurtured. F***ck, no one knows that he has only filled his willpower to 10%. It's not even worth mentioning in Xianxia province. But no one knows that he has already captured Shunwen and laid the foundation of Shunwen. Baifeng's eyes flickered. At this moment, Suyu had fallen into a dilemma and was meditating. Baifeng pondered for a moment, looked at Luyu, and said with a smile, "You can go back first. You must be very tired today. Take a rest and recover your energy. You can come again tomorrow." "Thank you, Miss Bai." Luyu was indeed tired, but she could not help but look at Suyu. Baifeng smiled and said, "This is his first time, so he hasn't recovered yet. He will be fine after some rest." Luyu could not see that Suyu had already captured Shunwen, so she did not think too much about it. She only felt that Suyu really did not feel pain. She thanked Baifeng and left. After she left, Baifeng looked at Suyu, who was in meditation, and bare one's teeth grinned. "I made a profit. F***ck. Teacher, in this small corner of southern Yuan, I actually found a genius who captured Shunwen on his first try. Let teacher accept him in advance? No, I discovered this. I'm also a researcher. F***ck, what if I accept him as a student? Can I become an official student? Of course, the premise is that this kid can really quickly achieve nature nurturing and even manifestation. I'm a level 6 source civilization master. If I accept an ordinary student with 10% willpower, no one has any objections, right? Of course not. F***ck, I'm really a genius. I've made a profit. Bai Feng's bare one's teeth grinned. Anyway, so you could not see it. At this moment, Bai Feng was smiling so widely that it looked like a flower had bloomed. What an unexpected gain. Kid, you're mine, whether I can become an official student or not depends on you, kid. Blood. In his mind, the blurry words were shaking as if they wanted to break free from his control. So you tried his best to think, control, and suppress it. The word blood was moving in his mind. Suyu didn't know if it was in his mind or in another deep space. However, at this moment, Suyu couldn't be bothered to think about it. Control it, this word will belong to him in the future, his will was suppressing this word. Suyu didn't know if it was his will, but he felt very tired. It was the same feeling as escaping in a dream. It felt very real. This word was resisting and struggling. Suyu also tried his best to suppress it. After an unknown period of time, the word blood seemed to admit defeat. In his mind, the word stopped moving. Do you admit defeat? Suyu asked in his consciousness. He felt that after punching and kicking this word blood, he finally admitted defeat. Subconsciously, he asked, do you admit defeat? However, the next moment, the word blood seemed to be unwilling and suddenly began to move. I will beat you to death. Boom, at this moment, Suyu felt that he was fighting in a dream. In the past, he couldn't defeat those monsters and got killed. This time, he felt that he had hoped to win. Wasn't it just to see who could defeat the other? After so many years, this was the first time he met someone who was weaker than him. In the past, he was the weakest in his dream. This time, the word blood was the weakest. I will beat you to death. After an unknown period of time, the word blood stopped moving again. Do you admit defeat? Boom, it started to fight again. Once again, the other party couldn't move. Do you admit defeat? Boom. This continued for an unknown number of times. When Suyu asked again, the word blood stopped moving as if it had exhausted all its energy. It admitted defeat. In the room, Bai Feng had been waiting. The more he waited, the more surprised he was. Still not awake, this guy could be considered as laying the foundation for Shenwen. Logically speaking, he should have woken up long ago. Why wasn't he awake yet? He waited patiently. After a long time, Suyu woke up. Opening his eyes and seeing Bai Feng in front of him, Suyu hurriedly said, Miss Bai, I fell asleep just now. I'm not asleep. Bai Feng didn't say much and asked, how many did you leave behind? Ah? Suyu was at a loss. It's your first time capturing Shenwen. You don't have experience, and your willpower isn't strong enough. You definitely can't leave everything behind. How much of the word blood did you leave behind? How many did they leave behind? Suyu was still confused. What did that mean? There are only a few strokes that are still clear. Bai Feng was speechless. Was it that hard to understand? 6 strokes of blood, how many do you have left? This amount is not bad. As long as there are some leftovers, it will be considered as your official foundation. Suyu finally understood. How many strokes did he leave? How many strokes does one character need? Shouldn't they all stay behind? He hesitated. Did I have an illusion, or did I actually not leave anything behind, because he felt that his character was complete? Seeing that he didn't say anything, Bai Feng continued, don't be discouraged. It's already good enough to leave behind a stroke or even half a stroke. An outline of Shenwen is very difficult for a beginner like you. It will take a lot of time. Even if it's just the Shenwen I wrote, with your willpower, it will take at least 3 months or even half a year to completely outline it. However, as long as the foundation is there, you can slowly outline it in the future. Bai Feng smiled. He was in a good mood this time and didn't mind talking more with Suyu. When the outline of Xinwen is completed, even if your willpower hasn't materialized, you will be able to feel some of the magical effects of Xinwen. What you outlined is the word blood. Someone has outlined this word before, but the purpose is different. Some people can absorb the enemy's blood during a battle. Some people can condense the essence of Wan's blood, which is today's blood essence. In fact, most of the time, it was refined by a civilization master. Of course, the world is big and full of strange things. The effect of a word might be completely different from the literal meaning. This is also possible. When you finish the outline one day, you will be able to feel it. At that time, you will be able to discover its use. Suyu listened attentively. As he listened, he sensed in his mind. What was the use of his blood underling? Only a complete outline could be sensed. Was he a complete outline? The word blood in his mind was trembling. The next moment, Suyu had a vague feeling. Baifeng was still talking when the scene in front of him suddenly trembled. He had a vague impression that an iron wing was charging at him. Moonlight. A ruthless roar reverberated in his ears. Baifeng froze for a moment. He was very strong, and this little illusion could be easily broken by him. However, he didn't. He let the short scene continue and let the iron wing charge at him. He was stupefied, really, he was really stupefied. The next moment, he broke through the air. The door was broken, but he didn't care. He appeared in front of Lu Wenyan in an instant. Lu Wenyan looked at him in a daze. What do you want? Uncle Master, are you joking with me? Lu Wenyan blinked. Then, he blew his beard and glared at him. King charged at me all of a sudden. I was shocked. Who's joking with you? Are you looking for a beating? Baifeng looked at him seriously. It wasn't him. Just now, it wasn't Lu Wenyan's will that was interfering with him, he just felt that it was impossible. So, he came to ask and try to see if Lu Wenyan was joking with him. Too weak, it couldn't hurt him at all. It couldn't disturb him at all. He could tell at a glance that it was an illusion, and it was the mild kind. But if it wasn't Lu Wenyan, could it be Suyu? You must be joking. I don't believe it. Suyu laid the foundation of Xinwen. He believed it. He saw it, so he reluctantly believed that he was a genius. But now, Suyu told him that not only did he lay the foundation, but he also completely outlined Xinwen. He didn't believe it, he didn't believe it. If this guy was at the stage of nurturing his character, he would believe it. After all, he was a genius, and he was more or less special. But 10% of his willpower was saved, and you told me that the outline was successful? Are you trying to say that the text of will written by Baifeng is useless? You captured it so easily and completely outlined it? Hey! Lu Wenyan shouted with a dark face, Baifeng, are you provoking me? Baifeng came to his senses. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed, and he said with a smile, Uncle Master, I'm just joking. Didn't I give Suyu some pointers today? I think that although his talent is average, and he will probably be an ordinary student in the Civilization Academy, he is still a student of Uncle Master. Baifeng seemed to be hesitating. He pondered for a moment and said, I have to give Uncle Master face. I thought about it. I'm afraid no one will accept him as a student if he goes to the Civilization Academy. He can only be an ordinary student. Although I'm just an assistant researcher, I can also teach students now. Why don't I let him be my assistant? You? Lu Wenyan was a little puzzled. He didn't care to ask if he was provoking him, and asked curiously, you want to teach students? Being an assistant is better than him being an ordinary student in the academy, right? Lu Wenyan said seriously, are you serious? Yes, I think his talent is average, but he is very tenacious. He has just written the text of will for a long time, and maybe he will have some prospects in the future. Lu Wenyan said with a smile, of course. This kid, you can't say that he is very talented, but he is indeed tenacious. But he is indeed resilient. At such a young age, he is also patient. He can study a language of 10,000 tribes for a few days without sleeping. He can endure hardship, and he has the ability. In the past few years, there have been geniuses who are more talented than him in the academy, but I don't think that I value him that much. I think this kid really has the foundation of a powerhouse. If there is a chance, Lu Wenyan sighed. He was afraid that there would be no such chance. However, thinking of what Bai Feng had just said, Lu Wenyan said with a smile, "Do you really want to accept him as a student? You are an assistant researcher. Before you become a full-time researcher, you can only teach 2 people at most, right?" "Yes, but I didn't take any of them before." Bai Feng said with a smile, "It's not that there are no geniuses in the academy who want to be my teacher, but to be honest, I've seen many geniuses. How many are more talented than me? Some guys are smart and think that I have great potential. Under the instigation of their parents, they keep coming to me. Also, teacher is a senior researcher. There are not many academies, so they have the idea to curry favor with teacher. But I don't like them. As for Su Yu, I think he suits my temperament. He's not bad, as long as he's down to earth." Bai Feng said with a smile, "He's not the best, but he's not the worst either. He's also your student, Uncle Master. This time, I came to Southern Yuan and met him. It can be considered fate. So, what do you think, Uncle Master?" Lu Wenyan glanced at him and said in a deep voice, "Although he's not very talented, I still hope that he can go further. If you want to fool him, then forget it. Although I know that the opportunity is good, I'd rather he continue to wait for it. After settling down in the academy for a few years, I believe that with his character and hard work, someone will take a fancy to him in a few years. If you're willing to teach him seriously, I have no objection to him being your student. This is his opportunity. I won't stop him. I'll only congratulate him." Lu Wenyan looked serious. Su Yu was a genius in Southern Yuan, but not in Xia province. But he felt that Su Yu had the foundation of a strong person. As long as he settled down in the academy for a few years, there was hope for him to soar to the sky. He didn't want Bai Feng to ruin Su Yu. Even if it was a great opportunity for Su Yu to be apprenticed to Bai Feng at this moment, he had to stop it. "Don't worry, Uncle Master," Bai Feng said with a smile, "how about I don't accept him? If I accept him, of course, I'll teach him well. If he can make a name for himself, I, as his teacher, will also benefit. Maybe it won't be a problem for me to become an official student in advance. According to the academy's rules, I can only become an official student if I break through to Ling Yunjing, or if I teach a few students with some achievements. However, I'm too lazy to teach students. Previously, I wanted to become an official student of Ling Yun as soon as possible. But if he really has that opportunity, maybe I can become an official student in advance." Lu Wenyan smiled brightly, "If you teach him well, he will definitely have this opportunity. I'm optimistic about him." "So Uncle Master agrees?" "This? I don't have any objection. You can ask him himself." Bai Feng said with a smile, "Uncle Master, be closer to him and talk to him more, lest he feels that he's at a disadvantage as my student. I'm just an assistant researcher, and he may not take a fancy to me. There are so many students who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, especially this kind of genius from a small city. He always thinks that he's unparalleled in the world. He won't." Lu Wenyan smiled, "I'll make it clear to him. Then I'll have to trouble Uncle Master." Bai Feng nodded and quickly disappeared from Lu Wenyan's sight. After he left, Lu Wenyan suddenly smiled, his beard trembling. This kid was really not bad. Bai Feng actually took a liking to Su Yu, who was Bai Feng. He was an assistant researcher, a genius at the 6th level of SOAR, and his teacher was a senior researcher, a peak expert at the Mountain Sea realm. Bai Feng himself also had hopes of quickly advancing to the 7th level of SOAR. Ling Yunjing might take 5 or 8 years, but in any case, there was definitely hope of reaching within 10 years. Ling Yun before the age of 40, at the age of 50 or 60, there was hope of breaking through to the Mountain Sea realm, and before the age of 100, there was even hope of breaking through to the Mountain Sea realm. Was such a person the mediocre person he spoke of? Of course not. The governor of Xia province, Xiao Longwu, was known throughout the universe as a genius. 20 years ago, when he was in charge of the Demon Suppression Army, he was also at the peak of the Mountain Sea realm. At that time, Xiao Longwu was in his early 40s and was recognized as a genius by the universe. Bai Feng might be a little worse than Xiao Longwu, but in the universe, how many Xiao Longwus were there? Su Yu, your chance is here. Lu Wenyan was gratified and in a good mood. Bai Feng's mood was even better. Uncle Master was too gullible. Of course, at this stage, if he casually said to anyone that he would accept Suyu as a student, everyone would probably think that Suyu had profited. He, by phone, did not accept a genius from the academy, but accepted a mediocre student from a secondary academy. What an honor for Suyu. By phone returned to his room again. As for the broken door, he could not be bothered to look at it. Suyu was still waiting, a little confused and a little uneasy. What happened to By phone just now? He suddenly ran away. Could it be that an enemy was spying in the dark? Cough, cough. By phone coughed lightly and walked through the air. When he landed, he looked at Suyu and said with a smile, "There were some things just now, but I've already taken care of them. By the way, looking at you, did you just finish sketching Shenwen?" "This seems to be the case." Suyu said in a low voice, "I'm not sure, but I do have a complete blood character in my mind." Not bad. I felt it just now. It seems to be able to create some illusions. This is a manifestation of will interfering with reality. As he said this, he looked at Suyu and said, "Your willpower is not strong, so the effect is very weak. When your will materializes and interferes with reality, the iron wing that you just materialized may directly kill a soar." "That's pretty good." By phone laughed and said, "I told you before that I was very strong in the nurturing stage. Do you know why? I didn't lie to you. I was indeed very strong because I sketched out a complete Shenwen. It was very strong. At that stage, I beat up many students from the War Academy until they cried for their parents. You have now sketched out a Shenwen. Although this Shenwen is very weak, this is an opportunity. Of course, it's really very weak." Bai Feng said seriously, "This is just a textable that I wrote at the last minute. The carrier is not strong, and it is completely drawn by my willpower. It is not drawn by the powerful essence blood of one. Therefore, in comparison, this Shenwen is really too weak. It is actually not a source Shenwen. At most, it is a broken word. Therefore, even if you succeed in sketching it, there is not much use. Compared to a genius, you are too far away." Bai Feng sighed and said, "Some of the geniuses in the War Academy have even entered the nurturing stage. I mean the ones who have just entered the school. They have sketched out a complete Shenwen. Some are even the god and demon races Shenwen. In the nurturing stage, some have even observed the god and demon races Wanshur at his peak. In other words, the complete Shenwen that they have sketched out may be able to kill Wanshur level 9. Nurturing stage does not mean that one has no combat power. Of course, that is the exclusive domain of geniuses. Mediocre, even in the nurturing stage, cannot sketch out a complete Shenwen. Those mediocre are not worth mentioning. The world is big, and there are many geniuses. But how many can reach the peak? Every year, those who are beaten up in the academy are the mediocre. Geniuses will only move forward and sweep away all enemies, Bai Feng said a lot. Most of it was about how powerful those geniuses were and how amazing they were. In the Great Zhou Civilization Academy in Dazhou Prefecture, there is a genius who entered the school last year. Half a year after entering the school, he manifested his will and controlled the complete Shenwen 9 times. He cast his body with the god race's blood and achieved Soar level 3 in a day. He entered the heavenly battlefield and killed a Soar level 5 powerhouse. The Great Zhou Civilization Academy is already discussing whether to grant him the status of an assistant researcher in advance. This is a genius, Bai Feng said calmly. He was not lying. Of course, he ignored some facts, such as that guy's grandfather was a senior researcher. That guy's grandmother was also a senior researcher. That guy's father was a Ling Yunjing powerhouse from the War Academy, and his mother was a genius researcher from the Scientific Research Academy. These were not important, Bai Feng thought to herself, is this important? Not at all. If you are capable, Suyu, find a few senior researchers to be your parents. Only then will I admit that you are powerful. Suyu was shocked. How old is he? 19 years old, 1 year older than you. Suyu was completely dumbfounded. Was the sky outside southern Yuan really so high? Of course, that is a minority. Don't despair. Bai Feng was afraid that he would really be devastated and said with a smile, that is a genius. You are not, but as long as you work hard, there is hope for you to reach that step. don't be in a hurry to move forward. We civilizationists are all amazing people with a single brilliant feat. Miss Bai, by the way, don't tell anyone about your drawing the divine character. You're making a big fuss here in southern Yuan. You treat a small matter like big news. Once the Myriad tribe sect knows about it, you'll be in trouble. Bai Feng said seriously, before you have the corresponding force, keep a low profile. You are not bad. At least in southern Yuan, you are also a genius. That Lu Yu is not as good as you. In more than 2 months, there will be the assessment of the Civilization Academy. It is not a big problem for you to enter the academy. You will rest for a month in the middle, and you will start to enter the academy in August. At that time, the academy will do a survey and decide whether you will be assigned uniformly or choose a researcher to be a teacher and pass his assessment. You can choose me. You're my Uncle Master's apprentice, so it's fate that we met. When the time comes, I'll go easy on you and let you become my apprentice. Of course, before you make your choice, you can ask around and see if it's a loss to become my apprentice. I don't mind you giving up on this opportunity. After saying that, Bai Feng folded the Kaiyuan tactics he had written before and threw it to Su Yu. Take it back and read it slowly. Although it is not as good as when I wrote it on the spot, it will help you strengthen your willpower, or see if there is a chance to capture a few more Shenwen. I will only teach you this much for the time being. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Your foundation is still very poor, and your willpower is also very weak. Everything will have to wait until your willpower is strong. So you did not know what to say at this moment. He seemed to have been enrolled in advance, and he was even accepted as a student by Bai Feng in advance. What was this? Was he lucky, or was Bai Feng just casually brushing him off for teacher Lu's sake? He looked at the things in his hands again. A drop of vitality liquid, a piece of 1000 June Realm Wan's original bone fragment, and a text of will written by a level 6 source civilization master. Did he make a fortune? Did a pie fall from the sky? Su Yu was in a daze. He didn't realize that today's greatest harvest wasn't this, but rather that he had captured a divine character. Moreover, he had completely drawn it out. Although it was still weak, the foundation of the divine character had already been established. Go back and have a good rest. Your willpower has been greatly exhausted today. Bai Feng's voice came faintly. I'll wait for you at the Civilization Academy. Of course, it's not that easy to truly obtain my approval. Before entering the academy, your willpower has reached 20%, and you can observe the 1000 June bone fragment. At this time, you are barely qualified to be my student and not an errand boy. When I go back this time, I feel that I have hope to break through to the 7th level of Soar. Within 3 years, I will strive to break through to Ling Yun. At that time, if you are still as mediocre as you are now, perhaps, you will not even be qualified to call me your teacher. Bai Feng said calmly with his hands behind his back, looking so imposing, you are too mediocre. Today, I will give you a chance, but whether you can seize it or not depends on yourself. So you did not speak and silently clenched his fists. Am I mediocre? Perhaps, a civilization master who was about to enter the 7th level of Soar and might soon step into Ling Yun, who was not yet 30 years old, said this in front of him, and he could not refute it. I will work hard. Su Yu said in a low voice and stepped away. Bai Feng maintained the state of an expert. When Su Yu left, he suddenly let out a long sigh of relief and grinned. F***ck, F***ck. He has outlined the complete Shenwen. F***ck, what's going on with this guy? It's incredible. He was a little incredulous, but it soon turned into a smile. This trip to southern Yuan was really profitable. Kid, keep a low profile, keep a low profile. Don't F***king mess around before entering the academy. Don't mess around after entering the academy. Keep a low profile and wait until you reach Soar. Bai Feng muttered for a while and soon thought of something. He murmured, no, I have to go back to the academy and file a record. I will accept this guy in advance to give face to my uncle. Whoever dares to accept him as a student, I will not let him off. No, teacher knows my character. If I accept a student for uncle's sake, won't he suspect me? What if he snatches my student? No, it's too difficult. What should I do? I'm so anxious. I know, I will trick teacher out and file a record. Yes, that's it. Didn't a new race appear on the battlefield? Teacher will definitely be interested. Teacher, you should go and come back after school starts. Baifeng muttered, wishing he could go back to the academy immediately. In the Great Xia Civilization University, a middle-aged gentleman was reading a book in the garden. At this moment, he suddenly frowned slightly. Is senior brother Lu scolding me again? Sigh, scold me all you want. The gentleman smiled, shook his head slightly, and continued to read. On the way, Suyu's head was a little dizzy. Reading the text of Willpower, Capturing Xinwen, and studying the original copy of the Thousand June Realm Cultivation Technique, all consumed willpower. Especially capturing Xinwen, Suyu actually meditated for a long time. When he left the academy, it was almost dark. However, the harvest today was really too great. Baifeng opened up another sky for him, letting him see how high the sky outside southern Yuan was, how big the world was, and how wonderful the human world was. Xinwen, Willpower, Wan's original copy of the cultivation technique, nature nurturing, Ling Yun, mountain sea, too many nouns filled Suyu's mind. It turned out that the real world of cultivation was like this. It turned out that the Civilization Academy was like this. Thousand June, Wanshi, and the realms that he used to think were unattainable in the past were nothing more than this today, one word in a world, and Xinwen suppressed the heavens. A civilization master could also be so powerful that the heavens trembled. It turns out that I'm very weak. My willpower is only 10% full. He had always felt that he was still talented, and he was more or less proud. Teacher Lu Wenyan had always wanted him to enter the Civilization Academy, giving him the illusion that if he didn't go to the Civilization Academy, it would be a loss for the Civilization Academy. But looking back today, it was a little ridiculous. The genius in Dazhou Prefecture should be the top, so he achieved 3 soar levels in half a year. Baifeng probably wanted to shock me, but even so, there is definitely no shortage of students in the nature nurturing stage in Dexia province. Nature nurturing, full 50%. Suyu's full was only 1/5 of the other person's, and the gap was very big. After all, he had been chased in his dreams all these years, and Suyu actually thought that his willpower would not be weak. As he walked, he sensed the blood word in his mind. After the previous outburst, the words now seemed a little dim. Obviously, the previous outburst had consumed a lot of Xinwen's power. Divine characters require willpower to be nurtured, Suyu thought of Baifeng's reminder. He slowly felt and tried to nurture this character with his heart. When he returned home, it was extremely quiet. Suyu sat there in a daze for a while before he felt unbearably hungry. He hadn't eaten anything at noon. In the morning, he had gone to the academy and meditated for a while. By the time he returned, it was already dark. He was so hungry that he couldn't take it anymore. He wasn't in the mood to cook, so he casually made some noodles and wolfed them down. That was his dinner. After finishing the noodles, Suyu quickly went into his room. Kaiyuan Secret Art, the original copy of the 15 Kati bone fragment, Yuan Qi liquid. This was today's harvest, a great harvest. His willpower had been greatly depleted today, so Suyu didn't plan to continue cultivating. However, the Kaiyuan Secret Art, written by Baifeng and the drop of Yuan Qi liquid could be used for physical cultivation. After reading the Kaiyuan Secret Art, written by Baifeng, I feel that even if I don't use blood essence to open the atlas, I can quickly cultivate to the 5th level of the Kaiyuan. After all, the essence storing art that was activated with blood essence wasn't suitable for humans to cultivate. If I use blood essence to open the atlas, take the initiative to absorb Yuan Qi, and then use the Yuan Qi liquid, what will happen? Suyu thought of this. When he activated the essence storing art, he could take the initiative to absorb Yuan Qi. The Yuan Qi in southern Yuan wasn't abundant. What if he placed himself in a place with abundant Yuan Qi? Would his cultivation speed be faster? He still had 2 drops of Ironwing blood essence. After cultivating yesterday, he felt that he was almost at the 5th level of the Kaiyuan. I'll cultivate to the 5th level of the Kaiyuan first, then I'll use the Yuan Qi liquid to cultivate. Suyu made up his mind and didn't delay. He quickly swallowed a drop of Ironwing blood essence and activated the essence storing art. This time, when he activated the essence storing art and took the initiative to absorb Yuan Qi to temper his acupoints, Suyu had a completely different feeling. In his mind, the Kaiyuan secret art appeared. In his memory, Baifeng had transformed into a miniature person and cultivated the Kaiyuan secret art. Every move was deeply engraved in his memory, allowing Suyu to have a deeper understanding of the Kaiyuan realm. The essence storing art is too crude. It's not as detailed as the Kaiyuan secret art. Perhaps it's because of the difference in physical bodies between demons and humans. Previously, Suyu had allowed the essence storing art to circulate on its own. Today, after some thought, he took the initiative to guide the Yuan Qi. Previously, he didn't dare to do so because he was worried that it would cause damage to his body. Now, he didn't have too many concerns. The Yuan Qi began to focus on tempering the acupoint of his right ear, and Suyu's right ear began to rumble. Rumble, a series of rumbling sounds that only he could hear reverberated. The Yuan Qi in his right ear was vibrating. The fifth acupoint was about to open. At this time, the blood character in his mind also trembled slightly. Suyu quickly discovered the abnormality. The blood little brother was actually guiding the Yuan Qi. Eh? Shenwen also needs to temper its Yuan Qi? Suyu was stunned. He thought that it only needed to temper his willpower. He didn't expect that Shenwen also needed to temper its Yuan Qi. He didn't care about the blood character stealing Yuan Qi. After all, Suyu didn't need too much Yuan Qi at this stage. After about 20 minutes, a thunderous roar sounded in Suyu's right ear. Rumble, a loud sound rang in his ear. Others couldn't hear it, but Suyu's body trembled slightly. He was overjoyed. The fifth acupoint has been opened. Level 5 Kaiyuan, Kaiyuan, had reached level 5, it had been exactly 10 days since his father went to the All-Heaven battlefield. In 10 days, he had gone from level 3 Kaiyuan to level 5 Kaiyuan. It was too fast. Suyu was overjoyed. A cultivator at the 5th level of the element opening realm might not be worth mentioning to others, but in the Nanyuan Academy, he could be considered one of the top-notch cultivators. Baifeng and the others had seen many cultivators at the 9th level of the element opening realm before. However, this was Baifeng. If the news that Suyu had reached level 5 Kaiyuan spread, it would at least cause a small sensation in Southern Yuan Academy. Suyu's hearing was strengthened again, and he felt completely different. Previously, when his left ear was opened, he was a little uncomfortable. His hearing was strong on one side and weak on the other. Many times, there was a sense of error. Now, this feeling disappeared. Great! Kaiyuan level 5. Suyu couldn't help but rejoice. He hadn't used the primordial qi liquid yet. Today was April 19th. The examination of higher education was usually held on June 25th. The results would be released at the end of June, and the enrollment would be determined at the beginning of July. This was the next process. Now, there were still more than 2 months before the examination. The Civilization Academy didn't care about how many levels Kaiyuan was, but Suyu cared about it. Kaiyuan didn't have much combat power if it was less than 1,000 kilograms. Suyu, who had killed Wanzhou, had a high pursuit of combat power. He didn't want to die in the hands of those Wanzhou people. More than a dozen students of the academy had died before, which was a lesson for him. Even if he had the blood essence to activate martial arts skills, it was temporarily borrowed power after all. Suyu hoped that he could have such power. After breaking through to Kaiyuan level 5, Suyu didn't rest. He resumed his previous study plan of cultivating, reading, and sleeping. This time, he was no longer reading ordinary books, but the Kaiyuan technique that Baifeng had given him. As for the original piece of 1,000 kilograms, Suyu didn't read it. It wasn't that it was stronger than the Kaiyuan technique, but the Kaiyuan technique was more suitable for Suyu's current state. Reading books, familiarizing himself with the entire Kaiyuan realm, and fighting with his willpower. Reading books at this time was truly difficult. Suyu experienced how Chenhao and the others felt when they read books. After reading a line, they wanted to put down the book and sleep. The battle of willpower was the same as the feeling of a bad student reading a large document. He read until it was almost 12 o'clock in the evening. After a simple wash, Suyu began to sleep, ready to wait for the dream. He was now a little eager for the dream to come because it was also a battle of willpower. If there comes a day when my willpower is strong enough to kill the monsters in my dreams, maybe I will have a different harvest. The opening of the Yuan Atlas relied on blood essence. Suyu often thought, if he didn't think of blood essence, how would he open the atlas and end the dream, counter-kill? He had some guesses. Would there be a different result if he counter-killed the monster in the dream? Would there be a different harvest? This night's dream was a little special. It was so special that Suyu didn't think of it before. This night, there was a monster chasing Suyu in the dream. Suyu was killed quickly, but he found that in the dream, he could actually outline Shunwen. Yes, Shunwen. The word blood appeared in the dream. Suyu sketched out the word blood, and in his dream, an illusory iron-winged bird pounced over. Suyu was a little confused as to why it was the iron-winged bird pouncing over. Of course, it might be related to his own subconscious. But no matter what, he actually mastered the use of Shunwen in the dream. This was a completely different beginning. The next day, Suyu woke up and fell into deep thought. He was thinking about a question. Was the Shunwen in the dream real or imaginary? Did the word blood in his head run into the dream, or did the dream come with the word blood? It was a mouthful, but Suyu still wanted to understand because it was very important. Because if the word blood really ran into the dream, it meant that his dream was not a simple dream, but a special space, perhaps a space that could be used with Shunwen. This meant that there was a deeper function of the Yuan Atlas that he had not discovered. Sensing the word blood in his head, Suyu found that the dim word yesterday began to emit a faint glow today. He did not know whether it was because he had slept, or because he spent the night in the dream. After quickly washing up, Suyu did not continue to study it. He wanted to go to the school today. Although Baifeng said yesterday that he actually had nothing to teach today, and that it was not good to bite off more than one could chew, Suyu still prepared to go to the school. Secondary school in southern Yuan. At the entrance of the school, Suyu rushed over, not even waiting for Chen Hao. There were a few more people at the entrance today. It was still early, and most of the students had not arrived. Baifeng wore a white robe, and he stood among the few people with a smile on his face. He stood out like a crane among a flock of chickens, and was especially eye-catching. Next to him, the old principal, the chilly arch of the city guards, the hall master of the Winshek Hall, and Lu Wenyan were also there. Baifeng was chatting with a few people, and when he saw Suyu rushing over, he could not help but smile. "Didn't I say that I wouldn't teach you today? Why are you here?" Suyu panted slightly, greeted the teachers, and then said, "I'm here to see Miss Bai off." "Thank you, Miss Bai, for your guidance yesterday." Baifeng was leaving today. Although he did not say it, Suyu heard it yesterday. After the matter in southern Yuan was over, Baifeng naturally would not stay here for long. Yesterday, he had taught everything that needed to be taught, and the rest could not be learned by Suyu and the others, so there was not much point for Baifeng to stay. Baifeng laughed and did not bother with him anymore. He turned to look at Lu Wenyan, and said again, "Uncle Master, your will has manifested, and the doors of the Civilization Academy are always open for you. Your body has not reached the foundation forging stage, and if you are not willing to collect the Flying Tiger's essence blood yourself, I will send it to you later." Lu Wenyan frowned slightly. "No need, I am old, and there is no need to consume precious essence blood. I can use some ordinary essence blood to temper my body." The Flying Tiger's essence blood. Lu Wenyan Yuguang glanced at Suyu, but did not say it, and said in a low voice, "Save it for someone who needs it in the future." Baifeng smiled. He understood what Lu Wenyan meant. Since Suyu was going to enter the Civilization Academy, although he did not know how many years it would take for his will to manifest, he would also need a powerful essence blood to temper his body. The Flying Tiger's essence blood was very powerful. It was the essence blood of a top 50 species. Even if the Academy had such powerful essence blood, how many people were there in the Academy? Could everyone get it? That was impossible. Suyu's family was ordinary, and his father was a 1,000 realm cultivator. Where could he get a powerful essence blood for him? He could only rely on the Academy and his teacher. Even if Baifeng accepted him as a student, it did not mean that Baifeng would prepare essence blood for him to cast his body. The Flying Tiger's essence blood belonged to Baifeng's teacher and Lu Wenyan's junior brother. Now that he was going to give it to Lu Wenyan did not need it, but if he gave it to Suyu, Baifeng's teacher would probably not refuse. Lu Wenyan did not mention this, and Baifeng knew that he did not mention it either. There was no hurry to cast his body. Some things could wait until Suyu entered the academy. Then as you wish, Uncle Master. After saying that, Bai Feng looked at Suyu again and said faintly, Suyu, fate and the future are all changed by yourself. Although Southern Yuan is small, it does not mean that there are no powerhouses. Background, family background, talent, these things are just a small advantage in the early stage. The road is still long, and the mountain is high and the road is long. Who can walk to the end, who can laugh at the sky, and who can compete with one, we'll see. I will wait for you at the Civilization Academy. Southern Yuan is too small, and the outside world is more exciting. Let's go. Bai Feng laughed heartily. He took a step forward, and he was already dozens of meters away. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared in front of everyone. Unrestrained and unrestrained, on the side, several Southern Yuan powerhouses looked at him with envy. Bai Feng, a genius of the Civilization Academy, might soon set foot in Lingyun. Such a genius was rare even in Dixia province. Zhang Yun, the chilly arch of the city guards, sighed with emotion, turned to look at Suyu, and said with a smile, is this Su Long's son? The old principal smiled and said, yes, it is him. Like father, like son. From what researcher Bai said before she left, I can tell that she has high expectations for you. Zhang Yan looked at Suyu and said with a smile, work hard. Southern Yuan is small, but it does not mean that there are no powerhouses in a small place. I know about your father. Don't worry too much. On the battlefield of the heavens, although there are many enemies of the human race, we are still invincible. The soldiers in Southern Yuan will send news every once in a while. When the news from the battlefield of the heavens comes back in a few days, if there is news about your father, I will have someone send you a copy. After Zhang Yan finished speaking, Suyu hurriedly thanked him and said gratefully, thank you, Master Zhang. You're welcome. Zhang Yan laughed heartily. Speaking of which, we are family. Your father is an upright person and is unwilling to curry favor with others. Even when he went to the battlefield of the heavens, he always stayed at the traffic supervisor office and refused to leave. A few years ago, I invited your father to join the city guards as a centurion, but your father refused. Otherwise, if he came to the city guards, he would probably have broken through to Wanshur. With his bravery, the position of deputy general of the city guards would have been his. Although it is a pity, your father made the right choice. I admire him very much. Zhang Yun was very straightforward, and then he said seriously, you have a good teacher. Instructor Liu is the guardian of civilization of Southern Yuan. You have a good principal. Principal Wang is not strong, but for the past 40 years, he has worked hard for Southern Yuan Academy. Southern Yuan is small, but Southern Yuan is simple and honest. I have seen many geniuses of Southern Yuan. They went to Dixia province and even other big prefectures, but in the end, they got lost halfway. I hope you can be different because you are the descendant of a soldier. Your father is not strong, but he is worth learning from. Keep your heart and don't forget who you are. Don't overestimate yourself, but don't belittle yourself either. Be yourself. Zhang Yan laughed and said, we, the people of Southern Yuan, are not afraid of the weak, but we are afraid of cowards. Don't be a coward. When you go out, use your strength and bravery to speak. If you really can't go on and feel that there is no way out, come back, the city guards will save a position for you. So you thanked him again. On the side, Lu Wenyan said angrily, don't talk nonsense. If you leave Southern Yuan and come back when you can't go on, you can't afford to lose face. Also, teaching students is our business. Who are you to give us chicken soup? Zhang Yun was embarrassed. Then, he laughed and left quickly without saying anything else. On the side, the hall master of the surveillance hall also laughed, said goodbye to the others, and left quickly. So you looked at their conversation and couldn't help but laugh. As Zhang Yun said, although Southern Yuan was small, the atmosphere in Southern Yuan was very good. The teachers here were not cold, the generals here were not fierce, and the principal here was really weak. The old principal was so angry that his beard was curled up. Just now, Zhang Yun was looking down on him. In the office. Kai Yuan is already at the 5th level? Lu Wenyan held his teacup and sized up Suyu for a while. He was a little surprised. He hadn't sensed it clearly before, but as his willpower materialized and he looked at Suyu now, it became obvious. Kaiyuan's 9 acupores were invisible to ordinary people, but civilizationists could clearly sense 9 light spots. Suyu had lit up 5 light spots, which meant Kaiyuan was at the 5th level. Yes. Suyu nodded. I was at the 4th level yesterday, but missed by rote the Kaiyuan tactics once. After I read it, I felt like I knew Kaiyuan's 9 acupores like the back of my hand, so I directly entered the 5th level of Kaiyuan. That's your lucky chance. Lu Wenyan didn't doubt it. He chuckled and said, Bai Feng seemed relaxed, but in fact, with his strength, he used up a lot of willpower to write the entire Kaiyuan tactics. If it weren't for his deep foundation, ordinary people at the 7th level of SOAR wouldn't have been able to finish writing this skill. In the Civilization Academy, the instructors won't easily write the text of will because willpower is too much, and it's difficult to recover. They still need to nurture Shunwen, so under normal circumstances, they aren't willing to use up a lot of willpower. So their courses are very expensive, and the merit points of the students are used to compensate them. Lu Wenyan finished and said with a smile, Kaiyuan is at the 5th level. It seems that your talent in the way of the flesh is not bad. However, Kaiyuan speed isn't that important. Lu Wenyan really didn't care too much about this. Kaiyuan realm, Kaiyuan genius, so what, even if you're a 9-year-old Kaiyuan, so what, the day civilizationists materialized was the day SOAR. That was the huge gap. I didn't ask you yesterday. Did you kill that Wanzu guy? Yes. So you did not deny it and nodded. He was too lazy to deny it in front of Lu Wenyan. That's right. When it's time to act, we must act. Lu Wenyan chuckled and said, You swallowed the essence blood and erupted with power to kill your opponent, right? Teacher, you can sense it? Suyu was a little surprised. Of course. Do you think you can hide it from the civilization master? Lu Wenyan laughed and then said seriously, Your physical body is too weak. The Kaiyuan realm is not suitable for devouring blood essence to cultivate, nor is it suitable for exploding. You're messing around. The situation was urgent. At that time, you were in danger, and it was us teachers who did not protect you well enough. Therefore, when you devoured the blood essence, I could not say anything. But now, I'm not allowed to devour any more blood essence to cultivate. Lu Wenyan said sternly, Don't waste your whole life just for a temporary cultivation acceleration. Blood essence can strengthen the physical body and speed up cultivation, but you haven't completed the Kaiyuan realm yet. At this time, your 9 orifices are blocked, and the blood essence has accumulated in your body. Do you know how big of a problem it will be? On the day you materialize, there will be too much Wan blood essence in your body. When you reforge your body, the blood essence will be resistant, and there will be conflicts, which will greatly weaken the strength of your reforged body. Lu Wenyan's tone was extremely stern. Remember, you're not allowed to devour blood essence to cultivate. Don't keep gambling on a single chance. You won't be safe and sound every time. Got it. Suyu hurriedly answered. When he devoured the blood essence, he did not devour it himself. Instead, it was absorbed by the Atlas, and a trace of the blood essence remained in his body. Lu Wenyan only sensed this. In fact, it did not affect Suyu at all. Of course, there was no need to tell this to Lu Wenyan. That's good. Lu Wenyan regained his smile. There are more than 2 months to the Academy's assessment. You have been admitted in advance, but it doesn't mean that you can waste these 2 months. Bai Feng said that you are a genius in southern Yuan, but in Xianxia province, you are just a mediocre person. That's not wrong. But, that was before. Lu Wenyan smiled. Before, I didn't materialize my will, so I couldn't teach you and help you with some things. But now it's different. For the next 2 months, you will mainly follow me to cultivate. So you wanted to say something but hesitated. After thinking for a while, he said in a low voice, Teacher, just me? Yes. Teacher. My dad. Could he be your long-lost son? Lu Wenyan was so angry that he laughed. You want to be my grandson? I don't care. Lu Wenyan pointed his finger at him. After a while, he laughed and said, You, don't think too much. In southern Yuan, both you and Lu Yu are talented, but Lu Yu has her family to guide her, help, and provide resources. So she is stronger than you now. As for you, you have nothing. Your father has gone to the heavens battlefield. I have watched you grow up in these 5 years in the intermediate academy. Teacher is not a completely fair and selfless person. The other people in the academy, strictly speaking, their futures are limited. You may go further than them, but the human race needs strong people. Lu Wenyan said bluntly, because I think you may become a strong person in the future, I am willing to help you as much as I can, so that your path will be smoother. Of course, the premise is that you are worthy of my favoritism. If you are rebellious and self-righteous, I will only watch silently and not say anything. Thank you, teacher. Su Yu thanked him sincerely. In the 5 years in Southern Yuan's intermediate academy, Lu Wenyan had helped him a lot. Learning the Wan language and mastering 18 languages were inseparable from Lu Wenyan's help. In the past 5 years, Lu Wenyan had gone from an ignorant teenager to someone who was about to enter the Civilization Academy. Lu Wenyan had played a very important role in this. Don't thank me. When you are really strong one day, remember. On the battlefield, kill more enemies. This is the best reward for me. Lu Wenyan got up and dropped the topic. Follow me. These days, learn a few more Wan languages and improve your willpower. You are too weak now. Su Yu did not say anything and silently followed Lu Wenyan out. Summerfield Trading Company. In the warehouse. Accompanied by the manager of the trading company, the two walked into a huge warehouse. When he saw everything inside, Su Yu was stunned. Today is the first lesson, corpse identification. This is the general warehouse of Summerfield Trading Company in southern Yuan. There are 132 demon corpses in it. Most of them were killed in the heavens battlefield and dragged back without any treatment. Your task today is to stay here for a day and identify the corpses. Lu Wenyan threw a booklet. Record their data, height, width, weight, number of bones. Su Yu looked dull at this moment, and he felt a little nauseous. The smell of blood was too strong. Stay here for a day? Go in. You will stay here alone today. Of course, don't touch these demon corpses. They are very valuable, and you can't afford them. Lu Wenyan said and then added, tonight, I want to see the data you recorded. As for the unknown races, I want to see your own speculation. Even if it's nonsense, you have to write it down for me. Teacher. I am alone? Su Yu had a bitter expression on his face. He wasn't too afraid. But in such a big warehouse with such a strong smell of blood, was it appropriate to leave an 18-year-old young man here? Alone. Lu Wenyan said faintly, can't you even bear this? On the heavens battlefield, sometimes soldiers need to lie in ambush among the corpses for a few days. If you can't even bear this, you don't have to go to the heavens battlefield, because you will die if you go. I got it. Su Yu said no more. It was good to be alone. There were many demon corpses here, some of which he had never seen before. He wondered if he could find some monsters in his dream. Close the door. Lu Wenyan left the warehouse. The next moment, the people of Summerfield Trading Company directly closed the warehouse door. It was an extremely heavy metal door. As soon as the door was closed, the steward who had not spoken before said with a smile, Elder Lu, is this your disciple? Yes. Lu Wenyan did not say much, and the steward did not ask more. This was nonsense. If it was not a disciple, Lu Wenyan would not pay a huge price to let Summerfield Trading Company open its warehouse for a disciple to enter. The main warehouse of Summerfield Trading Company was not a place anyone could enter. Elder Lu, he is a newcomer who has never been to the battlefield. He is too young. I am afraid he will have nightmares for a few days. Should we turn on the lights and let him relax? The lights inside were off, and only a few dim security lamps illuminated the warehouse. Under such circumstances, the warehouse was even more eerie. No need. Civilizationists often have to deal with corpses. If he can't even pass this hurdle, how will he deal with the future? Lu Wenyan said with a smile, powerful civilizationists directly go to the heavens battlefield to capture gods and demons and bring them back for research. Since he wants to walk this path, he must learn to get used to it. The steward smiled and did not reply. Civilizationists, it was too early to say this. There were too many people who were stuck in the cultivation stage their whole lives. Not everyone could be called a civilizationist. Capturing gods and demons. How many people in Dexia province could do that? Lu Wenyan thought too highly of this student. Of course, he could not refute old Lu's words. Old Lu had manifested his willpower, so he could be considered a civilizationist. Summerfield Trading Company did not care about a newly advanced civilizationist, but Lu Wenyan still had a junior brother who was a senior researcher at Great Xia Civilization University. He had no choice but to pay attention to him. In any case, he, a person from Southern Yuan Trading Company, could not afford to offend him. This is a fire dolphin. It is 3.1 meters tall and 7.2 meters long. It is good at breathing fire and ramming. It is a cannon fodder race in the heavens battlefield, mainly at the Thousand June realm. Looking at the incomparably large corpse in front of him, Suyu began to record it. Lu Wenyan felt that he would be afraid, disgusted, and horrified. In reality, Suyu did not feel that it was that scary. It was just a little pungent. The smell of blood in this warehouse was too strong, and he could not stand it. As for the weight, Suyu calculated the volume and recalled the density of the fire dolphin's meat as well as the proportion of bones. He roughly estimated that it was between 20 to 25 tons. That was 40,000 to 50,000 pounds. This was the weight of a fire dolphin. It was a terrifying volume and weight. Therefore, a cannon fodder race like the fire dolphin would be terrifying even if it was only at the Thousand June realm. If a Thousand June realm team was not prepared in advance, it would be easy for them to be torn apart by the fire dolphin. Amen? As he was calculating, Suyu frowned slightly. That blood character in his mind was boiling. You want to suck blood? Suyu's bare one's teeth said, this isn't mine. Although the blood essence has been refined, ordinary blood is still valuable. It is not good to steal other people's things. Do you understand? In fact, these corpses had very little blood. After the blood essence was refined, there was not much ordinary blood left. Most of it had fused into the blood essence. But no matter how little it wasn't his thing. His teacher brought him here to broaden his horizons. If he took something, it would be Lu Wenyan taking the blame. This couldn't be allowed. You can actually suck blood. Suyu muttered. The blood character seemed a little unhappy. It was the blood character in Shenwen. Wasn't it normal for it to suck blood? Can sucking blood strengthen you? Suyu wasn't too sure, but he couldn't suck the blood here. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain. Don't be so restless. When I have money later, I will buy some for myself. Ordinary blood isn't that valuable. Previously, he bought a bottle of Ironwing's ordinary blood. It was worth 5,000 yuan. Of course, it wasn't a lot. In fact, if he really wanted to buy it in bulk, it wouldn't be expensive and there would be a great discount. The key point was that no one would buy ordinary blood in bulk unless, Suyu's eyes moved slightly. Blood essence was actually refined from ordinary blood. Suyu couldn't help but mutter, little brother, can you refine blood essence? If he could, this would be a way to make a fortune. Some civilization masters could refine blood essence. Refining a drop would cost a lot of money. A drop of Thousand June realm blood essence could be sold for 50,000 yuan at the Summerfield Trading Company. In fact, it didn't cost much. The main expenses were storage, transportation, refining, and personnel fees. As for the cost itself, if you went to the All Heavens battlefield, you could find the military to bring back dozens or even hundreds of Thousand June demonic beasts for 100,000 yuan. Those things were trash in the All Heavens battlefield. Soldiers wouldn't eat them because there were too many of them. Most of them were in the later stages. Transporting Thousand June demonic beasts from the All Heavens battlefield wasn't worth it. Unless you transported them in bulk, 50,000 yuan would be a loss. Of course, the military also had civilization masters who could directly refine blood essence in the All Heavens battlefield. However, Thousand June demonic beasts weren't worth much, and civilization masters couldn't be bothered to do it. So you didn't really understand these things before, but now that he knew about the existence of civilization masters, he roughly understood them. The blood word Shenwen wants to absorb blood, Suyu sighed. He felt that he was going to go bankrupt. If blood could nourish Shenwen, wouldn't he have to buy it? He definitely had to buy it. Nourishing Shenwen was very important. If willpower wasn't enough, then he would have to use other methods to nourish it. It seemed that he would be short of money in the future. Suyu entertained himself in the warehouse. He checked the corpses and was sweating profusely. These corpses were too heavy. As a Kaiyuan realm cultivator, he couldn't even move them, let alone carry them. Some were piled up together, and he had to move them bit by bit. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to see them clearly. A moment later, Suyu was covered in blood. He was dirty and covered in blood. The blood word Shenwen jumped even more violently as if it wanted to come out and suck blood. Suyu suppressed it. Was this thing looking for a beating again? At night, the door of the warehouse opened, and Suyu was let out. Outside the door, Lu Wenyan looked at his dirty appearance. The booklet was filled with densely packed words, and a smile appeared on his face. Very good, he didn't complain, and he didn't do it half-heartedly. Very good. That's all for today. We'll continue tomorrow. Stay here for 5 days, and then change places. After Lu Wenyan finished speaking, she thought for a moment and said, previously, Bai Feng taught you to try to outline Shenwen. Of course, you can't do it now, but you can adapt in advance and try. Outline Shenwen consumes a lot of willpower. In fact, there's a shortcut. Use the demon's blood essence to outline Shenwen. Blood essence carries willpower and vitality. First, outline Shenwen with charm in the outside world, and then outline it with willpower. This is the normal cultivation method for students in the Civilization Academy. I didn't teach you this before, but I'll teach you from now on. Every 5 days, you can receive a drop of blood essence suitable for the outline of Shenwen, provided that you complete the course well. Suyu was excited at first, but then said awkwardly, Teacher, forget it. I don't need it. It was impossible to expect the academy to reimburse him for the blood essence. Obviously, Lu Wenyan had to pay out of his own pocket. Even if he exchanged it at the academy, it would cost 1 merit point. I'm talking about excellence in the course. Do you think I'm giving it to you for free? Lu Wenyan said angrily, do you think you can complete it easily? Maybe after 2 months, it'll be good if you can get 1 drop. What's 1 merit point to me? Suyu was embarrassed. He wanted to say that he had actually finished the outline, but there were people from Summerfield Trading Company beside him, so Suyu held back and did not say it. He would see. Besides, the teacher was right. He might not be able to complete the task he had given him. If he hadn't been used to being killed in the dream, he might not have been able to withstand so many corpses and such a strong smell of blood. Let's go. Go back and rest well at night. You have a lot of tasks to do. You can put Kaiyuan's cultivation on hold. Yes, I know. Don't worry, teacher. I won't delay it. The two exchanged a few words. Suyu went home and Lu Wenyan returned to the academy. Time passed day by day like this. Suyu studied with Lu Wenyan during the day. At night, he had a lot of tasks as well. Kaiyuan's cultivation, Kaiyuan's arts, fighting in the dream, and learning Wan language. He also began to study the original Thousand June Realm bone fragment. Although he couldn't see it yet, every confrontation of will was beneficial to his willpower. Bai Feng said that he could see it twice a day at most, but Suyu looked at it at least 10 times a day. He didn't think there was anything wrong with it. After all, every time he looked at it, his head would swell and hurt a little, but it would recover quickly. It was not a big deal. Suyu was so busy that he didn't have time to do the blood follower absorbing blood. He would use his willpower to nourish it first. When he had enough time, he could slowly experiment. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. It was already the middle of May. Omping year 350, 18th of May. It had been almost a month since Suyu and Lu Wenyan studied alone. In this month, Suyu was very tired, but tired and happy. In terms of cultivation, Suyu's progress was very obvious. He used up a few more drops of essence blood, but he still didn't use that half a drop of vitality liquid. Even so, Suyu opened both eyes acupoints, and officially stepped into the 7th layer of Kaiyuan. In a month, both eyes' acupoints were opened. This speed was very fast. The current Suyu, even in other big cities, would be a real cultivation genius. As for the 8th layer of Kaiyuan, it was very rare in other big cities. Under normal circumstances, there were only a few in Dixia province. Even in Dixia province, Kaiyuan 8th layer was also a genius. The 8th layer opened the Xianxia acupoint. After this acupoint was opened, the cultivator could feel the existence of a trace of vitality, and could even use some vitality. At this moment, the cultivator had combat power. The 8th layer of Kaiyuan was a dividing line between cultivators with combat power and ordinary people without combat power. The improvement in physical cultivation was obvious, and the improvement in willpower was also very obvious. According to Lu Wenyan, in a short month, Suyu's willpower had reached about 15%. Although 5% was not much, it was actually unimaginable. After so many years, Suyu had only accumulated 10%. With this speed, there was hope that Suyu could reach 20% before the assessment. At that time, Suyu would no longer be a greenhorn. With 20% willpower, he could directly see the Qianjun bone fragments. This stage was the beginning of a civilizational master, and he could be considered to have truly stepped on the path of a civilizational master. Other than the improvement in strength, Lu Wenyan brought him to many places and saw many things. Some of the gains might be more important than the improvement in strength. 200,000 Anping dollars, 10 gold coins, 2 drops of essence blood, 10 merit points. During this 1 month of cultivation, Suyu had used up quite a bit of blood essence. However, he hadn't spent much money, and his merit points hadn't decreased. Instead, they increased. This month, Lu Wenyan had rewarded him with blood essence 3 times, and Suyu had chosen Ironwing's blood essence each time. As for the merit points, that was what Chen Hao had obtained when he reported his achievements. In fact, Suyu had only spent 60,000 yuan to buy 2 drops of blood essence at Summerfield Trading Company's internal price. The internal price given by Summerfield Trading Company was because his teacher was Lu Wenyan. Kaiyuan level 7. As he walked toward Lu Wenyan's office, Suyu clenched his fists in excitement. Last night, he had just broken through to Kaiyuan stage 7. Next, it would be Kaiyuan stage 8. Opening the Xianxia acupoint was rather difficult. Furthermore, after opening it, Suyu would be able to truly cultivate martial techniques and possess combat prowess. Today was supposed to be a rest day, but Suyu couldn't wait any longer. The blood Shenwen had been wanting to suck blood recently, but it was stopped by Suyu. Previously, he wanted to test it himself, but the blood Shenwen actually wanted to absorb the blood essence in Suyu's hand. This gave Suyu a fright. He was only in the Kaiyuan realm. Now that he wanted to absorb the blood essence, it was because it was being absorbed by the Atlas, not him. The Shenwen was in his sea of will, and this fellow actually wanted to absorb the blood essence. If he wasn't careful, he might explode his head. Who could he go to ask for justice? This time, Suyu didn't dare to act rashly. He didn't even dare to let it suck ordinary blood. He was afraid that he would be killed by the blood little brother. After using his willpower to nurture the blood little brother for a month, Suyu had also broken through to the 7th stage of the Kaiyuan realm. At this moment, Suyu felt that he was much stronger now, and perhaps safer. He came to look for Lu Wenyan at this time to ask about the matters regarding the Shenwen. These few days, Lu Wenyan didn't teach him how to outline the Shenwen realm. With Bai Feng's guidance previously, Lu Wenyan felt that in this month, Suyu didn't need to receive any other Shenwen's guidance. He just needed to focus on reading the Kaiyuan art. In the office. Even on a rest day, Lu Wenyan didn't go home to rest. In this month, he brought Suyu everywhere, and many matters in the school had accumulated. Taking advantage of the rest day, Lu Wenyan was rushing to deal with them. Before Suyu entered the door, he sensed it. When Suyu knocked on the door and entered, Lu Wenyan raised his head and looked at him. He frowned slightly and said, "If you want to rest, then rest. It's better to strike a balance between work and rest. You've been very tired this month. Going too far is as bad as not going far enough." He knew that Suyu was very hardworking. However, in this month, he realized that Suyu was even more hardworking than before. This was a good student, however, this kind of student was also worrying. He was worried that he would die of exhaustion one day. Moreover, Suyu hadn't given up on the cultivation of the Tao of the flesh. His progress in the Tao of the flesh was also very fast. This made Lu Wenyan wonder if this kid was more suitable for the cultivation of the Tao of the flesh. "Teacher, I'm not tired," Suyu said hurriedly, and then immediately said, "Teacher, I'm here today to ask about Shenwen. I've said it before. At this stage, what you need to do is to lay the foundation for Shenwen and outline your own Shenwen. With the foundation laid by phone last time, you'll soon have hope to outline your own Shenwen." Lu Wenyan interrupted him. This wasn't the first time Suyu had asked. However, he felt that Suyu was still too impatient. If his willpower wasn't strong enough, it wouldn't be a good thing to blindly study Shenwen. Lu Wenyan said in a deep voice, "Suyu, cultivation must be done step by step. You can't rush. I've already admonished you a few times about Shenwen. Why don't you listen? When your willpower reaches 20%, I'll write a text of will for you so that you can capture Shenwen and see if you can officially lay the foundation. For now, don't think about Shenwen." Lu Wenyan was a little unhappy. However, the meaning of his words was very clear. In a few days, he would write a text of will for Suyu. With his newly advanced strength, even if Suyu didn't know what price he would have to pay to write a text of will, he knew it wouldn't be easy. That day, Baifeng was at the 6th level of Soar and almost reached the 7th level. Just like that, he wrote the Kaiyuan art with a pale face. Suyu smiled bitterly. He had also wanted to ask his teacher a few times before, but he was always reprimanded like this. Lu Wenyan was sometimes very stubborn. As a teacher, he had to impart knowledge and dispel doubts. Apart from this, Lu Wenyan felt that teachers should also guide students to the right path and not the wrong one. He felt that Suyu's current focus on Shenwen was the wrong path. Willpower was the foundation. Shenwen was a matter for later. If he bit off more than he could chew now, it would be easy to step on the wrong path. "Teacher, don't ask any more." "Teacher?" Suyu had a headache. This old man could sometimes be terrifyingly stubborn. "I've already learned the outline of Shenwen, shut up." Lu Wenyan suddenly became angry. Suyu was slightly stunned. He looked at the angry Lu Wenyan and felt that something was wrong. Lu Wenyan was also shocked by his own anger. Then, his expression changed for a while and calmed down. He said in a deep voice, "I somewhat regret letting Baifeng teach you. Shenwen is a good thing, but I didn't expect you to be so persistent in pursuing Shenwen. Suyu, civilization master, Shenwen, these two cannot be separated, but you have to remember that willpower is the foundation." He didn't listen to Suyu's words about learning the outline of Shenwen. Of course, he had also misunderstood. Learning it did not mean that he had drawn it. Lu Wenyan took a deep breath and waved his hand. "Sit down." Suyu sat down obediently. After he sat down, Lu Wenyan's eyes became dazed for a moment, but he quickly returned to normal. He struggled a little but still opened his mouth. Some civilization masters feel that Shenwen is strong. When they were young, when their willpower wasn't strong, they wholeheartedly pursued Shenwen. Several generations of principal of the Great Xia Civilization University have left behind a Shenwen. It has endless magical uses. Each word is a world, and it makes people yearn for it. 50 years ago, the 5th principal of the Great Xia Civilization University passed away and left behind a word. That word changed many things, and also changed many people. Lu Wenyan's eyes revealed some bitterness. Some civilization masters who pursued Shenwen to become strong embarked on another path of civilization masters, the path of Shenwen. It wasn't Shenwen as a minor, but Shenwen as a major. Shenwen was the main, and everything else was supplementary. Some of the geniuses of the past, geniuses in the nurturing stage, geniuses who almost stepped onto the realization stage, were also greatly affected. They decided to outline the powerful Shenwen before they materialized. They even wanted to outline Shenwen and kill Soar. They were ambitious. They felt that they were talented and could do anything. They weren't willing to become ordinary civilization masters. They wanted to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat and outline the powerful Shenwen. They even wanted to materialize the true eternal inheritance of Shenwen and become the proud sons of heaven of the One. They wanted to rely on Shenwen to kill gods and demons, conquer the heavens, and sweep away those of the same level. But, Lu Wenyan looked at Suyu and said calmly, they failed. Many of them died, and many of them stayed in the nurturing stage for their entire lives. They were all geniuses with a better future and could make greater contributions to the human race, but they chose the wrong path. Today, when you go to the Great Xia Civilization University, they will teach you about Shenwen. But before they teach you, they will tell you not to pursue Shenwen too excessively. That's a matter for the future. They will give you an example. Back then, someone was talented, but because he pursued Shenwen's greatness before he materialized, he eventually became mediocre and was completely crippled. And that's so, maybe, there's a person called Lu Wenyan. Suyu's heart was in turmoil. In fact, when Lu Wenyan said the first part, he already had a judgment, but in the end, he confirmed it. Lu Wenyan was depressed, and he said in a low voice, 50 years ago, my teacher and Bai Feng's teacher were fellow apprentices, and we had the same teacher. Back then, he and I were both in the nurturing stage. My willpower was at 80%, not too far from materialization, and he had just stepped into the nurturing stage. At that time, the 5th generation principal died, and left behind a word that changed my life, and the lives of many others. 50 years later, I'm a useless civilizator who has just materialized, while my junior apprentice brother is already a mountain sea civilizator, suppressing an area, conquering the heavens, and killing gods and devils. Lu Wenyan was a little bitter. Suyu, don't pursue this too excessively. I'm a little regretful that I should have told you earlier. I was worried that you would walk the wrong path, and that Shenwen is only a supplement, not the root. Even if you want to strengthen your Shenwen, you can think about it after you materialize. One is at the first source stage, and the other is at the mountain sea realm. This is the difference in the path you choose, and the final result is like heaven and earth. Suyu's throat was a little dry, and he said softly, Teacher, Shenwen can interfere with willpower materialization? Yes, and no. Under normal circumstances, it won't, but nurturing Shenwen consumes too much willpower. Of course, it's fine to nurture it normally, but those of us back then went crazy. When Lu Wenyan said the word crazy, he was a little pained. Those of us wanted to nurture a real Shenwen before materialization, not in the sea of will, but to materialize it into reality, condense it into a divine weapon, or even an eternal legacy. Don't you think we went crazy? Lu Wenyan said self-deprecatingly, we were the ones who nurtured nature. How strong can willpower be? We consume too much willpower on this, and even hurt our roots. If we're not crazy, what are we? A bunch of idiots who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They deserve to die, they deserve to be crippled, they deserve to be expelled. He said he was expelled from the Civilization Academy, that was true. That group of people back then were all geniuses of the generation, but in the end, they were too greatly influenced by the 5th generation principle, and in the end, that generation was almost crippled, but these people had great influence, and even affected the legacy of the entire Civilization Academy. At that time, the 6th generation, who was also the current principal, made a choice. Expel these people, expel them, let them leave the Civilization Academy, fend for themselves, and not to influence the choices of future generations. Otherwise, it would be terrible, and perhaps the legacy of the Great Xia Civilization University would be severed because of this. Lu Wenyan was not prepared to tell Suyu, but today, Suyu was still conflicted about the matter of Shenwen, and he had to remind him. Don't go the wrong way again. Lu Wenyan was deeply sentimental, and used his own example to prove that this was a wrong way. But Suyu was conflicted, looking at his teacher, looking at him expectantly. He hoped that he could realize his mistake, but Suyu scratched his head and said dryly, Teacher, is it okay to cultivate in Shenwen normally? Of course it's okay to cultivate normally, but your willpower is too weak now. It's not too late to cultivate nature. Teacher, but I've already sketched it. Suyu shook his head. It's been almost a month. On the day that teacher by phone guided me, I succeeded. He even asked me to capture a few more Shenwen. Lu Wenyan looked at him with a calm expression. You've succeeded? Yes. On the day that Bai Feng taught you? Yes. Lu Wenyan nodded. His face was still calm, but he was cursing in his heart. You succeeded, but you didn't say anything, Suyu, that idiot, by phone, that bastard, none of you told me. Forget that Suyu is an idiot, this kid doesn't understand the meaning of it at all. By phone, that bastard. No wonder this bastard wanted to accept Suyu as a student in advance. Does this bastard have any shame? Although he was cursing in his heart, his face was as calm as still water. Since you've sketched Shenwen, then you can slowly sketch the complete Shenwen. Why do you keep asking? No, teacher, I've already sketched the complete Shenwen that day. It's mainly because this Shenwen has been restless recently. It's always wanting to suck blood. Bang. The pen in Lu Wenyan's hand pierced through the desk. He frowned and said, this desk's quality is too poor. I know the school's funds are insufficient, but old Wang is too thrifty. Don't learn from him and be stingy in everything. Suyu blinked. Teacher, I'm talking about Shenwen. What lousy desk. Lu Wenyan angrily dropped the pen and turned to look at Suyu. He frowned and said, you sketched the complete Shenwen on the first day? Yes, it's the word blood. Suyu hurriedly said, a few days ago, I wanted to talk to teacher about this situation, but it's not too urgent anyway. Teacher told me to lay a good foundation, so I didn't continue asking. A few days ago, he had wanted to ask, but the result was the same as today. Lu Wenyan directly interrupted him. Suyu respected Lu Wenyan very much. His teacher interrupted him and asked him to lay a good foundation. Of course, he had nothing to say, and it was not good to go against his teacher. But today, he could not wait any longer. His teacher even told him about his past. His attitude was that if he dared to pursue Shenwen again, he would cut off their teacher-student relationship. Suyu had to bite the bullet and finish everything. He had sketched Shenwen in advance. Would there be any problems? Baifeng did not say anything, but who knew if Baifeng was reliable or not? The word blood. Lu Wenyan nodded. Someone has sketched this word before. Sucking blood is normal. If it's not sucking your own blood, then it's not a big problem. A month ago, on the first day, a complete sketch, Lu Wenyan murmured and then nodded slightly. Then I misunderstood you. It's not bad. It turns out that you've already sketched it. No wonder you've been talking about it these days. So that's why. After that, Lu Wenyan stood up and said, I'll go talk to Baifeng and do some research to see what characteristics the word blood has in Shenwen. You wait here. I'll be back in a while. Lu Wenyan said as he walked, don't go away. By the way, don't continue to tell others about this. Southern Yuan is too small. Be careful, or Wanzu will attack you if he finds out. The reason was the same as what Baifeng had said. As he spoke, Lu Wenyan did not care that the office door had been closed. With a bang, he smashed through the door and walked straight out. As he walked, he said, Old Wang, this guy, he buys inferior things. Not only is the desk of poor quality, but even the door is substandard. This school will go out of business sooner or later under his control. This is not the way to save money. Lu Wenyan cursed. Not far away, the old principal tugged at his beard, feeling a little aggrieved. Is it bad? No way. The office supplies old Lu uses aren't bad. They're all the best in the academy. Outside, Lu Wenyan continued to curse. He continued to walk, and as he walked, he flew away. The next moment, he flew to a deserted place. Suddenly, his head hit a pillar, and he twitched in pain. He mumbled, drawing the outline of Shenwen in a day, drawing the outline of Shenwen in a day. F***ck. How shameful. No one told me. Baifeng, I'm not done with you. You want to accept students? Dream on. I'm not done with you. This is too shameful. What did I say just now? Lu Wenyan seemed to have sobered up a little. He seemed to have exposed his dark history, and then pointed out to Suyu. Don't pursue Shenwen at this time. Don't bite off more than you can chew. But, how shameful. My illustrious reputation has been ruined today. That kid is also a bastard. Let's not talk about the first few times. Would it kill you to say a few more words? When the teacher says something wrong, you must have the courage to refute. Didn't I teach you this? I don't think so. Lu Wenyan murmured, and then growled a few words. Don't say anything else. Just F***ck. Calm down. Suyu is just a young kid. He doesn't know anything. If I don't say anything, what does he know? Drawing the outline of Shenwen in a day, as if nobody can do that. Lu Wenyan rubbed his wrinkled face. Calm down. This is nothing. I, Lu Wenyan, am experienced and knowledgeable. What kind of storms have I not encountered? More than 10 minutes later. Lu Wenyan returned. Suyu stole a few glances and did not notice anything wrong. Lu Wenyan had an indifferent expression. Bai Feng went into seclusion after he returned. I couldn't contact him. You should have told me earlier. Next time, just say what you want to say. You don't look like a cultivator when you're hesitating. Lu Wenyan lectured him and said unsatisfactorily, you have to know, whether it's a civilization master or a warrior is the name of a cultivator of the physical path. Experts all have common traits. Decisiveness and determination are necessary. Don't you think it's too indecisive to hold it in for a month for a small matter? Lu Wenyan slammed the table so hard that it almost fell apart. The more he said, the more he felt he was right. Don't tell me that the next time you encounter an army of fiend gods in the All-Heavens battlefield, you're going to be hesitant for a month? Are you going to collect the corpses of the human soldiers? Even if the commander doesn't give you a chance, you have to create one yourself. Lu Wenyan's expression was one of exasperation. I thought you were steady, but you're not steady at all. You're just irresolute and indecisive. I'm very disappointed. So you wanted to say something but stopped. Then he felt that this would make him even more indecisive. He quickly said, Teacher, I was wrong. I won't be like this next time. Good. Lu Wenyan finally smiled and took a deep breath. He finally got back his teacher's face. Shenwen, show me when you explode. As soon as he finished, the word blood exploded in Suyu's mind. The illusion appeared again. This time, it was not Iron Wing. Instead, it was an army of hundreds of fiend gods charging over. Lu Wenyan focused and frowned slightly. These fiend gods were very real, but they had some flaws. These are evolved from the fiend god corpses you saw at Summerfield Trading Company? Yes. They're quite real. But what you see are corpses that have lost their vitality. Those who haven't been on the battlefield might fall for it, but those who have been on the battlefield will quickly react. Lu Wenyan gave a few words of evaluation, then said, not bad. At the very least, ordinary Thousand June Realm experts might be intimidated by you. Of course, it will only take a moment. Nodding, Lu Wenyan's eyes lit up, and the illusion from before instantly disappeared. As for Suyu, his face was slightly pale, but it didn't affect him much. Not bad. Your willpower isn't too strong, but it's tough enough. It's as if you've gone through a lot of tempering. After saying that, Lu Wenyan looked at Suyu and said with slight doubt, logically speaking, you haven't been to the battlefield and haven't experienced any major changes, so your willpower shouldn't be this strong. You should have suffered some backlash when I destroyed your illusion. Even if Suyu's willpower was weak and the backlash wasn't serious, his face shouldn't have just turned pale. This was a sign of overconsumption, not a sign of backlash. Suyu immediately said, I often see Manor Head chopping off people's heads. I don't know if that's the case. Lu Wenyan couldn't help but grumble. You often see Xiao Longwu chopping off people's heads. Could it be that you record it and watch it every day? Just how perverted are you, this brat? Don't tell me he's becoming a pervert? Lu Wenyan glanced at him suspiciously, but he didn't say anything and continued, didn't you say that you want to suck my blood? Let me see. No blood, no need for blood. Command Shenwen to suck my blood. So you gave it a try and shook his head. The blood follower didn't seem interested. Lu Wenyan pondered for a moment before suddenly making a cut on his finger, and a drop of blood flowed out. Continue. Teacher, hurry up, what are you hesitating for? So you didn't dare to delay and commanded the blood character to suck his blood again. This time, the blood follower moved. The Shenwen in his mind trembled, and the next moment, a suction force erupted. The drop of blood on Lu Wenyan's finger was struggling to break free from his control. Lu Wenyan's eyes flickered. It's done. He didn't let the blood leave his finger. He nodded and said, not bad, this is the path of attack. Previously, it was the path of illusion. This Shenwen of yours is quite interesting. Although it's weak, it has quite a few functions. Under normal circumstances, a Shenwen might have a few functions, but usually, one is the main function and the others are supplementary. This one of yours? Does it have any other functions? Lu Wenyan looked at Suyu. During a battle, when your Shenwen is strong enough, as long as the opponent is injured, your Shenwen will erupt with power. The opponent might not be able to stop bleeding and die from excessive blood loss. That's why I said this is the path of attack. Suyu nodded and then shook his head. For now, it seems like it can only create illusions and suck blood. I haven't discovered anything else. That means it has two functions, that's not right. Lu Wenyan hesitated for a moment. A blood essence appeared in his hand. This is the blood essence of a 15 June realm fire boar. Try absorbing it, he shook his head. No. Wait here. I'll go get some ordinary demon beast blood. Wait for me to come back and try absorbing it. As his voice fell, he disappeared. Soon, Lu Wenyan returned with a bottle. This is the blood of an ordinary wild bull. Try absorbing it. Suyu ordered the blood little brother to work again. The blood in the bottle trembled slightly. Then, a wisp of blood vanished into thin air. Suyu felt it. The color of the blood little brother in his mind suddenly changed. It was a bit deeper than before. Absorb again. Suyu didn't delay and continued to absorb. The blood in the bottle gradually disappeared and evaporated. Soon, the small bottle of blood was gone. And the color of the blood was a bit redder. What do you feel? The Shenwen seems to be a bit stronger. I don't feel anything else. Is it stronger? Lu Wenyan fell into deep thought. Soon, he said, in that case, this Shenwen can use blood to strengthen itself. This is a good thing. Under normal circumstances, Shenwen can only be strengthened by willpower. Some special Shenwen can be strengthened by other methods. Your Shenwen is only the first outline. Being able to use blood to strengthen yourself is a special Shenwen. Not bad. The first Shenwen has this characteristic. It will be of great help to your Shenwen's growth. Lu Wenyan nodded continuously. Suyu's willpower was still weak. It was very difficult for him to strengthen Shenwen. His Shenwen could absorb blood to strengthen itself. This was not bad. Teacher, do you think I can condense blood essence? Suyu hurriedly said, I heard that some people's Shenwen can condense blood essence. Yours can't. Lu Wenyan shook his head. Your Shenwen is too weak. Moreover, it absorbs blood to strengthen itself. Therefore, the power of the blood is consumed instead of being gathered together. Of course, Lu Wenyan smiled. It's not impossible. Right now, Shenwen is still weak. If it becomes stronger, it won't need to devour the power of some weak blood. It's possible to devour blood to refine blood essence. You can't try this now. There's no need to try it. Wait until you reach the manifestation stage. Or the late nourishing stage. Even if you can refine it now, with your absorption speed, it might take 10 days to half a month to condense a drop of blood essence. It's not worth it. When Suyu heard this, he was a little disappointed. It seemed that his dream of becoming rich was shattered. Instead, his dream of going bankrupt was about to come true. This guy really only sucked blood and did not make money. Illusion, blood-sucking, strengthening. 3 characteristics. Lu Wenyan nodded again. Not bad. As for refining blood essence, it could not be seen at the moment. It was not a big function, so Lu Wenyan did not care too much. When Suyu heard this, he said happily, Teacher, does 3 characteristics mean that Shenwen is very strong? He had heard from Lu Wenyan that many Shenwen only had 1 characteristic. Very strong? Lu Wenyan smiled faintly and said, the number of characteristics doesn't mean anything. For example, I have a Shenwen that specializes in breaking the enemy's sea of will. It only has 1 characteristic. Do you think this Shenwen or your Shenwen is better? Suyu was embarrassed. That was true. The characteristic of breaking the sea of will was too strong. so don't look at the number. Look at the effect and whether it is strong or not. Let's say that the fourth generation principal of the Civilization Academy left behind the word yuan, which can only absorb primordial energy and form the primordial energy treasure realm. Let me ask you, is this function strong or weak? Lu Wenyan smiled and said, actually, it is very weak. Do you think you are stronger when you rely on this Shenwen to absorb primordial energy and recover faster than others in battle? But to the entire human race, this Shenwen is more valuable than a Mountain Sea Realm expert. No matter how strong you are in the Mountain Sea Realm, you are only one person strong, but the primordial energy treasure realm can benefit countless students of the Civilization Academy. So, do you think this Shenwen is strong or not? Suyu understood and nodded slightly. He said, I understand what you mean, teacher. The strength does not lie in the number of characteristics, but in the way and place it is used. The Yuan Shenwen is not worth mentioning in battle, but in support, it is a treasure. That's right. Lu Wenyan smiled and said, so you don't have to care too much about the number of characteristics. It's actually not bad to have many characteristics in the early stage, but in the later stage, you will usually pursue specialization. One Shenwen will specialize in one characteristic, so it is easier to nurture it to the extreme. As he spoke, he tossed the blood essence of the fire pufferfish to Suyu. Try absorbing some more blood essence. You won't be able to use blood essence at the 15,000 June boundary, but you won't be able to absorb divine characters. I'm worried that you won't be able to withstand it. Suyu did not stand on ceremony and continued to control the blood little brother to absorb it. This time it was very difficult and very slow, Suyu could feel his willpower being consumed, and the blood little brother was also trembling. It was like a person drinking water with a tube dozens of meters long. It was extremely difficult. The blood little brother, who had been excited when it saw the blood essence, wilted this time. When it really tried to absorb it, it couldn't. After exhausting all his strength, Suyu felt like his head was about to explode. The fire dolphin blood essence in front of him only trembled slightly, but there was not much change. Lu Wenyan saw something different and smiled. It absorbed about 1% of the essence. It seems that the power of blood absorption is still very small. Suyu felt that the blood little brother was wrapped in blood in his mind. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. You're not absorbing anymore, I just absorbed a bit of blood essence and this fellow pretended to be dead. It seemed like he was too tired. To think that I thought you were so powerful, but you were actually so weak, 1 drop of 15 kilogram blood essence, and you only absorbed 1%. What were you jumping around for? Teacher, if I absorb blood, can Shenwen become stronger? It should be possible. It depends on your Shenwen characteristics. Lu Wenyan nodded and then warned, don't absorb recklessly. It's not good for Shenwen to be too strong. You are not strong enough, and your willpower is not strong enough. Let me put it this way. Once Shenwen becomes strong to a certain extent, your willpower will not be able to suppress it, and it will backfire on you. The backfire is still light. I'm just afraid that it will directly absorb your willpower. Lu Wenyan said solemnly, that batch of people back then, a few of them died like this. Those idiots blindly strengthened their own Shenwen. Among them, a few were like you. Shenwen can use external means to strengthen itself. They spent a huge price to strengthen Shenwen. In the end, Shenwen became stronger, and in turn, it required a large amount of willpower to nurture it. This is bad. Their willpower was not strong enough, and their willpower was sucked dry. The sea of will collapsed, and they were finished. Lu Wenyan said solemnly, so, when you feel that you can't take it anymore, and your willpower is under pressure, immediately give up on strengthening Shenwen. Shenwen and willpower complement each other. It doesn't matter if your willpower is stronger than Shenwen, but if Shenwen is stronger than your willpower, then you will most likely die. Even if you don't die, you will be crippled. Suyu nodded solemnly. He had thought about it before, wondering if he could directly absorb Soar after Shenwen became stronger. However, when Lu Wenyan said this, he immediately knew the danger. When he first sketched the word blood for Shenwen, he had fought with Shenwen many times. If Shenwen became stronger, it would also backfire on him. These are all common sense, and the Civilization Academy will teach you. However, you are a little special. I'm the only one in southern Yuan who has some understanding of Shenwen in advance. If you don't understand, you must ask me. Don't try it yourself. Lu Wenyan's tone was extremely serious. Don't try it. Also, since you've sketched the first Shenwen, it's possible to sketch the second one. It doesn't matter, but it must be within your tolerance range. When you feel that you can't take it anymore, even if Shenwen is floating in front of you, don't try to sketch it, lest greed kill you. In Shenwen, it's not that the more the better. The more, the better. If you focus on cultivating one, you can't even bear it, let alone many. Suyu nodded again. This was his teacher's experience, and he, as a newbie, had to take note of it. Lu Wenyan continued, telling Suyu some of the things he knew. He hadn't taught this for many years, but his experience was still there. In the end, Lu Wenyan said with some regret, after all, I've just materialized, and I've been in southern Yuan for too long. In fact, I can't keep up with the times. The times are changing, and the path of cultivation is also changing. There are some things that you can only learn from the Civilization Academy. In the next month, don't try to sketch Shenwen anymore. Focus on one thing, and strengthen your willpower. Willpower is the foundation. Teacher, I understand. Also, Lu Wenyan hesitated for a moment, thought about it, and said, your willpower talent is actually average, but you sketched Shenwen very quickly. I don't know if this is a good thing, but it's also an extraordinary talent. With your talent, if it's exposed and you go to the Civilization Academy, you should be able to find a good teacher to train you. Bai Feng said earlier that he wanted to accept you as a student. I thought you were lucky, but now I'm actually in a difficult position. Suyu looked puzzled. Lu Wenyan smiled bitterly and said, I just thought about whether I should tell Bai Feng's teacher about your situation. If I tell him, he might accept you. But it's not necessarily better than Bai Feng. Lu Wenyan sighed and said, he has many students, and he is also very powerful, so his time in the academy may not be very long, and he may not have that much time to teach you. He is a Mountain Sea Realm civilization master, so he will go to the battlefield of the heavens, the sea world, and many other places, so the time he can teach you is limited. Although Bai Feng is only at the Soar Realm, he will stay in the academy for a longer time, so he can help you more in the early stages. As for later, actually, when you reach the Soar Realm, his teacher will also give you pointers, because you are considered his grand disciple. Geniuses are valued everywhere. He was very angry before, but after thinking about it carefully, there were some things that he had to consider for Suyu. Bai Feng was weaker than his teacher, but Bai Feng did not have any students, and he would stay in the academy longer, so he could give Suyu more help. When Suyu grew up, as Bai Feng's student, he could naturally mix around with teacher Bai Feng. Lu Wenyan thought about it again and slowly said, actually, there is another way. You can be apprenticed to Bai Feng's teacher, and then let his teacher order Bai Feng to give you pointers as a senior brother. Of course, the premise is that Bai Feng is willing and won't beat you to death. Suyu coughed and smiled bitterly. Teacher, I think I will be beaten to death. Teacher Bai Feng is going to take me as a student, and I suddenly become his junior brother, and I have to ask him to give me pointers. Isn't this a bit too much? Lu Wenyan said indifferently, that is your own business. Of course, it is up to you how you choose. In fact, Bai Feng is also fine, but this guy, it is hard to say. He is going to break through to the 7th Soar Realm, and he is even preparing to break through to Ling Yunjing. You have to think about it carefully. He may not have much time. Suyu nodded. This was true. The matter of apprenticing to a teacher is not urgent. They are not the only researchers in the Civilization Academy. Lu Wenyan pondered for a moment and said, don't tell others about the outline of Shenwen. Consider it your trump card. Even during the examination, you don't need to show it. Or say that you have succeeded in the outline, but it is only 1 or 2 strokes, and the foundation is complete. This is also fine. The Civilization Academy, the War Academy, no matter which academy, it is not necessarily peaceful. Lu Wenyan sighed. Suyu, remember, the human heart is hard to fathom. Most of the human race is fighting against Wan, but it does not mean that everyone is. If that was the case, there would not be the birth of Wanzhou. There are many Wanzhou sect, and some people are hidden very deeply. It is more worthwhile to kill weak geniuses, and it is necessary to expose your talent appropriately. Otherwise, you will not be valued and trained. But it is also necessary to keep a hand. Lu Wenyan said solemnly, keeping a hand can save your life. You can show yourself and prove to everyone that you are worthy of training, but you must keep some cards in your hand to turn the tables at the critical moment. Teacher, I know. Suyu nodded quickly. He understood this. It is good that you understand. Lu Wenyan was gratified and said with a smile, then go back and cultivate. Also, since you have mastered Shunwen, in the next month, follow me to the Wind Surveillance Hall. The Wind Surveillance Hall? Yes. Although Wanzhu's last operation was defeated by us, and all the people who came were killed, some of the troublemakers outside the city escaped. We have not caught them all yet. The blood of innocent people is on their hands. They cannot be left alive. Lu Wenyan looked at him and said slowly, act together with the Wind Surveillance Hall, capture them, and kill them. I want you to see blood. It was not bad that you killed one last time in the academy, but that was not enough. I want you to not be nervous about seeing blood before entering the Civilization Academy. Civilizationists also kill people, and many of them. Civilizationists who do not kill are the lowest, the most ordinary, and the most useless. I do not want you to become such a person, but a reserve expert who sets foot on the path of the strong. Other than the one day you sketch the divine symbol, don't expose it to the public. Do everything else. Show off in the exam, take the top spot, and attract the attention of the collegium. They'll give you the appropriate treatment. That's what you should do, because you don't have a mountain and sea realm elder to rely on. Suppress the geniuses of the prefectural cities, move forward, and rise. Lu Wenyan looked at Suyu with a smile. I cannot help you much, so, work hard. The harder you work now, the greater your future gains. Suyu trembled slightly. When his teacher said this, he felt that he was going to be miserable. Outside of southern Yuan City, in a small village, a silhouette leaped up and quickly fled. Just as he leaped up, the figure suddenly froze. A huge iron wing suddenly appeared in front of him and pounced towards him. The figure was horrified and subconsciously retreated. In midair, he rapidly fell to the ground. At this moment, the sound of metal piercing through the air came from the side. Ha! The crisis of death made the middle-aged man quickly sober up. With a roar, he suppressed the palpitations in his heart and slashed towards the left. Someone was ambushing him. The stagnation time is so short. At the side, Suyu, who was dressed in brown clothes, had this thought in his mind. This was Jianjun, and it only took him a moment to react. Indeed, the illusion created by Shunwen wasn't strong enough and wasn't realistic enough. However, he struck first and attacked from the side. Although the other party's reaction was fast and his blade was fast, he wasn't as fast as him. Pooh, the sound of metal entering flesh was heard. With a creak, the bones broke. The man's left shoulder was directly broken and his arm fell. However, at the next moment, the long blade in the man's right hand also fell towards Suyu's neck. Suyu rapidly retreated and constantly created illusions in front of the man to distract his attention. Hundreds of demonic beasts charged at the man. Even though he knew that it was an illusion, the man was only Qianjun after all. He could not remain as immovable as a mountain. His body swayed slightly, dodging the incoming demonic beasts. With this dodge, Suyu had already avoided the other party's huge blade. His forehead was covered in sweat. Teacher, hurry up and save me. By the time this guy got used to it, he wouldn't be able to withstand Qianjun unless he devoured the blood essence. If he devoured the blood essence, he would have killed the other party with a single slash. However, at the Kaiyuan realm, his explosive strength and speed weren't enough. It was already very outstanding for him to be able to chop off the other party's arm with a single slash. Suyu continued to retreat. The intense pain made the man sober up. At this moment, the illusion was dissipating. The man's eyes were red. His left shoulder was broken and blood was constantly flowing out. His blood-red eyes looked at the retreating Suyu and let out a beast-like roar. Go and die. The man didn't care and crazily chased after Suyu. He couldn't live. He, who was originally being chased by the Windcheck Hall, now had lost an arm and practically had no way out. Since that was the case, he might as well kill this bastard who ambushed him. Kaiyuan, he had actually been ambushed by Kaiyuan. Suck, quickly suck. Suyu turned around and ran. He controlled the word blood and started to suck Qianjun's blood. Even if Qianjun was injured, he still couldn't deal with him. Blood continued to gush out of the wound on the man's shoulder, faster and faster. The man could sense his life force slipping away, and he could also sense his blood flowing faster. With a roar of rage, he increased his speed by 30%, his eyes bloodshot. He was going to kill that bastard. The more he unleashed his power, the faster his blood flowed. However, the distance between Suyu and his opponent was rapidly shortened. Suyu was anxious. The other party was not dead yet, but he was probably going to be chopped to death. Buzz. The sound of the knife falling could be heard. Suyu reacted quickly and rolled on the ground, instantly dodging the opponent's knife. After being chased for so many years in his dream, he had some means to escape. Although the final result was still death, Suyu could roughly judge how the other party wanted to kill him even if he didn't turn around. After rolling on the ground a few times, a sharp stone scratched Suyu's cheek. Suyu couldn't care so much anymore. He got up and continued to run. The word blood was still crazily guiding the other party's blood to flow out. The consumption of his willpower made Suyu's face pale, and sweat kept dripping down. Behind him, the man who failed to kill Suyu with one strike let out a mournful roar. His vision started to blur, and he had lost too much blood. You, don't even think of running. The man roared and chased after Chen Fan again. Instructor Liu, are you still not going to make a move? Not far away, the Wincheck Hall Master, Xinghua, looked at Lu Wenyan. Right now, Lu Wenyan was fighting with his life on the line, determined to kill Suyu. After all, Suyu was only at the primal opening realm. If this continued, he would be in danger. Lu Wenyan didn't say anything. It wasn't time yet. Besides, he had source willpower. The other party was less than 100 meters away from him. With his strength, it wouldn't be a problem to freeze the other party in an instant. Naturally, he wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to see how far Suyu could go. Now, it was already beyond his expectations. Kaiyuan ambushed Qianjun, and he was at the 6th stage of Qianjun. It was already very impressive that he could chop off one of the other party's arms. Just as Lu Wenyan was thinking about this, Suyu was caught by the other party again. Lu Wenyan was ready to make a move, but at this moment, Suyu suddenly turned around, as if he was going to fight with his life on the line. He's too impatient, Lu Wenyan evaluated. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Suyu suddenly shouted, "Don't kill him, capture him alive." The man's broadsword was already slashing towards him. Hearing this, he panicked, and there was a sound of air breaking behind him. Even if he was already prepared to die, but there was someone coming from behind, the man still quickly dodged. In front of him, Suyu turned around and ran again. The man dodged for a while, but there was no movement behind him. At that moment, Suyu's willpower simulated the illusion, slightly stirred the air, creating an illusion. In front, Suyu rolled and crawled, and had run more than 10 meters away. "I will kill you." The man roared, he was cheated. Still so strong? Suyu panted. He had lost so much blood, but still so strong. Was Qianjun so difficult to kill? Last time, didn't he kill it with one slash? Previously in the school, he killed 2 Qianjun in a sneak attack, and later he heard that it was the 7th stage of Qianjun. He actually didn't have much fear of Qianjun, but today, Suyu knew that he was wrong. If he didn't devour blood essence, and didn't sneak attack, not to mention the 7th stage of Qianjun, even the 3rd stage of Qianjun could kill him quickly. Hurry up! Suyu roared in his mind. Little brother blood was too weak, and he was still in Shenwen. The other party had such a big wound, and you accelerated his bleeding so slowly. It was simply trash Shenwen. Shenwen was also desperately devouring the word blood, but after all, it was too weak. Suyu's willpower was too weak, and the time to nurture Shenwen was too short. After a few eruptions, the word blood had dimmed a lot. At this moment, the power of Shenwen was not as strong as before. Behind him, the sound of a blade sounded again. Suyu didn't even think, and rolled like a donkey. The long blade fell on the ground, and the stones flew everywhere. The sharp stones slashed across Suyu's cheeks and neck, leaving a line of blood. Suyu didn't care about these. After rolling for a while, he used all 4 limbs, and even threw away the blade, and started to run again. It was extremely embarrassing. Bastard! The man couldn't kill Suyu several times in a row, and he was also angry. The other party was only Kaiyuan, but he was slippery. In addition, his left shoulder was broken, and the injury was too serious. The severe pain greatly reduced his reaction speed. At this moment, the man felt his vision turning black. He had lost too much blood. Seeing the other party run again, the man let out a final beast roar. The next moment, the man stopped chasing. The long saber in his hand was thrown out with a wing sound. The moment the long blade was thrown, the man looked forward in despair, wanting to see the result, but he fell to the ground with a loud bang. The 6th stage of Qianjun was also a human, not a god. After losing so much blood, the man couldn't hold on anymore. Wang, the sound of air breaking came from behind. This time, Suyu couldn't react in time. He felt it, but his body's reaction speed couldn't keep up. The next moment, Suyu felt the sharp blade touching his back. It's over, this thought flashed by, and the long blade stopped the next moment. Not far away, Lu Wenyan was satisfied, but there was no joy on his face. He walked out and frowned. He can't even deal with the seriously injured trash of Qianjun. This is just Wanzhou's cannon fodder. He can't even compare to the same rank of the Windcheck Hall or the city guards, not to mention the official army, Long Wuwei, and the frontline army. Even if the soldiers from the frontline are weaker than him, killing him is not difficult. Lu Wenyan's face was full of displeasure. Beside him, the Windcheck Hall master didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The 6th stage of Qianjun, what was Suyu's realm, the Kaiyuan realm, not the 8th stage of Kaiyuan, but the 7th stage of Kaiyuan. He almost killed a 6th stage of Qianjun, but this guy was still not satisfied. He even compared himself with the frontline soldiers. What a joke. Without the 4th stage of Qianjun, it was almost impossible for the frontline soldiers to kill him. In terms of physical fitness, reaction speed, and explosive power, Suyu was far behind his opponent. If he didn't have many tricks up his sleeve, he would have been hacked to death the moment he launched a sneak attack. Did he still want to kill him? Suyu was in a sorry state at the moment. He panted heavily and his body was full of wounds. Hearing this, he smiled bitterly. Teacher, phew, his vitality is too strong. He didn't die after half a day. I didn't have the chance to cut him a second time. You only had one chance. Lu Wenyan said noncommittally, the weak won't always have the chance to kill the strong. There's only one moment. If you had hit his head instead of his shoulder when he was distracted, he would have died. Do you think the enemy will give you a second chance on the battlefield? Only one moment. If he doesn't die, you will. Either don't sneak attack or be fully prepared and kill him in one blow. Don't gamble with your life. Lu Wenyan said solemnly, that's why you didn't have the time to judge the timing. If I hadn't made a move, you would have been killed by the enemy before he died. Suyu nodded with a sullen face, tacitly agreeing. The middle stage of Qianjun, 2 merit points, but I made a move at the end, so you only get 1 merit point this time. Do you have any objections? No. Suyu shook his head. It was good enough to get 1 merit point. The late stage of Qianjun was 3 merit points, but the early stage was only 1. This was equivalent to him killing an early stage Qianjun. It was only at this time that Suyu understood how difficult it was to obtain merit points. Previously, learning a language would give him 1 merit point, but it would take a longer time. But to kill, he had to put his life on the line. If the Civilization Academy also had this rule, how many of them would be able to kill a Qianjun enemy if they relied on those students who hadn't materialized their willpower to earn merit points? Even on the battlefield, it was not easy for soldiers of the same Qianjun realm to kill an enemy of the same level. Licking blood from the tip of a blade, killing one would give 3 merit points at most. It was clear that this thing was not easy to get. Lu Wenyan revealed a faint smile, but he quickly restrained it and said again, when you can kill a middle-stage Qianjun alone, then you'll graduate. Not like today, when you were almost killed. In battle, you can resort to all means. This is a battlefield of life and death, not a martial arts competition in the ring, so there's no need to care about the means. We only look at the results. Lu Wenyan greeted Xinghua and said as they walked, "You create illusions, but why do you always think of killing him with demonic beasts? There are many kinds of illusions, and not everyone is afraid of demonic beasts. You can create beautiful women without wearing, you know. You can also create my appearance. I'm sore. Of course, I'm not famous enough. You can simulate the appearance of the city lord, and he should recognize me. Do you think he won't be afraid when he sees Sore? There are many ways to create illusions. Don't be limited. I found that your train of thought is rigid. You only know how to simulate demonic beasts to bite him to death. That's too uncreative." Suyu thought for a while, then said in a low voice, "Teacher, that, beautiful women without wearing, I've never seen it before. Even if I simulate it, it won't be realistic." "How about nonsense?" Lu Wenyan reprimanded, then coughed lightly and said, "I'm just saying, don't look into it. You brat, don't think too much." Lu Wenyan was a little regretful. What kind of nonsense did he say just now? If this brat really went to that kind of place and his father found out, would his father kill his way back from the front lines to settle the score with him? Suyu obediently agreed. He rolled his eyes and said, "Teacher, do you think people will believe me next time when I simulate Manor Lord Xia?" Lu Wenyan glanced at him. "You brat, you're quite brave. Xia Longwu is the Manor Lord of Xia province. Why don't you have any respect for him?" Suyu continued, "Say, if I simulate Manor Lord Xia, will he be scared to death? Or maybe he won't believe it. How about adding a woman next to him? If Manor Lord Xia goes on a date with a woman and he sees him, do you think he'll be scared silly?" Lu Wenyan stroked his beard. "Not bad, you've learned to infer other things from one instance. The key point is, you brat, you're courting death, you know. Of course, this brat is too far away from Xiao Longwu now. But if Xiao Longwu sees him one day..." Lu Wenyan didn't dare to imagine the consequences. Up to you." Lu Wenyan didn't want to say more, so he just reminded him. This brat had already learned to create his own scene. What else could he say? As he was thinking, Suyu didn't continue this topic and went back to the main topic. "Teacher, I looked at this year's assessment process yesterday. The war school's assessment first place will get 3 drops of vitality liquid." Lu Wenyan looked at him. "What are you trying to say?" "Say, if I take both exams and get first place in the war school, will this vitality liquid be given to me?" The first place he mentioned was the first place in southern Yuan. The first place in a small city. This vitality liquid reward was provided by the Southern Yuan City Lord Manor and not by the war school. The war school didn't really care about the first place in a small city, unless it was the first place in the entire Xia province. Lu Wenyan was speechless. "You want to cheat the reward?" "Teacher, I'm not cheating. The assessment process didn't say that I have to go if I pass. Even if I pass and don't go, I will still pass." "Don't you think so? Are you sure you can get first place? Southern Yuan might be small and there weren't many geniuses, but this brat seemed to have a chance of getting first place. This was just Southern Yuan, not some other big city. The 7th level of Origin Opening Realm was more than enough." Lu Wenyan glanced at him again. Recently, he felt that this student of his was a little unrestrained. He even dared to cheat the reward out of others. Lu Wenyan fell into deep thought. When did this start? Oh, it seemed like he said that this brat was too indecisive the other day. After that, this brat changed. Now, he was no longer indecisive. He was so honest that it was scary. He didn't even think about cheating the reward out of others. "Up to you." Lu Wenyan was too lazy to say more. "But don't delay the civilization school's assessment. Also, you cheated the reward out of others. Wu Wenhai doesn't care, but the one who got second place probably wants to hack you to death. So you didn't care." 3 drops of vitality liquid. His entire fortune was only enough to buy 3 drops. It would be a waste if he didn't take it. There's a time difference between the 2 exams. I've checked. I can take the exam. Suyu calculated for a while and felt that it wasn't a big problem. If it weren't for the fact that both exams could be taken, the school wouldn't have allowed students to apply for both exams. It was to give students a chance. As for Suyu, he had previously applied for both the Civilization School and the War School. He was qualified to take the exam. Today was already June 1st, and it wasn't too long before the exam. For more than 10 days, he had been wandering around with Lu Wenyan, hunting down Wanzhou and the others. Although Suyu didn't do much, he felt that he was close to level 8 of Kaiyuan. Maybe after a few more cultivation sessions and swallowing a few drops of blood essence, he could advance to level 8 of Kaiyuan. Kaiyuan level 8. Would he have any opponents in Southern Yuan? He would definitely be first. Why wouldn't he take the 3 drops of vitality liquid for free? Lu Wenyan didn't say anything else. He felt that he had misled the young man. What a simple and honest child. Now, he has learned all sorts of things. It was all taught by me. I hope that this kid won't run to those messy places to see those naked female demons. At this time, Lu Wenyan was a little worried. He wouldn't really run to see them, would he? Suyu, before your willpower materializes, it's the easiest to be shaken. Once you get close to women, you'll almost be crippled. Do you understand? This is the reason why teacher has never taken a wife. You must know this yourself. Suyu blinked. There was such a saying, he hadn't heard of it before. Of course, he only knew 2 civilization masters, Lu Wenyan and Bai Feng. Bai Feng had only taught for a day. Since Lu Wenyan said so, he couldn't refute it. Got it. If anyone dares to tempt me, I'll kill them. Suyu nodded solemnly. Before materializing, he wouldn't show mercy to anyone who dared to ruin his great Tao of willpower. Lu Wenyan felt that he had said something wrong again. As a teacher, you really can't talk nonsense next time. This kid. If he can't find a wife in the future. Forget it, I'll introduce him to one. Lu Wenyan felt helpless. Teacher couldn't lie. Next time, he must be careful not to talk nonsense with this kid. The master and disciple walked all the way back, leaving early and returning late. This was the state of the 2 recently. When they entered the city, the 2 went their separate ways. Suyu went home, and Lu Wenyan went to the school. At the entrance of the community, Xianxia was depressed, squatting on the ground and counting ants. When he heard footsteps, he hurriedly looked up and saw Suyu. He immediately complained, "Ayu, why are you back so late?" Suyu saw him waiting here and couldn't help but smile. "What are you doing here?" "Waiting for you, what else can I do?" Xianxia complained, "You have been going out with Instructor Lu every day recently. What are you doing?" Instructor Lu is really biased. He is not a private instructor. If he only takes you with him, the students in the class will gossip. When he spoke, he was envious. Sore. Taking you with him? Ayu, why don't you talk to Instructor Lu and take me with you? Lu Wenyan didn't manifest his will before. Even if his one language was good, he could only be regarded as an ordinary instructor. But when Lu Wenyan's will was sore, in the blink of an eye, Lu Wenyan became one of the top figures in southern Yuan City. City Lord Wu Wenhai was only at the 2nd level of sore, and Lu Wenyan had killed a 2nd level sore. This news had long spread in the small southern Yuan. Now, all the students in Southern Yuan Academy hoped to have more contact with Lu Wenyan. Even if the students didn't understand, wouldn't the parents understand? Chen Hao's father came back every day, scolding Chen Hao for not being as good as Suyu. Look at Suyu, Lu Wenyan brought him along as a direct disciple. Chen Hao had a good relationship with Suyu, but he couldn't even touch the edge. Are you sure you want to take me with you? Suyu smiled and said, if you are sure, I will talk to Instructor Lu tomorrow. Forget it. Chen Hao, who was filled with indignation just a moment ago, instantly withered. He said dryly, I don't dare. I'm trembling just standing beside Instructor Lu. Instructor Lu is much fiercer than before. That's not ferocious. His will has just manifested, and his body hasn't been tempered yet. He can't restrain himself. Suyu still helped to explain. This guy only had the ability to shoot off his mouth. Lu Wenyan really wasn't ferocious. The key was that after his willpower materialized, his physical body hadn't been tempered. Now that he had just stepped into the Wanshi realm, he couldn't restrain his willpower, which made him seem a little imposing. As such, to rookies like Chen Hao, it was only natural that they felt intimidated. Chen Hao didn't quite understand, but he didn't care. He dropped the previous topic and followed Suyu while smiling. I'm almost at the 4th tier of Kaiyuan. I feel that my ears have been rumbling recently. Do you think I'll be able to open my acupoints soon? So you came to me to show off? Of course not. Chen Hao cried out, even if I'm at the 4th tier of Kaiyuan, aren't you at the 4th tier of Kaiyuan as well? I didn't come here to show off. It's my dad. He wants to treat you to a meal. Didn't I take the credit from before? I said I killed him, but my dad beat me up and said I was talking nonsense. Then I said I did it with you, and he believed me. He said you're smart and that you let me do it. He kept saying he would treat you to a meal, but you ran around this month and I couldn't catch you. Chen Hao had a pitiful look on his face. He was beaten up badly by his dad last month. Seriously, Ayu is only at the 4th tier of Kaiyuan. Why didn't he believe me when I said I killed him? When I said that Suyu was there, he thought it was Suyu who did it. There's no justice in this world. He had almost believed that he was the one who had killed them. But after being beaten up by his father, he suddenly came to his senses. He remembered that he wasn't the one who had killed them. It was Ayu. That was weird. Why did he feel that he was the one who had killed them? Uncle Chen, don't be so polite. Suyu chuckled and said, didn't you spend money? It's more than 10,000, and you've given me the merit points. 30 points is useless to me. I said, don't stand on ceremony. My dad insisted on treating. Chen Hao said carelessly, then let's have a meal. Anyway, Uncle Su isn't at home. You'll be eating instant noodles when you go home. Alright then. So you didn't stand on ceremony. He was quite familiar with Chen Hao's father. When his dad was at home, they often met. However, ever since Su Long left, Suyu often followed Lu Wenyan around and didn't go to the Chen family's house anymore. Chen Hao didn't say much and continued to follow Suyu. As they walked, he said, Ayu, did your strength improve after going out with Instructor Lu? A little. Then, how long will it take for you to reach the 5th tier of Kaiyuan? Chen Hao was a little depressed. Someone in class is bad-mouthing you. It's that Zhou Chong. Wasn't he at the 4th tier of Kaiyuan? While you weren't around, he actually reached the 5th tier of Kaiyuan. He said that you only know how to please Instructor Lu with your little tricks. Even if you get into the Civilization Academy, it's nothing much. So you said indifferently, why bother with him? If you have time, cultivate well. You can't say that. Chen Hao said unhappily, I'm going to fight him one-on-one. Anyway, the gap between the 5th and 4th tiers isn't big. When I reach the 4th tier, I'll go and settle the score with him. He only knows how to badmouth people behind their backs. If you didn't stop me from saying it, I would have said that you killed Thousand June. This guy, what's there to be arrogant about? He was still indignant. So what if he was at the 5th tier of Kaiyuan? It was amazing. Ayu even killed 2 people at the 7th tier of Thousand June, after cursing a few times with righteous indignation. Seeing that Suyu didn't seem to care, Chen Hao couldn't help but say, you have a lot of wounds on your body. Have you been training recently? Have you reached the 5th tier of Kaiyuan? Suyu's current appearance was indeed not good. There were many bloodstains on his cheeks. Hearing Chen Hao's question again, Suyu couldn't help but smile. The 5th tier of Kaiyuan? Haozi, can you set your sights higher? What do you mean? The sky of southern Yuan is too low. To this best friend, Suyu still said a few words from the bottom of his heart. He sighed. Southern Yuan is too small. The sky is too low. Everyone's vision is too low. Kaiyuan, what is Kaiyuan? In Xianxia province, there are many people at the 9th tier of Kaiyuan, waiting to enter Thousand June. It's not just Kaiyuan, someone has been in school for half a year and killed a 5th tier. Soar. Haozi, soar. The sky of southern Yuan is only as high as soar. The mayor is only in the soar realm, but in Dazhou prefecture, a student who has been in school for half a year can kill a soar. He's stronger than the mayor. You tell me, what's there to fight for in southern Yuan? If it was in the past, so you would really argue with Zhou Chong. but now, he really couldn't raise his interest. Kaiyuan 5th tier, yes, it was great in southern Yuan, but the sky of southern Yuan was frighteningly low. After seeing Baifeng and hearing about the deeds of the genius in Dazhou Prefecture, how could he still have the interest to argue? Lu Wenyan and Baifeng opened the door to another world for him, allowing him, a native of southern Yuan, to see a bigger world. At this moment, listening to Chen Hao's words, he only felt that it was funny and had no other thoughts. Chen Hao was a little confused. What do these things have to do with us? The geniuses in Dexia province and Dazhou prefecture, that's their business. It has nothing to do with us, right? Suyu's words were too distant for Chen Hao. Does it have anything to do with us? Why not? Suyu tilted his head and looked at him. Are you willing to be mediocre for the rest of your life? We are all human beings. Can't we become geniuses in the eyes of others? But, Chen Hao wanted to say something but discovered that he had nothing to say. He said somewhat gloomily, that's too far away. I'm just asking if you have reached the 5th level of the initial essence realm. Why are you telling me all this? Kaiyuan 7th tier. Suyu chuckled. I'm going to make a breakthrough in the next 2 days. Let's see if I can reach Kaiyuan 8th tier. Chen Hao was stunned. He wanted to reach out and touch Suyu's head, but Suyu slapped his hand away. I'm not dreaming. Kaiyuan 7th tier is real. Suyu stepped into the building and said as he walked, there are still 24 days before the assessment. 8th tier is not a big problem, but 9th tier is a bit difficult. However, there is still 1 month after the assessment. So before I enter the school, there is hope for Kaiyuan 9th tier. This is also because I have spent a lot of time on other things. Otherwise, I should be able to advance faster. Haozi, do you understand what I mean now? Zhou Chong, Kaiyuan 5th tier, in my opinion, is really nothing. If you want to enter the war school and become stronger in the future, you have to put in more effort. Don't stare at Kaiyuan all day. Look further. Chen Hao was stunned. After a while, he said, but even if I stare at Soar, I can't reach Soar. Vision determines the future. You stare at Kaiyuan wholeheartedly. In your eyes, Kaiyuan is the sky. You don't even have the motivation to move forward. So you said seriously, previously, I thought that I would be able to reach Xianxia for the rest of my life. I would be stronger than my father. Or if I reach Soar, I might be able to become a city lord in southern Yuan. But since I have seen and heard more, I feel that Soar is just the beginning. I think more. Actually, in this month, I have to work harder than before. This is because I know that I am actually nothing. Am I a genius? Not really. At most, I have some talent. If I were to be thrown into Xia province, I would just be an ordinary person. There is nothing to be proud of. The atlas in his head was a point that drove Suyu to become stronger. However, ever since he had heard more about the world that Lu Wenyan and the others spoke of, Suyu had indeed changed a little. Previously, he had learned 18 languages of the myriad races. He felt that he was very powerful and outstanding. Originally, he had planned to relax for the next 2 months. But since he knew about the world of civilizationists, the world of geniuses, he was no longer satisfied with his previous thoughts. Soar was not the end. It was just the beginning, therefore, in the past month, no matter how hard and tiring it was, he did not complain. Because he knew that it was necessary. Others had a better family background than him and were more talented than him. If he did not work hard to catch up, how could he rise? You have changed. Chen Hao muttered, you've changed since Uncle Su left. Could it be that, you're working harder now that Dad's gone? Why don't I separate from Dad? Suyu looked at him in a daze. I have said so much, and you have come to the conclusion that you want to separate from your father. What is your brain made of? Rotten wood cannot be carved. Suyu cursed. Lu Wenyan had often cursed him these days. He felt lucky that Lu Wenyan did not bring Chen Hao along. Otherwise, the old man would explode in anger. Chen Hao ignored him and mumbled again, are you really Kaiyuan stage 7, or are you going to reach stage 8 soon? That's impossible. You were only Kaiyuan stage 4 last month. How did you suddenly reach Kaiyuan stage 7? Nothing is impossible. Suyu thought for a while and said, if you want to suddenly become very strong, the chances are not high. However, you can make preparations. For example, from now on, spend an hour every day cultivating martial techniques. When you reach the 8th layer of the initial essence realm, you will be able to save time cultivating martial techniques. Read more books. Let's not talk about other things. Have you really understood the Kaiyuan tactics? Read it dozens of times a day. Once you understand it, you will find it smoother when you practice. I have a Kaiyuan tactics written by teacher by phone. Its power has weakened a lot, but I can show it to you. You can read it when you have time. The Kaiyuan tactics written by phone, Xianxia could not read it at the beginning because his willpower was not strong enough. But now, its power was gradually dissipating, and Xianxia could read it. Although it was not as good as when he wrote it that day, there was still some sore power in it. If he could gain something from it, at least his Kaiyuan stage cultivation would be twice the result with half the effort. Xianxia scratched his ears and cheeks, a little excited and a little distressed. I'm afraid of reading. I will doze off when I read, then bear with it. Suyu opened the door and said angrily, I gave you a chance, but you did not cherish it. Then don't think of becoming strong. Just go back to Southern Yuan with Qianjun. Don't go to the heavenly battlefield to die. A guy who does not know how to grasp an opportunity that is sent to his door is not qualified to become strong. I don't want to go to the heavenly battlefield to collect your corpse one day. Bah. Xianxia muttered, it should be my parents. Suyu was too lazy to scold him. This guy was hopeless. Ayu, thank you. Xianxia suddenly said, a little disappointed, I am a little stupid, not as smart as you. You are right, I am rotten wood. You are so smart, and you work harder than me. If I want to catch up with you, it is probably like what my father said, there is no hope in this lifetime. Then I will listen to you. In the future, I will spend 1 more hour practicing martial arts every day, and 1 more hour, reading. Xianxia said with some difficulty. Spending 2 more hours a day was so painful, practicing martial arts was okay, but reading for 1 more hour was killing him. How about practicing martial arts for 1.5 hours and reading for the other half? He looked at Suyu hesitantly. What do you think? Suyu was mentally tired. Boorish man. Cut the crap. If you want to read, just read here. You read, I will cultivate, and I will keep an eye on you. It is good for you. When he cultivated, he could absorb essence and blood to gather vitality, which was indeed beneficial. In the future, he could cultivate in the room while Xianxia read outside. When he was reading, the nearby vitality would be denser, which was helpful for him to open his apertures. Moreover, he was prepared to use the half drop of vitality liquid in the next few days, and the vitality would be denser. That's good. I'll read the book alone and fall asleep while reading. That is why you are at the 3rd level of Kaiyuan, and I am about to reach the 8th level. Suyu rolled his eyes and entered the bathroom to wash up. As he changed his clothes, he said, don't tell others about me, Kaiyuan, at the 7th level. It is meaningless. Also, the next time Zhou Chong says bad things about me, you go beat him up. Ah? Xianxia was stunned. Didn't he just say that he was not going to hold it against him? What's there to about? To train your combat ability. Suyu said matter-of-factly, a target sent to your door. The 5th level of Kaiyuan is perfect for you. Beat him up until his nose is bruised and his face swollen. Beat him until he dares not talk nonsense and is afraid of you. Do you want me to do it? I am someone who has killed 1,000 caddies, and I am bullying a little kid? If anyone from the academy dares to talk nonsense again, go up and challenge them. Beat them up one by one. Don't be afraid of getting beaten up. Getting beaten up is also a form of training. If you don't have any courage, why bother cultivating? Suyu got Lu Wenyan's words. Speaking of which, it felt good to order his underlings to do work. Xianxia nodded dully and muttered, there are girls who say that too, beat them up. Suyu said seriously, is there a distinction between men and women on the battlefield? Do the women of gods and demons want not kill? Don't kill you? Just beat them up, just don't break them. Oh, Xianxia felt that something was wrong, but what you said seemed to make sense. Girls need to be beaten up properly. They don't study properly and only know how to gossip and gossip. If you don't beat them up, they will think you are a coward. Howsy, it doesn't matter if they are men or women. Anyway, if they say bad things about me, just go up and beat them up. Oh, then what about calling the parents? What are you afraid of? If you call the parents, would 1,000 caddies dare to bully you? Tell them that the academy is to nurture strong people. Anyone below the 8th level of Kaiyuan can come, and they are invincible in a one-on-one fight. Whoever is afraid is a coward. If they are capable, find a Kaiyuan 7th level to beat you up. No matter how hard you get beaten up, don't call the parents. You can't afford to lose that face. So you came up with an idea and egged him on. The combat power of a Kaiyuan 7th level is just SOSO. As long as you are not afraid, he may not be able to beat you. You, a Kaiyuan 3rd level, beat a 7th level into submission. Who would dare to provoke you? Would the parents have anything to say? If they have anything to say, just report it to the headmaster. Is it reasonable for the strong to bully the weak? Your dad is the deputy director of the traffic control office. What would those people dare to do to you? Who would take a fight between kids seriously? Chen Hao nodded. What he said made sense. Then I will fight tomorrow? When you go to the academy tomorrow, beat up Zhou Chong first. After that, tell them to look for you if they are not satisfied. Who knows, they might take the initiative to let you beat them up. This is a good chance for actual combat. You don't usually have this chance. Isn't it good to have free sparring partners? Suyu washed up and changed his clothes. He walked out of the bathroom and continued, Come, let's go eat. Oh, right, if your dad asks, don't say I said it. If you want to fight, your dad will find trouble with me. It's not good for cultivators to cheat their friends. Don't worry, I definitely won't say. Chen Hao patted his chest. A real man would tell his parents everything. Did he think he was a kid? So you gave him a thumbs up and said with a smile, Oh, right. When you fight, find an instructor to watch. Otherwise, you won't be able to control your strength. If the instructor says it's for actual combat, the academy won't stop you. Okay. Also, when you beat up a girl, say that both men and women are cultivators. You don't bully women. If you don't want to fight one-on-one, then don't nag. Otherwise, it won't look good on the girl if she cries. Okay, I'll remember it. Oh, when you fight one-on-one with a girl, don't hit her face. Otherwise, it'll be hard to explain. Oh, anything else? Also, you definitely can't say that I taught you. I won't. Don't worry. So you guided him for a long time. Soon, they arrived at the Chen family. Chen Hao felt that he had benefited a lot. He was a little restless. Starting tomorrow, he would officially start actual combat. He, Chen Hao, wanted to fight all over Southern Yuan Academy. Free sparring partners. According to Yu, he would find a sparring partner for 100 yuan an hour. If he fought for 3 hours a day, he would earn 300 yuan. He, Chen Hao, would earn at least 10,000 yuan a month. He would use it as his private money to hire sparring partners. Sure enough, Yu was smart and good at accounting. Chen's house. It was a house with 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. It was not in the same district as Suyu's house, but it was just next door. This was also the reason why Chen Hao often appeared downstairs of the Su's house. It was quite close. A few years ago, the 2 families lived in the same district. Later, when Chen Qinghe was promoted, he bought a slightly bigger house next door. As soon as Suyu entered, Chen Qinghe, who was watching TV, stood up and said with a smile, Yu is here. Take a seat. Dinner will be ready soon. It's been a while. Uncle Chen, is Auntie in the kitchen? In the kitchen, Chen Hao's mother did not come out. She smiled and said, You will watch TV for a while. Dinner will be ready soon. Today, I specially made your favorite red braised pork. Suyu smiled and thanked her. As for the red braised pork, his father made too much of it. He used to dislike it, but now that his father was not home, he missed it a little. When Suyu sat down, Chen Qinghe saw that his son was about to sit down too. Instantly, his smile disappeared and he scolded, Go and pour tea. can't you see it? Chen Hao grumbled a few words and unwillingly went to pour tea. As soon as Chen Hao left, Chen Qinghe's expression quickly softened. He looked at Suyu and said, "Ayu, thank you for Haozi's matter. This kid has a screw loose in his head. Stealing credit is not a small matter. If it was someone else, we wouldn't have accepted the credit. But you and Haozi grew up together. Since this was your idea, I'm not worried that there would be any problems. You've been smart since you were young. You have more ideas than your father and me." Suyu said softly, "Uncle Chen, this matter will be fine. I'm just worried. Sending Haozi to the War Academy, is it right?" Chen Qinghe sighed and quickly shook his head. "I've thought about this before, but after thinking about it, I can't stop him. You know how stubborn that kid is. He wants to go to a war academy. Even if he can't go to Dixia War Academy, he might go to a weaker one. Rather than letting him go to another war school, why not go to a better one? At the very least, there will be more opportunities and more assurance." Chen Qinghe looked at Suyu and said seriously, "I've wanted to treat you to this meal for a long time. On one hand, it was a form of gratitude. On the other hand, it was a request. You're definitely going to Dixia province. Even if you're not in the same institution as Haozi, I believe that you'll definitely be able to go further than Haozi once you reach Dixia province. You'll be able to eat well. On the battlefield, you are the commander, and Haozi is just a cannon fodder. Uncle wants to ask you to take care of him." Suyu hurriedly said, "Don't worry, Uncle Chen. That's for sure. I've known Haozi for so many years." Chen Qinghe slightly waved his hand and sighed again. "It's fine once or twice, but after a long time, no matter how good our relationship is, it's all up to Haozi. So in the end, it depends on Haozi himself. If he doesn't have the ability, let him go back to Nanyuan after graduation. Nanyuan is actually quite good. If he has some ability, he can make a name for himself in Dixia province. When the time comes, he won't be a burden to you, but he can be your follower, Uncle Chen." These words are too. Suyu wanted to say something, but Chen Qinghe interrupted him. "He's just a follower material. It depends on who he follows. This B** starred is a bit reckless. If he really follows others, he might become cannon fodder one day. He won't even know how he died. The outside world is not like home. One eats people, and people eat people too." Chen Qinghe's tone was bleak. "Ayu, Uncle can only entrust him to you. Both of you are the same age, so Uncle can rest assured when you do things. But Haozi really can't do it. All these years, Uncle has wanted to teach him, but I can't. It's useless even if I did." Suyu had nothing to say, so he could only nod. At this time, Chen Hao also came over with a cup of tea. Seeing the situation, he laughed and said, "Dad, what are you talking about?" Chen Qinghe glanced at him and said angrily, "We're talking about why you're so stupid and when you'll grow up." Chen Hao looked depressed and didn't say anything. "If only you were a girl, I would have directly told Su Long to marry you. But he's a big boy. It's a waste to grow so big." Chen Hao's bare one's teeth grinned, and Suyu also shuddered. Imagine Chen Hao turning into a girl. Forget it. It's too scary. After chatting for a while, Mother Chen had finished cooking. The dishes began to be served, and they moved to the dining room together. It was not the first time to eat at the Chen family's house, so Suyu didn't feel reserved. He hadn't eaten a decent meal for a few days, and this meal, Suyu ate a lot. After eating and chatting for a while, Suyu was about to leave and go home. When he went out, Chen Qinghe held a box in his hand and held Suyu's hand, stuffed it into his hand, and said softly, "Take it. This is not a thank you gift for the previous matter. You let Hao thank you for that matter in the future. This is a thank you gift for asking you to take care of him. Uncle said that he doesn't care, but in his heart, he's really afraid that he'll be gone one day. You, I'm counting on you." So you didn't know what to feel in his heart. Chen Qinghe was after all the deputy director of the traffic supervision office and was also in the 9th stage of Thousand June realm. He was even going to be promoted soon. But now, for the sake of his son, he was even more polite to him than before, and even a little humble. He was actually just Kaiyuan, and he even went to the Civilization Academy. So you actually didn't understand why Xianxia had trusted him so much. The box was stuffed over by Xianxia. So you thought about it and didn't reject it, so he kept it first. So you left the Chen family very quickly. The moment he left, Chen Hao couldn't help but say, "Dad, why are you so polite to you today? It's weird." "What do you know?" Xianxia couldn't be bothered with him. Chen Hao said unhappily, "Why don't I know? I and you have known each other for so many years. Do I need you to tell me? Our relationship is solid. Taking care of you once or twice is friendship. 3 or 4 times is kindness. Any more and that's heartless." Xianxia said with a cold face, "With your temper, you'll cause trouble for me sooner or later. After a few times, Suyu isn't even your father, so why should he take care of you? When the friendship is gone, are you still going to stick to him shamelessly? Dad, you don't trust me too much." "Yes." Xianxia answered straightforwardly, and then said, "If you really go to Dixia province, don't cause trouble for me. Just focus on your cultivation. As for Suyu, don't bother him if there's nothing. If there's something you can't solve, go ask him for help. Ayu is the same as me. He's also going to be a student, not a high-ranking official, you." Xianxia sighed. "How can it be the same? Not to mention that he's smarter than you. Who's Lu Wenyan? He's a Soar civilization master with a wide network in Dixia Civilization University. He has high expectations for Suyu. If Suyu goes there, he'll be different from you. And I've asked about that by Feng who came last time. He's an assistant researcher, and he seems to be about to break through to the 7th tier of Soar. When he left last time, he asked Suyu to go to the school to look for him. At that time, 1,000-man Commander Zhang of the city guards was there. What does this mean? It means that he thinks highly of Suyu. Why didn't you seize this opportunity? Suyu went to Dixia Civilization University. He has Lu Wenyan's network, by Feng's care, and he's smart. In a few years, you'll still be a soldier, but he might be someone in Dixia province. Also, that Su Long guy is at the 9th tier of 15 caddies, but he's from the demon-subduing army. He's different from your dad." Xianxia sighed. "What is the demon-subduing army?" "It's the army that Master Xia commanded back then. The current Long Wuwei and a few Kiliarchs are from the demon-subduing army. Su Long isn't a big shot in the demon-subduing army, but since he's from the same army, he's an old comrade. Long Wuwei and most of the higher-ups of the prefectural army are from the demon-subduing army. As long as Suyu isn't stupid, he can use this as an excuse to get these 2 big forces to back him up." Chen Hao shook his head. "Is that even possible? Dad, Uncle Su is at the 15 caddies realm. How can he know those big shots? It's not a matter of knowing them." Xianxia grumpily said, "You don't understand the military. If Suyu really has something to ask of them, he can just say that his father is from the demon suppression army, and that he's a returning veteran. The military will naturally have some feelings for him. The military is very protective. At least, Suyu won't be bullied. They won't give him too many benefits. But in Dixia province, ordinary people can't bully Suyu. If he gets into big trouble, Master Xia has to deal with it personally." Xianxia did not say anything more. It was not like this had never happened before. Xia Long Wuwei was an iron-blooded war god who valued comrades in arms very much. Especially the group of veterans who fought with him on the battlefield 20 years ago. Many of them were now senior generals of Long Wuwei and the prefectural army. Su Long felt it was a pity. If he had not retired and died back then, his status would probably not be low now. The 15 caddies realm was still too weak. If Su Long had been at the Wansha realm, he would probably have entered Long Wuwei back then. Compared to Suyu, his son would really be isolated and helpless in Dixia province. He was not Su Long. He was a big shot in southern Yuan. If he went to Dixia province, who would know who Xianxia was? Chen Hao felt a headache coming on. He stopped thinking about it and muttered that Uncle Su was really awesome. Then he went back to his room. Xianxia did not know whether to laugh or cry. He could probably guess what his son was thinking now. Why wasn't my dad in the demon-subduing army? This was probably what the kid was thinking now. The Su family. Back home, Suyu opened the box given by Xianxia. As soon as he opened it, Suyu's expression changed. The box was not small, and there was more than one thing in it. There were a few small bottles in the box, plus a piece of bone. A complete piece of bone. This is the original copy of Wan's cultivation technique? Suyu was a little surprised. As for the bottles, he saw 3 of them. He opened the bottles and took a look. Vitality liquid, 1 drop per bottle, 3 drops of vitality liquid. What a big deal. Suyu was speechless. 3 drops of vitality liquid were worth 300,000 in the market. The key was not this, but the original copy of Wan's cultivation technique. Even if it was just the original copy of the 15 Caddies realm cultivation technique, its value was amazing. Last time, Baifeng gave Suyu a fragment. It was only 1/3 of the original, but it was already considered a treasure. At that time, Luyu was envious. This thing could not be bought with money. It required merit points. The current Suyu was no longer a pure noob. The secondary schools in southern Yuan didn't allow the exchange of the original copy of a cultivation technique. However, it could be exchanged in Xia province. An original copy of a 15 Caddies realm cultivation technique, regardless of whether it was a cultivation technique or a martial technique, or which race it belonged to, was the most basic, with a starting price of 30 merit points. If it was the original copy of a powerful race like Fiend God, the value would be even higher, at least 30 merit points and above. This, at that time, Suyu felt that Xianxia wouldn't be stingy. However, he didn't expect that this wasn't a matter of generosity. He suspected that Xianxia had used all the merit points he had accumulated over the years to exchange for this original copy. Suyu really didn't know what to say. 300,000, Xianxia was in charge of the traffic inspector office, so he definitely earned more than his father. However, it was difficult for him to easily take out 300,000. Based on their annual welfare, Xianxia could get about 5 to 10 merit points a year. Suyu didn't know how many merit points he had spent, but this box was probably Xianxia's entire fortune for 6 to 7 years, including his salary, welfare, and merit points. He had spent everything. Uncle Chen thinks too highly of me. Suyu smiled bitterly. He understood that this was a kind of investment. Of course, it wasn't him, Xianxia, who was investing. It was Chen Hao who was investing. He hoped that when Suyu did well in Xia province, he would be able to take care of Chen Hao. The key was that he had really gone all out. Xianxia didn't know that Baifeng had accepted him as a student in advance. He also didn't know that he was already at the 7th level of Kaiyuan. Just based on what happened before, he had given him such a valuable gift. Wasn't he afraid that it would all be for naught? Ai. Suyu sighed slightly. It was all for the child. Haozi probably didn't know about this. If he knew, he would probably come to snatch it. Uncle Chen wouldn't accept it even if he returned it. Suyu knew this very well. He thought about it and didn't plan to return it. Since Xianxia had exchanged the original cultivation technique for this, it was obvious that he was giving it to Suyu since he couldn't use it or read it. Furthermore, he had probably inquired about it in advance. As for the 3 drops of essence energy liquid, Suyu thought about it. He might not need that much. He still had half a drop on him and 3 drops during the assessment. He had already counted them for himself in advance. The essence energy liquid was of great help in the Kaiyuan realm. It would also be useful in Wanshi, but the effect wouldn't be as good as it was now. Suyu was now at the 7th level of Kaiyuan, so he probably wouldn't need that much. When Haozi comes to cultivate, I'll just let him use it. Ever since father left, my savings have only increased. Suyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When his father left, he left behind more than 300,000. When Suyu bought the blood essence, he felt that he would soon go bankrupt. Now, his family's savings were increasing. Peace coins and gold coins worth 300,000, 3.5 drops of essence energy liquid, a complete and incomplete copy of Wanshi, a copy of the Kaiyuan art, 2 drops of blood essence, and 13 merit points. Including the one he earned today, the remaining 2 points were earned a few days ago when he assisted the people of the Windcheck Hall in arresting Wanzhou and his men. With this calculation, Suyu realized that he was now considered a rich man. I have money. I'll reward little brother blood. Suyu smiled. The 2 drops of blood essence he seized last time weren't Ironwing's blood essence. He didn't consume them randomly but left them for the blood word to absorb. Although the Shunwen didn't absorb much each time, it would grow sooner or later if it absorbed slowly. In the following time, I'll kill a mid-stage Wancher as my graduation assessment and break through to the 8th level of Kaiyuan. In terms of willpower, I'll strive to reach the full 20% soon. Suyu had set a goal. This was his goal before participating in the higher education institution's examination. There were less than 24 days left before the assessment. He believed that he could achieve all 3 goals. Suyu was working hard to achieve his 3 goals. At the same time, in the Great Xia Civilization University. This was an incomparably huge school, with pavilions, terraces, and pavilions all over the place. There was a business district, a residential district, a school district, a mystic realm district, an exchange district. Each area was divided into different areas, like a small city. At the admissions office, Baifeng had just finished his seclusion. For the first time in more than a month, he walked out of his house to breathe in the fresh air. At the entrance of the admissions office, Baifeng sauntered in. It was not the admissions season yet, but the place was already very busy. Soon, it would be the time of the admissions examinations. Old Joe, make an exception. That's my nephew. I'll take him in myself. His mastery of the Wan language is not bad, and he has Shunwen talent. His willpower is not weak either. Just take care of him. That won't do. In the crowd, a middle-aged man shouted, "You can't take him in yourself. If he can't pass the foundation test, no one's nephew will pass." Old Joe, are you clearly trying to stop me? Don't give me that. Tianfeng City has prepared information. Your nephew has been in a secondary school for 5 years and has mastered 3 basic Wan languages. You're telling me he's not bad? Who are you trying to fool? Without talent, coming here is a waste of resources. Since you can't bear to part with him, go home and take him with you. You. What? What? Do you want to hit me? What? You're just a junior researcher. You want to challenge an intermediate researcher? The noise was boiling. Baifeng shook his head. This was probably the noisiest place in the entire Civilization Academy. Some came through the back door, while others came to recruit geniuses from various cities in advance. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to hold the fort here. Baifeng did not go there. He found a window with fewer people and waited for a while. It was his turn. Help me check if Suyu of the secondary school in Southern Yuan has been updated recently. When the girl at the window saw Baifeng, her face was a little red. She hurriedly said, "Assistant Bai, I'll check for you right away." Baifeng had a smile on his face, but in his heart, he thought, this girl can't do it. I won't come to her place next time. What Assistant Bai, couldn't he just call her Researcher Bai? Su. Yu, a student of the preparatory class of Southern Yuan Secondary School. He has passed 18 Wan languages. He has passed the 5th layer of Kaiyuan. He has accumulated 21 merit points. Recommended by instructor Lu Wenyan of Southern Yuan. His overall score is 300 points, below average. Below average? Baifeng nodded slightly. This was the internal evaluation of the Great Xia Civilization University. It was based on the recommendations of the various cities. It was not considered good, but it was not too bad either. For this year's assessment, 200 points should be enough, right? The girl hurriedly said, I'm not sure yet, but according to previous records, 200 points should be enough. Mastering the Wan language and passing the test was worth 10 points. Kaiyuan scored 10 points for each of the first 3 stages. Kaiyuan scored 30 points for each stage of the middle 3 stages. In addition to the merit points awarded for the Wan languages, 1 merit point was worth 10 points. Suyu's overall score was 300 points, so it was not difficult for him to enter the university. Of course, the students would not be told during the assessment. If the students had an accident, they would be given a second chance. This was the advantage of the city's recommending talents. They were not afraid of a single mistake. Under normal circumstances, those at the third level of the element opening realm who had mastered 17 languages of the myriad races would definitely pass the test. Some people obtained unexpected merit points, so the requirements were even lower. They only needed to master 15 languages to pass the test. Or the fourth level of the nascent soul opening realm, mastering 14 languages of the myriad races. Therefore, when Suyu mastered 18 languages and Kaiyuan scored 3 stages, it was almost certain that there would be no accidents. In Southern Yuan, Suyu was considered a genius when he passed the Civilization Academy's assessment. However, at that time, Suyu's score in the Civilization Academy was low, which meant that almost no researchers would accept him as a student after he entered the university. Now, his score was below average, which was okay. If he was lucky, some assistant researchers would accept him as an assistant. Baifeng pondered for a moment and said, "Put Suyu under my name. Don't I still have 2 student slots? Give him 1. Ah?" The girl exclaimed, thinking that she had heard wrong. She hurriedly said, "Assistant Bai, his overall score is below average. Is there a problem?" Baifeng smiled. Below average is not bad. He was recommended by Southern Yuan. Instructor Lu Wenyan is my uncle. Is there a problem for me to accept a student? No, the girl was a little anxious. A student with a below average score was not bad for ordinary people, but for Baifeng, it was a pity to waste one of his student slots. Assistant Bai, before you become a regular student, you can only have 2 student slots at most. Suyu has not entered the university yet, and his score is below average. He will be of limited help to you in daily research. Thank you, I know. Give him the slot. Baifeng was still smiling. The girl in front of him was kind, but he didn't need to be reminded. Then, the girl was a little regretful, but since it was Baifeng who accepted a student, she had nothing to say. Just as she was about to help with the registration, someone next to her laughed and said, "Baifeng, if you want to accept a student, why didn't you choose from the university? Instead, you chose a newcomer. It's fine if he is a newcomer, but his score is below average. What are you thinking? This year, there are many students with above average scores, and several of them are above average. When it comes to the assessment, there may be more." Baifeng turned his head and frowned slightly. He was planning to keep a low profile and leave after finishing his business, but this guy came to make trouble again. "Lu Hong, does it have anything to do with you if I accept a student?" 5 to 6 meters away, a young man crossed his arms and looked at him with a smile on his face. When he heard this, he laughed and said, "It has nothing to do with me, but I like to watch a show." "If it has nothing to do with you, then shut up." Baifeng couldn't be bothered with him. He turned his head and looked at the girl. "Is the registration done?" "Yes, Assistant Teacher Bai." Baifeng. Seeing that Baifeng was ignoring him, Lu Hong spoke again. "Do you really want to accept a new student?" "It has nothing to do with you." Baifeng was about to leave when Lu Hong frowned and said, "It does have nothing to do with me, but Baifeng, have you thought about how many people will be unhappy if you accept a new student this year?" Baifeng frowned and looked at him. "Last year, my younger brother wanted to be under your tutelage, but you weren't willing to accept him." "Fine, you didn't accept him all the time, or you accepted a few geniuses with above grades. I have no objections. That's my younger brother's trash. But this year, you accepted a student with below grades. Baifeng, tell me, how will my younger brother react when he finds out? How will my family react when they find out?" Baifeng sneered and said in disdain, "What does it have to do with me?" "Baifeng, you're right, it has nothing to do with you." Lu Hong said seriously, "I don't care. As for my family, it doesn't matter whether they care or not. But my younger brother wasn't the only one who wanted to be under your tutelage. There were many people. There were even some above-grade geniuses that you weren't willing to accept. This year, you suddenly accepted a below-grade student. What do you want them to think? It has nothing to do with you, but have you thought about it? You're bringing hatred to this new student. Others will think, why don't you, Baifeng, accept them instead of a mediocre student? Are they inferior to him? Or what?" Baifeng said coldly, "So what?" "Nothing. It's not a problem for you to accept him. You still have 1 more slot." One person is too eye-catching. Why don't you accept another? Your younger brother? That's not it. He has already entered researcher whose tutelage. He's Wuqi's younger sister. His grade is above average, which is not bad. Previously, you didn't have the mood to accept students. Wuqi and I didn't ask you. Since you have the mood this year, it doesn't matter if you take one or two. What do you think? I think. Scram. Bai Feng said impatiently, so what if he's above average? What's wrong with Wuqi? What's wrong with his younger sister? I can accept whoever I want. As for trouble. You can find trouble if you want. As long as you don't kill or cripple him, you can suppress him however you want. Bai Feng didn't care. He despised them in his heart. Suppress, if you have the ability, go ahead and suppress him. I'm accepting students, it's none of your business. Hurry up and scram, Lu Hong. Don't try to get close to me. Don't do this to me. I'm not only saying this to you. Wuqi and the others too. Accept whoever you want. If you keep thinking about me, I won't be courteous to you. Bai Feng's voice wasn't soft. He originally wanted to keep a low profile. Now that Lu Hong had stirred up trouble, many people had noticed him. Bai Feng didn't hesitate and said loudly, it's my freedom to accept whoever I want as a student. I'm just accepting a cripple as a student. If he can pass the exam, I dare to accept him. Why? Do you want to leave me, Bai Feng? Don't play those useless games with me. Bai Feng left after he finished speaking. The hall was silent for a moment. Following that, some people started discussing in low voices. Bai Feng wants to accept students? What is this guy thinking? 2 years ago, many people looked for him, but he rejected them all. Why did he suddenly have this idea this year? I heard that he was recommended by Lu Wenyan. Lu Wenyan recommended him many times before, but he didn't accept him. I'm not sure about that. But, if Bai Feng's matter gets out today, there will be trouble waiting for him. Many people are watching Elder Hong. Not only Elder Hong, but those few fellows are also watching Bai Feng. The competition for the slots in 3 years. Bai Feng will definitely fight for it. There's also the matter of the researcher promotion. The slots are limited, so he will fight for it too. An old man smiled and said, what is this kid doing recently? There are many people interested in him. Tell me, how can we not be interested when he suddenly accepts students? Plus, Elder Hong has a lot of trump cards. Who wouldn't be jealous? That's true. Someone laughed softly. But it's fine. We can watch the show. It's not good for the school to be too quiet. It's a cycle of 10 years. 7 years ago, there was a lot of trouble in the competition for the slots. I thought it would be at least 1 or 2 years before we can watch the show. Now it seems that we can watch the show in advance. There are a total of 20 slots in Xianxia province. Our school can't get much, about 5 or 6. Bai Feng is quite competitive. It depends on whether he can hold on. He's already at the 7th level of SOAR. It shouldn't be a big problem. It's hard to say. Who can be sure about this? Moreover, those few fellows are not to be trifled with. I think this year's competition will be even more intense. Everyone was discussing. Bai Feng had already left the hall. In the hall, Lu Hong watched him leave without saying anything. He pondered for a moment and went to the window to ask for Suyu's information. A moment later, Lu Hong entered a small villa in the residential area. Wu Qi, Bai Feng is recruiting students this year. In the living room, a young woman was using a pen to sketch out Shunwen. She did not even raise her head and said, so be it. What does it have to do with me? It's a student with a below-average score. I recommended your sister, but Bai Feng told me to, get lost. Lu Hong said softly, this guy is already at the 7th level of SOAR. He's much more arrogant than before. When is he not arrogant? Wu Qi was still calm. Other than the time when he was beaten up by that person from the war school until he vomited blood, there's never a time when he wasn't arrogant. Wu Qi said with a faint smile, I'm still waiting to watch the show. In a few years, when he's at the 9th level of SOAR, he'll definitely look for trouble. That person better not break through to Ling Yin so soon, or else there won't be a good show to watch. Lu Hong hurriedly said, now is not the time to watch the show. He has recruited students. This is an opportunity. Old Hong's side is very secretive. The research lab is still under Bai Feng's control. If we become Bai Feng's disciple, the research lab alone will be enough for us to eat our fill. Wu Qi raised his head. His face was as cold as ice. He said coldly, get lost. Wu Qi, you, get lost. He snorted with a trace of contempt in his eyes. I, Wu Qi, don't need these tricks. Bai Feng is not my opponent. Whether it's this year's researcher promotion assessment or the competition for the quota 3 years later, I will definitely be there. Lu Hong, don't have those little thoughts of yours. Be careful that you don't get what you want. Lu Hong clenched his fist and said in a deep voice, if I really had bad thoughts, I wouldn't have come to you. Fight for opportunities, fight for opportunities. I don't care what others think. It doesn't matter whether they know or not. The opportunity is in front of me. I'll fight for it. That's my right. Bai Feng controls Elder Hong's Research Institute. I want to fight for this opportunity. Even if Elder Hong knows, he won't oppose it. He will only acquiesce. If Bai Feng loses, that means I'm better than him. This is undeniable. Wu Qi, do you think this is despicable? Wu Qi raised his head again. You're right. This is your right. But, what does it have to do with me? You don't want your sister to get better resources and a better future? That's me talking to Bai Feng. It's not your turn to intervene. It's useless to talk to him. He won't budge. You can only force him to pinch his nose and agree. If you want to do this, you can't do it alone. Wu Qi glanced at him. After a while, he said, if you want me to lend my strength to you, that's fine. I'll borrow your strength word from Shenwen for 3 months to study. Lu Hong gritted his teeth. That's too much. It's not too much. How about, you go play by yourself? I'm not interested in playing this low-level game with you. You're not at the 7th level of SOAR. You're not qualified to participate in this. Lu Hong took a deep breath and quickly made up his mind. Fine. Wu Qi showed a faint smile. Say it. What do you want to do? Simple. Lower Bai Feng's authority. Huh? Student failed the monthly exam 3 times. Last place in the quarterly exam. Lagging behind in the annual exam. After 1 year, Bai Feng will have 300 merit points deducted. His authority will be lowered by 1 level. After 3 years, Bai Feng won't be qualified to register. There's no need for 3 years. After 1 year, I can apply to work in Elder Hong's Research Institute. Because Bai Feng's authority isn't as high as mine. Even if he's Elder Hong's student, Elder Hong's Research Institute is funded by the university. If Bai Feng loses his research institute, no one can say anything. At that time, he'll have to recruit new students and raise his authority rating. Only the outstanding ones. As long as we do the work well in advance, he can only accept whoever he wants. We can only choose the outstanding ones. If there's only one outstanding one, or a few outstanding ones, what do you think he can do? Lu Hong quickly said, this is an overt plot. Bai Feng came up with it himself. He also said that we can do whatever we want. If that's the case, then I won't be polite. Wu Qi glanced at him and continued to outline Shenwen. After a while, he said, it's very low-end, but the effect should be good. You want me to participate because you want me to stop Bai Feng's revenge? Yes. That guy is crazy. If he really suffers a loss, he won't stay still. I'm worried, he'll directly attack me and injure me so badly that I have no choice but to withdraw. That's something he can do. Wu Qi smiled. At least you know that you're not as good as him. In my opinion, you should just give up. But if you want to fight, this is also an opportunity. If he attacks, he'll challenge you properly. How about this? He challenges you, and I challenge him. We'll injure him first. What do you think? Good. Lu Hong was overjoyed. This was the reason he'd sought out Wu Qi. As for the stronger ones, they wouldn't look up to him, and the weaker ones weren't qualified. There were also some mountain sea realm cultivators like Ling Yun. Those were the higher-ups, and they wouldn't interfere in their affairs. Otherwise, Elder Hong wouldn't be easy to deal with. Right, if that student Bai Feng doesn't pass every exam, he'll definitely recruit new students to level the score. If my sister becomes his disciple, she'll do her best to help him pull back his score. I won't let my sister cheat on purpose. That will ruin her life. Of course. Lu Hong smiled. The more outstanding your sister is, the better. The more outstanding she is, the more resources under Bai Feng's name will be tilted toward her. This is the rule. The other student will only get worse and worse, pulling down Bai Feng's score. Even if your sister can fight back a little, Bai Feng won't be able to stop the punishment of lowering his authority level. Wu Qi nodded slightly, agreeing with what he said. Just as the two of them were discussing, Bai Feng walked in the academy and suddenly laughed. Idiots! Want to lower my authority level? He didn't hear it, but he could guess what Lu Hong wanted to do. When the time comes, there'll be a good show to watch. Bai Feng muttered, then shook his head. Su Yu's admission to the academy would probably be a little troublesome, but it was good. How could one become a talent without going through trials and tribulations? If that kid didn't get suppressed, how would he understand that the Civilization Academy was full of talents? It was not a big deal for him to come here. Outlining Xinwen in a day. I hope Lu Hong can help me suppress it, or else it'll be difficult to deal with this matter. Lu Hong, that idiot, won't be giving me his head, right? Bai Feng shook his head with a smile. That had nothing to do with him. Wu Qi, Xia Yuan, after muttering a few names, Bai Feng's mind was no longer on Lu Hong. This guy was not at the 7th level of Soar, so he was too lazy to pay attention to him. Those few were the real strong opponents. Not to mention that he was now at the 7th level of Soar, he did not care about Lu Hong when he was at the 6th level of Soar. That guy was clearly not his opponent. Su Yu. Finally, Bai Feng called out Su Yu's name and murmured, Kid, you have to be more reliable. It's best to suppress the students of those guys so that I have a chance to become a permanent member in advance and lead the team as a researcher. There were still too many limitations as an assistant researcher, and there were many places that he could not go due to insufficient authority. Southern Yuan. The academy was bustling these 2 days. Chen Hao, who was at stage 3 of Kaiyuan, broke through to stage 4 and challenged Zhou Chong, who was at stage 5 of Kaiyuan. There was almost no difference between stage 4 and stage 5. In fact, they were all ordinary people. Zhou Chong's realm was higher than Chen Hao's, but he was beaten to a pulp by Chen Hao in a one-on-one fight. That was not the end. After Chen Hao beat Zhou Chong, he felt that the time was too short and continued to find people to fight. On the first day, he fought with more than 10 students. There were wins and losses, but Chen Hao did not care. He treated it as actual combat training. Just like that, in less than 3 days, Chen Hao fought at least 30 times. If not for the many bruises on his body and his mother forcing him to recuperate at home for a day, he would have continued fighting. Chen Hao did not come, but Chen Hao gave Southern Yuan Academy a start. Usually, everyone thought that Kaiyuan Stage 4 was too powerful, and Stage 5 was like a star in the sky. But now, it seemed that they had all been beaten by Chen Hao. This seemed to have opened a new world for everyone. In the past, some students were often bullied by geniuses. Now, they were all excited. Since Chen Hao did not come to school, the academy was even more lively today. It was not just 1 or 2 students who were clamoring for a one-on-one fight. Zhou Chong had a foul mouth and provoked many people. For the sake of his reputation as a genius, he did not back down and fought at least 6 or 7 students that day. Whether he won or lost, he would be injured anyway. Now, people who did not know him well could not recognize him. Nonsense. In the office, Lu Wenyan shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He could guess who had instigated it. Chen Hao was simple and honest. Why would he fight Zhou Chong without anyone's instigation? It was obviously Su Yu's doing. Beside him, the old principal continued to tug at his beard. His beard had grown a lot these days. Letting out a long sigh, the old manor head said, "These little fellows are so full of energy." The examination was about to begin, yet he still didn't stop. It's good to make a fuss for a while. There's passion for cultivation, but... The old principal was on the verge of tears. But don't hit girls. I'm worried about these little fellows in the future. There aren't many girls in Zhangjing school to begin with. If this habit is brought to Zhangjing school, will our southern Yuan become a nest of bachelors? Lu Wenyan's body trembled slightly. Yes, the problem is very serious. Chen Hao, this brat, deserves a beating. Lu Wenyan was also a little worried. What about this batch of students in southern Yuan? Now, all of them were clamoring for equality between men and women. There's no distinction between men and women on the battlefield. Equality my ass, all of you are so straightforward. What are you going to do in the future? Could it be that this year's male students were all going to be single until they died? The old principal sighed. Not only has this generation been corrupted, but the next few generations are also watching. There are many 11 or 12-year-old children in the academy. I heard from the other instructors that many male students are preparing to challenge the female students. Are they stupid? Lu Wenyan was speechless. They're not stupid. It's spread by the senior students. Only by hitting girls can one have a firm cultivation will, which is helpful for the progress of cultivation. Lu Wenyan glanced at the old principal, and the old principal also looked at him. Both old men suddenly revealed a depressed expression. This can't be spread like this. If this goes on, in a few years, the entire Southern Yuan Academy will really become a temple for monks. It's too scary. Moreover, once this bad reputation spreads, even Dixia province will know about it in the future. When Southern Yuan students come to Dixia province, will they still want to date girls? What are they thinking? The old principal sighed again. Let's send off this batch of students first. Old Lu, let's not talk about this first. Have you heard the news from Great Xia Civilization University? As the strongest secondary school in southern Yuan, it naturally had connections with the major universities in Dixia province. Some news will spread quickly. Moreover, there are some graduates of Southern Yuan Academy in the academy, so the old principal is quite well informed. Lu Wenyan nodded slightly and then said unconcernedly, it's an old tradition, nothing new. The key isn't Suyu, it's Bai Feng. This guy just broke through to the 7th stage of Soar, and the threat he poses is huge. Although he was outstanding when he was at the 6th stage of Soar, there are 7 or 8 people at his age at the Great Xia Civilization University who are at the 6th stage of Soar, and there are also quite a few in the late stage of Soar. It's a little controversial for him to be in the top 10, but now that he's breaking through so quickly, it's natural that people will look at him. Bai Feng's acceptance of a disciple was not that sensational. If he were to accept students at the 6th stage, people would still pay attention, but it would definitely not be as serious as it is now. The key was that he was at the 7th stage. Although the difference between the 6th and 7th stage was only 1 stage, it meant that the bottleneck of Bai Feng's Soar 8th and 9th stage was almost gone. In this way, Bai Feng climbed to the top 5 of Great Xia Civilization University. This referred to Bai Feng's group, not the seniors of the academy. The old principal said worriedly, will Suyu be affected? I heard that every time this happens, there's a fierce competition over there. It's not just the Civilization Academy, it's the same for the War Academy. Some people even lose their lives. That happens under very rare circumstances. Lu Wenyan knew better than him and explained, there are people watching behind. Most of the people who lose their lives are accidents. There are accidents too. The old principal said worriedly, Suyu is a student of a medium academy, and he's suddenly involved in this matter. Old Lu, I think, should he go to the Civilization Academy? He's now at the 7th stage of Kaiyuan, and his entrance to the War Academy is guaranteed. Do you think? No. Lu Wenyan frowned and said, even if he goes to the War Academy, he'll definitely not achieve as much as the Civilization Academy. Going to the Civilization Academy is a hurdle, but if he crosses it, he'll be able to go faster, higher, and further. Old Lu, he's only 18 years old. He doesn't know anything. Lu Wenyan said firmly, he can learn if he doesn't know. No one is born knowing. Suyu is very resilient. Small setbacks won't defeat him. When he gets through it, he'll be the most outstanding. You think this is a crisis, but I think this is an opportunity. If he enters as a normal student, he'll have to wait at least 5 years to come into contact with this field. But now that he's enrolled, he can come into contact with this group of outstanding youths. It'll only help him in the future. There won't be any obstacles. As for danger, it's not that bad. Lu Wenyan said in a low voice, Bai Feng isn't a weakling among the younger generation. His teacher is also one of the few top-notch researchers in the Civilization Academy. If Suyu goes there, his starting point won't be low. Only a high starting point and a high starting point can make it easier for him to go. Moreover, Suyu isn't inferior to anyone. At this point, Lu Wenyan smiled. We haven't updated the information on the Great Xia Civilization University. Kaiyuan Level 5, 18 Wan languages. This information will be maintained for the time being and won't be updated. Hold back and buy time for Suyu. When he arrives at the Civilization Academy, we'll catch them off guard. Seeing that he had made up his mind, the old principal stopped trying to persuade him and said, Then, does he have any hope of reaching Kaiyuan Level 8? In the past 2 days, Suyu didn't go out on missions. He came to the academy to take attendance and learned some Wan languages from Lu Wenyan. Soon, he went home. He was preparing to break through to Kaiyuan Level 8. Kaiyuan Level 8 was a huge dividing line in the Kaiyuan realm. After breaking through, Suyu would be able to use primordial qi, and his explosive power would be stronger. Together with Shenwen, it would be easier for him to kill a Qianjun realm expert with a sneak attack. I don't know. Lu Wenyan said hesitantly, he's made rapid progress recently. In less than 2 months, he went from level 4 to level 7, and he's even about to level 8. Bai Feng's Kaiyuan tactics has helped him a lot, but when he reaches Kaiyuan level 7, the help of the text of will is limited. Didn't you say you were going to write him a text of will? Why don't you write him another Kaiyuan tactics? The old principal was still looking forward to Suyu's breakthrough. If he did, Suyu would be the first genius in Southern Yuan to reach Kaiyuan level 8 in 20 years. 20 years ago, Southern Yuan did produce a Kaiyuan level 8, but it was a bit fake. That person came from Xia province and temporarily transferred to the class. He left after the assessment. It's useless for me to write this stuff now. Lu Wenyan shook his head and smiled. I've already thought of what to write for him, but you'll have to bleed. What should I write? The old principal was wary. The first chapter of Lei Yuan Dao, the Qianjun chapter. Lu Wenyan said in a low voice, he doesn't lack cultivation methods. He has them in the Civilization Academy, but he lacks martial arts techniques. He lacks martial arts techniques that can be passed down through willpower. He can learn ordinary martial arts techniques, but it's too slow. Only by writing a martial arts technique with the text of will can he quickly receive the inheritance and master this martial arts technique. Lei Yuan Dao. A low-grade mystic martial arts technique? The old principal looked at him and said in surprise, can he do it? No, can you do it? Can you write the Qianjun chapter of Lei Yuan Dao now? Civilizers were strong not only in martial arts, but also in martial arts. However, civilization masters were strong in many areas, such as the text of will. Bai Feng had written a half-baked origin opening art, and Suyu had benefited greatly. Without using much blood essence, he had broken through to the 8th tier of the origin opening art. This was all because of the influence of that text of will. I can't do it? Lu Wenyan blew his beard and glared. It's just a low-grade mystic, and it's only the Qianjun chapter. How can I not do it? Who are you looking down on? But, you'll have to bleed. I want 100 drops of Thunder Beast essence blood, Qianjun will do. Also, I want to grind the Thunder Beast's horn into powder. Also, give me a piece of Wanshur Beast skin. I'll copy Lei Yuan Dao. The old principal's eyes widened, calculating on his fingers. 100 drops of Thunder Beast essence blood, Qianjun. That's 100 merit points. 5 for a Thunder Beast horn, and a piece of Wanshur Beast skin, suitable for writing mystic martial arts techniques, at least 10 merit points. 115 merit points. Are you robbing me? Vulgar. Lu Wenyan rebuked. You're too vulgar. Everything has to do with money. It's just a little more than 100 merit points. Didn't the Academy get an extra 1,000 merit points when the Myriad race's sect attacked and was destroyed? That's the school's wealth. What wealth? Didn't I kill a soar? I'm too lazy to calculate it. Did you steal the merit points? What do you mean I'm greedy? The old principal stomped his feet. Don't play dumb with me. You exchanged the original copy of Soar 1. Did you forget? Not only did you spend all your merit points, but you still owe Great Xia Civilization University a lot. Great Xia Province didn't bother with you, but you're taking advantage of them? Do you have any shame? Are you even human? You're slandering me for taking the merit points. Lu Wenyan coughed lightly and interrupted. I remember now. I had to improve my strength to protect Southern Yuan, right? This should be counted as Southern Yuan's public expenditure, right? Ahem, fine. I'll count it as my own. Now that I'm cultivating geniuses for Southern Yuan, shouldn't the school support me a little? Think about it. Suyu is a rare genius in Southern Yuan. I wrote Lei Yuandao for him. It's hard to copy it with my own willpower anyway. If he learns Lei Yuandao, he'll be able to gain a foothold in Great Xia Province. What do you think? If he gets first place, does Southern Yuan Academy lose face? Does he have any merit points? He's doing well in Great Xia Province. Will he repay the Academy in the future? If he becomes Soar, or even Ling Yun, he can casually leak some benefits. One day, when he's in the mood, he can come to the Academy to transcribe a few texts of will. Isn't one text of will worth what you've done today? Old Wang. You have to look far ahead. You're already so old. Why are you still so short-sighted? Lu Wenyan said bitterly, he's talented, resilient, and has a strong foundation. He's also a person who remembers favors. If you don't do something at this time, how can he repay you when he's outstanding? The old principal tugged at his beard. A few strands of his beard were pulled off. After a while, he sighed and said, more than 100 merit points. What's the big deal? It's just killing a Soar. It's just that. Why don't you kill another one? Lu Wenyan said impatiently, don't talk so much nonsense. What's the point of saving merit points? The Academy gained a lot from teaching last time, and there's no one who needs it for now. Just treat it as me. I'm a Soar civilizator. I still have basic merit points to spend. Great Xia Province will definitely allocate funds to me later. As a civilizator, he was not in the Civilizator Academy. But he still had basic research expenses. Transcribing texts of will and tempering one's body all required resources. Although Lu Wenyan was only a non-staff civilizator, according to the rules, he still had a basic income. The old principal glared at him. Allocate funds? I asked last time, and Great Xia Province said that you owe them 30,000 merit points. You can't pay it back in your lifetime, so don't even think about it. 30,000? Lu Wenyan was stunned. Then, he said strangely, only 30,000? When I left the academy, I owed more than 100,000. Why is it only 30,000? The old principal was speechless. God damn it, taking a deep breath, the old principal said angrily, anyway, you've already lost your chance. I'll give it to you, but I have to say this in advance. When Suyu's consciousness manifests, he has to find a time to return a text of will. That's for sure. If he doesn't return it, I'll write another one when my willpower recovers. Lu Wenyan smiled. Finally, he did not have to use his meager wealth. The old principal sighed again. Then, he could not help but complain, Great Xia Province won't even allocate basic merit points to you. You're tempering your body. What's going to happen next? How old will you be if you drag this on for a few years? If they don't want to give it to me, then so be it. Lu Wenyan chuckled. I don't have to worry about food and drink anyway. Speaking of which, I only owe 30,000. Did you ask what happened? Yes, Researcher Wu returned 50,000 to you. Lu Wenyan frowned. After a while, he cursed, idiot. Huh? There's something wrong with your brain. You don't have to worry about debts. What's the point of returning 50,000? Besides, the merit points that Great Xia province owes me aren't real merit points. That was something I said in a fit of anger. I didn't really borrow that many merit points. Lu Wenyan felt helpless. 50,000 merit points was not a small amount, it was a lot. He could not be bothered to talk about it anymore. He changed the topic. Let's not talk about this. Get ready as soon as possible. I'll be transcribing Lei Yuandao tomorrow. If this kid can learn it, even if he's at the 8th layer of Kai Yuan, coupled with Lei Yuandao and his Shunwen, he'll be able to take care of an ordinary 2nd or 3rd layer of Qianjun easily. The old principal could not care less about his heartache now. He nodded. If the kid was really successful, it would depend on his conscience whether he returned to the academy or not. After all, Lu Wenyan was here. He was a civilizator of Soar. He could only talk about it. If Lu Wenyan insisted, no one would object even if he used up all the academy's accumulated wealth. Before leaving, the old principal suddenly turned around. Old Lu, if you really can't do it, just give up. Use Godfiend blood to temper your body. You'll be at the 3rd layer of Soar soon. In a few years, you might be able to enter Lingyan's mountain and see. Lu Wenyan grinned. Give up what? I don't understand. Old Lu, you're over 70. The old principal had a complicated look in his eyes. Over 70 was no longer young. Lu Wenyan blew his beard and glared. So what if I'm over 70? You're just a Wansher. How dare you question my Soar? Do you know how Soar flies? The old principal did not know whether to laugh or cry. He muttered a few words and quickly left. This old fellow was still like this after so many years. After he left, Lu Wenyan exhaled and said grumpily, Godfiend blood. Am I stupid? Godfiend blood? You want me to take it away with just a few drops of Soar Godfiend blood? Dream on. Back then, I owed more than 100,000 merit points. Just give me a complete corpse of the King of Wan. Over 70, Lu Wenyan muttered to himself. He was indeed not young anymore. Let's wait a little longer. If this kid Suyu could really go far, and he still had to continue to observe him. 5 years wasn't enough, 10 years. He had to observe him for at least another 5 years. When he reached Xia province, he had to continue to observe him to see if he could maintain his original aspiration, and if he could continue to persevere and move forward. I'm not dead yet. I can still endure. Lu Wenyan murmured. If Suyu couldn't make it, then he would continue to wait until he died, and then return to the Civilization Academy. Woo. When we get there, it's up to you. Lu Wenyan looked out of the window. He had already waited for 50 years. Would a little more time be needed? The next moment, the sentimental Lu Wenyan suddenly cursed, idiot. Don't you F***king give me 50,000 merit points. You actually used it to pay off your debt. You're as stupid as you were 50 years ago. No wonder you're still a senior researcher after so many years. You haven't even become a deputy principal. Civilizationists are strong in their brains. Yours is a pig's brain. Lu Wenyan cursed for a while, but still couldn't vent his anger. 50,000 merit points. Are you crazy? Who asked you to pay it off? The Su family. Chen Hao, who was recuperating, was reading in the living room. His head was nodding, and his eyes were blurry. Reading was really killing him. Yawning, Chen Hao barely opened his eyes and turned to look at the bedroom. He did not know how you could sit still. After staying in the room for so long, didn't a genius need to pee, in the room? Suyu swallowed the drop of liquefied energy that Bai Feng had condensed that day. The concentration was not too high, but it was very suitable for him now. At the same time as he swallowed the essence chi liquid, Suyu also swallowed the iron-winged bird's blood essence that he had spent 30,000 yuan to buy. Activating the absorbing yuan technique to devour energy, this way he could absorb as much of the liquefied energy as possible. At this moment, Suyu once again felt the 9 orifices in his body open. The 7 orifices were already open, and the 8th orifice, Zeke, was half open. The 7 orifices were emitting a light that ordinary people could not see, as if forming a circuit that was connecting to the Zeke acupoint. Activate Zeke, officially connecting the energy. The ninth orifice, Bai Hui, connected the energy of heaven and earth, while the eighth orifice, Zeke, could connect the energy circuit within the human body. This was the true battle power of Kaiyuan's eighth realm. Humans had been cultivating the Kaiyuan technique, and their bodies contained some energy. Without opening the eighth orifice, this energy could not be actively used, and could only be used to refine the orifice. Once the eighth orifice was opened, one could actively use this energy. When cultivating martial arts, the power of the energy would increase greatly. The biggest difference between Kaiyuan's eighth realm and Kaiyuan's ninth realm was that the eighth realm used the stored energy, while the ninth realm could connect the internal and external energy, using natural energy. Activating Zeke will allow me to use martial arts, and my lethality will increase greatly. There will no longer be a situation where I can't kill 1,000 Jun with one strike. Suyu thought to himself. At this moment, the absorption of energy was extremely fast. He felt that he could not hold on any longer. Kaiyuan did not absorb much Yuan Qi in the first place. Not only did he use his blood essence to activate the absorbing Yuan secret art, he also used half a drop of Yuan Qi liquid. In this way, the speed and density of his Yuan Qi absorption was much faster than the average 15 June realm martial artist. Aperture tempering. Suyu let out a muffled groan as his vital Qi gathered towards the purple pylon. He had been stuck at the 7th layer for some time. On the 16th of May, he officially stepped into the 7th layer of Kaiyuan. Today was already the 5th of June. It had been close to 20 days. This was the longest time Suyu had been stuck since he could activate the absorbing Yuan technique. Besides, he also had Bai Feng's Kaiyuan technique to help him. Hence, Suyu was a little anxious because he had not cleared the stage for 20 consecutive days. Buzz. The surrounding vital energy gathered, the air trembled, and the sound of the wind echoed in the enclosed room. Outside the door, Chen Hao had a strange expression on his face. At the same time, he felt very comfortable. Vital Qi gathered. He couldn't see Vital Qi yet, but his body could more or less feel it. He felt comfortable, as though he had eaten a bowl of hot soup after not eating for a few days. It's so comfortable in a Yu's house. That's probably why my dad didn't scold me. Chen Hao thought to himself and turned his head to look at the bedroom again. Was a Yu practicing martial arts? He was causing quite a commotion. Hurry up and activate it. Suyu felt that he really couldn't hold on any longer. It would be such a waste if he didn't activate it today. Vital Qi liquid and blood essence were worth nearly 100,000. Now that he had activated it halfway, if he couldn't activate it, he would have to devour more blood essence or even Vital Qi liquid the next time he activated it. How was this cultivation? It was a waste of money. Suyu felt that he couldn't take it anymore. He no longer sat cross-legged and suddenly stood up. He wanted to vent and squander the accumulated vital energy in his body. Otherwise, he would be stuffed to death. Cultivation didn't necessarily have to be cross-legged, nor did it have to be immobile. However, during the cultivation process, sitting cross-legged and absorbing vital energy was the most efficient way to conserve vital energy. If one moved too much, the absorption efficiency would be lower, and more vital energy would be wasted. At this moment, Suyu didn't care about all this. Since he couldn't clear the stage, the vital energy would be wasted and scattered into the surrounding area. He didn't have the ability to get it back. Suyu stood up, stretched his arms and legs, and began to practice. Tiger Fist, low-grade yellow class fist technique. It was the most basic fist technique that humans came into contact with. It was mainly used to train the body and was considered a martial technique. However, the utilization of vital energy was relatively low. It mainly relied on physical strength and training the body. Buzz. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, Suyu's punches were fast and vigorous. Tiger Fist was adapted from the Tiger Clan's cultivation technique. It focused on ferocity, and the moves were simple. Brute force, the stomp of the feet to boost the momentum. Ha! A loud roar came from his mouth. The sound of punching could strengthen one's might. This was also the reason why many people shouted incessantly during battles. Outside the door, Chen Hao was shocked. A Yu's roar felt more majestic than usual. It really felt like a tiger pouncing on him. Downstairs, the neighbor sensed the vibration of the smallpox and could not help but look up. Soon, he clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "This kid's tiger fist has some true meaning." In the army, he would be considered a good fighter. Although his strength wasn't much and he was still Kaiyuan, it had to be said that the aura of the roar just now was hard to produce. The old man didn't see it with his own eyes, but he could hear that the roar was unusual. This was a tiger roar that Suyu released with his willpower. Naturally, it was different from ordinary ones. Huh. The roar came one after another. His arms moved the air, causing the vibrations to be heard. Although Tiger Fist was a fist technique, the claws and teeth of the Tiger clan were sharp. They weren't just for show. With a pft, his fingers dug into the door of the wardrobe and pierced through it. Suyu glanced at it and didn't take it to heart. The space was too small for him to practice at home. It was normal to cause some damage. At this moment, Suyu had expended a lot of primordial chi. He was finally not as stuffed as before. He continued to absorb primordial chi and refine his acupoints. The 8th acupoint was gradually breaking open, establishing a primordial chi channel with the other 7 acupoints. The more Suyu fought, the more carefree he became, and the louder his roar became. At that moment, he felt his strength explosively increase. Suyu did not hesitate. With a loud bang, his right fist broke through the air and punched at the wardrobe. Bang, the door of the wardrobe exploded, the entire wardrobe began to fall apart. Wood shavings flew everywhere. Ha ha ha. Suyu couldn't care less about the wardrobe at this moment. He couldn't hide his smile. Even though he was much calmer than the average teenager, he couldn't help but feel excited. The Zeke acupoint was opened, Kaiyuan level 8, bang, the door was pushed open. Xianxia looked at the broken wardrobe and then at Suyu. He scratched his head and said, "Ayu, are you okay? Even if the wardrobe Uncle Su bought is ugly, you didn't have to break it, right?" Suyu panted and glanced at him helplessly. "Is the wardrobe the key? The key is that I broke the wardrobe with one punch." "Do you know what that means, you fool? Before Kaiyuan level 8, it would be good if he could break the wardrobe door with one punch." That was the strength of an ordinary person. Now, the wardrobe is dead. Didn't you think about it? If it was an ordinary person, I could have blown him into pieces with one punch. Do you understand? So you couldn't be bothered to say more. He retracted his fist and stood up. He stretched his limbs and looked at his fist. It wasn't injured. At the moment of the explosion, there was a faint burst of primordial chi. This was also a protection. Kaiyuan level 8. Suyu was happy. There were 20 days left before the assessment, and Kaiyuan level 8 was completed. The first goal was achieved. I need a saber of my own. In addition, I need to practice an official killing technique. I need to adapt to my strength and familiarize myself with the technique. Then, I can find a chance to kill a Wanzu in the middle stage of 1000 June. I just don't know if there are still these guys in southern Yuan. I hope not all of them are killed. These days, the breeze suppression hall had been mobilized, and many of the well-hidden Wanzu had been dug out. It was almost impossible to encounter a large number of Wanzu now. It would be lucky to catch one. Suyu thought. He glanced at Xianxia and said, "Pack up your clothes and clean the room." Ah? Xianxia looked innocent. "I didn't do it." "Then go read a book." "Read for an hour." "Ahem, I'd better do the cleaning." Xianxia made a decision in an instant. He would rather do the work. Reading was really not something a human should do. Only then did Xianxia react. He suddenly said, "Ayu, you've reached Kaiyuan level 8. You just realized it?" Suyu stared at him speechlessly. "Your reflex arc is a bit long." "Ah? Really?" Xianxia was shocked. "That's too fast. I told you last time that I'm about to reach level 8. Is it strange to break through now?" Suyu said with a slight frown. "Next time I practice, you practice too. You've wasted all the primordial chi." Xianxia had just reached level 4, but it was not difficult to break through between level 4 and level 5. Since he had opened one ear aperture, it was much easier for him to break through. There were still 20 days before the assessment. If he was lucky, with the help of a large amount of primordial chi, he might have a chance to break through to Kaiyuan level 5. Although Xianxia was at the 4th level of the natal opening realm, with the addition of 30 points, he had a high chance of entering the war school. But if he did well in the assessment, it would be of great help. Students at the bottom would not have an easy time in the war school. Kaiyuan level 8, Xianxia was a little dazed. He didn't care about what Suyu said. At this moment, he was a little depressed. Previously, he felt that it was good enough for him to reach Kaiyuan level 4. Although Suyu said he was at Kaiyuan level 7, and level 8 were different. If they were to really fight, he might not lose. But when he reached Kaiyuan level 8, it was not a matter of physical fitness but the use of primordial qi. Even 10 of him would not be able to defeat Suyu. Ayu. Am I really stupid? Xianxia was dispirited. I can't read anymore. My dad said that the origin opening art is good stuff. It's something that only a big shot can write. You showed it to me because you treat me like a brother, but I just can't stand it. Now you are already Kaiyuan level 8, and I just reached Kaiyuan level 4, so you didn't care if he was depressed or not. He said indifferently, don't compare yourself with me. I am chasing after the geniuses in Xianxia province. You are not chasing after me. You just need to chase after Zhou Chong and beat him. Then you will succeed. But didn't you tell me to look further and focus on Sora last time? Nonsense. Goals have to be done step by step. You need to chase after Zhou Chong first, then reach Qianjun and advance to Wanshi. After that, you can focus on Sora. I didn't ask you to do it all at once. You need to break the goal into sections and cut it up. You need to complete a small goal at a time. That way, you will have motivation. This was what Suyu said from his experience. A big goal was too vague. Cutting the big goal into small goals and completing them one by one would make it easier and more motivating. Is that so? Xianxia thought about it and nodded. Alright then. My goal now is to beat Zhou Chong up. I will go to the school tomorrow and beat him up again. Suyu felt pity for Zhou Chong. I am talking about beating him up because of your level, not your martial arts. Zhou Chong has already been beaten up by you once, and you still want to beat him up? Are you even human? I don't care about you. Hurry up and pack up. Come with me to Summerfield Trading Company. He wanted to buy some blood essence and see if there were any suitable weapons. If he had enough money, he wanted to see if he could buy a suitable martial arts technique for himself. Middle-level schools usually only provided basic martial arts techniques, which were low-level yellow class ones. In places like Southern Yuan, even if they gave you high-level ones, you wouldn't be able to learn them. There might not even be one person in the 8th tier of Kaiyuan in a few decades. Of course, the instructors had mid-level or high-level yellow class ones, but they needed merit points to exchange for them. So you would rather spend some money. He realized that merit points were more useful than money. For example, he could exchange them for the original copy of Wan's martial arts at the Civilization School, which was difficult to buy even if he had money. As for martial arts techniques, he actually had them. The blood coagulation knife that he had obtained previously was a mid-level yellow class martial arts technique. His father actually had a military martial arts technique as well, but it was better to cultivate it when he reached Qianjun. It was hard for him to understand how to cultivate it now. Xianxia hurriedly began to pack up. As he swept the floor, he turned around and asked, Ayu, do you want to buy some demon beast meat from Summerfield Trading Company to barbecue? It tastes really fresh. You only know how to eat. Suyu cursed in a low voice and quickly said, we'll talk about it when we get there. Also, it's fine if no one asks, but if anyone asks why I'm buying blood essence, just say that I'm learning how to draw the outline of Shenwen. Oh, got it. Xianxia didn't care about this. In fact, he was also curious why Suyu was buying blood essence. He seemed to have bought quite a lot. Was this guy secretly drinking blood, but his father said that it was dangerous to swallow blood essence before reaching Qianjun. Ayu, why don't you teach me how to draw the outline of Shenwen? Suyu was stunned. Are you sure? My father said that civilizationists are actually very powerful. Of course, they are definitely not as powerful as the war school. Suyu rolled his eyes. don't think about it. Draw the outline of Shenwen. When can you understand the art of Kaiyuan before you speak? He didn't explain much to Chen Hao. Even if he did, he would just pretend that he didn't hear it. This guy didn't need to say too much to him. Anyway, he wouldn't ask too much. An hour later. Summerfield Trading Company. At this moment, Suyu still had 170,000 Onping dollars, which was equivalent to 10 gold coins. With Lu Wenyan's face, he had been buying blood essence for 30,000 per drop recently, which was much cheaper than the counter price. 3 drops of Iron Wing blood essence. Suyu was considered a regular customer. He went straight to the flesh area as soon as he arrived. The manager of the trading company personally received him. The manager didn't ask much and arranged for someone to get it. Seeing Suyu looking at other areas, he couldn't help but smile. Mr. Su, do you want to see anything else today? What's the price of the weapons? It depends on Mr. Su's needs. Under normal circumstances, weapons made of ordinary iron are enough for Kaiyuan. Of course, for those above Kaiyuan Tier 8, it's best to use yellow rank ones, which are helpful for primordial chi transmission. The manager explained, weapons, cultivation methods, and martial arts are the same. They are also divided into heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow. The main difference is the material and the rate of primordial chi transmission. Suyu nodded. He understood this. Ordinary iron didn't have the function of transmitting primordial chi. The combat sabers used by the students in the academy were all made of ordinary iron and weren't expensive. However, the materials that could transmit primordial chi were expensive. Therefore, the graded weapons used by real cultivators were expensive. Qianjun and Wanshi can use yellow rank weapons. When you reach Soar, yellow rank weapons aren't enough. You have to use mystic ones. The rich even use earth rank ones. Of course, that's only for the big shots in Dexia province. No one in southern Yuan can afford it. As the manager spoke, he smiled and asked, Mr. Su, do you want ordinary iron or graded ones? Graded ones. Suyu thought about it and said, low-rank ones won't be enough when you reach the middle and late stages of Qianjun. For the middle and late stages of Qianjun, you should at least use mid-rank yellow-rank ones, right? Yes, but for Mr. Su, it's still too early, the manager was telling the truth. It was still too early for Suyu to reach the middle and late stages of Qianjun. Therefore, it's enough for Mr. Su to buy low-rank yellow-rank ones. Suyu didn't comment. He could burst out the power of the late stages of Qianjun with his essence blood. If his primordial chi burst out a few more times, low-rank yellow-rank weapons would probably be destroyed. Buy mid-rank ones. You can use them all the time. You don't have to change them when you reach the middle and late stages of Qianjun. Suyu opened his mouth and quickly asked, what's the price? The price is different for different types. But mid-rank yellow-rank ones, the approximate price range is between 100,000 to 300,000. So expensive? Suyu frowned and said, for ordinary iron weapons, 3 to 5,000 for one is already not bad. Low-rank yellow-rank ones are only 10,000, right? That's right, but for these things, the difficulty of forging them is higher, and the materials are better, so the cost will be much higher. The manager explained seriously, Mr. Su is Instructor Lu's student, so we won't deliberately raise the price. This is indeed the price. This thing is mainly used by those in the middle and late stages of Qianjun. Generally, those in the middle stages don't use it, but they are mainly used in the late stages. For fighters above the 7th layer of Qianjun, a weapon worth more than 100,000 isn't cheap, but most of them can afford it. Suyu was speechless. Most of them can afford it. Can my father afford it? It seems like he can, but if he bought a weapon, his father would lose half of his entire fortune, and it wasn't even the best kind. The best mid-rank yellow-rank ones would cost his father all of his fortune to buy a weapon. Other than the 90,000 for the 3 drops of essence blood, I still have 80,000 cash left. 10 gold coins, 180,000. I can afford it, but it's too expensive. And martial arts, forget about martial arts. If I really can't afford it, I'll just cultivate the blood coagulation saber. Although it's rubbish, it's enough for me now. Suyu quickly calculated his fortune in his mind. He found that he earned money quickly, but he spent it quickly as well. The 300,000 gold coins his father left him seemed to be almost spent. Even the 10 gold coins he seized last time would probably be used up this time. The poor are scholars, the rich are martial artists. Teacher was right. A Qianjun level weapon already cost so much. What about Wanshi? What about Soar, cultivation techniques, martial arts, weapons, essence blood, elixirs? Suyu shuddered at the thought of it. No wonder those guys from the Windcheck Hall spared no effort in hunting down Wanzu's group. They wanted to dig 3 feet into the ground. All of that was money. Killing an early rank fighter was worth 1 merit point, mid-rank was worth 2 merit points, and late rank was worth 3 merit points. This was much higher than his salary. Soon, Suyu got the essence blood. As for the weapon, he didn't look at it too much. Southern Yuan's weapons were all standardized, similar to the military's. If he wanted a custom-made one, he would have to go to Xianxia province, and the price was too high. If he didn't have the money, it was better to just use the standardized ones. A mid-level yellow-level standard saber was priced at 150,000 yuan after a discount. The reason why he used a saber was that Suyu used a saber in the school, and his father also learned the saber in the military. The saber was the courage of 100 soldiers. In fact, the main reason was that it was easy to learn. Weapons like spears, swords, and halberds were harder to learn than saber techniques. If he used a saber, he could slash randomly, and it wouldn't be easy to injure himself. If he used a sword, it would be fine if he used a big sword, but a soft sword would easily cause him to be covered in blood. After paying all the money, Suyu only kept 30,000 in cash for his meals. As for his original plan to buy a martial arts technique, he completely gave up. He was out of money. He still had some merit points, but they were still useful. Suyu couldn't bear to waste them. 3 drops of essence blood, and I can open the atlas 3 times. I can either cultivate or use my skills. I can use them very quickly, spending money like water. It's too hard for me. Suyu took the items and calculated for a while. He hoped that he could reach the 9th level of Kaiyuan with the remaining 3 drops of essence chi liquid and 13 merit points. He didn't have the ability to earn money in a short period of time. In this day and age, Kaiyuan wasn't worth much, and neither was Qianjun. If his teacher hadn't brought him to hunt down Wanzu and the others, he wouldn't have had the chance to obtain a few merit points. Southern Yuan didn't lack Qianjun. A large group of Qianjun was clamoring for the breeze suppression hall to release Wanzu and the others for them to kill. Howzy, what's wrong? Walking out of Summerfield Trading Company with Suyu, Chen Hao, who was still thinking about eating demonic beast meat, was a little confused. Why did he call me? Say, if I sell my house and my dad comes back to find that it's gone, will he beat me to death? Chen Hao was stunned. Ayu was going to sell his house, Suyu murmured, it's still worth 500,000 if I sell my house. What I'm afraid of is, if my dad comes back one day and finds that the house is gone and he can't find his home, he'll hack me to death on the road with a knife. Chen Hao nodded quickly and said, don't court death. If I sell my house, my parents will chase me for the rest of my life. Ayu, don't be impulsive. Chen Hao wiped the sweat from his forehead. A bookworm was even scarier than him when he went crazy. I'm just saying. Can you really sell it? Suyu laughed. How could he sell his house? Besides, he can't sell it, the house is in my dad's name. He's not at home, and the house hasn't been transferred to me. Where can I sell it? When my dad left, I didn't think of asking him to transfer the house. Otherwise, I could sell it at a critical moment. On the battlefield of heavens. In a military camp. Su Long murmured, I left that kid more than 300,000 yuan and sent his salary card back next month. A month's basic salary is more than 10,000 yuan, enough for him to spend for the rest of his life. Next time when he goes back, if he doesn't waste money, it should be enough to buy a small house in Xianxia province, right? Su Long murmured for a while and felt that it should be enough. His son was not a wasteful person. It was getting closer and closer to the time of the university's assessment. The next day, when Suyu came to the university, he felt the tension in the atmosphere. The students of the preparatory class walked faster than the other students. They came and went in a hurry. The one-on-one fever passed in an instant. At this moment, the students were no longer in the mood to fight. Suyu originally wanted to find Lu Wenyan, but on the way, he met a person he did not expect to meet. Xia Bing, Long Wuwei's 10-man squad leader, the head of Long Wuwei stationed in southern Yuan. Except for the time when Wanzhou attacked, Long Wuwei was stationed in the southern Yuan University. At other times, Long Wuwei was not in the southern Yuan University. As for the specific location, few people in southern Yuan knew. An expert at the second stage of Soar, the same realm as City Lord Wu Wenhai. Suyu naturally knew the strength of Long Wuwei. He had always wanted to enter Long Wuwei before. In fact, even now, Suyu had this idea. However, it was difficult to enter Long Wuwei. His father had been eager to succeed for many years. Suyu saw Xiaobing, and Xiaobing naturally saw him. Xiaobing, who was in a hurry, suddenly stopped when he passed by Suyu. He glanced sideways at Suyu. Suyu felt the gaze and hurriedly stopped. He bowed and said, "Master Xia." Xiaobing nodded slightly, looked at him for a while, and showed a touch of surprise. "Kai Yuan is at the 8th stage?" Suyu was slightly surprised and quickly said, "I just broke through yesterday." "Very fast." Xiaobing said, and then said, "I originally thought you would reach the 7th stage quickly. Kai Yuan's 8th stage is a little beyond my expectations." Suyu didn't know how to respond. Was Xiaobing paying attention to him? He had no interaction with Xiaobing. Xiaobing said sternly and continued, "Bai Feng's Kai Yuan tactics can only be considered half-baked. The fact that you were able to quickly enter the 8th tier means that your talent in the warrior's path is not bad. I know your father. He has been coming to our encampment many times in the past few years. However, he is not qualified to join Long Wuwei." Suyu was a little embarrassed and didn't know how to respond. Xiaobing didn't care about his reaction and continued. "I'm also a member of the Demon Subduing Army, but I joined later than your father. I only joined when your father retired. 6 years ago, I was transferred back to Long Wuwei and became a Long Wuwei sergeant stationed in southern Yuan." Suyu still didn't answer. He didn't know why Xiaobing was talking to him. The Civilization Institute isn't as good as you think. It's full of schemes and schemes against each other. It doesn't show up and doesn't raise its head. I don't like people from the Civilization Institute. I prefer the War Institute and Long Wuwei. Of course, it has nothing to do with you." When Xiaobing said these words, his expression was serious. "Your father said that he can't come to Long Wuwei. He hopes that his son can enter Long Wuwei one day and continue to fight with the general. You can consider the Long Wuwei War Institute. It's cleaner than the Civilization Institute." "Sir," Suyu was a little surprised. Was Xiaobing recruiting students? Xiaobing said calmly, "Long Wuwei is stationed in various cities and is also responsible for the selection of reserves. You didn't have this qualification before, but now you do. Of course, this is just a suggestion, nothing else. I shouldn't have said so much, but your father is a veteran of the Demon Subduing Army after all, so I said a few more words. Nowadays, the Civilization Institute is much more complicated than before. It's not peaceful internally, and there are many factions. A group of people who used to only do research now have more thoughts and ideas, and it's a mess. Your teacher Lu Wenyan, Bai Feng who wants to take you as a student, and Bai Feng's teacher, researcher Hong. They can be considered to be of the same faction. The inside story is more complicated than I said. In short, it won't do you any good if you get involved now." Suyu was at a loss and didn't know what to do. He said softly, "I don't quite understand what you mean, sir. I'm just a student of a secondary school who hasn't taken the examination. You'll understand sooner or later." Xiaobing said firmly, "Remember this, Dexiao Province is still Dexiao Province." After saying this, Xiaobing turned around and left. Suyu fell into deep thought. After a moment, he smiled bitterly and walked away. He really didn't understand what Xiaobing meant. Of course, there was also a warning in Xiaobing's words. Going to the Civilization Academy might not be a good thing. The Longwu War Academy might be purer. If it was in the past, Suyu would definitely be very happy. But now, he had made up his mind to go to the Great Xia Civilization University. In terms of willpower cultivation, going to the War Academy was definitely not as good as going to the Civilization Academy. Moreover, Lu Wenyan had taught him for a long time. He originally wanted to go to the Civilization Academy, but he was worried that the Civilization Academy wouldn't be of much help in improving his combat strength. In the office. This time, Lu Wenyan wasn't reading but writing. Lu Wenyan's handwriting was very nice. At least, Suyu felt that it was 100 times nicer than his own. Are you thinking about something? Lu Wenyan continued writing. He didn't look up, but he could feel Suyu's hesitation. No, I just met Sergeant Xia. He wants you to go to the Longwu Academy? Yes. Ignore him. Lu Wenyan didn't look flustered and exasperated. He just felt a little emotional. Did he say that the Civilization Academy isn't suitable for you, or that the Civilization Academy has changed? It's fine. It's not the first time he said that. In fact, many people in Longwu said the same thing. Lu Wenyan said calmly, what he said is also the truth. The Civilization Academy is indeed a little different from back then. The 5th generation principal fell, and the 6th generation principal took office. After that, the Civilization Academy entered a period of rapid development. During this period, it also brought some negative effects. 50 years ago, the Civilization Academy wasn't as strong as it is now, but it wasn't as chaotic as it is now. This is inevitable. When people become strong, they will naturally have some other thoughts. Scheming, deceiving each other, fighting for benefits. This is something that must be experienced. It's also a kind of training. Whoever can rise in such an environment will be a true powerhouse. Suyu asked, Teacher, is the Civilization Academy very chaotic? It's not very chaotic. On the whole, it's still under control. Of course, there are some disagreements in the dark. Lu Wenyan looked up at him. He looked at this student who he was quite satisfied with, and said in a calm voice, Longwu Wei is somewhat dissatisfied with the Civilization Academy. This comes from Principal Xia. Huh? Suyu said in surprise, Principal Xia is dissatisfied with the Great Xia Civilization University? Sort of. Lu Wenyan sighed softly. This was originally far from you, so there's no need to pay too much attention to it. However, since Xiaobing has started, I'll say a few words. As for Principal Xia, it's not easy for me to evaluate him, but everyone has an understanding of him. He's iron-blooded, powerful, and stubborn. These 3 words are a summary of Manor Lord Xia. Stubborn? Suyu grasped the key point and quickly said, What do you mean by stubborn? Literal meaning. Lu Wenyan put down his pen. It's not a derogatory term, but some of Principal Xia's political views have caused disagreement with many people. Back in the All Heavens battlefield, it also caused many to resist. Why? He's too stubborn. On the All Heavens battlefield, some races are great enemies that must be killed. Some races, however, can be roped in and divided. At the very least, they can be kept neutral. Lu Wenyan shook his head and sighed. However, when Principal Xia commanded the demon-subduing army, he led the army to ambush and kill the armies of many races, causing the originally neutral races to become hostile to the human race. Therefore, he was removed from his position, and the demon-subduing army is no longer under his command. So you wanted to say something but stopped. He quickly made up his mind and said, Teacher, the so-called neutral races are just sitting on top of the mountain and watching the tigers fight. Once the human race is weak, these fellows will soon swarm up and invade the human race's territory. I've heard my father talk about the battles that the demon-subduing army won. I think those races should be killed. You're not the only one who thinks so. Lu Wenyan chuckled. Many people support Xia Longwu, including the frontline armies. I'm not saying that what Xia Longwu did was wrong. It's just that, it's normal for the human race to have disagreements. What do you think? Lu Wenyan looked at this student and smiled. It's good to have your own opinions. It's bad to blindly echo others and not think for yourself. The human heart is full of different forms. You can't make everyone have the same will. No one can say that Principal Xia's actions are necessarily wrong, but we have to admit that more wars have broken out among the human race than before. In some areas, wars have broken out faster and more fiercely. Suyu disagreed. At the very least, a group of neutral races have been deterred. Sort of. Lu Wenyan nodded. Let's not discuss this for now. After all, this is a problem at the front line. The reason why Principal Xia is somewhat dissatisfied with the Civilization Academy is that some people in the Civilization Academy have some ideas. Know yourself and know your enemy. The Civilization Academy is willing to open up to the Wan race. What? Suyu was shocked. Recruiting Wan students. Lu Wenyan said gravely. The current principal of the Civilization Academy is also a capable person. He suggested that rather than letting the human race fumble and analyze the Wan civilization, it's better to let the Wan civilization enter the Civilization Academy. Who knows their own civilization better than the Wan race? Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Let them analyze it themselves, let them contribute their civilization's foundation. Suyu cried out, doesn't that mean we have to open up the human civilization to them? Yes. Lu Wenyan said gravely. The Wan race is not stupid. Will they provide the human race with a way to deal with them for free? The human race wants their things, and they also want to understand the human race more deeply. So this is a double-edged sword. It's also the reason why it hasn't succeeded for so many years. There are many who oppose it, but there are also those who support it. Principal Xia didn't agree, and this led to some disagreements. Principal Xia even. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Suyu was anxious. You're only halfway through, don't mention it. It's too suspenseful. Teacher, what happened to Principal Xia? Lu Wenyan looked at his anxious expression and laughed. This matter is hard to say. It's considered a dark history. When you arrive at the Great Xia Civilization University, don't mention it. Of course. Lu Wenyan smiled and shook his head. 12 years ago, the Great Xia Civilization University made this suggestion again. At that time, Principal Xia didn't appear, and the Great Xia province didn't say anything. The current principal felt that he didn't say anything, so it was a tacit agreement. So he contacted a few small races and tried to recruit a few students from these small races to enter the Great Xia Civilization University. In the end, not long after they arrived, a battle broke out in the All Heavens battlefield. Mansion Master Xia led the Dragon Martial Guards to launch a surprise attack on those small clans, destroying their lair and seizing a large number of cultivation techniques, secret manuals, and other resources. Principal Xia didn't come to the civilization school, but he let Long Wuwei send over 10,000 books. The meaning is clear. I'm willing to take what you've been searching for directly on the battlefield. Lu Wenyan sighed. This time, Wan's plan to enter the civilization school was completely ruined. They sent people here, and you destroyed their lair. Would others dare to come? Would they still come? The current principal contacted various parties and sought for many years, but it was completely shattered in an instant. Suyu listened. For some reason, he suddenly felt his blood boil. He said in a muffled voice, "Isn't this good? I want it, I'll take it myself. I'd rather take it directly than seek it through devious means. I'm not saying it's not good, but it's indeed somewhat frightening." Lu Wenyan said softly, "The human race can't resist one alone. Suyu, you must understand this. Small races and weak races can all be roped in. When we contacted those small races, it meant that they could be roped in. In the end, they were destroyed. This will make the other small races feel the same. Once they are pushed to the opposite side, a single race may not be a match for the human race, but what if 10 or 100 clans join forces? You can't kill them all." Suyu nodded slightly. He also understood this point. However, Xiao Longwu's actions were indeed inspiring. Therefore, there was a disagreement. Lu Wenyan sighed. Principal Xia is very stubborn. He feels that his head falling on the ground can intimidate one even more. However, many people feel that this will put the human race in a more difficult position. Fortunately, Principal Xia was ordered not to appear on the heavenly battlefield again. This appeased the anger of many small races. So you said unwillingly, so Principal Xia can't go to the heavenly battlefield again? Isn't that binding his own hands and feet? That's not true. Lu Wenyan chuckled and said, it's just a few concessions and compromises made by the frontline elites. It's mainly to appease the smaller races among the 10,000 races. In reality, if Manor Head Xia really were to go, who would care if there wasn't a huge commotion? Who would let a top expert retire in the rear? Moreover, it might not be a bad thing. Give him some time to polish his realm. At that time, his progress will be too fast. Only by relaxing and working hard can he better take that step. Lu Wenyan explained, this is not considered a bad thing. The Xia clan head himself knows this. Otherwise, with his personality, do you think he would be so obedient? Do you think he would be willing to stay in the great Xia clan just because you asked him to? Lu Wenyan chuckled. Then you underestimate our principal too much. Don't look down on him just because he hasn't been to the heavenly battlefield in recent years. It's not that he hasn't been there at all. The heavenly battlefield is too big, and no one can keep an eye on him. Long Wu Wei often appears on the heavenly battlefield, and the prefectural army is often dragged there to train. That's why Xia province's combat power is top-notch among the prefectures. Suyu nodded silently. At this time, he somewhat understood what Xiaobing meant. Lu Wenyan exhaled softly and said, you can just listen to these things. Putting aside the fact that you don't have the qualifications to get involved, even Bai Feng and his teacher don't have the qualifications to get involved. This is a matter on another level, and it has little to do with us. Xiaobing thinks you have some talent and will be influenced by the Civilization Institute. In reality, I hope you will be influenced. Lu Wenyan said slowly, life is full of vicissitudes and experiences. A pure environment is suitable for soldiers. The military needs purity, but experts need to be experienced and knowledgeable. You don't know how sinister people can be, don't experience schemes and intrigues. Once you're on the battlefield, a small scheme might make you fall for it. Xiaobing doesn't understand. If Principal Xia really doesn't like the Civilization Institute, why don't you restrict it and allow it to grow? He's stubborn, but he's not stupid. Xia province also needs different voices and cultivates experts in different directions. Otherwise, there wouldn't be experts from the Civilization Institute in the major legions. Many experts would be leading the troops into battle. Suyu nodded again. He vaguely understood. Of course, he was still very weak and ordinary. He was only listening to these deep confrontations. As an observer, he might feel and think differently when he was personally involved. Teacher, will my father be fine in the demon-subduing army? No. There are many invincible experts on the front lines. Who would dare to target the demon-subduing army there? Lu Wenyan shook his head. The struggle is only in the rear. The front lines are the lifeline. No one dares to fight there. It's much purer there. War is war. Even if the rear becomes brainless, the front lines still have to obey orders. Even if Lord Xia goes to the front lines, he has to report to several Invincible Realm experts before he can set off, unless he's acting on his own in private. Suyu's eyes flickered. Then Long Wu Wei and the demon-subduing army are allowed to ambush the legions of the major races? Of course. Lu Wenyan also smiled. Do you think Principal Xia would dare to start a conflict without permission? There are many invincible experts who support him. So that's how it is. Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. He was suddenly worried that Long Wu Xia would be targeted. Now that he thought about it, he really had nothing better to do. He was just a small opening origin realm cultivator, yet he was worrying about a palace master-level powerhouse. Let's not talk about this. Lu Wenyan smiled. You'll know what you should know in the future. What you shouldn't know is useless. It'll only mess up your mind. There's no benefit. You're in the 8th layer of Kaiyuan. I can feel the primordial qi around you. It seems you're making good progress. Lu Wenyan was very satisfied. Get ready. I'll write a text of will for you in the afternoon. Lei Yuandao's 1,000 caddies. Read the translation in the morning and understand the content. Suyu was overjoyed. Master, is it a martial art? A martial art. Seeing his joy, Lu Wenyan said lightly, but you might not learn anything. Even if you do, it won't be a big deal. After all, you've only opened 8 chakras. That's too little. Even if you learn it, you might not be able to use it. Lei Yuandao uses many chakras. Yes, I know. Suyu nodded hurriedly. He couldn't help but feel happy. He knew the benefits of the text of will. It was a completely different feeling to be personally taught. Of course, the transcriber had to have a deep understanding of the martial art. Otherwise, it would only be the transcriber's understanding. If the other party didn't have a deep understanding, it would be useless. End of chapter 35. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.